Who would believe this? But I immediately went to the nearest convenience store and scanned to buy a bottle of Kongshwaifu for 1 yuan. Soon, my phone received a text message from the bank, Agricultural Bank, September 24, 2021. You received 10,000 yuan. Balance 12,999.52 yuan. Ending in 1314. Are you serious? I suddenly had a strange idea and said to the convenience store owner, "Boss, give me the most expensive thing in your store." The store owner looked at me with a puzzled expression and said, "The most expensive thing here is just cigarettes, 610 yuan a pack." "Then give me a pack of Huazi." After I said that, I directly scanned 610 yuan. The payment success sound rang out, but after waiting for a while, I looked at my phone and still had no response, which puzzled me. So I quickly asked the system, "System, what's going on?" The system quickly replied. Hearing the system's response, I almost swore. I said to the owner, "Boss, can I return this cigarette? I don't smoke." The boss didn't show me any leniency and said, "Once tobacco is sold in this store, it cannot be returned or exchanged." I could only walk out of the convenience store feeling frustrated. And then I went to the next store and bought a pack of cigarettes. The Agricultural Bank text message has arrived again, on September 24, 2021. You received 100 yuan with the last 4 digits 1314, and your balance is 18,939.52 yuan. Only 10 times? Just now I scanned 1 yuan and got 10,000 yuan. Is there any pattern to this? The system quickly answered my question. It turns out that the QR code refund system has rules for scanning payments. For payments of 1 yuan or less, there is a chance of a 10,000-fold critical hit. With a minimum of a 10-fold critical hit, for payments of 10 yuan or less, there is a chance of a 1,000-fold critical hit. With a minimum of a 5-fold critical hit, for payments of 100 yuan or less, there is a chance of a 100-fold critical hit. With a minimum of a double critical hit, for payments of 1,000 yuan or less, there is a chance of a 10-fold critical hit. With a minimum refund of the principal, for payments of 10,000 yuan or less, there is a chance of a 5-fold critical hit. With a minimum refund of the principal, for payments over 10,000 yuan, there is a chance of a double critical hit. With a minimum of no principal refund. Special items and rewards appear randomly. All items purchased through the system cannot be discarded or transferred, but are not limited to volunteers, police officers, firefighters, homeless people, stray cats and dogs, etc. Warm reminder, each QR code can only be redeemed once, and the items purchased by the host must be of equal value. For example, if a lollipop costs 0.5 yuan, the host cannot scan for 1 yuan. That situation is not allowed. After understanding the rules, I thought to myself, isn't it true that the less money I scan, the higher the return rate? As long as I work a bit harder, wouldn't I become the richest person in the world? At that moment, I thought of my ex-girlfriend and really felt that the past investment was not worth it. After 5 years of dating and spending so much money, she was actually taken away by a rich second generation. The money I spent on her for those 5 years, she actually said was her dowry. Since she said that, I will definitely attend her wedding. At this moment, the sky was overcast, and the originally bright street suddenly darkened, soon followed by a heavy downpour. But with the QR code payment system, I couldn't just sit idle. I wanted my ex-girlfriend to regret it and lose face at her wedding. In the rain, a figure soaked to the skin darted in front of various small shops, constantly saying, "Boss, give me a bottle of Kongshwaifu for 1 yuan." Until late at night when the shops closed, I dragged my drenched body back to my rental apartment, holding a large pile of mineral water. Upon returning to the apartment, I immediately threw 4 or 5 dozen bottles of mineral water on the ground. There's no way around it. To get more money back, I can only buy cheap things, and the convenience store is a bit far, so I only managed to visit 4 or 5 dozen shops in one afternoon. However, looking at the hundreds of thousands that appeared in my bank account, I still felt quite satisfied. It wasn't until I sneezed that I felt really cold. I casually washed up and went to bed, still thinking about buying more things tomorrow. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, I felt my face was flushed and my head was pounding. Oh no! Could it be that I caught a cold from being caught in the rain yesterday? But it wasn't a big deal. I quickly washed up and ran to the pharmacy downstairs, where I bought fever-reducing medicine and anti-inflammatory cold medicine for a total of 35 yuan. When I completed the payment via scan code, the system's prompt sound went off. As I walked out of the pharmacy, I was pleasantly surprised to finally trigger a special item reward. However, seeing that the rewards were Beauty Transformation Capsule, Indestructible Capsule, and Skin Transformation Capsule, I could only choose one. I thought to myself that these capsules seemed a bit strange, but in this day and age, looks are justice, so I chose the Beauty Transformation without hesitation. The system is very thoughtful, directly dispensing the pill into the cold medicine capsule, saying that it will be effective once I take it. I went to the convenience store to buy a bottle of water and took the medicine. After taking the medicine, I prepared to have breakfast and then started today's store scanning plan. It was particularly strange during breakfast. After one meal, 7 or 8 girls actually asked me for my WeChat. I didn't pay much attention to it. Making money from scanning stores was more important. Breakfast cost 9 yuan, and after paying, I received a 100-fold reward. After that, every time I entered a store, I only bought a 1 yuan bottle of Master Kong mineral water. However, as I bought more and more mineral water, and since my cold hadn't gotten better, I gradually started to feel overwhelmed. Passing by a clinic, I stopped and walked in, directly asking the doctor, "Doctor, what is the fastest way to cure a cold?" The doctor said, "N4 drip is the fastest." "Then let's do N4 drip. How much is it?" "I'll scan the code." After the doctor got everything ready, I scanned the clinic's QR code. Unexpectedly, I triggered a special reward again. This time it was medical expertise, divided into traditional Chinese medicine expertise and Western medicine expertise, with a choice of one. As a Chinese person, I decisively chose traditional Chinese medicine expertise. Just after making my choice, it felt like my head was being forcibly stuffed with a lot of things, and it hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode. The nurse noticed me as soon as she walked in, probably because I had become more handsome after taking the beauty transformation capsules. Seeing that I was uncomfortable, she immediately ran over and asked, "What's wrong? If you're not feeling well, you can lie down for a while." I turned my head slightly, looked at the worried nurse, and forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine, I just need to lie down for a bit." The nurse then said, "Do you want me to help you to the bed to rest for a while? You can't just stay like this." I was really too dizzy to stand up, so I said, "Could you please get me a glass of water? I can't get up right now." Soon, the nurse brought me a glass of water, and after I drank it, I lay down for another 10 minutes before my headache slowly eased. I was watching the TV on the wall, which was broadcasting the news that Xiao Yiro was withdrawing from the music scene due to health reasons. Looking at her, some information about illnesses suddenly appeared in my mind. I was puzzled. Could it be because of the newly acquired skill in traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Had I triggered the observation skill? Even through the TV, I could clearly see what illness Xiao Yiro had. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. I could see her symptoms and the treatment prescription, and she was currently in Shanghai. If I could cure her, with her worth, giving her a few tens of millions wouldn't be a problem. This is much faster than making money through scanning codes. Thinking of this, I plan to go to Tangyun Pin tomorrow to try my luck. After the drip is finished, I went home. After all, my body hasn't recovered yet. Making money is important, but health is even more important. I just got back to my rental apartment when my good buddy Guchen called, saying that my ex-girlfriend's wedding invitation was sent to him. Now that I have a QR code payment system, I must deal with this ex-girlfriend properly. I asked Guchen about the wedding date and learned that her husband is the young master of a gaming company in Chengdu, with assets worth several small targets. After hanging up the phone, I calculated that I have 2 months left. If I earn 100,000 a day, that would be over 6 million in 2 months, which is far behind my ex-girlfriend's husband. It seems I need to think of another way. I decided to try to find the big star Xiao Yiro tomorrow. After finalizing the plan, I planned to take a shower and rest. When I looked in the mirror in the bathroom, I was stunned. The person in the mirror was so handsome it was unbelievable. The effect of this beauty transformation capsule is amazing. No wonder so many girls asked for my WeChat today. Early in the morning, Su Gu wore a mask, took a car and sped toward the Magic City's Tangyun Pin. Tangyun Pin is the most trenchant residential area in Magic City. It is said that the prices of houses here are all at least $300,000 a square foot to start with, which is very scary. Wilson sweeps $25. Wilson pays $25 and gets 100 times the storm. Farmers Bank, on September 26, 21. You had $2.500 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $125.752. Arriving at the outskirts of Tangyun Pin, Su Ge paid for the car and walked down. Looking at the returned money, the corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted. That's really nice. A ride and an extra $2,000. Tucking her cell phone into her pocket, Su Ge looked up at the most trenchant house in Magic City, Tangyun Pin. The house of Tangyun Pin is near the beautiful scenery of the Huangpu River and has about 40 floors, which is said to be more than 150 meters high. The shape design, which is also designed by famous international designers, is especially impressive when viewed from the other side of the Huangpu River. With well-developed transportation and commercial districts, it was one of the top mansions in Magic City and even the entire Yin country. Standing on the side of the road, Su Ge felt that beggars like himself were out of place here, because he didn't even see where the front door of this mansion was. Never mind, Let's find someone to ask first. Su-gu, who thought of this, lifted his feet and walked towards the bustling commercial street. This brother, I see that you are handsome and magnificent. When there is a world of talent just deep in the confusion, cannot be solved. When he came to the intersection of the commercial street, a middle-aged man with a short beard who looked to be in his 30s greeted him towards him and said with his mouth full, Chapter 6 Rewarding Feng Shui Proficiency. Su-gu looked back, only to see that middle-aged man holding a compass in his hand, standing behind him with a smile. What kind of era is this where people still get this? Su-ji's heart was filled with questions. Just what he didn't know. The richer you are in a big city like this, the more you believe in feng shui and such. So it spawned a lot of godly men like this middle-aged man, taking their chances here. After all, a shopping street like this one was not something that the average person could afford to spend money on. Most of the people you run into here are also wealthy people who live here. I was lucky enough to come across one, predicted correctly, and became the guest of a great tycoon, and I'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of my life. Of course, not everyone has this luck. A lot of this kind of magician, like this middle-aged man Gung Yun in front of him, have been here for 2 or 3 years, and there is no rich man looking for him. Only he wasn't discouraged, and he had discovered a pattern in his lulling. That is, the more plainly dressed someone is, the more likely they are to be one of those hidden billionaires. He confirmed his vision when he saw Su-gu wearing a short-sleeved Adasabi brand that cost more than $12 a piece at the ground floor. This guy, he must be a rich kid who likes to pretend to be rich, so that's why he rushed to meet them and said, Brother, I see that your face is full of doubts. There must be something confusing. Why don't you let me show you the way? Gunyan looked at Su-ji's frown and said with a smile piled on his face. At this moment, Su-gu was worried that no one would ask for directions, and he didn't expect this godly man to actually ask himself first. That would be great, just so we can ask him. Confused, very confused, Su-gu replied with a bad smile. Gunyan's eyes lit up when he heard Su-gu say this. It's good to be confused. I like it when you're confused. If you're not confused, where am I going to fool people? At that moment, he hurriedly said, Brother, I don't know what's confusing. Speak up, perhaps this master can show you a clear path. Gunyan ran his hand through his not-so-long beard, holding his head high and looking like a tall man doing his job. The young man in front of me had taken the bait. As a master yourself, you naturally have to have some airy look of your own. Gunyan felt like he was now standing in this position, moving, and just being pushy. Style, the clear path? I want the clear path. You're a true master. Su-gu also went along for the ride and replied with a smile. Listening to what Su-gu said, Gunyan felt that Lady Luck was going to favor his head. Not to their own and the magic city mixed for so long. It turns out that their own bowl here The excitement in Gunyan's heart at this moment almost made him jump, his heart beating a few more beats, but after mixing for so long, he was quick to repress his urges, smoothed his beating heart. Now that you are a master yourself, you must be steady. Calm down, you can't ruin your hard-earned persona. That's what calmed it down in a hurry. With a look as steady as an old dog, he said in an old-fashioned manner, Speak out your confusion, and this master will show you the way. Okay master, may I ask where the main gate of Supreme One is? Su-gu asked, rubbing his hands together. Gung Yun? He was a little confused. That's what's wrong. Nope, wrong set. Shouldn't he be asking about career, relationship junkies or something? Even ask if there's anything in the house that doesn't fit the feng shui, or whatever the downfall is. Wait, he's not supposed to be asking for directions. Master, you don't know where the gate to Supreme One is either, do you? Watching Gunyan froze, Su-gu slanted him a glance and asked, By confused you mean you don't know where the gates to Supreme One are? Undeterred, Gunyan confirmed. Yes, isn't the master going to show me the way? Su-gu nodded heavily and answered affirmatively. Watching Su-gu nod in affirmation, Gunyan barely stumbled. Am I a ing tour guide? And giving you directions. I came to Supreme One, but I don't know where its gate is. No way. You don't know that either. And you're still a master. Cut, Su-gu said with a tone of contempt. By the way, what do you mean by this cut? Despise me? Looking at Su-ji's dejected appearance, Gunyan wanted to hit someone, but he quickly calmed down. Here's where it's at. Magic City's most luxurious commercial street. Dare to come towards the inside, which is not a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Even if it was someone with a small fortune, it was not something he, Gung Yun, could afford to mess with. But Gung Yun also had his own ethics and bottom line. At that moment, even the voice was cold. Said, fortune-telling and feng shui into another calculation. Ask for directions $10 a time. Anyway, got to earn the money for the half day I stood on my feet to buy water. $10 is still money. Okay, $10 is $10. It's not expensive and it's a pain in the ass to ask someone else. Saying that, Su-gu took out his beggar machine and opened the scanning code. 500 meters from the outskirts of the shopping street towards the north is the west gate of Tang Uni Pin. Gunyan pointed in the direction and said to Sugu in a good-natured manner, "Thanks." Saying that, Sugu directly swept the money over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special rewards. Feng Shui Proficiency, Fortune-Telling Proficiency, choose 1 out of 2. After sweeping the money, Sugu did not first check his cell phone return. It was only after he walked out of the shopping street that he realized his cell phone hadn't rung, which also made him somewhat curious to check it. It triggered the special reward again. Looking at the special rewards that appeared in her cell phone, Sugu was a bit puzzled. Just what do these two abilities actually do? He himself did not believe in feng shui or fortune-telling. He felt they were feudal superstitions, especially fortune-telling. If these really worked, how could that fortune-telling charlatan just now be scamming money on the streets? But feng shui talk, I've heard that there are a lot of people who believe in this stuff. It's like it's some kind of Yankee tradition or something. Choosing feng shui savvy. After thinking for a while, Suga decided to choose feng shui proficiency. Maybe later on, when there's nothing else to do, you can look at feng shui mansions or something. Maybe we can even get some money out of people. Only just after he chose it, he realized it was bad. He forgets that with all these powers, it's going to hurt. And right now, he's at the intersection of Main Street. Fruity. Suga just saw a line of text appear in his cell phone after he chose it. Selection of feng shui mastery was successful and is being distributed to the host. Then he felt a wave of dizziness. The head also hurt like a pinprick. Mud. Carelessness. There was no telling just how much this feng shui adept had to transmit to himself. How long will it hurt this time? But Shug felt like he was going to be screwed, because he was feeling dizzy at the moment. Even walking is stumbling. DDT. On the main street, a rush of car horns sounded. Frantically. Chapter 7, Hit by a Car. Auntie. Prof. Yuan is in my car right now. How is Xiao Ro now? CC, quickly bring Professor Yuan over. Xiao Ro now keeps convulsing. Her face is frighteningly white. I really don't know what to do. Auntie. Hold on. I'll be there soon. Wait for me. We'll be there soon. Come on you guys, come and save Zoe. Oh, listening to the anxious sobbing coming from over there, Leosi hurriedly hung up the phone and pushed Martha's gas pedal down again. The roar of the white Martha resounded through the streets of Mordor, causing pedestrians to look sideways. As the best friend of the big star Xiao Yiru, at this time, Lu Sisi was more anxious than Xiao Yiru's mother. Xiao Yiru's illness is not a day or two old. Even famous foreign doctors are at their wits' end. 2 days ago, the professors in the hospital had even told Xiao Yiru's family to prepare for the possibility that she might leave this world at any time. In order for Xiao Yiru to walk the last part of the road, Xiao Yiru's family took Xiao Yira back to the Magic City. It's also a way to walk with her on her last journey. But looking at Xiao Yiru's agonized appearance, Xiao mother were unable to bear it. It was only then that there was no way to get Lu Sisi to hurry up and pick up the most authoritative professor in Magic City to give Xiao Yiru another look. Even if Xiao Yiru really had no cure, they still hoped that she could go without so much pain. Xiao Yiru's condition is deteriorating now. There's nothing I can do even if I go. Watching Lu Sisi drive so fast, sitting in the back row wearing a white coat, wearing a mask, about 60 years old, Professor Yuan tightly gripped the grip of the car, heartbeat once a little faster. He hoped that saying this would make Leosi drive slower. Xiao Yiru can't be saved. He can't put his old life on the line again. Professor Yuan, you're not the best doctor in the country. How come you can't cure it? At this time, Lu Sisi was so anxious in her heart that even her tone of voice was much louder. She stiffened the car to 80 mph on such a busy street. It was no wonder Yuan he was so nervous. I'm a doctor, not a god. We've never had any clinical experience with this disease, nor have we seen it before. So what's the cure? Hearing Lu Sisi's voice, Yuan he was also a bit angry. No one in the country has ever questioned his medical skills. This little girl, she's so disrespectful too. I'm sorry Dr. Yuan, I was in too much of a hurry, but in a moment, I'll trouble you to try to make Xiao Ro less painful. Listening to Yuan He's words, Lu Sisi then realized that she had said the wrong thing. Turning back slightly, he said with an apology, look ahead. Just as soon as Lu Sisi turned back slightly, she saw Yuan He's face suddenly change. Loudly, he called out towards Leosi. Leosi quickly responded. Z. The sound of a car braking made a piercing clang at the busy commercial street intersection. Boom. Despite Leosi's reaction, something crashed into it. It's annoying how things like this come up. Looking at the person she'd run into, Leosi's already upset mood was compounded by the fact that she was already upset. Stop complaining and get out of the car. Yuan Yu hurriedly opened the car door and headed down. All Lu Sisi wanted to do at the moment was to take Yuan He to Xiao Yiru's house to see her. But watching Yuan He go down, and he himself hit someone, naturally it is not good to escape. Walk down after. At this point a man was lying on the front of his car. The commercial street was already crowded with people, and they quickly gathered around. The man was out of sorts just now, staggering down the road one way or another, and I didn't realize he was still being hit. That's right. Hey, that's Prof. Yuan. It's really Prof. Yuan. Hey, this eyeless guy is probably fine. Prof. Yuan is our famous top doctor in Magic City. Looking at Lu Cece and Yuan He who stepped down from the car, someone quickly recognized them, and after seeing Prof. Yuan, they all felt glad for the man who was hit. After all, Yuan He was a divine doctor in the hearts of the people of Mordor. Yuan He, who got out of the car, came to the man lying on the ground and squatted down, groping around on the man's body. How's he doing? Lu Cece came behind Yuan He and inquired, stomping on. Before Yuan He could reply, Lu Cece's cell phone rang again. It's Mother Shaw calling. How is he doing, Professor Yuan? Xiao Rou's side can't wait either. Why don't you go see Xiao Rou and I'll handle this side? Looking at Xiao Mother's phone call, at this time, Lu Cece's heart was burning with anxiety. There's nothing wrong with him, take him to the car first. There's some equipment and medicines over at Ella Xiao's side. It's okay to show him after I've looked after Ella Xiao. After feeling around for a while, he realized that there were no signs of blood loss from broken bones on the man lying on the ground. Breathing and pulse are steady. Looking at Lu Cece's anxious appearance, there was no telling what this girl was going to do if she waited here, so it was better to bring them together, and then let Liusi talk to him about compensation when the time came. Good. Then, the two hurriedly put Su Gu on the car and sped towards Tang Yunipin. Su Gu was depressed. This system transmission is so pitiful. Of course, I blame myself for actually forgetting about transmitting these abilities and having a headache. The headache is even worse, and got hit by a car. What a disaster. Could it be that the godly man I met today has stabbed me in the back? You should have checked the almanac when you went out. The car is parked. The security guard of Tang Yunipin was called over by Lu Cece. She needed to get Su Gu to Xiaoi Rou's house first. Yuan He, on the other hand, went upstairs first. Ooh, Zoe is still so young. How did she get this weird disease? Lu Cece led a few security guards to frame Su Gu and arrived at Xiao Yiru's large house of 600 square feet. Then I heard the sobbing sobs of Xiao's mother. Professor Yuan, Xiao Shi. Lu Cece arranged for the security guard to put Su Gu on the couch and hurried upstairs. Hearing Mother Xiao's voice, she asked hurriedly, but judging from the fact that Xiao Mother looked so sad, the probability was that Xiao Yiru wouldn't be able to make it through. Looking at Xiao Yiru's appearance, she'll be able to hold out for 3 days at most. Yuan He sighed and told them this cruel fact. Oh. Zoe. Yuan He's voice directly made Xiao Mother let out a loud cry. A man in a suit stepped aside and walked out of the room with a grim look on his face when he heard this. Standing outside the door, he gently lit a cigarette, his eyes red with what appeared to be tears. Auntie, Xiao Rou, she will definitely get better. Don't cry yourself sick. Looking at Xiao Yiru's miserably white face, Lu Cece didn't know how to console her, but just came to Xiao Mother's side and gently patted her back, hoping that she would feel better. Hearing the cries from upstairs, Su Gu, whose pain had disappeared, slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 8, If you can't save her, you'll die with her. It is? Su Gu, who opened her eyes, was shocked by the luxurious and extravagant decorations in the hall. The area of this living room was as large as 200 square feet, and right above the center, there was a huge crystal ceiling hanging. The soft light was a little harsh against a crystal diamond. Surrounding it were some pale yellow tiled walls with some celebrity paintings of unknown origin, which were worth a lot of money at first glance. On the south side of the living room, there is a huge and transparent glass wall, through which the whole of the Magic City has an unobstructed view. Su Gu slowly stood up from the soft and comfortable sofa, rubbing his somewhat sore body with some glee. Could this be me traveling through the world just like in the novels? Or have I traveled to the home of a tycoon? Looking at the extremely luxurious decorations around her, Su Gu suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, 8 out of 10 people who get hit by a car in fiction cross over. But when Su Gu looked at the cottage t-shirt he was wearing, he still snapped out of his beautiful fantasy. Didn't cross. At least I haven't seen any crossover novels where that's the way it's worn. Just where is he now? Xiao, why is your life so bitter? My Xiao. The cries from upstairs once again caught Su Ji's attention. Zoe? Who's Zoe? Hearing the cries from upstairs, Su Gu muttered and looked upwards. He could be 100% sure that he certainly didn't know anything called Zoe. With doubts, Su Gu tiptoed toward the top. There were several people standing upstairs at this time. Among them were 2 nurses with medical supplies and a man in a suit, leaning against the wall, crouching and smoking a cigarette in silence. You are? Just as Su Gu was about to go down, the man in the suit spotted him. After dropping the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomping it out, he stood up and inquired, how about that? Su Gu awkwardly waved her nowhere hand at the middle-aged man and greeted him. Are you a friend of Zoe's? The man looked at Sugo and asked with a frown, Xiao Rou? Sugo was a little confused. He doesn't even recognize it. Yeah, my daughter, Xiao Yiru. The man looked at Sugo with suspicion. Suyog is dressed dirt cheap. On the white t-shirt, the English words Adasabi stood out. Underneath, he was wearing cheap denim 7/4 pants, especially his pair of clip-on slippers, which looked like those of an outside vendor. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like someone who can hook up with his daughter. Xiao Yiru, sure, it's not a great outfit, but it's a pretty handsome face to look at. Uncle, I don't know you. Wait, you said your daughter is Xiao Yiru? Originally, Sugo was going to ask some words about why he was here, but when he realized that the person the man was talking about was Xiao Yiru, his entire body was shocked. He had wanted to come to Xiao Yiru's house. This wouldn't have crashed directly into here. That's too much of a coincidence. I'm Xiao Kong. My daughter is naturally Xiao Yiru. And you are? The more Xiao Kong looked at Sugo, the more he felt that this person was not right. It's amazing to come into your own home and not even know who you are. Xiao Kong, Xiao Yiru, Sugo muttered under his breath, excitement in his eyes. It was really a sleepy pillow. He was thinking about how he could find Xiao Yiru to cure her. That's amazing. A car crashed itself directly into her house. It was only then that he hurriedly said again, Uncle, is your daughter that big star Xiao Yiru, the one with the incurable disease? Just in case there was a mistake in recognizing him, Sugu reconfirmed. After all, he didn't know that Yiru Zhao's old man was called Xiao Kong. Once he heard Su Ji's words, Xiao Kang's face became gloomy. His daughter had no medicine or stone to cure her at this point, and this man actually clamored out so loudly. What's the difference between that and rubbing salt in his wounds? Immediately, he said angrily, I don't care who you are, now get out. Should, what's wrong? Hearing Xiao Kang's voice outside, Lu Sisi walked out from the room and inquired. Seeing Su Gu, whose face was still a little bruised from being hit by the car but still couldn't hide his handsome face, Lu Sisi had some more gleam in her eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by the sadness of Xiao Yiru's impending departure. Uncle Xiao, let me talk to him. Saying that, Lu Sisi led Su Gu down. Coming over to the couch and sitting down, Willow told him about her bumping into him. After saying that, he said, you can tell me how much money is needed for compensation, but for Xiao Rou's matter, please keep it a secret. Liusi wasn't in the best of moods, but after all, she was still polite for bumping into someone. Let's put aside the matter of bumping into me first. Let me ask you, is it true that curing Xiao Yiru will give $10 million? No, $20 million? He could lose a few bucks for hitting himself, and now curing Xiao Yiru was the thing that would make a lot of money. If someone can cure Xiao Rou's illness, what's the harm in $50 million? Ryoshi didn't take Su Ji's words too seriously. Even the famous Prof. Yuan, he was at his wit's end. So I guess in this world, no one should be able to cure Xiao Rou. $50 million? Sugu was shocked. It couldn't be helped. After all, Sugu turned out to be nothing more than a migrant laborer moving bricks at a construction site. You'll make about 10,000 a month, tops. Even if he came to the system, he counted. 2 months hold up to earn a 7 or 8 million must not be. It was normal to be shocked to suddenly hear the huge figure of $50 million now. Does what you said count? Sugu hurriedly asked, her eyes glowing. $50 million. Ah, sweeping 2 months. No, a year cannot earn so much. What counts or not? If someone can cure Xiao Rou, I am willing to take out $50 million myself. But, hey, Liusi smiled bitterly and shook her head. That's for you to say, then I'll show my cards. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a divine doctor. I can cure Xiao Yiru. Sugu violently stood up with a haughty face. When Lu Sisi heard that Sugu could cure Xiao Yiru, her heart shook. But just as she wanted to ask Sugu, her eyes darkened again when she looked at his ground-up outfit. Tell me, how much to pay? I'll transfer it to you. Hurry up, I'm annoyed enough as it is. Liusi was in a bad mood, and she didn't want to mess around with Sugu anymore. Pulling out his cell phone, he placed it on the plush-gilt sandalwood coffee table. His body leaned heavily against the couch, and his voice was a little cold. What a joke. I'm telling the truth. I really can cure her. Sugu saw that Lu Sisi actually didn't believe it and became a little anxious. Just get out of here and leave me alone. Okay? Seeing that Sugu was still unwilling to leave, Lu Sisi's last bit of patience was worn out and she chided towards Sugu. Lu Sisi's repulsion made Sugu a little angry, and he immediately drank. If I can't save her, I'll die with her. Chapter 9, Dichlorvos is for me. Su Ji's voice was loud. It instantly caught the attention of the upstairs, especially Xiao Kong. After hearing Su Ji's voice, he hurriedly leaned over the upstairs railing and looked down towards the bottom. Do you realize what you're saying? Seeing that Sugu actually bet his life, Lu Sisi hurriedly pulled him to sit down, but Sugu had no intention of sitting down at all. Raising his head, he looked toward Xiao Kong. Your daughter, Xiao Yiru, If I can't save her, I'll bury her with her. Sugu looked straight into Shao Kang's eyes, her gaze carrying determination. For a while, Shao Kang actually somewhat dared not go and look at him directly. Can you speak with truth? Shao Kang's heart violently trembled as he watched Sugu look so determined. Yuan, he said, Xiao Rou has 3 more days. This teenager had gone so far as to gamble with his own life. Isn't it possible for him to try? Naturally do it for real. Not to mention that your daughter has at most 3 days to live. Why don't you let me try? You won't lose out either. Shug replied. Looking at Sugu, Shao Kang fell into deep thought. The lad was right. Xiao Rou really only has 3 days to live. Yuan, he said so just now. If he really can't cure it, he really doesn't lose out. But what if it's cured? At this moment, Shao Kang's heart was weighing the pros and cons. It was his instinct as a businessman. What's going on? The sound of talking outside caught Yuan He's attention. Shao Kang turned to Shao Kang and said, This young man down here says he can save Xiao Rou. When Yuan He heard this, his face instantly looked a little bad. Come to the railing and look down towards the bottom. Su Ji's ground-up outfit appeared in front of his eyes. Then he got angry. Nonsense, do you think he, a migrant laborer, can cure your daughter? He's a professor of medicine who can't cure it. Could this one migrant worker be cured? Professor Yuan, he dares to bet his life. I want him to try. Shao Kang was out of options now. Xiao Yiro now only has 3 days. Even if the dead horse is treated as a living horse he will recognize it. Shao Kang, I think you're crazy. If I can't cure you, do you think anyone else can? And life as a bet? Hearing Shao Kang's words, Yuan he only felt that this Shao Kang now belonged to the category of sick and desperate. If he, a migrant worker, can cure it, what do we need him, doctors and professors for? You can't cure it. It doesn't mean others can't cure it. The profoundness of Chinese medicine is not something that you, a Western doctor, can speculate on. Looking at Yuan He's dress, Sugu could easily tell that this was a professor of Western medicine. In addition, this aspect of Chinese medicine carries with it some mysticism of its own. That's what disliked it. Definitely can't let this old man hold himself back from earning money. Chinese medicine. Do you know Chinese medicine? Do you have a license to practice medicine? If not, I can call the police to arrest you. Hearing Su Ji's voice, Yuan He also became angry. He would not allow a wild boy to challenge his dignity as a professor of Western medicine. I'd bet my life on it, wouldn't you? Sugu directly threw out a bomb that even Yuan He didn't dare to pick up. Even professors who are already in their 60s, he wouldn't even dare bet his life that he could cure someone. Yuan He really couldn't take it anymore and pointed at Sugu with a trembling hand. His face was suffocatingly red. Don't dare do it, then don't get in the way of my rescue. Sugu sneered when she saw that Yuan He didn't dare to answer. Then he said to Liu Si beside him, You have a car, right? Now I'll open the formula, and later you'll take me to buy it. After saying that, Sugu directly took matters into her own hands, got a pen and paper that was sitting on the table and wrote, looking at Sugu as if it was real. Shao Kang actually didn't care. Angrily, he said towards Shao Kang, You're sure you want him to treat your daughter right? Then fine. Don't come to me to treat your daughter in the future, said Yuan He skimmed his body and waited for Shao Kang to beg him. Shao Kang looked at the angry Yuan He and pondered for a while. Softly, he said, I can't watch my daughter die in front of me. Shao Kang's words also ignited the last of Yuan He's anger. This time, Shao Kang was determined to let this teenager give it a try. At that moment, he said angrily, Fine, then I won't ask about your daughter's life and death. With that, he threw up his sleeves and left in a very angry manner. The proctor threw the door heavily with a thud. While Yuan He left, Shao Kang hurried down. He had already offended this most authoritative professor in Mordor. This time Sugu had to come up with something that satisfied him. The other stuff is understandable? This dichlorvos is? Looking at the medicinal herbs Sugu wrote out, Lu Sisi on the side asked in confusion. Dichlorvos is for me to drink. Sugu didn't look up, writing while answering her words. For you to drink? Lu Sisi was surprised as she looked at Shao Kang who had come down. The two men looked at each other. I only heard Sugu add, I said that if I can't cure her, I'll bury her with her. This is my promise. After writing, Sugu exhaled, not caring in the slightest about Liusi's shocked appearance. These medicinal herbs are the things that need to be prepared at the moment. By the way, can I take a look at Xiao Yiru's current condition first? Sugu took the list in her hand and looked at Shao Kang. Oh yes you can. Zoe is upstairs and her body is still twitching. Shao Kang reacted and hurriedly said to Sugu, Aha! Sugu nodded and ignored them, hurrying towards the top. At this time, Zhao's mother had already cried so much that even her makeup was splattered. Lying on the edge of Xiao Yiru's bed, his voice was so hoarse that he could barely even make a sound. Excessive sadness and the possibility of fainting at any time. After seeing Zhao's mother's appearance, such a thought popped directly into his mind. Hello auntie, Xiao Yiru can be cured. you are too tired and need to rest. Come to Xiao Yiru's room. Sugu gently patted Xiao Mother's back and said to her, "You are?" Mother Zhao's voice had gone a little mute and she couldn't speak. It could be seen that this mother loved Xiao Yiru. "I'm a doctor, so don't worry, your daughter. I'll do my best to cure her. But for now, you need to rest," Sugu said and made a wink towards Shao Kong who followed him. Shao Kong quickly understood, said, "Shu Hui, this is the Chinese medicine practitioner that Cici invited over. You go rest first and let him take a good look." Saying that, Shao Kong stepped forward and pulled her up. Chinese medicine? At this time, Xiao Mother was confused. Looking at Sugu like this, how could he not look like a doctor? "Do you have a silver needle for Chinese medicine at home? Bring it to me to use." After Xiao Mother left the edge of Xiao Yiru's bed, Sugu began to check up on Xiao Yiru's condition. This beautiful, heavenly girl with a great pre-screen presence. At this time, his face was pale and thin, not to mention that the whole person was rolling his eyes and twitching, like he would pass away in the next second. "Yes, I'll get it." Before Sugu, there were not 100 but 80 doctors who had come over here. Chinese and Western doctors are very well equipped to prepare treatment instruments. Willow Sissy had been here recently and knew where these things were kept. Soon enough, Liusi brought them over. To Su Ji's surprise, there was actually an alcohol lamp here. After lighting it, Sugu spread the silver needle on the bed, then gently lifted the quilt off of Xiao Yiro. "What are you doing? Why are you lifting Zoe's covers?" Just as Sugu was about to lift Xiao Yiro's quilt, Xiao Mother suddenly ran over to stop her. Chapter 10, Going to the market to buy medicine. The reason why Mother Xiao blocked Sugu was that Xiao Yiro wasn't wearing any clothes because of her condition. To let a man lift her quilt so rashly, as a mother, it was natural to go and stop Sugu. "Auntie, trust me, I'm a doctor." Sugu looked at Xiao Mother and said sincerely. At this time, Xiao Yiro was in great pain. The bed was convulsing. According to the proficient knowledge of Chinese medicine, in order to make Xiao Yiro less painful now, she needed to use silver needles to curb the yin and cold qi inside her body. Shu Hui, let him heal it, couldn't care less. Shao Kong pulled Xiao Mother and persuaded her. But then Shao Kong said to Sugu, "My daughter is relying on you. I hope you're not just talking big words. I'm so ready to even buy dichlorvos." Sugu smiled towards him and gently lifted Xiao Yiro's quilt. At this moment, Xiao Yiro's beautiful torso appeared in front of him, and his heart couldn't resist a wild jump. But soon, he adjusted. After drawing one of the silver needles from the spread, it was gently sizzled over the fire. The look was serious. Then, with the sizzling hot silver needle, he gently stabbed it towards Xiao Yiro's acupoints. 1, 2, 3 roots. A full 18 silver needles were stuck on Xiao Yiro's body. With the stabbing of the silver needle, Xiao Yiro's convulsions slowly stopped, until the last one. She was actually as if she had fallen asleep, and her face actually appeared faintly pink as well. Shao Kong and the others looked at Xiao Yiro's state and immediately brightened up. Mother Xiao was even more excited and her body was trembling. Just so as not to disturb Sugu, she covered her mouth and didn't let herself cry out. Phew! Only after the last needle was tied up did Sugu let out a heavy breath. At this time, his face, too, was covered in sweat. Little brother, Xiao Roshi. Looking at the faint color of blood that appeared on Xiao Yiro's face, Shao Kong was already too excited to speak. "Uncle, right now this can only ease your daughter's illness. It's not a cure. By the way, turn the air conditioning temperature in the room to the maximum. Don't cover the quilt, and wait for me and this beauty to come back from buying medicine." Sugu replied, well, what do you need and how much do you need? I'll set you up now." At this moment, Shao Kong saw a glimmer of hope. Zoe had been convulsing for days and all the doctors were at their wits' end. I didn't realize that this teenager could actually relieve her pain with just a few silver needles. This also made Shao Kong more determined to come. "There's no need to pay for the medicine. When it's cured, it's not too late for you to give it to me. Pretty girl, take me to buy the medicine." This place was fine now, and there was no need for Sugu to remain here. It was only then that he hurriedly said to Liusi. Lu Sisi also admired Su Ji's medical skills after seeing how skillful he was. Where there was still a trace of temper, he hurriedly said, "Okay, we'll go now. Uncle Xiao, he and I will go first. You guys wait for us to come back," said Lu Sisi hurriedly led Sugu towards the stairs. Just as she reached the stairs, Sugu turned back. "Let Auntie get some rest. She can't carry on like this." After saying that, he followed Liusi and walked towards the outside. Looking at Sugu, who didn't forget to remind Xiao Mother at this time, Xiao Kang's good feelings multiplied. He took the exhausted Yu Shuhui and gently wrapped her in his arms. "Zoe will be fine, so get some rest and relax." Only after he finished speaking, he realized that Yu Shuhui had actually fallen asleep in his arms in exhaustion. "Is it going to the hospital to get these medications?" Lu Cixi drove her white Martha and said politely to Sugu, "Go to the herb market. I need to pick my own." Sugu replied with a cry, "Of course, It's not that you have to pick them yourself, but there they can be swept separately. That way you can make another profit yourself. Xiaoyuro wouldn't spread for a while now, so Sugu wasn't in a big hurry. Along the way, Lu Sisi said a lot of words to pat Sugu on the back, making Sugu very flattered. Likewise, he learned that the girl's name was Liusi. It's Elaine Xiao's BFF and songwriter. There are only 2 female singers in the current singing scene in Yanxia country who can currently hit. One was Xiaoyuro and the other was Winona. Since Xiaoyuro quit singing 3 months ago, Winner, currently the second oldest of the millennium, has scampered to number 1. This infuriated Liusi, but there was nothing she could do about it. I have to say that this Liusi is really chatty. It had only been a short time since he had met Sugu, and he was on the verge of emptying his family's old pockets to Sugu. Sugu wasn't very interested in the entertainment industry, but Xiaoyuro he was quite interested in, because from Lu Sisi's mouth, Xiaoyuro should currently be the cleanest actress in the entertainment industry. Of course, this was thanks to the fact that her old man, Xiao Kong, was the chairman of Xiao Entertainment. With this relationship, no ungrateful person would dare to subvert her. The two of them talked and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the largest Chinese medicine herb market in Yanxia country, Magic City Herbal Market. After stopping the car, Lu Sisi said to Sugu, "If you need any herbs, just feel free to buy them, I'll pay." Should this woman, how dare she try to hold up her own money from scanning? Not the son of man. I should have known not to bring you. So he said, as I said, I must pay for the herbs myself this time. How can you pay for medicine when you're healing? Naturally, Liusi refused, but Sugu still insisted, this is a matter of principle for me. If I say I'll pay, I'll pay. Saying that, he also ignored Lu Sisi and walked towards the medicinal herb market. Looking at Su Ji's back, a wave of admiration rose in Lu Sisi. Now that's what I call Chinese medicine. At this moment, Su Ji's magnificent figure was pulled up several more levels in Lu Sisi's heart. Watching Sugu walk into the herb market, he hurriedly followed. Walking through the streets of medicinal herbs, Sugu searched for the medicinal herbs needed to treat Xiaoyuro. Wilson sweeps $85. Wilson pays $85 and gets 100 times the storm. Farmers Bank, on September 26, 21. You had $8.500 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $134. 115. 52. Wilson sweeps in $150. Wilson pays $150 and gets a tenfold blitz. Farmers Bank, on September 26, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $1.500 with a balance of $135. 465. 52. After a while, most of the herbs were bought. Various different multiples of sweep returns also appear inside the SOG. Looking at the returned money in the cell phone, Sugu became happier and happier with the purchase. It's not as good as $1 for a million times back, but when you buy it, you get your money back. Not to mention, when Xiaoyuro was cured, he would be able to find Xiao Kong later to reimburse him for the medicine. Double the income, double the pleasure. Mezzo. At this time, Lu Sisi's hands were also full of carry. After buying the deer antler, we are currently just missing the last he show Wu to get it all together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. Proficiency in Chinese medicine herb recognition / proficiency in Western medicine herb recognition, choose 1 out of 2. Chapter 11, the duplicated he show Wu. Ha! It triggered the special reward again. Sugu scanned the rewards and was delighted. What's wrong? Looking at Sugu looking at her cell phone and giggling, Lu Sisi asked strangely. Hearing Lu Sisi's voice, Sugu dryly coughed. Cough cough. It's fine. Let's take the stuff to the car first. Aha, okay. This little handsome boy. He actually knows how to feel sorry for people. Lu Sisi thought that Sugu had made this decision because she looked at herself carrying so many things and was heartbroken. The heart's favorability towards him skyrocketed again. Coming to the car, Sugu took the lead and got in. As Liusi went to load the herbs into the car, he tapped on his phone and chose the option proficient in herbal medicine herb recognition. Selection successful. Being issued. As expected of Sugu, the knowledge that was given out was still the same headache. The main reason why Sugu was studying now was because she was afraid that she would buy fake herbs. It can be a problem when things go wrong. What's wrong with you? Lu Sisi, who had put the herbs away, looked at Sugu in the car and saw that something wasn't quite right, and nervously inquired, I've got a bit of a headache. Why don't you go get me some water? Sugu found a reason to sidetrack Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi looked at Su Ji's very uncomfortable appearance and hurriedly ran towards the herb market kiosk. This herb recognition proficiency is not too long. After a mere 10 minutes, though, it had faded for the most part. Lu Sisi unscrewed the water for Sugu and handed it to him with great care. Sugu forced herself to endure the headache and drank the water down. Go on and get your medicine. Sugu, whose pain had subsided quite a bit, got out of the car and said to Lu Cc, "Are you sure you're okay?" Looking at Su Ji's tightly furrowed brow, Lu Cc was still a little worried. "It's okay, getting medicine is important." Saying that, Su Ge once again entered the medicinal herb market. Liusi hurriedly followed, but for Su Ji's matter of enduring a headache and also hurrying to prepare for Xiao Yiro, she also secretly kept it in her heart. When Xiao Yiro gets better one day, she must tell Zhao's father and mother about what happened here. And, of course, there's Elaine Xiao. She wanted them to know that Su Ge was the best doctor she had ever seen. Su Ge, who had come to the herb market again, was looking for the last herb, He Shou. Most of the herbs for treating Xiao Yiro were relatively easy to get. It was the He Shou medicine that was a bit troublesome. It's not that He Shou was a bad herb to find. Rather, it's just hard to find wild enough for £1 or more. There are a lot of £1 or more of He Shou on the market, and there are also said to be dozens and dozens of pounds. These are basically false. The real hojos are not very big. The head grows to £1 heavy wild He Shou Ben is very rarely seen. Belongs to the 10,000 in one of the precious medicinal herbs. After walking for a while, a drugstore's display of He Shou appeared in Su Ji's field of vision. "Boss, how do you sell this He Shou? Handsome, you really know how to discern. This is the store's treasure. Wild He Shou, almost 1.5 kilograms. The standard 1,000-year He Shou." The man who greeted him was an older man in his 30s. The older man looked very smart and had a mustache of 8. Seeing that Su Ge had taken a fancy to his He Shou, he patted his horse's ass and replied with a smile on his face, "Can you hold it out for me to see?" Su Ge, who was already proficient in herbal medicine, naturally wanted to verify that the herbs he had bought were real, and this herb was also one of the most important medicines for treating Xiao Yiro. In the legend of the country of Yanxia, someone ate a 1,000-year-old He Shou and became immortal. Very mysterious. And Xiao Yiro currently needs better He Shou to use as a primer. Sure. Saying that uncle took out the He Shou in the red show box. 100 years of He Shou. After holding that He Shou in his hand, the name of the item quickly appeared in Su Ji's mind. It's real He Shou, but only for 100 years. But it's enough. Besides, in this world, where can we find 1,000 years of He Shou? With the He Shou, there was no need for Su Ge to continue searching. "Boss, how much is this He Shou? I'll buy it." "Handsome man, you have a good eye. This is indeed a 1,000-year-old He Shou. It's worth a lot of money." As the uncle watched Su Ge ask for a price like this, his eyes rolled and he figured out how to rip him off. Only then did he go on to say, "This He Shou has to be $100,000. $100,000? Boss, do you think I'm that good of a rip-off?" Su Ge was a bit shocked. This uncle could really dare to open his mouth. $100,000. Why doesn't he go and grab it? This is 1,000 years He Shou. There is a market without price. Boss, you don't want to bull ***** me, okay? This He Shou is at most 100 years old. Are you selling it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Su Ge put down the He Shou and turned around to leave with Lu Cc. Hey, don't go. The price can be negotiated." Seeing that Su Ge was about to leave, that boss hurried to stop the two. 80,000. 80,000 always? 50,000. 30,000. That uncle kept quoting prices. And when he saw that Su Ge didn't turn around, he also kept lowering the price. 5,000 max. "No sale, I'll look again." Shug also gave his expected price. After all, 100 years of He Shou is not that easy to find. Fine. Here you go. That boss finally compromised as he watched Su Ge and Lu Cc walk further and further away. "You're so good. You can talk from 100,000 to 5,000. Hearing that boss loosen up, Lu Cc quietly gave Su Ge a thumbs up. 5,000 is more than enough. Listening to Lu Cic's words, Su Ge was speechless for a while. It's obviously knocking yourself out for good measure. Is 5,000 more? If I were buying it, 100,000 I'd probably just give it away. Ryushi was surprised. 100,000 down to 5,000 and still lower. She was shocked. If she had come over to buy it herself today, it could really cost a couple $100,000. Oh, if I could have met a cutie like you, I would have been rich a long time ago. Su Ge didn't intend to save face for Lu Cc in the slightest. Strike word. Willows. Handsome man, you're He Shou. The two of them, Su Ge and Lu Cc, went and returned. By the time Su Ge arrived, that boss was already loaded. "Boss, you're going too far with this imaginary head." Seeing that uncle, Liusi complained in a depressed manner. It was probably because Su Ge called her a cutie. She transferred her depression to this uncle. Also, if everyone is doing business in good faith, and how so many people get scammed, it's a good thing Shug came today, or else he would really become the representative of people with stupid money in Su Ji's eyes. Hey, business. The older man hemmed and hawed towards Liusi. Su Ge took the uncle's He Shou and scanned toward the QR code on their door. Before sweeping, Sugu also left a heartbeat. He opened the box in the bag, picking up the boss wrapped up Hishowu and looking at it. Common Harry Taro. Just after picking it up, such a word came to my mind's eye. The stuff was switched by the owner. Chapter 12, 700 Years of Hishowu. Boss, what do you think is the most important thing a person can do in business? Sugu didn't poke at it immediately, and after paying the money and stuffing the phone into his pocket, he asked with a smile. That's certainly honesty. I, Huang Xingsheng, am known for my honesty here. Huang Xingsheng patted his chest as if he was very honest. Looking at Huang Xingsheng beating his chest and packing his bags, Sugu sneered. And do you call it honesty when you take a Harry Taro and pass it off as a hexard? Sugu lifted the Harry Taro in his hand and waved it in front of him. When Huang Xingsheng heard this, his face suddenly became ugly. Drinking, handsome how you nonsense. Huang Xingsheng is a serious buyer and seller. Just now you also confirmed that it is Hishowu. How can I give you Harry Taro? Is it? Do you want me to verify that for you? If it's a Harry Taro, can I call the police on you? Sugu said coldly. The sound of the two men's voices quickly drew the attention of the others. It's only late in the evening, and there are still plenty of people coming in to stock up. People are in the habit of watching what's going on. At this moment, there was a bustle of activity to watch over here, and many people put down the medicinal herbs in their hands and gathered over this way. This you've just read. You said you wanted this hectorite. At this time, Huang Xingxing saw so many people surrounded, and somewhat vainly defended. Some people gathered around, and Sugu could naturally show more people the true face of this treacherous businessman's hut. I only saw him holding that Harry Taro head, saying, this is a Harry Taro head, and the one I just asked for is a Heshu, and the real one, the Heshu, has been switched by you. You're bloodthirsty. Huang Xingxing was anxious, reaching out to seize the Harry Taro and the Su singer. I'm bloodthirsty? Do you really think I don't know what I'm talking about? Shug looked around, discovered the cutting knife used to cut herbs in Huang Xingxing's store. I'll let everyone see if this boss Huang Xingshang, who sold it to me for $5,000, is a Hishowu or a Harry Taro. Saying that, Sugu came to that cutter and sliced the Hishowu directly. Only the surface of the Hoes that Sugu had cut was grayish in color and appeared to be smooth. The cut surface is off-white in color, gluten-free in the middle, and crunchy in texture. Where is this any kind of Heshu? It's clearly a Harry Taro. Not true. The cut surface of Hishowu is usually light yellowish brown or reddish brown, and there is a distinct cloudy pattern. This cut surface is too smooth. This doesn't even have a tendon. How can it be called Hishowu? The artificially grown ones are all more genuine than this. The people gathered around were buyers who had come over to get their herbs. They still know some basic common sense about herbs. There happen to be a lot of people who know what the Huchera really looks like when it is cut. The corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted up when he heard the vendors who had gathered around saying one thing to each other. He hates it when people lie to him. Then he said, Boss, should I call the police? Or will you give me the real Hishowu? But I've already paid for it. $5,000. Suga shook the payment voucher on the cell phone and looked at Huang Xingxing with a cold smile. Selling counterfeit drugs involving excessive amounts of money is punishable by imprisonment. At this point it depends on how this Huang Xingshang is going to give himself an explanation. I hate this kind of fake drug merchants. People spend $5,000 and you switch them. It's just too shameless. I'll never come to this herb store to buy goods in the future. Incoming, 5,000 fake drugs. According to the laws of our Yanxia country, more than 3,000 will require him to be held criminally liable. That's right, take him to jail for a few years to save him from harming people again. Originally these people who came over to make purchases were angry. Hearing Sugu say this, they were even more righteously indignant and wanted to bring Huang Xingxing to justice. At this time, Huang Xingxing knew that he had encountered a know-how, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Those purchasers gathered around were right. 3,000 is enough to pursue a criminal case, let alone 5,000. If Sugu pursues the matter, his store won't be able to stay open. Guess people have to go in. Only then did he hurry to Su Ji's side, licking his smile. That handsome guy, I took the wrong one just now. I'll get you the real one here. I have another one over here. They're all for you. Huang Xingxing wimped out. He was really scared, hurrying towards the house, and then take out 2 hojos out, quietly groping toward Singer Su. 100 years of Hishowu. 700 years of Hishowu. 700 years of Hoshu-wu? Get the one sent by Huang Xingxing which is bigger than that 100-year-old Hishowu. A prompt suddenly appeared in Su Ji's head. I didn't realize that this boss actually had 700 years of Hishowu. Although it is not as exaggerated as 1,000 years, a 700-year-old Hishowu is also very rare. It can be said that with this 700 years of Hishowu, Xiao Yiru's disease is basically no problem. Handsome, just be a big man and let me off the hook. After giving it to Su Gu, Huang Xingxing compensated with a smile and begged, with this 700-year-old he Xiaowu. Su Ji's resentment towards this Huang Xingsheng was a little less. Certainly not for nothing. Threatened, this time I cannot pursue you, but if the next time let me come across you selling fake drugs, don't worry, next time, I'll go in by myself, without your help. Huang Xingsheng hurriedly raised one hand as if swearing. Only then did Su Gu heavily pat his shoulder and said, I hope you can remember your words today. Then Su Gu said towards the buyers who gathered around, everyone help me to supervise if he dares to sell fake medicine next time, everyone directly call the police to arrest him. Good. The crowd clapped right back. Huang Xingsheng also rushed to the crowd to ensure that, everyone rest assured. I old Huang if I sell fake drugs again. Directly die a household book. This time everyone to my procurement here. All 30% off. How about 70% off? 50% off. Su Gu went on. Huang Xingsheng was dumbfounded. With this guarantee and discount, the group of purchasers stopped pursuing the matter. Then they swarmed and began to come to Huang Xingsheng here to buy goods. Huang Xingsheng was a bit tearful. 50% off is a loss. Su Gu naturally knew that, but how would he grow up without giving him a lesson? Su Gu, you're so good. I'm convinced. After leaving Huang Xingsheng's store, Lu Sisi already admired Su Gu. Even dropping the bag could be detected, and she didn't even see it at all. It's no big deal. I'm a miracle healer. Su Gu also didn't forget to boast a wave. Returning to the side of the car, Su Gu hurriedly checked all the herbs again. Several of them are fakes. Shug ran back and changed it again. With Huang Xingsheng's lesson, how dare other merchants not give him a change? They were all given to Su Gu for nothing. Finally, it was only under the admiring eyes of Liusi that the two finally headed back. It was dark by the time we rushed back. Armed with herbs and pots and such, the two of them talked and laughed all the way toward the upper floors. You guys are finally back. Yu Shuhui's voice had also recovered a lot after resting for the afternoon, but after seeing the two, the look was anxious. What's wrong, auntie? Su Gu felt that something wasn't quite right and hurriedly inquired. Prof. Yuan came over again and brought the police with him. Yu Shuhui looked furious. Hearing Yu Shuhui's words, Su Ji's face turned cold. Chapter 13, It's not against the law to take a sauna, is it? Handing the herbs over to Yu Shuhui, Su Gu walked in, coming to the living room. At this moment, Xiao Kong was confronting Yuan He with an iron color. The two uniformed officers were also persuading Xiao Kong bitterly. As I said, we'll take care of ourselves if anything goes wrong, so don't bother Professor Yuan. Xiao Kang's voice became lower and lower, angry about Yuan He taking the police over. In Xiao Kang's eyes, Yuan He was a hypocrite who disregarded his daughter's death for his own honor. He doesn't have a license to practice medicine, so he can't treat your daughter, and if he cures anything bad, my reputation won't be ruined. Yuan He was also blowing his beard and eyes when he saw Xiao Kong being so insistent. The two men were facing each other like that, and the two officers on the sidelines didn't know what to say to persuade them. One is a big shot in the business world and the other is a hefty medical professor. It would have just been a personal dispute. To put it mildly, Xiao Kong himself doesn't even pursue the matter, and Yuan He, still calls them over. It's totally fine. Your reputation? Your reputation is for curing people half to death? Su Gu, who came in, listened to Yuan He's voice, and was somewhat unable to listen to go. Healing himself has nothing to do with his reputation. That's him, he's not licensed to practice medicine and he's here to woo people. After seeing Su Gu, Yuan He pointed at Su Gu and hurriedly said to the two officers. The two officers were also helpless and walked towards Su Gu. Coming in front of Su Gu, Fan Donghai, who was about 40 years old, took out his police officer's license. Then he said, Hello, I'm Fan Donghai from the Magic City Pearl Public Security Detachment Brigade. Now that someone has reported you practicing medicine without a license, we've come over to verify the situation. Hello officer, I'm Shug. The attitude of the two officers was excellent. Su Gu was also very cooperative and said, I came here with some local recipes and with Uncle Zhao's permission. What do you need to ask? I'll cooperate fully. For these two people's police officers, Su Gu still had great respect. People come over for routine investigations. They have no shame in their hearts, and there is no need to start any conflict. Seeing Su Gu being so cooperative, Fan Donghai's favor towards him increased a lot. Then the questioning began. According to Professor Yuan He's report, are you not licensed to practice medicine? Yes. Did you know that practicing medicine without a license to practice medicine is punishable by imprisonment? No. So are you practicing medicine? No. Van Donghai was a bit confused. How can you answer here and not admit it? So may I ask what you're doing if you're not practicing medicine? I'm using a local recipe from my hometown to make a sauna for Ella Xiao. Uncle Policeman, this isn't against the law, is it? With a very sincere smile, Su Gu said. Two officers? The cold in Xiao Yiru's body is very heavy. I'll buy some herbs and give her a steam sauna. May I ask if this still requires a license to practice medicine? This is not needed. Fan Donghai and his teammates couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's true that you don't need any qualifications if you're simply steaming a sauna. You fart. You're obviously treating her. Hearing Su Ji's reply, Yuan he couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Which one of your eyes saw that I cured her? Uncle Shao Kong, did I cure your daughter? Su Gu said, inquiring about Shao Kong. Hearing Su Ji's words, Shao Kong almost didn't laugh out loud. This little guy, he's so witty. No, just a sauna for my little girl, trying to make her sleep better. Shao Kong replied cooperatively. Shao Kong, Yuan he was really getting pissed off by these two at this moment. How can you go along with such shameless words? Prof. Yuan I'll let little friend Su Gu make a sauna for my daughter. Do I need any more documents? Shao Kang asked rhetorically. Okay, steam sauna is it? I'd like to see how you're going to take a sauna. Yuan he decided to fight Su Gu to the end. He wanted to take a good look at what this kid who didn't know what he was capable of. I'm sorry, but my daughter's steaming sauna is too inconvenient to show to outsiders. So I'd like to trouble you all to please return. Before Su Gu could dislike Yuan Shao Kong gave a direct expulsion order. Fan Donghai looked towards Yuan Now that the matter has been resolved and the person has given an eviction order, it would be a bit wrong to stay any longer. Only Yuan doesn't seem to be giving up. Then he said, I'm her attending physician. I'm going to be responsible for her condition to the end, and I need to know what someone is going to do to her, or else I'll think it's a dereliction of duty on my part if anything goes wrong. You want to see it, right? You can. It's a sauna anyway, doesn't matter who's watching. Shao Kong had wanted to just dissolve this medical relationship with Yuan but Su Gu took over. If we do not let this professor die, he will not understand the profoundness of Chinese medicine. That's why he didn't wait for Shao Kong to get angry and took the words over. Yeah, I'd like to see how good you are. Yuan sat down on the sofa like that, looking like he wouldn't turn back until he hit the south wall. Su Gu also didn't bother. Turning to Lu Cece, she said, I forgot one thing just now. Go buy a big steamer. The bigger the better. Preferably the kind that people can sleep on. And also buy some charcoal. Liusi was a little weirded out, but now she was taking Su Ji's words at face value. Nodding, he hurried towards the outside. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the two officers also greeted Shao Kong Yuan and left the place. Su, what treatment is needed now? At this time, Shao Kong didn't bother to pay attention to Yuan and came to Su Ji's side, asking in a low voice. The most important few herbs have been purchased, and we can begin in a moment when C gets the steamer back. Su Gu replied, really buying a steamer? Shao Kong was a bit surprised. He thought Su Gu had just said that to him on purpose. Of course, you need a steamer for a sauna. Su Gu, on the other hand, looked like he was taking it for granted. It's just that whoever you listen to steams the sauna in a steamer. But that's probably Shug's alternative treatment. Shao Kong didn't understand either, and he didn't dare to ask more. I'll have the babysitter go ahead and straighten out the room. Okay, Uncle Shao. I'll go upstairs first to check on Xiao Yiru. Saying that, Su Gu and Shao Kong walked towards the upper floor. Later, I need to go see how Yiru Zhao's condition is. Just as the two went upstairs, Yuan also stood up. He was going to follow up and see what this Su Gu was up to. My daughter has no clothes on, so Professor Yuan doesn't need to come up and see. Shao Kong replied coldly. And what about him? Why does he, a man, get to go up there? Yuan then tugged Su Gu to death. Shao Kong frowned and continued. Su Gu is my daughter's boyfriend. Is there a problem with him coming up? Should. Chapter 14 Song Meet. After buying back the steamer and charcoal, a few security guards were kind enough to set it up as Su Gu intended. Su Gu looked at such a nice room that was actually used as a sauna. This is all money. After one steam, this room is ruined. But in Shao Kang's words, it's fine. Feel free to use it. A few $100,000. And when it's redecorated, we'll move to the villa for a while. It turns out that Shao Kong bought this house when he had nothing to do with it. The main reason is the proximity to Mordor Hospital, which makes it easy to get treatment. He still has a villa in Mordor Shamdu. Hearing Shao Kang's words, Su Gu really wanted to curse. Tens of millions of dollars for a house that came with it. Is this the rich guy? With Shao Kang's words, Su Gu wasn't heartbroken. Anyway, casually making is. Light the coals in the room. The herbs are then placed in a large pot after being configured in proportion. The smoke soon rose. To prevent too much carbon monoxide, Shug left the window open at first. When the coals were burning and the steamer was put on, that was when the window was closed. Then it was time to carry Xiao Yiro over. Xiao Yiro still had silver needles on her body now, and she couldn't pull them out for the time being. After expelling the idlers, such as Yuan He, with the help of Liusi and Yushu Wei and Auntie Nanny, Ezra Shu went up to the steamer smoothly. Now in order to treat her, Shao Kong and Yushu Wei couldn't care so much. Sugo had watched her all the way through the time it took to tie the silver needle anyway. After placing Xiao Yiru on the steamer, Sugo only left Yu Shuhui and Lu Cc behind. Liusi was staying to burn the fire. As for Yu Shuhui, is mainly afraid that she is uneasy. Placing Xiao Yiru on the steamer, she was also quickly covered by the white smoke of the steamer. Su Ji's hand had been placed on top of the steamer. Feeling the rising temperature, the smell of the drugs on the steam also continued to fill the nostrils. It made it a little hard for Sugo to hold it in. When the temperature got to almost 40 degrees, Xiao Yiru's entire body began to blush. Sugo also started to remove the silver needles for Xiao Yiro from bottom to top. Every time the silver needle was pulled out, a trace of blood would seep out of her body. Su Ji's attention was focused. The blood comes out and the vaporized drugs burrow in with the smoke. It took a full 3 hours before Sugo finally pulled out all the silver needles from Xiao Yiru's body. How's Zoe? Watching Sugo wipe away a handful of sweat, Yu Shuhui asked with great concern. Well, there's no need to add to the fire. Just wait for her to absorb it. Sugo first asked Lu Cc to stop the burning of the charcoal, then turned towards Yu Shuhui and smiled. It was a success. At most 1 hour, you'll be able to wake up, Sugo said, before finding a bench to sit on. It was obvious that he was really tired. Little Su, why don't you go rest for a while? We'll just watch. Looking at Sugo so tired, Yu Shuhui said with concern. It's okay, auntie. I have to watch it so I don't make any last-minute mistakes. Sugo looked over towards Xiao Yiru on the steamer. The girl, who was like a fairy, was red from the steamer, both on her face and body, as if it were a red-hot shrimp. There were no abnormal prompts in Su Ji's head, indicating that there was no problem, and he was relieved. When she wakes up, it's time to talk about the payoff. According to Lu Yunyun's wedding date is still almost 2 months away though. However, Sugo knew that encountering a situation like Xiao Yiru's was just an example. When he cured Elaine Xiao, he would continue to sweep the code to earn money. It can't be delayed. Sitting on the bench, Sugo was bored and pulled out his cell phone. At this point he needed to put on some music to ease his fatigue. What about the fact that all of Ella Xiao's songs come with a fee? If you want to listen to a song, naturally you have to listen to Elaine Xiao's song. His cell phone ringtone. It's still Elaine Xiao's Lighthouse of Love. I have to say, this girl's voice is truly as if she had been kissed by an angel. Very recognizable, not to mention of Lighthouse of Love, and all sung with such tenderness. Hey, there are so few songs you can listen to these days. It would be nice to make money from her family and buy a couple of her songs to listen to. Looking at the music on the list, the corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted. Then he paid directly for the hottest song ever by Ella Xiao at the moment. That Man I Used to Love. I Wanna Be Good Too. Those two songs are kinda in your wheelhouse, I guess. Wilson pays $2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the special reward. This is a non-swipe payment, and special rewards are selected by the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the tracks of the famous singer Yan Zi in the Earthplane, China. Ha, can you trigger a reward even if you pay? Sugo was puzzled as she looked at the alert that appeared in her cell phone. The host will have a chance to get special rewards if he pays through Wilson. Wealthy treasure. Note that there will be no storm return for non-swipe payments. So that's how it is. But what is this Earth realm? The China region? Is it any country? Shuk continued to send his questions. Earth belongs to another dimension, and China belongs to the superpower of this dimension. The system only gave Sugo a reply that he couldn't quite read, but these don't seem to matter that much. The important thing is that this one person's single, it shouldn't be much. Xiao Ro has less than 10 singles in total. Why don't you pick it up and take a look? Sugo muttered, and on the reward page, he chose to receive it. Selection successful. Being issued. Hiss. A wave of something that didn't belong to him appeared in Su Ji's mind, but this time it wasn't pain. Rather, they were shocked. It's amazing how many songs this female singer on Earth named Yanzi has. Roughly speaking, there must be dozens of songs. I wonder if I can listen to it. Sugo slowly closed her eyes. Selected view in the list of singles. The title of the song Meat is a hit right off the bat. Listen to it. Sugo extracted a single with the name Meat out of his head. Soon, the sheet music and lyrics of that single appeared in Su Ji's mind. Just, no more. Not for a sing-along? Sugo was depressed. Thought the system rewarded you with a free Walkman that you could take with you. I didn't realize that the reward was actually sheet music and lyrics. It's no use giving it to me. I don't know how to play it. The depressed Sugo slowly opened his eyes and had no desire to sleep on. Right now, Lu Cc was still there staring at Xiao Yiru, looking worried. Yeah, isn't this Lu Cc a lyricist? Write it and she should be able to sing it. Sugo, who thought of this, said to Lu Cc, Cc, can you help me go get a pen and paper? Willow Sissy? Chapter 15, Xiao Yiru wakes up. Liusi wondered what Sugo wanted a pen and paper for now, but don't dare delay. The coals had stopped and the smoke was still steaming. Sugo told her to get a pen and paper. so there shouldn't be any major problems. Patting the carbon dust from her hands, Liusi quickly brought the paper and pen over. Su-gu, how long does it probably take for Xiaoro to wake up? Handing the pen and paper in her hand to Su-gu, Lu Cici asked worriedly. It won't take long, don't worry is all. Su-gu glanced at Xiaoyiru, and no unusual hints appeared in his mind. Think I should wake up soon. After getting a paper and pen, Su-gu wrote the score and lyrics as they appeared in his head. In just 10 minutes or so, Su-gu had written out the complete score and lyrics in his head. In order to prevent mistakes, he also strictly follows the sheet music and lyrics correspond well. After all, each tune is sung differently if it corresponds to the wrong one underneath. Can't write any songs though, but if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run, haven't you? Lu Cici's eyes gradually lit up when she saw Su-gu writing the score and lyrics. This Su-gu actually knows how to write songs, or the kind that has both sheet music and lyrics written. Looking at that sheet music, Liusi hummed softly. It's just that when Su-gu was writing, he kept unintentionally blocking the sheet music with his hand, causing Lu Cici to scratch his head for a while, trying to read it. But she was also aware that sometimes one's inspiration could not be interrupted. If you break it, it's hard to get it back. So she stood off to the side, quietly watching. When you see the sheet music, you hum it softly too. After writing, Su-gu stretched and stood up. Shug, this is your, ahem. That's a coincidence. As soon as Su-gu stood up on her side, she heard Xiaoyiru's coughing. Her coughing quickly caught the attention of Yu Shuhui and Lu Cici. Originally, Lu Cici was going to ask Su-gu if this song was his own inspiration or something, but Xiaoyiru's coughing sound instantly interrupted the question she wanted to ask. Zoe, how are you doing? Yu Shuhui and Lu Cici hurriedly walked towards Xiaoyiru and asked nervously. Mom, Cici. Xiaoyiru slowly opened her eyes. A slight sound came out of his mouth when he saw Yu Shuhui and Lu Cici. The hand reached out toward Yu Shuhui. Zoe, my daughter, you scared Mom to death. Hearing Xiaoyiru's voice, Yu Shuhui's tears instantly became taut. One grabbed Xiaoyiru's outstretched hand and cried, I'm sorry Mom for worrying you. Looking at Yu Shuhui crying into tears, Xiaoyiru's weak face was tinged with guilt. By the way Zoe, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Yu Shuhui, who was hugging Xiaoyiru's arm, cried for a while after that. Snapping to attention, he casually wiped a tear from his eye and hurriedly inquired. Hearing Yu Shuhui's words, Xiaoyiru weakly responded. I feel a little hard on my stomach, she said, her eyes feeling like they were mesmerized by something. Slumbering, going back to sleep. Shug, come and see Zoe. Looking at how weak Xiaoyiru was, Lu Cici hurriedly called out towards Su-gu. Su-gu squeezed forward and hurriedly put her hand on her pulse. The residual in qi is less than 10%, and the prolonged inability to eat leads to weakness and a lack of qi in blood. Treatment, regular gua sha cupping, get rid of dampness and cold. Replenish the blood qi food. The first time you eat, you need to take a light liquid food as the main. It's no big deal. Go prepare some rice porridge and milk or something like that to give her something to eat and let her get a good night's sleep before she does. After removing his hand from her pulse, Su-gu also secretly exhaled. Now you don't have to die yourself. There is still some treatment to follow, but overall there is no longer any harm done. Thank you Dr. Su, I'll get ready. Hearing Su Ji's words, Yu Shuhui's face, which hadn't yet wiped away the tears, revealed a long-lost smile. Once he heard Su Ji's arrangement, he then hurriedly let go of his daughter's hand and replied. Xiaoyiru hadn't eaten much since she had gotten sick. Now that she was not only awake, but also able to eat, how could this not make her cry with joy? Only then did he hurriedly run out to prepare it for Xiaoyiru. After Yu Shuhui walked by, Su-gu also hurriedly wrapped her in the quilt. This house is off limits. Carbon monoxide from the charcoal fumes was also another reason for her weakness. I'll carry her to her room while you open the window in this room and put out the coals with water, Su-gu said, picking up Xiaoyiru and walking towards her room. Lu Cici, on the other hand, hurriedly opened the window as Su-gu had arranged, extinguished the coals with water, except that she was just about to leave when she realized a piece of paper with something written all over it had fallen to the floor. It's a song written by Shug. Liusi took a look at it and then didn't examine it closely. After stuffing that paper into his pocket, he then ran towards Xiaoyiru's room. Xiao Kong, you're really messing around. Originally your daughter could have lived for 3 days. I don't think she'll even make it through tonight. Downstairs living room. Xiao Kong just stared at Yuan He like that. He was afraid that Yuan He couldn't help but go up and interrupt Su Ji's treatment. Yuan He was uncomfortable being stared at by Xiao Kong and had been complaining non-stop. A couple of hours, right in the middle when I just couldn't talk anymore and took a nap. This moment got up and was again starting to chatter in Xiao Kang's ear. Xiao Kong, who hadn't closed his eyes, was distracted for a while by this Yuan He's nagging. It would be better for my daughter to die peacefully than for her to last 3 days with pain. Xiao Kong was still suppressing his anger at this point. Although he is a business tycoon nice, but he kept his sanity at this point. Even if they fall out, they won't completely flip out with a big shot in the medical field. I say you are at least a tycoon on one side. How can you be confused at this juncture? Hearing Xiao Kang's words, Yuan he also had a bellyful of fire that he couldn't get out. After all, he hadn't been able to cure his daughter himself, but that can't be cured by a migrant worker. This is too much nonsense. If being confused will make my daughter wake up, what's the harm in being confused? Xiao Kang was already too lazy to talk nonsense to Yuan he at this point. Looking up towards the top, bloodshot eyes, worried. I'll be honest with you. There's no way your daughter is going to wake up. Yuan he saw that Xiao Kang was still obsessed and got angry. Zoe's dad. Zoe's awake. Zoe's awake. As soon as Yuan he's words fell, he heard Yu Shuhui's voice upstairs as she cried tears of joy. What? Xiao Kang froze and looked towards Yu Shuhui who was carrying a crying face. My daughter is awake. Zoe is awake. She needs to eat. I'll go prepare some food for her. Yu Shuhui couldn't be bothered to say so much to Xiao Kang right now. She didn't even call up the babysitter and went straight into the kitchen. Looking at Yu Shuhui's appearance, Xiao Kang ran towards the upstairs like a madman. Yuan he, who was still in the hall at this time, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the punch in the face to come so quickly. Himself just said there's no way she's going to wake up. This side woke up. How is it possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How can you wake up from a steam sauna? Yuan he was as if he was bewitched. Taking old steps, he ran toward the stairs. Chapter 16, Su Ji's Daydream. Upstairs, in Xiao Yiru's room, Shug laid her down on the bed and exhaled. Elaine Seo is very pretty. Even after being sick for so long, she still looks that good. It was just that Sugu didn't have any other excessive thoughts right now. He and Xiao Yiru were people from two different worlds. After she was a little better, it was time to leave after she and Xiao Kang had talked about the payment themselves. Probably won't even cross paths again. Xiao Ro, my daughter Right after Sugu made Xiao Yiru's quilt better, Xiao Kang's eager voice came over. When he came in, Xiao Kang's eyes were red as he looked at his daughter whose eyes were tightly closed. Didn't you say that Zoe had woken up? Shug, what's going on? Looking at Xiao Yiru, whose eyes were still tightly closed, Xiao Kang reddened his eyes and looked at Sugu. Dad. Before Sugu could reply, Xiao Yiru's weak voice rang out. Zoe. Xiao Kang heard Xiao Yiru's voice and turned to squat at the edge of her bed, his voice tinged with sadness. Dad, I've worried you. Saying that, Xiao Yiru wanted to put her hand out, but she was too weak, resulting in a lack of strength to even put her hand out. Don't move. It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. Xiao Kang nervously wrapped Xiao Yiru's quilt around her. Gently, he placed his hand on her face. Even the words were spoken with a tremor. This entertainment predator has finally removed his disguise in front of his own daughter. Tears also slid down his face without argument. Uncle Xiao, she is still weak and needs to rest. Sugu originally couldn't bear to interrupt the cozy scene between the two, but Xiao Yiru looked too weak to keep talking to him. You are? Hearing Su Ji's voice, Xiao Yiru looked over, asked softly, by the way, this is Dr. Shug who cured you. Xiao Kang wiped a handful of tears from his eyes and hurriedly stood up, introducing himself. Thank you. Xiao Yiru squeezed a smile from her face and thanked Sugu. That's what I should do. Get some sleep first. Yeah. Take a nap. Where was Xiao Kang's composure as a business tycoon at this time? There's only a father who cares and doesn't know what to do. Hearing the two of them say this, Xiao Yiru also wore a faint smile and closed her eyes once again. Where's Elaine Xia? Let me see if she's really awake. The belated Yuan he finally climbed up. When he came to the door, he started yelling. Hearing Yuan he's voice, Xiao Kang's bottled up anger finally erupted. He blocked the doorway directly with his body. Professor Yuan he, my daughter has woken up. Please don't disturb her. Xiao Kang blared angrily at Yuan he. He didn't want this quack to view his daughter's condition anymore. How can it be? She has been medicated. How can she wake up? I don't believe it. Let me see. Enough. Xiao Kang shouted angrily. Then he said, who are you to say that my daughter's medicine and stones are useless? My daughter has woken up. She needs to rest now. If you really want to see it, wait until she wakes up. With that, he actually closed the door directly behind him. Even Sugu was locked in together. A scuffle began outside. Even Liuxi's voice joined in. It's as messy as it sounds. It was better to wait until Xiao Yiru was a little better before talking about the payment. Listening to the voices outside, Sugu decided it was better to stay out of it. $50 million he should be able to afford. The bored Sugu sat on the cute little sofa in Xiao Yiru's room and thought prettily in her heart. I wonder what Lu Yunyun would think if she could show up as her girlfriend at her wedding. That face must be so rich. Looking at Xiao Yiru's absolutely beautiful face, in Su Ji's mind, such an idea suddenly popped up. Mud, why am I daydreaming all of a sudden? How can someone who is a big star be my girlfriend just to help me get back at my ex-girlfriend? Sugu hurriedly rubbed his face and dismissed the thought. He knows a little bit about the entertainment industry. Elaine Seo is a big star, and her every move involves a lot of interests. Take some of the famous singers of the past. They even had to hide their marriage for fear that their fans would find out. After all, sometimes a celebrity's marriage is a great indicator of what lies ahead. However, if a big star helps himself, I guess Lu Yunyun's intestines can repent. Don't want to think about all this impracticality. It's better to talk to Shao Kong about the payoff. Listening to the sounds of the argument outside gradually fading away, Sugu also stood up from the small sofa, opened the door. Yuan he stood huffing and puffing next to the railing. Ryushi looked a little awkward in the middle of the two, probably just talking it out. It was Shao Kang's face, where there was anything that looked like an argument had taken place, and he even had a smile on his face. It was clearly a feeling of pleasure after holding it in for a long time and letting it out. Dr. Su, Zoe, she, seeing Sugu walk out, Shao Kang hurried over and asked, "Status is smooth, nothing more." Sugu smiled. That's good. Dr. Su is tired. You go and rest for a while. Other things, wait for tomorrow's dawn. As a Shao Kang who had fumbled his way through business, he naturally wouldn't let Sugu cure him for nothing. It's just that it's already early in the morning, and Sugu has been tired all day, so even if they want to talk, it shouldn't be at this time. And even though Xiao Yura was awake now, there was no telling if there would be any adverse reactions or anything behind her. With Sugu here, he was quite relieved. Okay, but when you have auntie feed you in a while, you can only feed up to a small bowl of runny food. Even if you're hungry, you can't eat more than that. Sugu barked. Okay, I'll make a note of that. See, help me take Dr. Su to rest. After Shao Kang wrote it down, he asked Lu Sisi to take Sugu to rest. Lu Sisi looked at Shao Kang and Yuan he, and she, who was already unwilling to continue staying here, also hurriedly led Sugu towards the guest room. As for the above, feel free to argue with them all you want. This bed is so soft. Coming to the guest room Shao Kang had prepared for himself, Sugu directly pounced on it. The guest room alone was almost bigger than his rental house. And the bed, it's soft as hell. Now that's a human life. Sugu casually removed the clothes from her body, burrowed into the soft comforter, and fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Sugu was called up by a knock on the door. Dr. Su, can you hurry up and get up? Xiao Roshi. Opening her eyes, Sugu realized that the sun had already risen. The sunlight poured into the room, a wave of indescribable comfort. Only such comfort was broken by Yushui. Hearing Yushuhui's anxious voice, Sugu hurriedly climbed up from the bed and ran towards the outside. Chapter 17, Shao Kang's Unspeakable Secret. Mom, I'm so hungry, I want more. In the room, Xiao Yura was in good shape. Her face is much rosier and she can sit up. I have to say, her whole spirit became different after the cold was removed. Just sitting on the bed, Xiao Yura looked at the porridge in Yushuhui's hand with bleariness. After Sugu arrived, he looked at Xiao Yura's craving for food and cried and laughed a little. The cue also appeared quickly in his head. Due to the long period of time without food, the patient may experience overeating. Please stop it. The general recovery period is 1 to 2 days. After the thought appeared, Sugu realized that this was normal now. Dr. Su, what about Xiao Ro? She's still screaming about being hungry? After seeing Sugu come over, Yushui hurriedly walked over and asked, It's okay auntie, she hasn't eaten in such a long time. It's normal for this to happen. Sugu explained to Yushui, so how do we give it to Zoe? It's not like she's always screaming about being hungry. Just eat small meals, every 3 to 4 hours, and give her a small bowl of white porridge at most at a time. Coming to Xiao Yuru's side, Sugu looked at her. Yesterday, Xiao Yuru didn't look closely at Sugu. At this moment, seeing Suji's handsome face could not help but be stunned. This doctor is so handsome. Here, let me see how the recovery is going. Sugu stood at the edge of Xiao Yuru's bed and said to her with a smile. Before Xiao Yuru could respond, only to see Suji's hand had been placed on her head. The next step was to check her eyes. Xiao Yuru had never had her face viewed so closely by a man before. Couldn't help but have his heart beat a beat faster. Well, the recovery is not bad, but you cannot eat more will grow fat. Sugu said to Xiao Yuru as if she was coaxing a small child. Xiao Yuru was a bit confused. What do you mean by that tone? You think I'm a newborn baby? Auntie and uncle. In general there is no problem. By the way, when she can come down and move around, remember to have someone do cupping and scraping or something for her on a regular basis. After checking on Xiao Yuru's condition, she was basically unharmed. He also didn't forget to explain some precautions to Shao Kang and Yushui. Aha, thanks Dr. Su, Zoe's dad. Yushui was delighted to hear that Xiao Yuru was fine. After thanking Sugu, He gave Shao Kong another wink. Shao Kong immediately understood and smiled towards Sugu. Dr. Su, let's go out and sit down. Sugu explained the precautions behind Xiao Yiru, and they understood that Sugu was preparing to leave this place, and it's time to pay yourself. Aha. Sugu nodded and walked toward the stairs with Shao Kong. Dr. Su, I know that doctors like you are people who treat money like dirt. Coming into the living room, Shao Kong poured Sugu a cup of water and smiled. Sugu just picked up the tea in his hand. Hearing Shao Kang's words, he almost dropped his hand on the ground with a shake. No, I didn't treat money like dirt. That's what I'm here for. At this moment, Sugu was almost about to roar out. But what about? Shao Kong turned his words around and then took a check out of his pocket. It was handed to Sugu. Then he said, but Dr. Su saved my daughter anyways. A little token of appreciation. Please accept it. Sugu took the check in Shao Kang's hand. Looking at the n number of zeros on the back, my heart jumped wildly. A $10 million. $1 billion. Look at the whole $100 million in capital letters. Sugu swallowed hard. Originally, he thought he could wake up laughing with $50 million. I didn't expect Shao Kong to be so generous and actually give himself $100 million. That's a masterstroke. It's worthy of being a predator in the entertainment industry. My daughter's life is naturally more than $100 million. And Dr. Su should not be able to look at this. Shao Kong was actually very good at reading people and watched the muscles in Su Ji's face jump. He knew that this number was definitely a big deal for Sugu, but Shao Kong wanted more than that. After taking a sip of tea, he then said, so what I, Dr. Su, have to do with my Shao Kong in the future? Just open your mouth. Uncle Shao, this is indeed a bit much. Looking at the $100 million check, Sugu still overcame the greed in her heart. What's that phrase called? My upbringing doesn't allow me to take so much money for myself. Shao Kong looked at Sugu in front of $100 million and actually managed to say such words. The favorability of him has increased quite a bit. Then he said, Dr. Su, this is what you deserve. Please do take it. And what about the other? Shao Kong wanted to speak, as if the next words were somewhat difficult to speak. Uncle Shao has something to say, but there's no harm in saying it. Sugu also stopped being polite with Shao Kong and put the check in his pocket and inquired, hey, to be straight with you. Shao Kong sighed and spoke his difficult words. It turns out that Shao Kong and Yushui have not been able to add an heir since they had Xiao Yiru. They visited all the major hospitals and were at their wits' end. Seeing that they were already in their 40s in age, Xiao Yiru was also in her 20s. There has to be someone to carry on the big family business. Sooner or later, Xiao Yiru will have to marry someone. It takes a man to carry this tens of billions of dollars in assets after all. Yesterday Yushui and Shao Kong talked for half the night. Chatting here too. Sugu could bring the dying man back to life. Could he make him old enough to have a son? That was why Shao Kong found Sugu and told him his unspeakable secret. Of course, whether it can be cured or not depends on God's will. After hearing Shao Kang's words, Sugu actually still admired him. As the chairman of Shao Entertainment, a predator worth tens of billions of dollars. I can't believe I'm only guarding one woman. Yu Shui. In such a tumultuous and anxious time, this kind of character is extremely rare. Sugu was naturally able to do whatever she could with this kind of request from Shao Kong. Uncle Shao, let me take your pulse first. Well, Shao Kong, who had spoken his difficult words, was naturally no longer embarrassed and graciously extended his hand. The body is not bad. Basically there is no problem. That Uncle Shao, can you have Auntie come over and I'll give her a look as well? You know, this is sometimes not a problem for one person. Sugu was a little embarrassed. After all, it really wasn't a good idea to let him speak for himself if he was healing something. Well, wait a minute. Only Shao Kong raised his head and waved his hand towards the top. Who knows that Yu Shui, at this time, is lying on the railing and watching. Hearing Shao Kong call her, her face carried a slight blush. Xiao Yiru's condition has improved, and today's Yu Shui has also put on a little light attire. Although Yu Shui was already 42 or 33 years old, at this time, after putting on some light makeup, it looked like she was just in her early 30s, and the looks are top-notch. Shao Kong was also handsome, and the combination of the two made Xiao Yiru even more beautiful. Auntie, let me take your pulse. After Yu Shui came down, Sugu smiled. Well, thank you Dr. Su. Saying that, Yu Shui stretched her white arm out. In cold body, descending a female, uterus closed, no child falling for the rest of her life. Treatment, use masculine medicine to remove the starting een, and use silver needles to open its womb. Take the medicine for 7 days, and you can conceive its spirit. Chapter 18, another 100 million. Well, can it be cured? Watching Sugu frown, Shao Kang's face was also a little worried. It can heal. Sugu nodded. Really, if I can really get Shui pregnant, I'm willing to come up with another $100 million. Shao Kong was a little overwhelmed with excitement. All he'd had on his mind all these years was having a son. Now that Sugu said it could be cured, then there shouldn't be any problem. Even if we had to come up with another $100 million, it would be worth it. Besides, $100 million wasn't too big a number for him. Another 100 million? Hearing Xiao Kang's words, Sugu felt that if her heart kept beating like this today, she would definitely have a heart attack. After slowing down, Sugu continued, I'm going to buy some medicine, so I can treat it when I return this afternoon. Another $100 million can be taken. So naturally, the sooner the better. Really, today will do? Xiao Kang felt that happiness came a little fast. Well, it's nothing major. I'll go get my medicine first, Shug said, getting up from the couch. What do you need me for? For the medicine. I'll call C to come over and take you there. Xiao Kang didn't know what to do at this point. It was even more excited than Sugu curing Xiao Yiru. No, I'll just make the trip myself, if that's okay. And that Uncle Xiao, what about the check? Xiao Kang? What Sugu said was definitely from the heart. He came from a working man's background. How would he know how to cash this check? It was only then that I was embarrassed to ask. Let me have this check. You give me a bank card number and I'll call you directly. Xiao Kang smiled. With such a large check, Shug himself is not comfortable. It would be a crying shame if it was stolen. It's better to just hit your own card. After giving Xiao Kang the bank card he had with him and adding Xiao Kang's prestige, Shug went out on his own this time. Liusi should have gone back yesterday, and there was no need to bother her to come over. Taking a taxi to the herb market, Sugu found that Huang Xingxing's store was closed. Maybe it's because the last one was taken out of circulation. It's a lesson for him, too. Wilson sweeps $95. Wilson pays $95 and gets 100 times the storm. Farmers Bank, on September 26, 21. You had $9.500 in income from your tail number 1314, with a balance of $110, 175, 465, 52. There are fewer medications to buy this time around. Sugu casually shopped around and quickly bought everything. When he checked the balance of his cell phone, he found that the original balance of more than 100,000 had turned into more than 100 million by now. There's also a personal message from Shah Khan on the wiki. $10 million as the purchase cost of the herbs. Hiss. Sugu felt that even from Xiao Kang's hands alone, he could glean the money to retaliate against Lu Yunyun. This chairman of Shaw Entertainment is too trenchant, and the payout is incredibly fast. How much does this go up in a day if it's stored for the dead? Seeing the series of numbers, Sugu broke his fingers and counted. But in the end, it didn't add up. Anyway, a lot of it is. Since we're going to get revenge on Lu Yunyun, we can't just go. Well, when we have time, we have to go buy a car to go. Right. What kind of car did that rich second generation buy? With so much money, Sugu naturally thought about maximizing his revenge on Lu Yunyun. Thinking of this, Sugu dialed Guduan. What's the matter, Shug? Why did you suddenly think of me? Guduan's side was quickly connected. Let me ask you something. Do you know what kind of car Lu Yunyun's new boyfriend drives? Sugu asked. Guduan somewhat didn't quite understand Su Ji's words. What? You want to buy a car? No, I'm just trying to find something to strive for. Sugu lied. I heard it's a Ferrari. $6 or $7 million. Brother, not I say. He bought this car. Are enough to struggle in our lives. Guduan paused, sighed, and then said, Brother, put it down. Put it down? Sugu had a chill in her eyes. In these 5 years, he had done too many things for Lu Yunyun. Now asking him to let go. Sugu thought to himself that it was impossible for him to let go at all. People say, if you don't fight for buns, you still have to fight for them. What kind of a man is he if he doesn't even have that kind of courage? Don't worry, get done. I know what's in my heart. After a few more words, Sugu hung up the phone. A $6 or $7 million Ferrari? Then one would have to at least find a way to buy a better one to do so. At least the $20 million starting kind. There's no point in buying the same price point. Sugu, who thought of this, realized that the money he earned still seemed to be so much worse. After buying the herbs, Sugu was about to leave. A store selling Chinese medical equipment caught his attention. I might be able to cure someone or something later, so I might as well see about getting something I can carry with me. It was still early in the day, so Sugu decided to take a look around. It's not too late to leave without satisfaction. Thinking of this, Sugu walked in towards the store. Upon entering the store, an old man with presbyopas and graying temples came out. What can I get you, young man? Hello, I wanted to ask if you have any better silver needles here? Sugu was still very comfortable with the use of silver needles now. Plus within Chinese medicine, the most used would be silver needles. That's what asked. There, you're buying the complete set, aren't you? The old man headed inside. Out of it came a bag of silver needles. Well, I'll see about the best bag of silver needles in our house. Sugu now for silver needles. Naturally want the best. Even the more expensive ones will do. It's better if it's a little bit more forced. A little more style would be nice. It also makes you look professional when you're treating people or whatever in the future. Speaking of professionalism, shouldn't you be growing a beard yourself? Forget it. I haven't found my daughter-in-law yet. Can't talk a pretty girl out of it. This Watuo brand silver needle bag is the best in my store. Saying this, the old man handed Sugu a silver needle box with Watuo written on it. When opened, the silver needle glows white and looks exceptionally beautiful. Sugu looked at it and liked it. For things you like, you should just buy them without haggling. After all, we're a mob now. So Sugu directly took out her cell phone, scanned the QR code on the wall, and asked, "Grandpa, this is it. How much is it?" 13,000. Can it be cheaper? 12,018. No less. Although a small fortune, but also cannot be so built it. Buy a silver needle are more than 10,000 yuan. You're so crazy yourself. And for payments over 10k, the blitz is ridiculously low. There's also the possibility that you won't even get your principal back. Be generous today. Looking at the silver needles in the box, Sugu was heartily fond of them. Finally, I bit the bullet and paid the money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. Rewarding fiery silver needle / cold ice silver needle. Choose 1 out of 2. Chapter 19, Flaming Silver Needle. That triggers a reward? Needles don't poke. Looking at the two options, Sugu was torn. Fiery fire and cold ice. What do both of these silver needles do? A search was made in the query box and the system gave a quick response. Fiery silver needle, no need for flame roasting, can be used directly. For patients with body cold has a miraculous effect. Note that this silver needle has a certain attack effect. Cold ice silver needle, cold and aggressive silver needle. It has a miraculous effect on patients with heavy masculinity. Note that this silver needle has some attack effect. I didn't realize there was some attack effect. I just don't know what that effect refers to. Now Yu Shuhui's body is body cold. So let's choose the flaming silver needle. Sugo probably understood why Xiao Yiro had a situation where the cold had entered her body. Probably the biggest reason for this is that it's inherited from Yu Shuhui. After choosing fiery silver needle, the silver needle that was originally in Su Ji's box glowed an iron-like crimson color. A faint heat wave was still emanating from the silver needles when viewed from above. What the system is giving away is truly awesome. The silver needle bag was taken out, while the box was directly discarded by Sugu. After buying the medicine, Sugu went back to Shao Kang's house. Shao Kang was delighted to see Sugu and hurriedly called Yu Shuhui over. Dr. Su, what do we need to do now? And by the way, I haven't thrown away that steamer yet. Do we need to get some more charcoal back? Not this time, that steamer won't be necessary. Get rid of it. Hearing Shao Kang's words, Sugu laughed a little bitterly. Good lord, this Shao Kang's brainstorming ability is really powerful. Hopefully, he also wanted Yu Shuhui to have a sauna. It's just medicine. Just wait for me to decoct it and drink it first. I'll just do acupuncture for you. Shug took the medicine and headed toward their kitchen. Now you don't have to decoct medicines like you used to, and you have to use jars and stuff. With both electric heat and natural gas, the temperature is much easier to control. For an hour, Sugo kept looking at the herbs. The bitter odor of the medicine also smoked the large room in a way that made people cringe. Auntie Nanny even opened all the windows. That's a little better. It's a little bitter, but make sure you finish it. After decocting the medicine, Sugu served it to Yu Shuhui. Well, I'll drink any amount of bitterness as long as I can give him a son. After Yu Shuhui served the medicine Sugu gave her, pinch your nose and take a drink. Even Sugu, watching from the side, smacked his lips a little. I think the failure to have a son has been a problem for both of them. After forcing myself to drink it, acupuncture was next. It just so happened that Sugu could also use the reward he had just gotten. Where's the divine doctor? Is he back yet? Just as he was about to go upstairs to give Yu Shuhui acupuncture, he heard a voice coming over in a hurry. Why is this Yuan he coming over again? And with a big beautiful woman in the back. Professor Yuan he already came once in the morning, specifically to look for you. Seeing your medical skills, he thought he wanted to learn from you. Shao Kang was by Su Ji's side and said softly. This, Sugu was a little embarrassed. His proficiency in Chinese medicine is all given by the system. He can't teach anyone at all. Great divine Dr. Su. It's me who's confused. Yuan he came downstairs and looked at Sugu, who was stationed on the stairs, and almost burst into tears. Stumbling to the floor, he came downstairs, panicked and barely stumbled to the floor. The hotly dressed beauty on the side hurriedly supported Yuan he and complained a little. He was obviously studying Western medicine. So why did his grandfather have to run himself over to study Western medicine? Yuan Shan looked at her grandfather who almost fell and grumbled inwardly. On the way here, she hadn't often mumbled to Yuan he about this. After helping Yuan he up, Yuan Shan raised her head towards Sugu. Just after seeing Sugu, one of her eyebrows also brightened up. Originally, She thought the master her grandfather had found for her was an old man. I didn't realize it was so young. Even if you're young, you're actually so handsome. For a while, she actually felt a bit of an urge to follow Sugu and learn Chinese medicine. No more of the whining that was going on before I arrived. Grandpa, slow down. Yuan Shan helped up Yuan He, who had an anxious head and white face, and said with great concern, "That Professor Yuan He, you're here this time?" Xiao Kang asked in a strange manner. Actually, he does know. Yuan He marveled at Su Ji's medical skills. It's just a matter of wanting his granddaughter Yuan Shan to learn from him, but it's always better to let him speak for himself. Xiao Kang, I'm confused. This time I came over to apologize to Divine Dr. Su. Yuan He and Xiao Kang were singing a double act. Professor Yuan, you don't have to. You are a professor of Western medicine and I am a kid of Chinese medicine. How can I make you apologize to me? Besides, I don't have a license to practice medicine. Suga naturally didn't have anything good to say about the people who looked down on him at first. The words, too, were tinged with sarcasm. Divine Dr. Su was my old eyesight, not recognizing the vastness and profundity of our Yanxia country's Chinese medicine. This time I came over. I want to beg Divine Dr. Su to be able to take my granddaughter and learn the art of Chinese medicine from you. Yuan He finally stated the purpose of his coming over. Ever since seeing Xiao Yiru wake up alive and well, the Western medicine that Yuan He has held on to all these years has completely collapsed. He didn't expect that Xiao Yiru, who they couldn't treat with all kinds of instruments, Sugu just gave her a steam sauna and pulled the person back from death. During the time Sugu left, he also begged Xiao Kang for a long time, hoping that Xiao Kang would say something good to him. It would allow his granddaughter to learn the art of Chinese medicine from Sugu, to promote Chinese medicine in Yanxia country. This, Professor Yuan He, I don't have a license to practice medicine. That's me being confused. Real Chinese medicine practitioners want a load of licenses to practice medicine. I'm all about earthy recipes. What earth prescription? That's the national essence of Chinese medicine in our country of Yanxia. I just happen to know this one earth recipe, and it just so happens that this earth recipe can cure Xiao Yiru's, not some kind of divine doctor. Sugu was definitely going to refuse Yuan He. He was now waiting to earn money. Wouldn't want to waste my mind on someone else, but his own refusal. Why this Yuan He can round over awe. That's not what you said at first. Professor Yuan, let's put aside the matter of whether or not Dr. Su accepts, and let Dr. Su treat my wife first, okay? Watching the two of them endlessly, Xiao Kang couldn't help himself. He's still waiting for Sugu to cure his wife. Well, Yuan He was a bit strange. Did Xiao Kang's wife also have some incurable disease? He didn't dare say that though, just nodded his head in agreement for now. After saying that, with Yuan Shan's assistance, he followed. After coming to the top, Sugu let Yu Shui lie down first. This time, I only had to pull my pants down a little bit, so it didn't matter if I looked at them all. It's going to hurt a little bit for a while, so bear with me. Letting Xiao Kang help pull Yu Shui's clothes, Sugu spread out the silver needles. Yu Shui just nodded when she heard Su Ji's words. Then she tilted her head to the side, not looking at Su Ji's silver needle. After all, the silver needles in singer Su's voice looked terrifying. The crimson color not to mention. The length was actually a full dozen centimeters, which was scary. Sugu took the fiery silver needle in her hand, toward Yu Shui's stomach stabbed underneath. Ah! A scream resounded through the room. Chapter 20, Gambling. How could you stick a needle in her stomach? Watching Yu Shui's screams, Yuan Shan finally couldn't help herself. Outvoice hurriedly stopped Sugu. She had studied Western medicine for so long, and no one had ever dared to treat someone like that. Shut up. Hearing Yuan Shan's voice, Sugu muffled a gulp. The fiery silver needle in his hand that was still spinning in his hand. Yu Shui gritted her teeth in death, and the sweat from the pain on her face smudged the makeup she had painted. But even though she was in pain, she still didn't dare to move. Xiao Kang looked at his wife who was in such pain from the side with heartache on his face. Trying to say something, he was stopped by Yu Shui. Dr. Su, I am holding up. It's already stabbed in. It'll be done in a minute. Just hold on a little longer. Su Ji's eyes were dead set on the silver needle in her hand, and she let out a comforting cry under her breath. Isn't this nonsense? Grandpa, say something. Yuan Shan can't watch anymore, but Su Ji's cold voice made him wary again. Coupled with the fact that neither Yu Shui nor Xiao Kang would stop her, she didn't dare to rush forward. Only Yuan He had to say something. Stop this seemingly insane treatment from Shug. Don't talk and watch Dr. Su's treatment. Out of Yuan Shan's expectation, Yuan He actually helped Sugu this time. And get yourself a good look. If that was the method used to heal people, then she'd rather not learn it. Well, just when Yuan Shan was angry and wanted to go out, Sugu wiped the sweat from her head and removed that silver needle. Yu Shui also accompanied the removal of the silver needle. Her body violently relaxed and lay on the bed panting heavily. Dr. Su, my wife. In a moment I will give you the method of decocting the medicine. Take it for 7 days and you will be able to recover. By the way, you can't have intercourse during these 7 days. Sugu stood up and said to Shao Kong, aha, I'll do as I'm told. Shao Kong nodded his head and hurriedly squatted down and clutched Yu Shuhui's hand with heartbreaking concern. The uterus is open. Take the medicine for 7 days. You can enter the yang, pregnant with the spirit in the uterus. Looking at Yu Shuhui, such thoughts quickly appeared in Su Ji's mind. This also proves that Yu Shuhui is fine now. Let her get some rest and relaxation. After standing for a while, Sugu said to Shao Kong. Shao Kong looked at Sugu before he covered Yu Shuhui with a quilt and led the crowd out. After coming to the living room, Shao Kong was still worried. After handing the tea to Sugu, he asked with a frown, Dr. Su, after 7 days, is there really nothing wrong with my wife? Don't worry, for 7 days, as long as you don't share a room and drink your medicine on time, there's nothing wrong. Sugu sipped a mouthful of tea and smiled. Humph, bragging is not a good idea. We Western doctors have not been able to check a thing. You can get better by sticking a needle and taking a medicine? Listening to Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan, who was standing on the side, clasped her arms and said with disdain, it's also been a year since Yuan Shan graduated, and now she's an intern though. But for Shuhui's case studied, she had no physical symptoms, but just couldn't have children. It doesn't matter if it's any ultrasound or any X-ray. Neither found a problem. In her studies, she learned that the condition is called infertility, and there are many factors inherent in a difficult condition like infertility. At present, the medical science of Yanxia country has not completely overcome this problem, a problem that even many professors MBBS have not been able to overcome. He fixes it with a needle and some herbs? Is that possible? Listening to Yuan Shan's words, Yuan he was also skeptical, but he didn't say it like Yuan Shan did. After all, Xiao Yiro said that must die. Sugu is not the same also pulled back. Ha, what do you know? Sugu didn't intend to give this woman any face. A sneer. You. Hearing Sugu actually talk about her like this, Yuan Shan was not happy. Zhao Rage said, okay, I don't understand. Right, then do you dare to make a bet with me? Oh, what's the bet? Sugu came to life. He was bound to win anyway, and the woman was the granddaughter of a professor at a major hospital. There should be a lot of money in it. Why don't we knock her off? Sugu looked at Yuan Shan as if she had seen a fat sheep. It's not easy to find such a spiteful breed. If after a week, Auntie Yu is really pregnant, I'll worship you? Yuan Shan hugged her arms and gambled. You wish. Sugu shot back in a good-natured manner. Yuan Shan? What do you mean? You don't dare? I wouldn't dare my ass. Do you know anything about medical knowledge? They can't have intercourse until a week later. And you can tell if she's pregnant or not after just having intercourse? This. Hearing Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan's face instantly burned red. Because Shug was absolutely right. Even if you're a god, you can't be sure if you're pregnant or not just after intercourse. And she realized that she had been in too much of a hurry to make such a cheap mistake. Quickly changed his words. Half a month. If you don't get pregnant in half a month, it's considered that you've lost. And from now on you can't practice medicine without a license. And you can't lie to my grandpa. Dare you? Change the bet. What? You're scared, aren't you? Listening to Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan was a bit smug. He thought Sugu was too scared to make this bet with himself. Holding her arms, she straightened her proud bunny. No, I just simply don't want to take you on as a disciple. He hadn't wanted to take this woman as any kind of disciple. The bet wasn't lost on her either way. Sugu was not willing to do this kind of money-losing business. Then with a bad smile, he looked over towards Yuan Shan. Change it. If you win, I'll do as you say. But if you lose, I don't want you to be my disciple. Looking at Su Ji's gaze with a bad joke, Yuan Shan subconsciously clasped her arms in front of her. Angrily, he said, you are shameless. Should, I just want to pull some wool out of you. How is that shameless? But looking at Yuan Shan's action, Sugu also quickly understood. Bitterly laughed. What do you think? I mean, if you lose, you give me $1 million. If I lose, you that condition I do, and then give you an extra $1 million. How? You're not trying to make me. Make me. Oh, you're overthinking it. Sugu returned her with a leathery smile. Alright then, this is what you said. I promise. My name is Yuan Shan. Let's fulfill the bet in half a month. Saying that, Yuan Shan brought Yuan He and was about to leave. Yuan He wanted to open his mouth to say something about the bet between the two, but it does seem like it would be a good test. What if Su Ji's rescue of Xiao Ro was a blind cat running into a dead rat? So he followed his granddaughter and said goodbye to Shao Kong. After the two left, Sugu also stood up. He bought just enough medicine for 7 days. After explaining some precautions to Shao Kong, he also got up and left. Of course, the money for treating Yu Shuhui, he definitely wouldn't want it now. In Su Ji's words, It's not too late to give it when it's cured. Pissed off. Sugo had just left in front of her, when Lu Cece, with anger, arrived at Xiao Kang's home. Chapter 21, Authorization. Winner is bullying people too much. Arriving at Xiao Yiru's room, Lu Cece sat on the sofa with a puff of air, holding his arms and gagging. What again? My big lyricist? Xiao Yiru gently twisted her loose hair to her ear, her bright eyes looking towards the puffed-up Lu Cece, asked with a soft voice and a smile. It's not even Winna. The reason why Ryu Cece went back yesterday was because Xiao Yiru's composer, Li Hyuk, had already followed Winona, and made a song for Winona. Yesterday, Winona asked Willow to go over there because she wanted Willow to help her write the lyrics for a song. As Elaine Xiao's BFF and lyricist, Liusi naturally verbally rejected her. One day today, she even made an appointment with Li Hyuk, wanting him to come back and continue composing music for Xiao Yiro. But Li Hyuk refuses on the grounds that Xiao Yiro will not live long. No matter how much Lu Cece said that Xiao Yiro had gotten better, she couldn't retain Li He. Unable to retain Li Hyuk, Ryu Cece likewise falls out with Li Hyuk. Only then did he huff and puff and rush over to talk to Xiao Yiro about this. I didn't realize so much had happened since I was sick. Hearing Lu Cece's words, the smile on Xiao Yiru's face faded a lot. Still, it warmed his heart to look at Lu Cece, his best friend, who hadn't left him even after he almost died. It's okay, it's not like we can't live without Li Hyuk. It's nice to see someone like this. Things had already come to this point. Even if Xiao Yiru was no longer angry, it wouldn't help. It had made her feel lucky to be alive. At this time, Xiao Yiru, too, quickly released her mind. I've finally seen their faces. This Winona hasn't been making a lot of songs during the time you've been sick, and now it's all the way to number 1. Liusi was still as angry as ever. First is first. When I get better, we'll just catch up. Xiao Yiru gently moved her body and changed to a comfortable sitting position. Then he said, See if you can find me another songwriter lately. I should be able to get out of bed in the next couple of days. So let's put out a song first then. Who are we looking for now? All the good songwriters are under contract now, etc. Liusi was thinking about complaining when she suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly got up from the couch, touching toward his body. Found it. Willow Sissy pulled out a folded piece of paper, looking excited. See, what's this? Xiao Yiru asked in a very puzzled manner. A song I haven't gotten around to yet. Saying that, Lu Cece unfolded the paper and sat on Xiao Yiru's bed, and the two of them looked at it together. Hearing winter leave, I woke up in a certain year. I thought I waited, I looked forward, but the future couldn't be arranged thus. Looking at the sheet music and lyrics, the two hummed together. See, quick, go and print a copy for me and then you play the tune for me to sing. After humming for a while, Xiao Yiru looked like she had found a treasure. Eyes all lit up. She hurriedly pushed Willows to sit her down at the piano in the room to play the accompaniment inside for herself. Oh, well, the song was a delight for both in its tune and lyrics. Lu Cece was also curious to know how beautiful Yura Xiao could make the song sound with the accompaniment. It was quickly printed out, and Lu Cece gave the printed copy to Xiao Yiru. He himself sat down at the piano and played for her. Hearing, the winter of departure. I woke up in a certain year. I thought. I waited. I looked forward. The future could not therefore be arranged. The piano sounds. Xiao Yi's soft and beautiful voice also sang out along with the tune. The soft and soothing tune, coupled with Xiao Yiru's already gentle singing voice, sublimated the entire tune. One day, my mystery will be solved. After the song was finished, Xiao Yiru was still immersed in the music and couldn't extricate herself. The song, like it was perfectly customized for her. I woke up in the middle of a certain year. The future, however, cannot be thus arranged. What kind of dialogue will I have about who I meet? The man I'm waiting for, how far in the future he is. With each lyric, it was like touching the hearts of both men. See, you're such a genius. How did you come up with these lyrics? Did you compose this score too? Looking back, Xiao Yiru slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed with excitement as she looked at Lu Cece, not sparing any words of praise. If only I were that good. Hearing Xiao Yiru's words, Lu Cece let out a bitter smile. Looking at her expression, Xiao Yiru was puzzled. You didn't write it? Of course I didn't write the song. The song, it was written by Su Gu. Lu Cece didn't hide it and told Xiao Yiru about Su Gu writing the song. The more Xiao Yiru listened, the more surprised she became. You mean, when he wrote the song, or when he was treating me? Xiao Yiru was shocked. Liusi nodded bitterly. Not only can people cure diseases, they can even write songs so beautifully. Is he really human? So he watched me naked and wrote the song out? Willow Sissy? No, aren't you supposed to care about the song? Why are you suddenly pulling other things? Bad. Forgot I couldn't tell her. It took a moment for Willow Sissy to realize that she had been quick with her mouth again. How could she tell her about Shug looking her over? Remember, She used to say that her body could only be shown to those she loved. Why do I have such a broken mouth? Seeing Xiao Yiru's face full of redness, Lu Sisi wanted to give herself a mouthful. At this moment, Xiao Yiru was shy and angry after she knew that Su Go had looked at her naked body. Su Ji's handsome look when he coaxed himself appeared in his mind again. And he can heal, and write songs, and he's so handsome. Show him as if he wasn't at a great disadvantage. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Yiru's heart. Blah blah blah. But soon, she hurriedly banished the thought from her mind. It's not like he's any of his own. So what gives him the right to look at himself naked? What will you do with yourself later? Don't have a boyfriend myself yet. Unless he's his boyfriend. Blah blah blah. Elaine Xiao, you're dying. What are you thinking? He's your doctor. How can he be your boyfriend? In a moment's time, Xiao Yiru's face had changed several times. Looking at Xiao Yiru's cloudy face, Lu Sisi lowered her head and walked towards her. Weakly said, that, he's a doctor. Not to save you. He didn't mean it. Right. Ah. Xiao Yiru snapped back to her senses when she heard Lu Sisi's voice. Then he threatened, if you say anything about this, I'll strangle you. Do you hear me? Don't worry. See, I'll never tell. I swear, if I do, I'll never find a boyfriend in my life. Willow Sissy raised her hand and swore to vote. After expressing her determination, she asked weakly, that Ro, since we have a song now, should we give Winona a surprise? Surprise? You call Sugu first and ask if I can authorize this song for me. This time, I'm going to surprise both Li Hyuk and Winna. With that, the two looked at each other with sinister smiles. Chapter 22, Proficiency in Musical Instruments. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on September 30th, 21. You had $10,000 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $1. 103, 257, 752. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets 100 times the blitz. Farmers Bank, on September 30th, 21. You had $100 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $110. 325, 852. Boss, a bottle of one piece of Consuelo. Wandering through various kiosks, Su Gu, carrying a book bag, began the arduous journey of scanning codes to earn money again. In fact, he doesn't have to be so obsessed with just buying $1 of mineral water at all. Like what a piece of lighter or something like that wouldn't be out of the question. But Su Gu had her own plans. Not being a smoker himself, a lighter would be of little use to him, and he buys things that are available to volunteers. Traffic cops, firefighters, and so on, can't send them a lighter. That's why Shug has been buying a piece of the Kanchahakan. Not only can you drink it yourself, but you can also give it to those lovely people who are serving the people on the front line. After his book bag is full, he looks down the road to see if there are any traffic police, volunteers or sanitation or whatever. These things are much more comfortable in their own minds when given to them. Uncle Policeman, you worked hard. This is water for you. In just 2 hours, Su Ji's backpack was already full. Seeing the police uncle who was commanding, Sugu hurriedly took out the water and distributed it to them. No, lad, we're not hot. The traffic police standing in the middle of the road watched Sugu come over with water and waved his hand. It's so hot, you guys are working hard. Saying that, Sugu directly placed the water on the ground and ran away. Hey. That traffic cop wanted to thank Sugu, but Sugu ran too fast and couldn't catch up. Plus Sugu had been wearing a mask to prevent some unnecessary trouble. That traffic cop didn't remember him either. Just stood there and gave a salute towards him, before resuming his work. Wow, just now that little brother is so thoughtful. No, the traffic police uncle hard work. Bought a lot of water for them to drink it. You can tell he's handsome even with the mask on. I want his prestige so bad. If only I had such a loving and handsome boyfriend. What Sugu did was captured in short videos by many thoughtful ladies. For a while, the video of a handsome little brother in Mordor giving water to traffic police began to spread in short videos. They have speculated and guessed what this little brother looks like. It's just that no one saw his real face because of the mask is all. After leaving an area, Sugu could only retrace his steps to find more convenience stores. Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the Lighthouse of Love. Coming to the door of another convenience store, Sugu just wanted to walk in. The cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number, and it's local to Mordor. Hello, is this Shook? Pick up the phone and the voice is somewhat familiar. I am, and you are. See? Finally, Sugu still wanted to get up. That voice was not Willow Sissy. It's just that I don't seem to have left in my own number. Your number is hard to find. There was a grumble from across the room from Leosi. I forgot to leave it for you. Why? Is something wrong? Sugu asked strangely. There's something going on. Remember that song you wrote last time? Xiao Ro asked if you could authorize it for her. Ryushi wasn't one for that kind of bending and asking. Song? Sugu was a little confused. What song? Yeah, that day when you were treating Xiaoro. You wrote that. CC when you were bored. Why did you have to say it in such detail? There was also a complaining voice from Xiao Yiru on the other side of the cell phone. She's with Elaine Sia. Hearing Lu Cici say this, Sugu did think about it. It seems like there is such a thing, but that's just a song lyric and a score. It's not much use on its own. Oh, this one. You guys can have it if you like. Really? As Sugu said this, an excited bouncing sound came from across the room. Yeah, it's a gift. I don't need that for anything. Wow. Shug, you're so nice. Love you. It's just lyrics and sheet music. Why are you so excited? Where did Sugu know that this song could make Xiaoiro turn the tide against the wind during the time she was away? Hanging up the phone, he resumed his search for the kiosk. Another day passed with this purchase. Soon it was dark as well. After a day of running around, a tired Sugu had dinner. Finally couldn't hold it together enough to come to rest in the Hurricane Plaza. The evening in Magic City is much more lively than the daytime. Couples holding hands, dog walkers on leashes, some grandparents who came over to blow off some steam. They pressed on in the square and said happy things. The smiles on their faces, too, were after a day's weariness had faded. Sugu used to like to press on the square as well. At that time, with Lu Yun by their side, they talked about happy topics and thought about their future. Only later, he was alone. But Sugu still liked to come to the square. But in the past 2 years when he came to the square, he found a place to sit down by himself, look at people of all shapes and sizes and their smiles. The heart was also at peace as never before. Occasionally, there were a few singers who were resident in the plaza, and he would give a little money to help them out. Pulling up our long skirts for you, leading you to the lighthouse of love. We stumbled and finally reached, sitting by the flower pool at the edge of the square, a man in short sleeves, holding a guitar, sang Ella Xiao's Lighthouse of Love in the center of the square. This used to be Su Ji's favorite song, because the line in the song, pulling up his long skirt for you and taking you to the Lighthouse of Love, was something he used to aspire to. Just a stumble behind him and he still couldn't reach it. Listening to the sound of the song drifting, Sugu got up and walked over in the direction of that singer. The man didn't look much more than 20, not much different than his own size, dressed in cheap clothes bought at a stall, clutching a guitar that was all a bit faded. He sang with deep emotion. He would even close his eyes when he sang in the depths of his emotions. A QR code was placed at his feet, and every now and then someone scanned it. It's just that QR code is a stumbling block on his way to chasing his dreams, and yet, they are also forced by life to be helpless. Sugu was actually envious of such a wandering singer. At least they can go after their dreams. It just hasn't worked out yet. Taking out his cell phone, Sugu also did his bit and swept $1,000 up. It's a little bit of money now, so it's nice to help out. Ding! Wilson sweeps $100, triggering special item reward, special item bonus, musical instrument proficiency, guitar, piano, sha, flute, choose 2 only. Chapter 23, recognized a little brother. You can actually choose 2 this time? Looking at the alert in her cell phone, Sugu brightened up. Perhaps it was because there were actually a bit too many options this time. So the system was generous for once and directly gave Sugu 2 options. Looking at the back and cello, and violin or whatever, Sugu was not interested. He'd like to play guitar or something. Piano is good too. I heard that people who can play piano are gentle and handsome. Choosing guitar and piano, Shug smiled and clicked on top of the guitar and piano. He just couldn't stop smiling after ordering it. Hiss, it's just a piano and guitar mastery. Why would it hurt so much too? What's wrong with you? Looking at Sugu suddenly squatting on the ground, the man who was still singing a moment ago hurriedly stopped singing and rushed over towards Sugu. I think he was the one who gave himself $1,000 just now. It's not often you see someone who makes such a big deal out of it. No, it's fine. Sugu was already somewhat accustomed to this system's triple transmission of pain. This time it was fine and didn't hurt for long. In about 2 minutes, he felt much better about his pain. It was only then that he stood up with his assistants. Thank you for rewarding me with $1,000. After helping Sugu up to sit by the flower pool, the man thanked him. Your singing is good. I like it. Try to follow your dreams. A better Sugu raised her head towards the man and smiled encouragingly. The man looked at Su Ji's smile and tried to cheer himself up, but his eyes darkened again. I may have to leave Mordor. The man sighed and his eyes went to the flow of people coming and going. What's wrong? Dream not chasing? Sugu asked curiously. Dream? The man glanced at Sugu, lowered his head and gently stroked the guitar that was all faded in his hand. The voice trailed off. Can't catch up. I've been raising a tick at home lately, and I probably won't even come back to Mordor in the future. So thanks to your $1,000, I can go home this time. The man jumped down from the flowery pond, unfurling a smile after calming his loss a bit. He extended his hand towards Sugu. My name is Sutton. your last name is Su too? Coincidentally we're from the same family. My name is Sugu. Sugu also jumped down from the flower pool and shook his hand. Just after hearing Sutton's name, Sugu smiled even more. I didn't realize that this wandering singer had the same last name as myself. It also gave Sugu an additional sense of otherness. Maybe we were family hundreds of years ago. I'm 21. I'm 20. Brother. Bro. Ha 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 ha. It's always so easy and quick for men to go from being strangers to being familiar with each other. It had only been less than a moment, and Sugu had recognized a little brother for himself. Brother, I'm leaving Mordor tomorrow. We'll meet in the mountains. It's been a while since I've laughed so freely. Sutton also did not expect, on the occasion of the departure, but also recognize a brother. I think it is not in vain to go through the magic city. It's just that there's no such thing as an unending feast under this world, even though you've recognized a brother. But he knew in his heart that it was just a ping-pong. It's time to say goodbye. Shug looked at Sutton as also being of a sexual nature. Or maybe it was just some nerves kicking in. Looking at his faded guitar, he said, since we're all leaving tomorrow, and we're so connected, I'll give you a new guitar. Brother, how can this be? A guitar costs a lot of money. Where's such nonsense? You have called me brother. I have to give you a gift to meet you. Saying that, Sugu directly wrapped her arm around Sutton's shoulders and walked towards the inside of Hurricane Mall. The two were dressed in a way that quickly caught the attention of the hurricane guide. If it isn't Sutton, what's he doing in here? Didn't we say he was only allowed to sing outside and not come in? Who knows, but I heard he's leaving tomorrow. Probably wants to do some shopping. And look at him bringing a friend over. He's such a poor guy. He can afford to buy anything. Look at the one next to him. He's wearing all the ground goods. He doesn't have much money at a glance. Who's going to the reception? Anyway, I'm not going. Coco Zhao, isn't he your ex-boyfriend? You go and receive it. It's Coco. Go ahead. A lot of people here in Sutton know a homeless singer who can only sleep in the park after being dumped by Coco Zhao. As for Sugu, it wasn't much better. Dressed in a cheap ground-up outfit as well. These scantily clad front desk ladies would not be willing to receive them when they saw them like this. So it was left to Sutton's ex-girlfriend, Coco Zhao, to take on this daunting task. You guys, line. I'll go get rid of him, okay? Zhao Coco was also helpless, so she had no choice but to walk up. Hello, how may I help you? Coco Zhao was wearing a professional suit and looked very elegant. The smile was also very nice. And when he saw Sugu, he said to him in a standard welcoming language. It was just that Sutton subconsciously tried to back away after looking at Coco Zhao. The head was also deeply lowered, and one hand was rubbing each other in front of her body, somewhat at a loss for words. Excuse me, do we sell any guitars in the mall? Sugu sensed Sutton's strangeness and was a little surprised. Only he didn't think much of it and asked with a smile. Sutton, are you still going to buy a guitar? Hearing Su Ji's words, Zhao Coco looked at Sutton, her voice somewhat cold. You know each other? Sugu looked at Sutton strangely. Brother, let's go. Sutton tries to escape and turn around, but before he could turn around, Sugu pulled him over again and wrapped her arms tightly around his shoulders. Why leave? We're here to spend money. Looking at Sutton's wimpy face made him a little angry, and he'd already noticed that Sutton was a little timid about the woman in front of him. Just Sugu didn't care about that and asked, where is the guitar? Take us there. If you're buying it for him, I'd advise against spending that kind of money. Guitars are expensive here and he can't afford to pay it back. Zhao Coco's tone was getting more and more unfriendly, even with mockery. Sugu didn't know how she had gotten into this woman's face, but he was certain that it had to be Sutton. Does it matter to you if he can afford it or not? How expensive can it be for $1 million? Sugu disliked it. Then, if you don't want to take us there, we can find it ourselves. Brother, let's go. I don't want the guitar anymore. Seeing that the two of them were somewhat saber-rattling, Sutton pulled on Su Ji's clothes, his voice looking more and more humble. If you can't even look down on yourself, then no one can look down on you. Sugu glared fiercely at Sutton. This kid has more or less an excessive inferiority complex. It's been head down and asking to leave since I came in, talking all coy. Well then, this way, anyway, as long as you guys don't feel ashamed that you can't afford to pay, Zhao Coco said dismissively and turned toward the stairs. Since he's going to get it, let's take him. It's not the others who will be humiliated if they can't pay later. They're going up. Go get the manager. Seeing Coco Zhao walking up with Sugu and Sutton, the group of beautiful guides who were watching the fun were up in arms. Soon, the mall manager of Hurricane Plaza arrived. Listening to the guides, he was furious and headed upstairs. Chapter 24, Coco Zhao's dismissal. The interior of Hurricane Plaza is very luxurious, both in terms of decor and store displays. Coming to a guitar store, Shug and Sutton stopped at the door. It's just that the attire of the two of them is a bit too shabby compared to this luxurious store. Coco, why did you bring him up here? Not afraid of being scolded by the manager. After seeing Coco Zhao bring up a Sugu and Sutton, The store walked out of a sales clerk with a pretty good temperament. It's just that the clerk's face turned a little less colorful when she saw Sutton. Snowy, they want to buy something. I always bring it up. Even though it's the bottom of the barrel, they still have the right to buy it, don't they? Coco Zhao looked at the two with a mocking smile. After bringing them in, she wasn't ready to leave, so I guess she waited to see the joke on the two. She didn't think Shug could really buy Sutton a guitar. After all, the guitars here basically start at $100,000. Bring out the best guitar in your house. Su Ji's face also turned cold when she heard their conversation. These women are only getting $10,000 a month for holding out here. I can't believe I said I was a bottom feeder. Looking down on this and that. I really don't know where the confidence comes from. Sugu ignored their conversation and came inside to sit down. It was Sutton, on the contrary, who, after sitting down, buried his head in his chest in an inferiority complex. Looking at Sugu, and Sutton surprisingly sat down. Zhang Shui frowned. Although she didn't think Sugu could afford it either. She had to receive customers when they came to her door. This is the basic training as a guide. It was only then that he said, the best guitar is a Mac, and it costs $480,000. $480,000? Sugu said faintly. Looking at Su Ji's expression, Zhao Kuku could think that Sugu couldn't afford it, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Holding his arm, he said to Zhang Shui, Xiao Shui, here is not more than 100,000. Give him a look. Always give people a step down is not. When Zhang Shui heard this, she also shook her head in her heart for a while. Speaking of which, she kinda looked down on Coco Zhao. Anymore, they are your ex-boyfriend. Why bother? Hello, we have the more entry-level ones here as well, but the price might be over $100,000 as well. You see? Zhang Shui tried to persuade the two to leave. Sutton definitely couldn't afford it, and as for Sugu, she was somewhat impervious to it, but respond politely. Forget the 100,000 or so. Are there any guitars that are better than Mike's? Shug looked around. That said, he doesn't know much about guitars. Although he chose to become proficient in the instrument, heaven and earth, he had never really touched a guitar. But look at Sutton with such low self-esteem. He thought about giving him a good dose of his own medicine. That's why this was said. More expensive? Zhang Shui was somewhat unable to understand Sugu. Should we keep loading? I've already given you a step down. However, looking at Sugu, who had no intention of leaving, Zhang Shui was helpless. The more expensive ones will need to be customized. So if you're in a hurry, Mike's guitar should be sufficient. Customized ones are too much of a hassle. Sutton, so take Mike's brand of guitars. Shug slapped a heavy hand on Sutton's shoulder. Ah, Sutton had a jolt. He hadn't even heard Sugu and Zhang Shui's conversation. It was only at this moment that Sugu slapped him and he snapped to attention. Just a look of confusion in his eyes. This is it then. I'll scan the code. Usually this kind of store requires a credit card. After all, such a large amount. But if he swipes his card, he won't be able to get a refund. It's possible that you won't even get your principal back, but it's always worth a try. What if you give yourself a double whammy? Can I swipe my card? We can't pay by swipe here. Zhang Shui gave Sugu a wink. She hoped Sugu would know what to do. For one thing, she didn't want the hassle. And for another, if the manager saw her, it would probably be another round of chatter. Zhang Shui was most annoyed by this. This was the reason why she had asked Coco Zhao after seeing Sutton at first. And scanning codes? Dirtbag. This big mall, just any item, can limit your cell phone. Listening to Su Ji's words, Zhao Coco didn't forget to let out a taunt. Then swiped the card. Sugu took out a card from a worn wallet and handed it to Zhang Shui. Looking at his worn-out wallet from the ground floor, Coco Zhao almost didn't laugh. With a wallet this rustic, it could be over $400,000. The hell with it. Please enter the password. Zhang Shui also shook her head when she saw Su Ji's wallet. Payment successful. Ding. After the payment was successful, Su Ji's cell phone rang. Hearing this voice, Su Ji's heart trembled. Couldn't paying with a bank card also trigger the rewards? But Sugu didn't check it first. It's all paid for. Get the guitar out. Sugu sneered. I'll get it for you now. Zhang Shui was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Sugu to actually make the payment successfully. Hearing his words, he hurriedly went and brought out a delicate guitar case. Carefully. Yuki, Zhao Keshua was also surprised when she saw Zhang Shui take out that guitar that was worth more than $400,000. But before she could finish, Zhang Shui glared at her fiercely. This look was enough to show that Sugu had really bought this $400,000 plus guitar. What's going on? Why did you let Sutton in? Right after Zhang Shui took the guitar out, Manager Lucci walked up. His face tinged with anger as he drank towards Coco Zhao. Manager, they want to buy something. Coco Zhao subconsciously lowered her head when she saw Lucci. The eyes were still constantly glancing towards Sugu. Zhang Shui, what are you doing? Lucci watched as Zhang Shui actually handed Su Gu a guitar worth over $400,000. And then look at Su Ji's outfit. Thinking it was because he just wanted to try it out, he rushed over to stop it. Manager, what are you doing? Zhang Shui was anxious. It's bought by someone else. If you break it, how am I going to deliver? Is such an expensive guitar something you can just give a try? Lucci said angrily. What try? He bought this one. It's already paid for. Zhang Shui hurriedly explained, afraid of any misunderstanding. With a guitar this expensive, she couldn't afford to lose it if she worked on it for 5 years. Lucci froze. The hand that went to snatch Zhang Shui's guitar also hung in midair. Su Gu just looked at him quietly like that. There was a playful smile on his face. How do you do the shopping guide? Customers come over to buy things. How can you not even pour water for people? You do not want to do it? I have to say, this Lucci, as a manager of such a big mall, has a real brain response. The odds were that any customer who could afford to spend money here was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If a complaint comes in, his position as manager is basically gone. He wouldn't dare bet on it. After all, some rich people always have some special fetishes, like pretending to be a pig. He thought Su Gu might just be some rich kid coming over to amuse them. That's why Lucci saw that there wasn't even any tea on the table. And that's when he had the bright idea to change the subject. No need for tea, but your staff is really, hey, dog-eared. Su Gu picked up the guitar in Zhang Shui's hand and glanced at Zhao Coco. How could Lucci not know what Su Gu meant by this? At that moment, he turned around and glared towards Coco Zhao. Go to finance and get your paycheck. You're fired. Ah, Joe Coco giggled. Chapter 25, Pursuing Dreams in the Heart of a Red Sun. Sutton, who walked out of Hurricane Square, stared at the guitar in his hand in a daze, feeling like he was dreaming. How come you bought it? He was a little confused, and looking at Su Gu, it didn't look like someone who could afford this kind of Mac brand guitar in any way. Why didn't he feel any heartache at all? And why did he give it to himself? Wait here for a minute while I return a message. Come to the flower pool in Hurricane Square. Su Gu asked Sutton, who hadn't returned to his senses yet, to wait for him for a moment. He wanted to see what was ringing in his cell phone. Sutton was beside himself and not fit to view. Coming to the other side of the flower pool, Su Gu hurriedly took out her cell phone. Ding! Bank card payment was successful, triggering a special reward. Ding! This is a non-sweeping payment, and the reward is specified by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth plane. China. G-Band single Chasing Dreams with Red Heart. I spent over 400,000 ING dollars and I get a single? It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt. Nearly $500,000. After all, he doesn't sweep better than 200,000 or so a day. That sweep was almost enough labor for him for 3 days. But looking at the system's rewards, it's just a single song. The last time I bought a song I gave Yinzi's album back. The system is really getting stingy. Pick it up. Successfully collected and being distributed. A single song was issued successfully before Su Gu could feel it. Just like last time, there's only sheet music and lyrics. After receiving it successfully, Su Gu came to Sutton's side. Brother, I can't have this. Mike's guitar. It's a couple $100,000. When Su Gu came over, Sutton hurriedly shoved the guitar in his hand towards Su Gu. What's the waste of words? Don't like it and throw it away? Su Gu didn't have the heart to say this. Like it, but this is too expensive. Just like it. Why is a big old man being so abrasive? But, nothing but, by the way, do you have a pen and paper? Su Gu suddenly remembered the system rewarded single. The song Follow Your Dreams would have suited Sutton just fine. Pen and paper? Theirs. With that, Sutton pulled a small yellow book out of his small bag. The leather of this little book is yellowed. It was densely written on it. There's sheet music and lyrics. It is evident that Sutton does love music enough. After taking the little book out, Sutton hurriedly turned to the last page. It was handed to Su Gu. After Su Gu took the small book, he drew on it. For his part, Sutton, with a trembling hand, stroked the guitar in his hand. Mike's brand of guitars can be considered one of the top guitars in the country of Yanxia. It was also Sutton's longtime dream. I didn't think I could actually touch it for real today. It made him feel for a moment if he was dreaming. Well, after writing for a while, Su Gu handed Sutton the tune for Chasing Dreams in Red Heart. Sutton looked toward the little book with some curiosity. This. Sutton's eyes grew wide as he looked at the tune on top of the little book. The voice trembled. No one knows better than he does how much this tune rocks. Brother, did you write this? Of course. Saw your situation and wrote it as my gift to you. Su Gu also lied shamelessly. He'll write a tune. It's all the system's fault, but it's nice to give it to him if he likes it. This won't do, brother. It's too expensive. Sutton, after watching the tune Follow Your Dreams, as a musician, he understands very well that this tune is more valuable than the guitar in his hands. This is the tune I composed for you, and I want you to cheer up from it. Sugu encouraged. Sutton has been singing at Hurricane Square for years. Before he had separated from Lu Yun, Sugu had seen him singing here. For so many years, Sugu would come and sit by the flower pool in Hurricane Square whenever he had time, watching people come and go, listening to his songs. The heart is no longer troubled, but will soon calm down. So if Sutton is gone, odds are he won't be coming to Hurricane Square in the future, right, brother? Thank you. At this point, Sutton no longer knew how to thank Sugu. It's not even a good idea to give yourself such an expensive guitar, and wrote himself such a great tune. What the hell is one's virtue? When you're done reading, can you sing? Sugu didn't like an occasion for this kind of sniveling. Looking at the touched Sutton, he changed the subject. Well, you can. Come on then, let's go sing in the square. Sugu smiled. That being said, he did have fantasies of singing in the square. The two came together in the center of the square. Shug saw Sutton go for his broken guitar again and snatched it away. Not in a good mood. Are you saving this new guitar for the babies? Use the new one. Yeah. Sutton is slowly recovering as well. After taking that new guitar in his hands were still shaking a little. After all, it's the first time I've used such a great guitar and it's inevitable that I'm a little nervous. Phew. Exhaling heavily, Sutton then calmed his nerves. Then start tuning the guitar. I seem to play it too. After grabbing Sutton's guitar, Shug realized, it's so easy to play the guitar. Every string he knew in his hand could feel exactly where it should be. Brother, I'm better. Together. After tuning the guitar, Sutton smiled when he saw that Sugu also held it to a very high standard. I'll back you up. You sing, I'm that. Pentatonic. Shug smiled and started strumming his guitar. In the square, the sound of guitars rang out again. Where exactly is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there, not caring if it's a cliff or not. Sutton's singing voice rang out and instantly caused many people to stop. This song is not unlike what Sutton usually sings. The songs Sutton used to sing were covers of Elaine Seo, which were gentler, and now Sutton sings with a yearning for the status quo's resignation. This, coupled with Sutton's already exceptional voice, instantly caused many people to gather around. Some youngsters even took out their cell phones and made short videos. The lyrics, after all, are sensational. I will go and prove with my whole life. Maybe my hands are dumber than my feet, but I would like to keep exploring and give all my youth without regrets. Sutton sang, already with a twinkle in his eye. He turned his head to look at Sugu beside him. Shug, wearing a mask, gave him an encouraging look. Only Sutton slowly lowered his head, then raised it violently, with a stubbornness in his eyes that he had never seen before. Run forward, meet the cold eyes and scorn. How can the vastness of life be felt without trials and tribulations? Destiny, it can't bring us to our knees to beg for forgiveness, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. The high notes were plucked up and the whole square was shaken. Chapter 26, Coincidentally, I've been dumped too. This song is so shocking. I have goosebumps. Suffer no more. I blew this song. My scalp went numb after the high notes came up. Has this song been released on an album yet? What's it called? I'll steal my mom's money to buy it. Sutton's song Follow Your Dreams was an instant hit on the short video. It's being passed around like crazy on the Fast Food app. Netizens began to constantly inquire about the origin of the song. For a while, the scarf "This is the most shocking song I've ever heard" made it to the top. The comments below have reached 30,000 to 40,000, and the likes have reached as many as 10 million. Because Sutton and Sugar in the Square only have short videos, this has also made the Quick Feed app fiercely popular. All the major music companies are out in force, looking up the two men who sing in this square. It was just that the two of them, Sugu Sutton, who were the parties involved, had no knowledge of it. The two were painfully eating barbecue on the side of the road at this time. Brother, I honor you. I Sutton never admired anyone in my life. You are the first. 12 o'clock in the evening at an open-air stall. Sutton raised the beer in his hand and stood up to toast Shug, taking a drink of the beer in his hand, casually wiping the remnants from the sides of their mouths. The two men laughed out loud. Sutton has never been so sore. After coming to Magic City for so many years, it was knowing Sugu that made him feel like he hadn't come in vain. Admire what? But it is just a migrant laborer who struggles hard for a living. Come on, let's brother and sister walk. The two of them drank one glass after another. Brother, you and that clerk, is there something fishy? Say it to brother to listen. Sugu, who had drunk a little too much, also began to gossip. You said Zhao Coco that woman disliked my poverty and dumped me. Sutton drained his glass of beer. Then he said, thanks for today, brother. That woman thought she was a human being when she went into a big shopping mall and met some rich people, and she wasn't just as hooted and hollered at. Dumped you? Ha 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 ha. What a ing coincidence. I got dumped by a woman too. Ha 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 ha. Sugu said, not knowing whether he was smiling or sad. Even the tears came out of his eyes. How can a brother be so talented and get dumped? Sutton was surprised. And look at Sugu, no matter how generous he is, how handsome he looks, or how talented he is. How can someone dump a man like that? Talent is useless. I worked hard to earn money for her and put her through college. And guess what happened to her? Hey, smacked me as a farmer. Can't match her. Just graduated and ran away with a rich second generation. Rolled my money away, not to mention. Damn, but also said I was narrow-minded. Ha 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 ha. Sutton laughed tears out of his eyes as he watched Shugs, but he could hear how bitter Su-Ge's heart was. Mud. Women nowadays, are they all so realistic? Listening to Sugu, Sutton was furious and slapped the table. So what are brothers' plans for the future? Intend? Sugu froze, then laughed again. She thinks that after cuckolding me for 2 years, she'll just collect the money and be done with it? Old me is to make good money. When she gets married, let her regret. Let her know that I, Sugu, is the person she can no longer climb up to in this life? Shug said, taking another drink of the beer in his hand, a case of beer at his feet, with very little left to drink. After finishing this one, he too slumped down on the table, muttering under his breath, Lu Yun Yun, Lousy did everything for you in these 5 years. Why are you doing this to Lousy? You give Lousy weight. Give Lousy weight. Brother, don't worry. If my brother soars to greatness, when I go to that wedding, I'll definitely help you give her a good smack in the face, so she'll know that my brother is the best person in this world. Listening to the muttering from Su-Ge's mouth, Sutton swore darkly. After paying the money, Sutton carried Sugu behind his back and walked towards a nearby hotel. Zoe, this song blew me away. Early in the morning, Lu Sisi came to Xiao Yiro's house and walked towards Xiao Yiro's room in a hurry. At this time, Xiao Yiro had also just woken up not long ago. Hearing Liu Si's voice, he stretched and sat up from the bed. After a few days of recovery, now Xiao Yiro could get out of bed. Pretty Willow, what are you doing early in the morning instead of taking a nice long nap? After opening the door for Lu Sisi, Xiao Yiro complained. You haven't slept enough. Come on, there's something good to show you. Coming in, Liusi hurriedly took the cell phone out of her bag, fireboarded the quick feed app and played the video to Xiao Yiru. Where exactly is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there, not caring if it's a cliff or not. The video shows a man standing in the center of a square, singing in a distinctive voice. The lyrics are great and the voice is okay and recognizable. When she heard the front, Xiao Yiro commented with a professional tone. Listen to the back. Liusi interrupted Yiru Zhao's comment and proceeded to let him hear it. Seeing her so serious, Xiao Yiru was a bit curious. Could it be that there's something else special that could make this great songwriter take it so seriously? With curiosity, Xiao Yiru listened towards the back. Run forward, meet the cold eyes and scorn. How can the vastness of life be felt without trials and tribulations? Destiny, it can't bring us to our knees to beg for forgiveness, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. The high-pitched voice rang out, and Xiao Yiro and Lu Sisi's bodies immediately got goosebumps. The sound is so shocking. It was so shocking that it made their scalps tingle. After listening with shock, Xiao Yiru opened her eyes wide and stared dead at Sutton in the video. Said, this song is too shocking. Whether it's the tune or the words, it's the kind that goes straight to the heart. I didn't sleep all night yesterday after I watched the video. I was really blown away. I don't know what kind of person it is that can write such a mind-blowing song. Ryushi looked unusually agitated, especially since she's a professional songwriter, and the lyrics of the song are such that she can't even pick them out. Do you know what this song is called? Who is this singer? What's the name? Xiao Yiro quickly smelled a different business opportunity. Once you can sign the singer and buy out this song in his hands, Shaw Entertainment can then have a male singer to hold the cards. I've already told Uncle Xiao, and now I've heard that all the major music entertainment companies are looking for this person, and I'm not too sure about the rest. Ryushi replied with some regret. It's also true that there's no such mind-blowing song on the market right now, and those entertainment companies will surely do everything they can to sign him. Xiao Yiru sighed. Let's just hope her father finds him before the other entertainment companies do. Chapter 27, Sutton is signed to Hyatt. Brother, thank you for the tunes and the guitar. I'll see you again someday. When he woke up in the morning, Sutton looked at Sugu, who was still huffing and puffing, and placed a written letter of farewell on the table. Then he slung the 2 guitars on his back and headed outside. Dreams are good, but how many dreams come true? After a night of thinking, Sutton decided to go home first. He will come back to Magic City when he has some money in his hand. Renew your dreams. Arriving at the station, Sutton bought his ticket and waited there in boredom. His mind still couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart when he remembered singing with Sugu yesterday. The train from Magic City to Fuyuan City has begun checking tickets. Please check your ticket at Ticket Gate 8 to board the train. Just as Sutton recalled yesterday's madness, the station's radio came on. Hearing the radio, Sutton stood up. Arriving at Ticket Gate 8, Sutton looked back at the magical city he had brought with him for nearly 5 years and murmured softly under his breath, "Brother, thank you. When my brother gets rich in the future, I'll come back to you," said the man, walking towards ticket gate 8. "Mr. Sutton, stay, Mr. Sutton." Just as Sutton was about to check his ticket, a man in a suit ran by breathing heavily. Upon arriving, a handful of Sutton's tickets were snatched away. "What are you doing?" Sutton was a little angry. "I was just about to check my ticket. Why did you people take it away from me?" The abrupt behavior of the man in the suit drew the eyes of the pedestrians in the station. "Excuse me, Mr. Sutton. I'm Star Scout Gung Tianhao from Hyatt Music and would like to have a chat with you." "Hyatt Music?" Sutton took Gung Tianhao's business card and muttered under his breath. Hyatt Music is a very famous music company in Yanxia country. The head office is in Chengdu, and there is also a branch in Magic City. There may be some people who don't know when it comes to Hyatt Music Entertainment Ltd, but as soon as we talk about the female singer Winona, many people understand. Since Xiao Yura was seriously ill, the female singer Winona, who had dominated the charts for more than 2 months, was a female singer under Haiwen Music. The strength is evident. It was just that what Sutton didn't understand was, what was this Haiwen company's talent scout looking for him for? "Mr. Sutton, we, Hyatt Music, would like to talk to you about cooperation. What do you think about staying in Magic City for a day first?" Gung Tianhao took another look at all the groundwork Sutton was wearing. Then he said, "Don't worry, even if the cooperation doesn't work out by then, we will still arrange all of Mr. Sutton's trips." Looking at Gung Tianhao, who was full of sincerity, Sutton was somewhat moved. After all, it was Hyatt Music, a company he hadn't even dared to think about before. "Good." Sutton nodded and walked towards the outside of the station with Gung Tianhao. Coming outside the station, Gung Tianhao's car was waiting outside, and what Gung Tianhao drove over was actually a Rolls-Royce. It also put Sutton's mind at ease. There was no reason for a man who drove a Rolls-Royce to coax a poor man like himself. After getting into the car, Gung Tianhao and Sutton sat in the back seat. The two climbed into conversation. "Hello, Mr. Sutton. Did you compose that song yesterday?" "No, my brother wrote it to me." Sutton was honest enough to answer back. "So that means that the original singer is you, and the song is copyrighted by you?" "The original song?" Sutton mused, thinking back to yesterday when Sugu said she was pentatonic and asked herself to sing. "I think it's trying to give the original song to itself." "Well, I'm the original singer." "Oh, then may I ask if you can get the full copyright of this song if we, Haiwen Music, sign you?" Sutton was a little hesitant. He didn't know if this counted as his full copyright. "I remember Shug telling him yesterday that the song was written for him. Think it was given to him too. I should have left a number. I got high yesterday and forgot to do so." Sutton was depressed. "Take a trip to the Minuteman Hotel. I'll ask around." After thinking for a long time, Sutton decided to ask Sugu. After all, he wrote the song and he gave himself such an expensive guitar. It would be too much of a no-no for myself to monopolize his songs again. "Okay, driver, navigate to the Minjar Hotel." Seeing Sutton's indecision, Gung Tianhao said to the driver. The driver received the order and turned around and drove towards the hotel where Sugu was. Stretching hard, the sleeping Sugu woke up from her bed, watching the sunlight pour into the room. Sugu rubbed her somewhat stinging eyes for a while before she slowed down. "Hey, where's Sutton?" Sugu, who opened her eyes, looked around, a little puzzled. When he got up, he found an extra letter on the table. "Elder brother, after thinking about it all night, I decided to leave Mordor. Dreams are good, but one must also recognize reality. Forgive a brother for leaving without saying goodbye, fearing the shame of walking away crying in front of him. Thanks to my brother's guitar, and thanks to his tunes, I have renewed my faith in life. One day when my brother is prosperous, come back to Mordor to have a drink with me." Sutton, this kid, actually play with me to disappear. Then you at least leave me a phone number. Even if you come to Magic City to look for me, no number you find. Looking at the contents of the letter, Sugu had a headache. Not that he believed that Sutton left because he wanted to monopolize a $400,000 plus guitar. He wouldn't have had to drink with himself yesterday if he really wanted it all to himself. Run straight away yourself and you won't stop him. But they're both very much alike in that they both like to forget important things. After cleaning up a bit, Sugu still had to sweep the code to earn money. And after washing up a bit, he left the hotel and went to find a place to sweep the code again. Checked out? Arriving at the hotel, Sutton was a little confused when he heard Sugu check out. Looking at the sun all the way up, and the fact that I was late. But what about the songs? Mr. Sutton, since your brother said the song is for you, you should be able to decide. And I'll need to bring you to our headquarters in Shamdu as soon as possible after we sign. Seeing Sutton's hesitation, Gung Tianhao didn't want to delay any longer. Now that he can find it, if another music company finds his number, he'll be very passive when the time comes. It was such a good opportunity now, and Sutton didn't want to miss it. Once he misses it, he may never get a chance in his life. So biting his tongue, he said, yes, but if the song comes out on an album, the song showcasing the songwriting has to be my brother's name. Like this? Of course, we can add it for you if you sign with us at Hyatt. By the way, may I ask what your brother's name is? My brother's name. He's called Shug. Sutton replied as he looked out the window. The car started and drove through the streets of Magic City. A signing was finalized in the car before they even reached the Hyatt Music Ltd. branch. Chapter 28 Discoveries. 2 days later, in Xiao Yiru's room. At this time, Xiao Yiru could already get out of bed and walk. No, I should say it's fully recovered. In between, including Yuan He and Yuan Shan came several times. When checking out Xiao Yiru's body, it was surprisingly better than before. At one point, Yuan He wanted to dial Su Ji's phone number, wanting this granddaughter of his to hurry up and worship him. Even $1 million is ready for her. But Yuan Shan is a donkey with a temper and says she'll make a bet. No matter how Yuan He tried to persuade her, she said she had to wait until Yu Shui got pregnant. The helpless Yuan He was also out of options. If not for the fact that he was now old, he would have gone to worship Su Gu. My Zoe is even prettier than before. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Yu Shui combed Xiao Yiru's hair with a loving face. Too bad it's a girl. Xiao Yiru returned with a sigh. It's a big family business that she doesn't want to inherit. She loves to sing and she feels that her life should be about shining and singing, instead of trying to take on a $10 billion family fortune. What's wrong with girls? Girls are better. Knowing your daughter is like being a mother. Where did Yu Shui not know what was going on in Xiao Yiru's mind? With reproach. Mom, do you think you can really give me another brother? Xiao Yiru naturally knew about Yu Shui being treated by Su Gu, just what so many major hospitals, even foreign ones, couldn't do. Could he really do? Yu Shui was also a bit worried, but still comforted. It should be fine. He saved you from death. Xiao Yiru was silent. Just because you can save yourself doesn't mean you can cure infertility as well. After all, there are specialties in the field, and there are many physician segments in their own right. By the way, Ro, you're 20 years old. Isn't it time for you to find someone? Seeing that Xiao Yiru didn't say anything, Yu Shui changed the topic. Mom, how old am I? How old? It's 20. If you can find it in a hurry. If Mom can get pregnant, I'll carry both babies together then. Xiao Yiru was a bit confused. Is he himself too much of a mother? That thought, how did she come up with it? Let's see. That Su Gu is good. If he really cured me, do you want to consider it? Mom, what are you talking about? Say it again and I'll ignore you. Xiao Yiru pretended to be angry. Okay. Mom won't say anything. Yu Shui continued to brush Xiao Yiru's hair. It was only Xiao Yiru's thoughts that had drifted away. Thinking of Su Ji's handsome face, talking to himself as if he were a child. The point is, the guy seemed to have his body all to himself. It seems like it would be nice to be a boyfriend. Blah, 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 blah. Ella CEO, what are you thinking? He's your doctor. Thinking about it, Xiao Yiru's face turned red. Yu Shui looked at her daughter's suddenly red face in the mirror with a smile on her lips. My daughter is growing up. Zoe, I've discovered a shocking secret. At this time, Lu Sisi ran to Xiao Yiru's room in a fire. After pushing the door and seeing Yu Shui, she hurriedly collected herself. Auntie is good. Sisi is here. Sit down first, it will be ready soon. Seeing Sisi, Yu Shui tied up Xiao Yiru's hair. Then he said, you guys talk, I'll go get you some fruit. With that, Yu Shui walked out of the room. What's wrong, Si? Did the singer find it? Xiao Yiru turned around and asked with a smile. The singer? Don't mention it. That singer was signed away by Haiwa. I heard that he went to the Shindu headquarters to record a song. I guess it will be released in the next few days. Pity. By the way, what was the amazing secret you said you found? It does seem a bit of a shame not to have signed Sutton, but there are still some capable male singers under Xiao Entertainment. Even if they were poached, it wouldn't have a big impact on their Xiao Entertainment. Here, look at these videos. Speaking of which, Liusi hurriedly took her cell phone out. Tap on the Quick Feed app, then start playing the video. The video is still of Sutton singing in the square. And this video, now it's all over the internet. It's just that I've seen this video before, so why is Liusi showing it back to herself? See anything? Liu's asked. Isn't that the same male singer? See what? Xiao Yiru asked in a confused manner. Take a closer look. Hearing Lu Sisi's words, Xiao Yiru looked over again. Suddenly, the figure of a man behind Sutton caught her attention. The man wore a mask and was tall. It's hard to tell because the video was taken in a blurry way, but there was just something inexplicably familiar about it. It's hard to see, is it? There are other videos you can look at again. Saying that, Liusi opened her collection of videos to come again. In the video, A man pours out water from his backpack and gives it to his traffic police uncles. Before the traffic police uncle could refuse, he ran away. There are just as many likes below. It's just that this video is slightly clearer, with a black mask and an Adasabi brand t-shirt bought at a ground floor stand. The body shape was very similar to the man behind Sutton who was playing the guitar. This is Dr. Sue. Finally, Xiaoyiro thought about it. That's Shug. Yes, it's Su-gu. I've watched this video several times in the past 2 days, and I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but then when I saw this video, I confirmed that this person is Su-gu. Willow Sissy said with great conviction. It's really impossible to tell if the video of Sutton singing alone. After all, the video itself focuses on Sutton. But when watching this video, what you're wearing, your body shape, your hair, it was basically 100% certain that that person was Su-gu. I didn't realize he was so caring that he actually gave water to his traffic police uncle. Looking at Su-gu in the video, Xiaoyiro again remembered the way Su-gu coaxed herself that day. That feeling of completely treating yourself like a little kid. Not only that, Su-gu has also bought bread, water and so on for some stray cats and dogs, many of which have been photographed by people who are interested. Lu Cece looked at Xiaoyiro and then said, Xiaoro, I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. Wrong focus? Xiaoyiro was puzzled. Have you forgotten the song Meet that Shug wrote for you? With a mysterious smile, Lu Cece stared at Xiaoyiro. The meeting? You mean? Xiaoyiro snapped to the meaning of Lu Cece's words. Su-gu accompanied this male singer, so he must know this male singer. If we can contact Shug, we think we can contact that Sutton. They still have a chance to maneuver if Hyatt's side hasn't signed him up yet. After all, this Sutton is a big help. CC, quickly call Su-gu and ask him if he knows that male singer. If we can sign him up, I'll have a better chance of winning. Xiaoyiro hurriedly said. Zoe, that male singer is already signed. That's not what I meant. Listening to Xiaoyiro's words, Lu Cece held her forehead. It seemed she still didn't get her point. Xiaoyiro was puzzled. Don't you mean that? Chapter 29 Elaine Seo is going to have a concert. Don't you mean that? Xiaoyiro was strange. Of course not, my great lady. Willow sat down and began to patiently give her thoughts. Shug writes songs and plays the guitar. The point is, this male singer had originally sung at Hurricane Square, always still singing her songs. It hasn't picked up in the last few days. And this time, why all of a sudden? He wrote a hit song. Why did it again happen to be such a coincidence that Su-gu was accompanying him? Are you saying that Shug wrote this song for him? Xiaoyiro finally heard what Lu Cece meant. At the same time she was shocked, because the song Su-gu wrote for her was perfect for herself. Gentle, with a desire for love. But Sutton sings a completely different song, not just stylistically, but also in terms of treble. Generally speaking, every songwriter has a style that is all their own. And this meet is so different from the song Sutton sang, isn't it? That's why Xiaoyiro was a little less convinced that it was the work of the same person. I didn't quite believe it at first, but I'm equally unconvinced that things could be so coincidental. Saying that, Lu Cece exited the video interface, pressed the dialing button, and with a bad smile, said, just make a call and ask, hello? You didn't save my number? After dialing the phone, Leosi was nonplussed, the which one nearly broke Willow Sissy's defenses. The signal on my side is not very good, so I didn't see who the number was calling. Willows, can you find a tear excuse? Ha. Listening to the conversation between the two. On the side, Xiaoyiro covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Lu Cece was also speechless for a while. Was she that unpopular? Called once and actually didn't even note my number. That's not true. You're not that bad looking yourself. Is this man not interested in women? Most likely. He didn't even have that gaze when he looked at Rose's body. These two words made the tall and magnificent image Su-gu had managed to build up in Lu Cece's heart crumble to the ground. Let me ask you, were you backing up a singer at Hurricane Square the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday? Oh, right, there is such a thing? What? Did you go to Hurricane Square too? I didn't. I'm asking you, did you write that song sung by that mariachi singer in the square? How did you know that? You've met Sutton? It's really you writing it. After confirming this, both Lucius revealed shocked expressions. Although they were only in the mindset of asking, when Su-gu said that she had written it herself, it still set off shockwaves in their hearts. It's clearly two songs with very different styles. How can you have such a span? Lu Cece looked at Xiaoyiro, and both of them lit up. Tell him I'm well enough to ask him out to dinner. Xiaoyiro hurriedly whispered to Lu Cece. Both songs were written by Shug. Wouldn't that be better than Sutton's if they scooped up Shug? Lu Cece nodded and hurriedly said, that do you have time? Xiaoro has recovered from her illness. She would like to invite you for a meal. Dinner? I can't. I'm busy. Hey, the signal isn't very good again. I'll hang up first ha. Do. Hey, you people. When Leosi saw the phone was busy, she almost didn't smash the phone. Anyone who wanted to have dinner with Xiao de Songstress could line up from Magic City to France, and this guy actually refused. Maybe he's really busy. Xiao Yuro was a bit lost, but she could only comfort herself in this way, especially when Su Ge was looking at her. Her eyes were bright and completely free of the lewdness that some men looked at themselves with. Is it because you're not pretty enough? This was the first time that Xiao Yuro doubted her appearance. I've never seen anything like it. Putting her cell phone in her pocket, Lu Cece huffed and puffed and said to Xiao Yuro. Xiao Yuro looked at Lu Cece and sighed as well. Such a person is indeed too rare. See, do you think he'll come if I do a return concert? Xiao Yuro asked. For some reason, Su Ji's refusal this time made Xiao Yuro want to see him even more. Didn't get a good look at the big boy last time. Now I want to see it, and I'm still being rejected by him. It should come. Ha, Zoe, you're returning to singing? Once Lu Cece heard that Xiao Yuro was returning to the singing world, she swept away the depression that Su Ge had brought her. Winona digs into Xiao Yiruo's songwriter, and then takes advantage of Xiao Yiruo's illness to grab the major music charts. It had long since caused Liusi to hold her fire. If Xiao Yuro returned now, she could also take a hard revenge on Winona. Lu Cece could now be eager to see when Xiao Yuro returned to the top. What a look Winona would have. Well, after being quiet for so long, it's time to check back into the singing world. Xiao Yuro stood up from the bed. Stretching, he continued. If I don't go back yet, the fans are going to forget about me, aren't they? Also, and this time, we have a new song that Su Ge wrote for me, and this time, we're going to dominate the charts. Willow Sissy was also all bravado. Then she took out her cell phone and ran outside to call Yuro Zhao's agent. Xiao Yuro, who was alone in her room, stretched out and came to the window. Coming to the window, Xiao Yuro sat on a lift stool with one hand resting on her pointed chin, looking out at the scenery of Magic City. Who does this song meet? Remembering that Liusi had told her that Su Ge had written the song while she was in therapy for her. Why would he write this song when he saw himself as a singer? She understands very well that a songwriter creates songs. It's usually about who you meet and what you encounter. Or maybe it's something that happened to you or something like that. Instead, Shug wrote the song in that setting. It's also titled Meet. Meet, is it meeting me? Xiao Yuru's thoughts once again flew to a faraway place. This little ninny, always trying to hold me back from earning money when there's nothing else to do. It's really inappropriate. Su Ge, who was scanning the code to earn money, hung up the phone and grumbled into it for a while. What's good about the meal? Can't you just discount it? Loser little girl. Seeing that several days had passed, Su Ge had only earned more than $100 million. The last 2 days it's even made just over $100,000 a day. There's still over a month to go. The rate of earning money now is too slow for Su Ge. If only there were a few more like Yuro Xiao. 3 days to cure one person to give a small goal. Hey, it's not even dark yet. Why are you daydreaming again? Su Ge put the newly purchased water in her bag. Under the puzzled gaze of the convenience store owner, he walked out of the convenience store. Ding! Is it another reward? Shug was now excited to hear this text message alert. After taking out his cell phone, the display on it still disappointed him a bit. Hello, I am a small fish baby. Tell you a good news. Oh, our sweetheart goddess Xiao Yuro to return. Return concert, scheduled for Magic City Magic Big Stadium. Buy tickets location. Poke below. Chapter 30 Special Reward. Single Courage. The alert in the text message was the promotion number of Shaw Entertainment, and the mascot of Shaw Entertainment is also called Baby Fish. Looking at this text message, the corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted. The fact that Elaine Seo is going to have a return concert means that her body is all cleared up. Your own heart can be at ease. Why don't I go listen too? Looking at the text message, Su Ge sprouted a thought. As a concert for Ella Seo, he actually kinda wanted to go see it. Back in the day, it was always a desire to go to a concert and feel the atmosphere inside. It's a pleasure to take your beloved to a concert and sing along to your heart's content. It's just that he hasn't been able to spend that money over the years in order to make money. Plus that woman Lu Yun Yun. Don't mention it. The more you mention it, the angrier you get. After tapping on it, an interface was reopened. It shows the entrance, address, and time of purchase. Su Ge looked at it and couldn't help but frown. This time is 6 o'clock in the evening, and the address is the Magic University Stadium. In the evening, it wasn't too late, and Moda Stadium wasn't too far away. This is the ticket. A front row ticket would cost about $700. The latter is slightly cheaper, though rumor has it online that the average front row ticket is over $1,000. 700 plus counts as a good conscience, but Su Ge was still a little heartbroken. Get a back row. Just relax. After thinking about it for a while, Su Ge still didn't bother to buy a ticket for the front desk. Picked a spot towards the back, positioned off in the corner. Only then did Su Ge click on buy. Ding! Wizards pay $120. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. Ding! non-scanning payment, rewards are selected by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth plane. China, Jing Ru single courage. Have you gotten into a fight with songs lately? How come the rewards are either singles or instrumental proficiency or something? Can't you reward me with a Lamborghini? If not, you can reward me with a few $100 million. Looking at another single, Sugu was a bit depressed, but also something is better than nothing. Soon, Sugu was also relieved. After putting his cell phone in his pocket, Sugu began to scan codes for money again. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on February 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $10,000 with a balance of $1. 099, 999, 952. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets 100 times the blitz. Farmers Bank, on February 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $100 with a balance of $110. 000, 52. Phew, finally broke 10 million again. In the evening, looking at the balance on her bank card, Sugu exhaled. Spent over $400,000 on a guitar for Sutton. It froze and took 2 days to get the number back up to $110 million again. And Sugu feels that these 2 days are more or less a little bit of bad luck. Scanning so many QR codes before a 10,000 times return appears. Is it because the recent special rewards have used up all the luck? Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. Just after Sugu was ready to rest for a while, the cell phone rang. This time Sugu sort of memorized this number. It was Leo C calling again. Why are you so obsessed with asking me to eat? Hey, CC, the signal is not very good on my side. What a bad signal. Don't you dare try to hang up on me again. Okay, I'm not hanging up. You said. Sugu originally wanted to hang up the phone, but 3 times hanging up people's phone. Also really a little rude. This asked. C is having a return concert on October 8th, at 6 p.m. That's something you always have time for, right? Willow's words were tinged with complaint. There's time. Sugu had originally bought a ticket as well, so naturally, he had time on his hands. That's fine. I'll save you the front row tickets. Send you the ticket numbers then, and you can just pick them up when you get to the place. Ha? Sugu froze. You just bought the tickets yourself, and you're telling me you saved them? Couldn't you have called me earlier? Reserved front row tickets for you. You must go. Oh, this time Xiao Ro sings the song you wrote. Well, I'll just go. Sugu hurriedly had gotten some kind of bad luck lately. Having just paid, Leosi reserved the tickets for herself. That's a lot of money to save. After the depressed Sugu hung up the phone, he looked for a place to rest. How's C? What did he say? Coming over? Seeing that Lu Sisi hung up the phone, Xiao Yuru hurriedly asked. This time she wanted to sing Meet, which Sugu wrote for her, at the concert. For one thing, she wanted to see Su Ji's reaction after hearing herself sing. Secondly, she wanted to thank Sugu in front of her fans. So as soon as Leosi over here hung up the phone, she nervously inquired. After all, she felt that Sugu was different from others and was afraid that Sugu would refuse. He dared not come. Lu Sisi didn't know why, but now that she was on the phone with Sugu, she was furious. What do you mean? Okay, I'll just go. It's as if he's begging for it. Front row seats, hey, the kind that money can't always buy. He was actually a little upset about it. Well, it's good to be here, and it just so happens that I'd kinda like him to hear if I'm singing this song in the right mood. Once she heard that Sugu was coming over, Xiao Yuru's hanging heart was also relaxed. How dare he say it's not right? Zoe, you're a professional singer. What can't you sing? Ryushi doesn't hide his emotions well. Hanging up the phone, all the time he was puffing out his cheeks. It's like someone pissed her off. Why are you so angry? I'm not. Ha! Looking at how Sugu managed to make Lu Sisi angry every time, Xiao Yuru's mouth was tinged with a smile. Likewise, he became curious about Sugu. What kind of a person was a boy who could make Willow Sissy so angry and refuse his own treats? Xiao Yuru watched as Lu Sisi held her cell phone with a lit screen and a number appeared in front of her eyes. She just didn't quite have the heart to ask Leosi for it. Otherwise this little gossip was sure to question herself. Swept a glance toward Leosi's cell phone. Su Ji's number was quickly memorized by her, only to see that she didn't move and took her cell phone out. Saved the number that was memorized. The two chatted for a while longer after that. It was only then that Leosi finally left. After leaving, Xiao Yuru was lost in thought with her cell phone. Want to give him a call? The sky was getting darker, and outside the magic city, neon lights were constantly flashing. Xiao Yuru stared at the number on her cell phone with some hesitation. What are you going to say on the phone? As much as she wanted to call Shug, yet, he didn't know what to say to open the conversation between the two. A man who heals, loves, writes songs, and plays guitar. For the first time, the always excellent Xiao Yiru felt a little overwhelmed. Cell phone off screen and on, turn off the screen and open. Repeating this many times, Xiao Yiru's entire body became a bit despondent, but that call was never made. Chapter 31, Car Show. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on May 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $10,000 with a balance of $110. 990, 520, 52. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets 1,000 times the storm. Farmers Bank, on May 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $1,000, leaving a balance of $11. 100, 520, 52. Phew, finally broke $1 million. Looking at the balance of the bank card, Sugu exhaled. It's been a good 2 days of luck. The 10,000 fold blasts came out several times, not to mention the 1,000 fold blasts. Carrying a large backpack of mineral water, Sugu just happened to come to a traffic police post. With so much water, he definitely couldn't drink it all by himself. So again, all the water was given to those lovely traffic police uncles. In a few days' time, all the traffic police posts within the 5th ring road of Magic City were basically visited by Sugu. Sugu, the man, was also familiar to these traffic police uncles. We're done sweeping this side too, so let's go outside the 5th ring road on the next trip. After sweeping the last convenience store, Sugu carried her duffel bag and walked towards the 6th ring road of Magic City. Outside the 5th ring road of the Magic City, it's basically a suburb, but the suburbs here are still busier than the city centers of many 3rd and 4th tier cities. But the bustle outside the 5th ring road is usually a few businesses and factories, especially 4S stores in particular. Arriving outside the 5th ring road, Sugu looked at the rows of 4S stores and was dumbfounded. All the stores inside the 5th ring of Mordor are basically swept up. The stores outside the 5th ring are farther away. It's a bit of a struggle if you're walking alone. It's been sweeping for so long. Buy a car and treat yourself. His driver's license was eating dust in his hand. Thinking of this, Sugu walked towards a 4S store. He was also going to make a trip to Shindu when he had almost enough money in hand. There would be no need for the car to be too nice. So Sugu set her sights on the more ordinary state store in Yensha. State cars are still good these days. Of course, if you love to save face, you should definitely go for some luxury brands. However, Sugu didn't care too much about such things as face. What's more, for whom? But he's in Shemu now then. By all means get a car over $10 million or more. Hello sir, are you here to see our car show too? Just as we entered the market, a woman in professional attire greeted us, only to see her take a poster out and hand it to Sugu. Car show? Sugu looked at the poster and realized that today was actually the day of the car show. Looking around at all the cars parked, of different makes, I guess they all came over to see the car show. Today is our Magic City International Auto Show venue display. Aren't you coming over to see the car show? The woman asked curiously. Usually those who come here are supposed to come to see it. Although Shug does dress a bit, but it's not like luxury cars were the only vehicles on display inside the auto show, so that's why she came over to inquire. What's more, although Sugu was wearing a mask, he still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Okay, I'll go in and take a look. It's good to get in and look around if there's a car show. In the future, when you go to Shamdar, you can also target the same luxury brands. That's fine. It's inside. You're welcome inside. The woman made a gesture of invitation to Sugu, then went back to handing out flyers to the others. Coming into the car show, a lot of people had already come inside by now. One car model posed next to the car for photos. Looking at the lewd men who were on the verge of disliking their cell phones to people's chests, Sugu wondered if they had come over to buy a car. The venue was huge, and most of the front was filled with domestic cars and some cheaper JVs. The further you go towards the inside, the more expensive the car will be. Along the way Sugu walked and stopped, and there was no one to receive himself for a bit. It also made Sugu look laid back. Walking to the luxury brand area, a vehicle caught Sugi's attention. It's not so much that the car is expensive, but the styling is outrageous to be in the luxury brand section. The badge on the front of the car was a capital B with wings. This car is a bit like Rolls-Royce, but much more stingy than Rolls-Royce. Belonging to the sedan inside the B-Class is not like B-Class, and bigger than the A-Class kind of car. The styling isn't the type that young people like either, and the body of this car, with its dark green color, gives it a somewhat awkward look. What's more, there's not even a car model here. Walking into the side of that car, Sugu looked towards the sign in front of him. Bentley Ovation? So that's what a Bentley looks like. Ha, I thought it was a Bialetti. Coming to the car, Sugu looked at the car in front of that one, somewhat speechless. With this look, he'd believe it if he said it was Bialetti. Hello sir, may I ask if you would like to see the car? Seeing Sugo stop at the sign, Dian Xin walked over and asked with a smile. Hearing Dian Xinshin voice, Sugo looked over. Today, Dian Xinshin wore a tight suit and her hair was tied up, looking very elegant. Hello, I'm just looking. Sugo smiled towards her. After coming in for so long, this was the first person who was willing to talk to Sugo. Sugo was also willing to return the smile in response. Originally, there were also some shoppers who looked at Suji's handsome appearance and wanted to talk to him, but when they saw the Adasabi t-shirt Sugo was wearing, they instantly lost interest. What kind of car can someone who wears a dress like that afford? They are now trying to take advantage of this opportunity to see if they can hook up with some rich kids. Although Sugo looked handsome, who knew what he looked like under the mask? Instead of wasting your energy on someone you're not sure about, it would be more cost-effective to identify a more reliable rich kid. That was why Sugo had wandered around for so long without anyone asking. Oh, so, would you like to see the inside? It's a Bentley Custom, but the previous owner of this one retired it, so it's just sitting here. Anyway, it's fine now. Dian Xin looked at the handsome Sugo and smiled. Yeah. Sugo was also quite eager to see how this luxury brand's customized vehicle was different from the ordinary ones. The two arrived at the car and Dian Xinshin smiled as she opened the door. A luxurious aura inside instantly grabbed Suji's eyeballs. Is this a luxury brand? The interior is too extravagant. The Bentley Alvrier upholstery is to use up at least 16 hides, and those seats can be natural grain leather. Looking at Suji's shocked expression, Dian Xin said with a smile, there's actually a star top? Sugo poked her head towards the inside and marveled. Of course, it's customized. Seeing Suji's marveled look, Dian Xin also pursed her lips and laughed. Sure enough, this is the kind of car that rich people drive. Sugo looked at the interior and realized how enjoyable a rich person's car was. The car driven by a rich man must be with the best stuff. At Dian Xinshin closed the car door and continued. Cheer up, as long as we work hard, we will all have the chance in the future. Dian Xinshin gently touched the car with her hand, and it was obvious that she really liked it. I just don't know if this cheering up is addressed to Sugo or to herself. Looking at Dian Xinshin, Sugo wore a smile, although Dian Xinshin wasn't the very pretty type. But from the fact that she didn't mind Sugo wearing grown-up clothes, the fact that he was even shown the interior of the car was enough to show that the girl wasn't the snobbish type. And it was precisely this kind of girl that Sugo appreciated the most. Xinshin, what are you doing here if you don't work properly? Don't you want to do it? Right in the middle of their conversation, a very discordant voice interrupted the two. Chapter 32, I still like you when you're untamed. Excuse me, manager. I'm introducing this customer to this car. After that big-bellied manager came over, Dian Xinshin, who had just been talking and laughing with Sugo, hurriedly lowered her head, like a look of having done something wrong. Are you going to buy this car? Li Fei looked at Sugo and inquired with a frown, especially when he saw the clothes Sugo was wearing. He instantly even got a less friendly tone. What? Can't you take a look? Sugo was contemptuous of such snobs. Since it's a car show, isn't it just for people? Don't even look at it. Just come and buy it. Why do you need to go to a car show? This car is a customized car, so if you're going to look at it, I suggest you visit the National Property Area. Though a little offended, he pushed the U address. It's just that Shug is not happy to hear it is all. I heard this pretty girl say that this car was returned by someone else. Why? Why can't you even take a look? Sugo asked without a trace of humor. Hearing Su Ji's words, Li Fei glared fiercely at Dian Xinshin. Dian Xinshin was also afraid to breathe. Voice also with a crying tone, said, Manager, I just introduce him. I won't next time. Don't fire me. I have almost no money to pay the rent. Good to know. Hurry up and get busy somewhere else. Where would this place get so many rich people to come over and entertain you? I know. I'll go over and get busy now. Li Fei fiercely reprimanded Dian Xinshin, but invariably she was not dismissed. Wait, beautiful. Don't rush off just yet. At this time, Suga called out to Dian Xin. Then, I haven't finished reading it yet. That. Dian Xinshin raised her head and looked at Suga with anxiety in her eyes. It's time for you to stop pulling me down. Dian Xinshin didn't know whether to leave or not at this point. Listening to Dian Xinshin talk about how she couldn't pay the rent, Suga was once again moved with compassion. Probably he had suffered the same dilemma when he first came to Mordor. Hey, one's heart is still too kind. I'd like to see it again, Shug said, coming back to the side of that car. Li Fei didn't quite understand what Sugo meant a bit. Walking up to him and blocking his way to see the car, he smiled and said, I very much understand your feelings of wanting to see a luxury car, but after all, this car is customized, and adds up to more than $7 million inside and out. By the way, pretty girl, what's your name? Sugo directly ignored Li Fei and asked, My name is Cynthia Bien. Dian Xinshin is getting more and more puzzled. This person in the end want to do what? Deliberately make himself embarrassed? Dian Xin? Nice name. By the way, have you test-driven this car? Ah, no. Oh, want to take it for a test drive? Bien xin. This is an auto show. Test drive? Are you kidding me? A $7 million car. You can't just test drive it? It's a customized vehicle. Sir, this car is available. Car wash. Swipe your card. Before Li Fei could finish, Sugu directly pulled out a card from her pocket. It was handed to Li Fei's hand. Li Fei? Looking at the card in his hand, Li Fei was a bit confused. The card is a farmer's bank card, and a regular one at that. Is there really over $7 million in here? What are you waiting for? Swipe your card. Watching Li Fei froze, Sugu laughed. With apprehension, Li Fei hurriedly brought the POS machine over. You enter the password. Wait, let me ask. After I buy this car, how much commission can Bien xin take? Sugu didn't enter the password first. He's going to ask how much Bien Xinshin's commission is. Also, don't give it to this manager. The commission is all on him. You said you were going to give me this business? Bien Xinshin was shocked. If you give this business to yourself, you can at least get a commission of nearly $100,000. Of course, you introduced me. Of course I'm your client. Sugu replied with a smile. Manager, here you go. Li Fei knew that he would not be able to take this order on his own no matter what. Handed the POS machine in his hand to Bien Xinshin. Bien Xinshin entered her work number into it, and then Sugu then entered the password. Okay, let's start the paperwork now. Yes sir, just a moment. I'll prepare it for you now. Happiness comes too soon. Bien Xinshin still seems to be dreaming. $7,850,000. This seemingly unassuming man paid without batting an eye. Ding! After paying, an alert came from Su Ji's cell phone. However, Sugu didn't look at it and just let Bien xin go and get the contract for herself. Xinshin, what's so happy? Watching Bien Xinshin busily printing out contracts and whatnot, the guides, who were still glancing at the crowd coming through, asked in confusion. The Bentley Ovacha Custom 1. I sold it. Bien Xinshin said to them with a smile on her face. What? Who bought it? And wasn't that one returned? When these beautiful shoppers heard this, they looked towards the area of the Bentley OU's car. Only Sugu and Li Fei were standing there talking about something. Isn't this guy the handsome guy who was just idly skulking around? No, I didn't even bother with him when I saw he was dressed in a ground-up suit. Xinshin, don't be fooled. These beautiful guides are still skeptical. He's paid for it, still in full, and now signing the contract. Bien Xinshin took the printed contract and shook it happily towards them. What? Over $7 million paid in full straight away? These beautiful guides were dumbfounded when they heard it. In other words, they had just watched a rich man slip away from under their noses. Letting Bien Xinshin pick up the slack in such an out-of-the-way corner? For a moment they wanted to cry. Hey beautiful, I've got my car. Can you take me for a test drive? After signing a series of complicated on-loan contracts, seeing that Bien Xinshin wanted to leave, Sugu smiled and said, Manager. Bien Xinshin didn't dare to agree, but just gazed at Li Fei. Give customers a test drive is one of our services. You see what I do. Accompanied by Bad Eye Only You. Li Fei fainted. Hey, okay, thanks manager. Saying that, Bien Xinshin hurriedly led Sugu towards the car wash area. Sir, all of us guides are rather idle. You have a good time shopping. No need to make her hurry back. She can come back today if she doesn't. After watching Bien Xinshin lead Sugu towards the car wash area, Li Fei said to him with a pandering expression, anyone who buys a $7 million luxury car like a one-time full payment won't have a need for just one luxury car. That's all performance. A shrewd person like Li Fei would not let go of the opportunity to flatter him. Hearing Li Fei's words, Sugu stopped, turning around with a bad smile. I still like you untamed. You recover. Chapter 33 Conflict at the Workplace. Bank card payment of $7,800,000, triggering a special reward. Non-sweep payment. Special rewards are designated by the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining driving proficiency. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sugu pulled out her cell phone and checked it, and the corner of her mouth lifted up. The system is still very powerful. Although there was no return, triggering a special reward was great for Sugu, especially if it's still a skill-based bonus. Plus, Sugu hadn't even touched a car since he got his driver's license. Not to mention these multi-million-dollar luxury cars. To put it bluntly, he couldn't even figure out where to light it. Wow, this is the first time I've driven a luxury car like this. Thank you so much. Sitting in the driver's seat, Bien Xinshin's face broke into a smile. Hands were also stroking the steering wheel, moving left and touching right, which was rare. Why don't we start the fire? Watching Bien Xinshin keep touching, Sugu gave a reminder. Sorry. Hearing Su Ji's words, Bien xin blushed. This is a test drive for customers. Why are you just touching the steering wheel here? It's so humiliating. How does that? Fire. After getting the key, Dian Xinshin was a little embarrassed, because she hasn't driven a luxury car like this either. I couldn't find a keystroke after looking for it. Shug. Without moving, the driving proficiency will be selected. And Su Ji's brain is more than a few things. It didn't hurt as much this time. Or maybe he was becoming immune to the pain. After learning it, all the layouts inside the car appeared in Su Ji's head. He picked the key up and slid it in a groove under the steering wheel. The car started up. So it is. After the car started up, Dian Xinshin got a little nervous. The foot that was lifted trembled a little. By the way, I didn't change my shoes. Suddenly, Dian Xinshin hurriedly stepped on the brakes. She remembered that she was still wearing heels. I'll drive. Su Gu was a bit depressed. It's hard to think about letting you drive. You've got a bit of a thing going on here. Sorry. Dian Xinshin knew that this was her own mistake and lowered her head in shame. It's okay. Sorry for what? Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. Changing seats, Su Gu asked with a smile. Looking at Su Ji's handsome face, Dian Xin's face swooned out some red color, and the heart began to beat incessantly. Where was he trying to take himself? You can obviously drive it yourself, but you have to carry yourself. Could it be? Dian Xinshin's thoughts were a bit disorganized. They're in the business, and there have been some sales that have gone under for performance, so she would unknowingly think in that direction as well. Go to anywhere. Dian Xinshin twisted her own fingers, lowered her head, and said with a red face, $100,000 in commission. As a salesperson she really had no reason to refuse, but her mind was torn, very torn. Why don't I give you a ride home? It just so happens your manager gave you the day off. Su Gu smiled. To my house? Dian Xinshin hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm sharing a room with someone else. The place is too small. Sharing a room is actually okay. It's a lot less stressful. Starting the car, Su Gu drove it out of the convention center. He didn't notice Dian Xinshin's somewhat embarrassed face. Then he said, name the place, and I'll send you back. This. Dian Xinshin didn't know what Su Gu really thought. She and her roommate switched shifts today, and now her roommate can be home. Why don't we just go to the hotel? Glancing towards Su Gu with his afterglow, Dian Xinshin said with a voice like fine lines. A hotel? Do you have a job at the hotel later? No. Better go to your house then. Oh, you search for Topaz Apartments. Seeing Su Gu so insistent, Dian Xin didn't know what to say. That's actually good. It just so happened that my own housemate was there. I don't think he's going to mess around. Soon, the car arrived at Topaz's apartment. That's as far as I'll take you. Stopping the car, Su Gu said to Dian Xin. Dian Xinshin froze and said, aren't you going up? Oh, no, I have things to do later. Su Gu replied with a smile. You're not. Dian Xinshin misunderstood. Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. Dian Xinshin was just about to say something when she heard Su Ji's cell phone ring. Looking at the number on her cell phone, Su Gu frowned. Hey Uncle Wang, what's wrong? The call was from his former master at the construction site. Su Gu, you hurry over. It's the end of the month. That Wang Cheng guy hasn't paid his salary until now. Everyone is making a fuss. The security guards have stopped us. You also hurry over. There was a cacophony on the phone. There was even some arguing going on in there. Okay, you guys wait there for a while. I'll be there now. Su Gu hurriedly replied. He's got a couple $1,000s in unpaid wages. That Wang Cheng guy has defaulted on more than one paycheck. Listening to the voices inside the hand, I'm afraid there's going to be some kind of conflict. Did something happen? Watching Su Ji's face change suddenly, Dian Xin, who hadn't gotten off the bus yet, asked, there are some things I need to take care of. Su Gu replied, do you need my help? Dian Xinshin looked at Su Gu who was indeed in a hurry and asked out of kindness. Looking at Dian Xinshin dressed in a suit, suddenly a thought struck the mind. Cindy Bien, have you ever studied law, or know anything about the law? Law, move. I used to be an assistant in a law firm. Then I went into car sales because of some things. Dian Xinshin replied curiously. What's this going to be? That's good. By the way, my name is Su Gu. Give me a hand later. Saying that, Su Gu started the car and sped towards the original worksite. Wang Chang, we'll quit if you don't pay today. It's been a week in October. Our kid is waiting for me to pay his tuition. If you don't pay today, I'll smash your office. Get the hell out of here. We're not going to work until we get paid. A group of workers were roaring angrily around the outside of a house built of colored steel foam tiles at the second course construction site. 5 or 6 security guards were struggling to keep the workers at bay, eyes on the brink of a violent confrontation. But the person in question, Wang Chang, is still not seen coming out. Everyone, Mr. Wang is really out, so you can come back this afternoon. the security chief said bitterly to these workers. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did he go? He said he'd be paid yesterday. Where's the paycheck? Did he buy himself a coffin? A youngster with a helmet droned. You guys this. Z. Just as the security guards were in a flurry of head scratching, a brake came on. Who was it that just said I bought myself a coffin? The car stopped, and Wang Cheng's big-bellied body got down from the car and spoke angrily towards them. Chapter 34, Have you fallen for a rich woman? Wang Cheng, you still know to come back. Where is our salary? There is always no shortage of impulsive young men on the job site. At the first sight of Wang Cheng, Sun Yan took his helmet and walked towards Wang Cheng aggressively, but before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by an older worker. Wang Cheng, we said we'd be paid at the end of the month. What day is it today? When will our wages be paid? Wang Shanha, who was the most qualified in their squad, questioned Sun Yan after pulling him over. Wages? You guys actually have the nerve to ask me for a paycheck? Wang Cheng clutched his purse with a disdainful look on his face. How many times have you delayed my work schedule? This month said that the 5th floor must be delivered. You have not finished the 5th floor today, and you still have the nerve to ask for wages? Is it our fault that the 5th floor isn't done? Do you have the materials in place? It's so hot right now. Don't you have any idea how much you can do in a day? Wang Shanha was also enraged. Originally, work on the site was full of uncertainty. In such a hot day, 10 hours of work a day, to put it mildly, is simply too much for a person to bear. How can you do it without even the materials? And they have to deliver it in a few days when they say they'll deliver it in a few days. Completely disregard the worker issue and the material issue. He's a god. He can't finish it. I don't care about that. Not without delivering a paycheck. Wang Cheng didn't care if they lived or died. All he knew was that they had a 5-day extension, so the paychecks have to be pressed a bit. You don't give a, do you? Once he heard Wang Cheng say that, Sun Yan was anxious. Drawing up his helmet, he was about to fight Wang Cheng. This moment the security guard rushed to stop him again. Come on, try hitting. Hit me, you guys don't say wages. I'll make you lose your pants. What Sun Yan is holding is a helmet. Unlike Shug, who copped a direct brick, so he's not that scared yet. Not to mention the fact that there's a security guard present here. Z. Just as the crowd was getting anxious, a car rushed in. Whose Bayati is this? It looks so handsome. After the car stopped, Sugu and Bian Xinshin walked down from the car. From the eyes they could tell that it was Sugu. Wang Cheng, it's the end of the month. Where's the paycheck? Sugu, who got out of the car, said bluntly after seeing Wang Cheng. You who? I haven't seen you in a few days. You even bought a car. Sugu was unchanged except for some changes in her face, her body and everything. And he was wearing a mask. So Wang Cheng was impressed. What the does it matter to you if I buy a car or not? Where's my paycheck? You want a paycheck before the job is done? Who gave you the courage? Wang Cheng said and walked towards Sugu, then smiled and said, that's not much of a loan on that car, is it? Or is it a Bayardi? Coming to Su Ji's car, Wang Cheng looked at the vehicle that had not yet been licensed, and his words were tinged with mockery. After all, in his eyes, a car like BYT is only 100,000 or so after all. Not even close to the Big Ben he was driving. Yes, it's not a small loan. I bought this car just for you. If you dare not pay your salary today, do you believe I will put your car to break apart for you? Sugu sneered. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. To my car broken frame, you can afford to pay? Just this broken car of yours? I'll smash it for you. It's only a matter of 100,000 or so. He laughed with abandon. This car is. Listening to Wang Cheng's words, Dian Xinshin wanted to explain something, but it was stopped by Sugu. I only heard Sugu laugh. Come on, you smash. I'll see if you can afford to pay for it. You smash. Seeing that Wang Cheng actually didn't know the value of this car, Sugu had the intention of punking him. The paycheck is definitely needed, but he should never be made to feel good about it either. You think I'm really afraid to smash it? Wang Cheng was furious. The last time Shug copied the brick thing, it still haunts him to this day. Now it's just buying a crappy car. This time say whatever it takes to teach him a lesson. Bang! Only to hear Wang Cheng slamming his fist hard on Su Ji's car. Dian Xinshin looked at the marks that had been smashed by Wang Cheng with his fist on the front cover and felt a pang of heartache. That punch, it's at least a couple 100,000. Bian Xin, help me call the police. Suga said to Bian Xin beside her. Call the police. You think I won't dare to smash it? What's wrong with compensating you for a new one? A broken BYT. It's worth a few bucks. With that, he used the zipper loop on the purse he had clutched in his cackling den to make another hard scratch on it. Then he raised his head provocatively at Sugu. Wang Cheng, don't bully people too much. Seeing that this Sugu actually didn't stop it, Sun Yan's violent temper came up again. What? I dare to scratch his car, but you dare to scratch mine? Seeing that Sun Yan still wanted to hit himself, Wang Chang provoked him. Mud, the old paycheck don't want it. Sun Yan's violent temper still fell for it. He only saw that he broke away from the security guard, and then smashed his helmet hard on Wang Chang's staben. The front cover of that Big Ben was instantly dented. You, old man's car this Big Ben is Wang Chang's favorite car. I heard he hasn't even bought a house yet for this Big Ben. Now it actually allowed Sun Yan to directly smash out a groove. This will never be the original paint again if it is repaired. I thought you said I wouldn't dare. I smashed. Saying that, Sun Yan smashed another mark on it with the helmet in his hand. You, old man, call the police to arrest you. Wang Chang was surely afraid to get tough with Sun Yan. This guy is so fierce. At first Wang Chang thought that Sun Yan didn't dare, but I didn't expect this guy to actually break the pot, and come to a fish death net with himself. Call the police? No, I've already reported it for you. Looking at Wang Chang's angry appearance, Suga smiled and walked towards Sun Yan. Dude, good job. Suga put his arm around Sun Yan's shoulders and smiled. Aren't you the same? You've only been gone a couple days and you found a girlfriend. I'm going to be miserable for a while. Sun Yan smiled bitterly. After the impulse had passed, he knew what he was facing. Paychecks and jobs be damned. The notch alone would be enough to pay him back for months. Don't worry, the police will be here in a while. Suga gave Sun Yan a relieved look. Looking at Suga with such confidence, Sun Yan was a bit puzzled. How did this Suga leave for a few days and become so confident? Turns out he was all humble as a lickspill when it came to that girlfriend of his. Sun Yan subconsciously looked towards Xin, all dressed up in a western outfit and looking so pretty. Suddenly he thought of something. Pushing Suga with his arm, he asked, tell your brother honestly, did you fall for a rich woman? Should, woo. It wasn't long before a sharp siren sounded outside the site. Hearing the siren, Wang Chang hurriedly glared fiercely at the two men and said angrily, you guys wait, you'll have a good time in a while. Saying that, Wang Chang hurriedly went towards the outside to greet them. Chapter 35, Shocked. Bayadi wants 7 million? At the main entrance, Wang Chang is talking to two policemen. While saying that, his hand was still pointing towards the side, as if he had a great grievance. The two officers frowned and joined him as they walked toward the side. Officer, that's him, he smashed my car. Coming in front of them, Wang Chang aggressively pointed at Sun Yan and said to the two who came over, hello, I'm from the police station. I heard you guys smashed this boss's car, right? A young officer who came over looked at Sun Yan and inquired, that hello? I'm the one who called the police. Just as the young officer was speaking, Dian Xinshin came over and interjected. The two officers looked at Wang Chang and then at Bian Xin, somewhat not quite understanding. Does it make any difference who called the police? I called the police, yes. He smashed my client's car. Dian Xinshin looked at the two officers doubtfully, then said, two officers? You mean he smashed up your car, don't you? No, he smashed up my client's car. Saying that, Dian Xinshin pointed at Sugu. Sugu also stood out and smiled. Hello officer, he smashed my car. Later, the young officer was more or less confused. Just now, Wang Chang was aggrieved all the way, saying that someone had smashed his car. Now this man is saying that Wang Chang smashed his car. So, who actually smashed whose? Here's the thing officer, he was the one who smashed my car first. Then my brother got mad and helped me get revenge by smashing his car. Sugu explained. That means that after you smashed his car, he called the police, and then this guy smashed your car again, right? After hearing Su Ji's words, the two officers sort of understood. Just now, Wang Chang had that burst of crying, and those who didn't know thought that he was the victim. They were deliberately picking a fight, so I didn't hold back. Wang Chang saw that he was not taking advantage of the situation and hurriedly explained. Officer, he owes us wages. We asked him for them and he smashed the car, not to mention threatening us. It was so hard to take advantage of the situation. How could they let Wang Chang go? So they hurriedly said, nonsense, what did I threaten you guys with? Don't spill your blood. Wang Chang was in a hurry. This seems to be going against you. Now there are two options. One is provocation and the other is civil mediation. So see what you can do about it? The two officers also roughly understood the reason. However, once he heard that Wang Chang owed wages to migrant workers, he was no longer favorable to him. But these two officers also understand that if this goes too far, the wages of these migrant workers will be even more difficult to claim. So I hope that mediation will be the best. Civil mediation is fine, but he has to fix my car. As soon as I heard that civil mediation is possible, Wang Chang had a plan in mind. His is a Big Ben, enough for Sun Yan to drink a pot. I agree. Sugu also said. Sugu, what are you doing? I can't afford to pay for it. As soon as he heard that Sugu actually agreed with Wang Chang's words, he hurriedly pulled on his clothes. It's okay. Sugu gave him a relieved look and stepped forward. Then said, civil mediation, I agree. Sun Yan can give you to repair the car. My car you also have to give me to repair it? That's for sure. Wang Cheng disdained. A BYT can be fixed for a few bucks. It's a million miles away from his Big Ben. Then the workers' wages can be paid too, right? Su Gu continued. Wang Cheng just wanted to find something to say, but when he saw the two police uncles' cold faces, he also wimped out. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll just send it to you now. Saying that, Wang Cheng took out several piles of cash from the car and gave them to Wang Shanha. Wang Shanha is their substitute. How much each person's last month's salary? He has a number in mind. After receiving the money, it was straightforward to pay everyone in full. Looked at Wang Shanha issued finished, Wang Cheng angrily said, now hit the insurance wage fixing it. How much money should be? Must be a hair cannot be worse my. Saying that, Wang Cheng called the insurance company and came over to set the insurance. Su Gu also had BNXIN call. Because it's closer to the insurance company, before the two officers could come over, the people on this side came over. The two police uncles don't go yet. I'm afraid he'll play tricks later. This side has been mediated and the two officers are ready to leave. But he was called back by Su Gu. It's okay, we'll come back if he tries to cheat. The two officers didn't think Wang Cheng would dare to cheat. After all, it seemed like the money involved shouldn't be much. Even if you spend $1 million if you're a Big Ben, it's not so bad that you're cheating. Officer, don't get too busy leaving. Let's look at the damage first. Shug still pulled the two officers over. Then he came over to the insurance loss adjuster who had come over and asked, well, how much is it going to cost? This Big Ben would probably cost at least $5,000 to redo the paint. After looking at it for a while, the insurance man said to Shug, hear that, Sun Yen, at least 5,000. I'll go to repair the car later. You watch the compensation. Wang Cheng was very proud when he heard this. At least 5,000 to start. How much does this Sun Yen make? It's only 6,000 bucks a month. Now the fix says so much, but when it comes time to fix it, it's a different story. Dare to play with me? Can't play with you, Wang Cheng thought triumphantly. Hearing that it would take 5,000 to start, Sun Yan looked at the money in his hand with frustration on his face. It's just a paycheck in hand, and it's going to be gone in a few moments. I haven't paid back a single cent this month. His is set. Now look at my car. Looking at Wang Cheng's smug look, Su Gu ignored him and inquired. Good. The insurance agent walked towards Su Ji's car. Che, how much can a BYT pay you? Seeing the two walk past, Wang Cheng was disdainful. After all, it's just the BYT, and the top end is only $100, 000 or so, not to mention scratching off a little paint, or replacing the front cover, which can cost a few bucks. Hello, is this your car? The insurance man came to the side of Su Ji's car, and his eyes were drawn to the logo on the front of the car. He rushed to open the car door, found the interior inside. Really, trenchant this is a car he doesn't know how to fix. It may have to be reported to the top for questioning. Of course, a customized Bentley Evra. Su Gu replied with a smile. A customized version? Can I make a call? If it was a customized version, it would be even more impossible to estimate. That, I'll call and ask. At that moment, Dian Xinshin came over to him and said, I just sold this car to him this morning. Saying that, Dian Xinshin took out her cell phone and dialed the number. What Bentley Evra? Isn't that a BYT? When Wang Cheng heard it, something wasn't quite right. He's seen Bentley's cars before, not this style. So can I ask how much this car costs? A bad feeling struck Wang Cheng's heart. That insurance clerk looked at Wang Cheng and said, for a normal Bentley Evra, it's probably between 3 and 4 million, but for the customized version, it might be double that, at least 7 million almost. 7 million? Wang Cheng and the crowd were stunned. Chapter 36, Does the rich woman have any girlfriends? 7 million plus. Wang Cheng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. $7 million? That's at least a couple $100,000 when you scratch it off. Sun Yan even looked at Su Gu with an incredulous gaze. How could he not have expected that this inconspicuous car that Su Gu drove over could actually be worth so much money? What a dirt poor rich woman this is. Ask around. This kind of car is customized, and if you want to replace the entire front cover, it needs to be shipped from overseas, and it might cost around $500,000. Dian Xinshin hung up the phone and said to them, $500,000? Wang Cheng is going crazy. That's enough to replace the cover to buy him a big E-Class Benjamin. This car of his, it's only 400,000 or so. Laborer Wang, $500,000 to start. See how you can pay for it? Shug asked with a smile as he hugged his arms. This. At this time, Wang Cheng no longer know what to do. He now where to get so much money to go. How can this be a Bentley? It's clearly a BYT. You're deliberately colluding, aren't you? I'll give you $20,000 at most. He's going to cheat. There's no way he can afford to lose $500,000. Uncle policeman, you saw it. He's trying to cheat. Here's why Shub won't let the two officers go. he still knew Wang Chang as a person better. This is the result of the damage fixing, and if you have any objections, you can also go through the legal process. The two officers looked at Wang Chang coldly. From the time he had money and didn't even pay his workers, they didn't have a good feeling about Wang Chang, now even more so. Don't even mention this time of year to play hard to get. Where would I get that kind of money? Wang Chang now wanted to die. What's the point of giving yourself a hard time? But what he wondered in his heart was how Su Gu, a small laborer at a construction site, could have the money to buy such an expensive car. Did you walk by and get hitched to a rich woman? Actually, there's another way to settle this, and that's to pay me back for this car of yours, and I'll let it go. Su Gu smiled. Pay you back for this car of mine? Wang Chang froze and looked toward his car. He saved for 2 whole years to buy this car. The car is only a year old too. He didn't even put a down payment on his house to buy this car. But if he didn't give it $500,000, he would have to go without food for 3 years before he could fully pay Su Gu back. Wang Chang hesitated. Your car is definitely not worth that much, but we know each other, so it's kind of a discount for you. Su Gu laughed. That's right, Su Gu. Karma is a match. Let's forgive him where we can. Just give him credit for the car. Right. Su Gu, we at least know each other. We mustn't make a discount. A car is very little. $500,000 is enough to buy you this car still corner. Su Gu has been very conscientious. Hearing Su Ji's words, the workers who had been bullied by him hurriedly coaxed. Wang Chang treats his new car like a baby every day. Workers pass by his car and he has to wipe it off. It's disgusting. Now this move by Su Gu made them very relieved. Plus Wang Chang has deducted so much money from them over the years, and now it's finally time to make him spit it out with interest. Listening to the uproar of the crowd, Wang Chang calmed down despite his anger. He made a mental calculation that the car had been driven for about a year. It's only going to fetch $300,000 at this point. That's better than $500,000. Looking at the two policemen and Su Gu, the helpless Wang Chang clenched his teeth and said, Here you go, I'll lose my car to you, okay? Uncle Policeman. Well, we'll mediate that way. Saying that, Su Gu shouted towards Sun Yen. Sun Yen, this car will be yours from now on. Ah, what? Sun Yen was a bit confused. What do you mean it's mine from now on? Hurry up and ask him for the key. Ah, later let him take you to the closing, and let him pay for the closing. Seeing Sun Yen froze, Su Gu hurriedly said again. That's when a worker heard it. Su Gu is giving Wang Chang's car to Sun Yen. With his hand, he hurriedly pushed the frothing Sun Yen and whispered, Hurry up and ask for the key. Sun Yen also finally reacted. Eyes all lit up. He looked at Su Gu with a grateful gaze. Slide the helmet in your hand over your head. Coming to Wang Chang's side, he stretched out his hand and said smugly, Give me the key. Looking at Sun Yan's smug look, Wang Chang's teeth were about to be clenched. Taking out the key from his pocket, he placed it harshly in Sun Yan's hand. Sun Yan, who got the key, was overjoyed. DDT. Unlock. Close. Unlock. Close. It was the pressing of the unlock and close button on the key that made his heart happy. Watching Sun Yan trash his car like that, Wang Chang's heart was dripping blood. Shug, here you go. After playing for a while, Sun Yan came to Su Gu and handed Su Gu the keys to the Big Ben. What are you doing? You can have this car for free. Su Gu looked at Sun Yan and smiled. Brother Su, don't tease me. It's several $100,000 of cars. I'll just go through the motions. How can I really want it? Sun Yan was still self-aware. He felt that Su Gu just couldn't be so bad with money even if she had a rich woman on her side. But Su Gu did prepare to give the car to Sun Yan this time. After all, Sun Yan this brother can deal with. Something he can really on. Now that Su Gu was capable, it was nothing to give his brother a car. It wasn't like he was going to actually fix this Bentley he was buying now anyway. It was only then that he said, Where's all the nonsense? If I say I've given it to you, I've given it to you. Who made you my brother? But, no buts, don't think I'm your brother anymore? No. Su, thank you. Looking at Sun Yan's grateful look, Su Gu gently patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't be so impulsive in the future. Not everyone is willing to help you. Well, Su, I'll keep that in mind. Sun Yan naturally knew the meaning of Su Ji's words. It was fortunate that Su Gu helped out today. Otherwise, losing his job might have been one of them. He's literally eating dirt this month. Okay, that's it then. Hurry up and go do the closing with him. Hey, brother Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's rub it in. Saying that, Sun Yan came to Wang Chang's side, and said in a good mood, Let's go, Mr. Wang, to transfer the account. Wang Chang wanted to cry. The two of them got into the car, and under Sun Yan's vigorously out of the miracle throttle, the two of them left the place first. I just don't know if Wang Chang will break down in his heart with his foot on the gas. Things on this side also finally came to an end as Wang Chang did the transfer formalities for Sun Yan. After talking to Sun Yan on the phone and saying that he had something to do, Suga drove the car with a scratch on it and left the construction site with Bien Shinshin. On his cell phone, Sun Yan finally sent a message to Sugu. Brother Su, does that rich woman you've been hanging out with still have a girlfriend? With a crying and laughing expression, Sugu and Bien Shinshin sped toward Huang Yu's apartment. Chapter 37, Please respect the light bulb. Hey, Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on August 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $10,000 with a balance of $10. 899, 999, 952. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets 100 times the blitz. Farmers Bank, on February 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $100 with a balance of $109. 000, 52. Driving the car to the parking lot of the Magic City Stadium, Sugu began the journey of sweeping the code again. It's so impulsive. How can you think of buying a multi-million-dollar luxury car? Looking at the money alert on her cell phone, Sugu still regretted it. Once people have money, they spend with a vengeance. In these 2 days, Sugu summarized that his beggar's addiction had broken. It's giving away cars and performance to others again. The whole state of being a thug. This result also led to a bit of difficulty for Sugu to continue to earn that money back again. The process is cool though, but it's more annoying to earn it again. But Suji's speed in adjusting his mindset was still very good, so for the past 2 days he had been in the midst of earning as much money as he could, and had stopped going on big spending sprees. Come to the outskirts of the Magic City Stadium, Sugu came down and proceeded to scan the code to pay. Needless to say, Ella Xiao's car to open the return concert is big. The entire parking lot outside the stadium is almost full. People also started to keep coming this way. There were also many vendors outside selling water, some trinkets and such, so it was a good time. Not a single one of these vendors was spared by Sugu. Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. I had just stuffed a bottle of water into my backpack when I heard my cell phone ring. It's Leo C calling. Hey C, what's up? Are you coming? Coming. Aha, I'm backstage with Zoe. I'll see you in a bit. Hang up the phone. The corners of Suji's mouth lifted. I didn't realize that this little girl was still thinking about herself. Thinking about it, Sugu continued to go and sweep the code to earn money. Well, is he coming? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yiru, who was putting on makeup, asked, already here, should still be out there. Willow Sissy smiled. Well, that's good. Once Xiao Yiru heard that Sugu had come over, she also wore a smile on her face. Maybe Suji's arrival also made her heart feel more comfortable. It soon came to the stage of admission. A large crowd began to surge towards the inside of the stadium. Sugu didn't notice the crowd. There were a bit too many vendors over today. He's going to buy them all. Also, he's going to give water to those volunteers. At 6 o'clock, many people were already seated inside. I thought he was coming? Looking at the seats in the front row, where the reserved seats were still empty, Xiao Yiru frowned and asked, I'll call again and ask. Liusi was a little angry. What's with this guy? It's almost time to start. Why don't you see anyone? Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. Sugu, who was scanning the code, listened to her cell phone vibrate. Then he looked at his cell phone and it was 10 minutes past 6. Hey C, I'm almost there. After picking up the phone, Sugu spread her legs and ran towards the inside. Coming to the ticket counter, Sugu used her cell phone to take out the tickets. Without even looking at it, he ran straight toward it. Come to the field. The security guard took his ticket and pointed to the backstage corner. Bad. Got the wrong ticket. On the stage, Xiao Yiru's figure slowly appeared. Sugu looked at Xiao Yiro on the big screen. He didn't bother to change it. Straight away, he took his ticket and headed towards the very back of the room. I have, in fact, always wanted to say to you. After sitting down, Xiao Yiru's gentle voice began to sound. The first song sung was her hit song Beacon of Love. Along with Xiao Yiru's song, the men and women around her began to wave the glow sticks in their hands, dance to the song of Elaine Xiao. It had to be said that Xiao Yiru was at the top of her game, whether it was her voice or her singing, especially her gentle and unique voice that bathes you in a spring breeze. Let you hold my hand and stay at the lighthouse. Elaine Xiao, Elaine Xiao, a song. Loud shouts rang out from below. Sugu could finally understand those people who like to watch concerts. This is an atmosphere that allows a lot of people to vent. How are you all doing, friends? Xiao Yiru pointed to the crowd seating gallery and said into the microphone. Good. The audience was also quick to respond. Everyone, today is Zoe's return concert. After disappearing for so long, Zoe is here to say sorry to everyone. Saying that, Xiao Yiru bowed deeply towards them. Then he said, in these few months, something has happened to Ro. But then, Ro is now completely fine. And what's next? Ro will continue to bring you better songs, and I hope you can continue to support and love Ro. Elaine, see ya. I love you. Elaine, see ya. Xiao Yiru finished. Another shout came from the audience. The crowd was boisterous and high-pitched. Dude, are you here for the concert? Looking at the crowd boiling and shouting, Sugo wore a smile. Only his misfit scene was interrupted by a couple beside him. Sugo looked at the two strangely, only to see the man put his arm around the girl beside him and laugh towards him. Watching a concert is all about venting your emotions. It's not like you're coming to a concert at all. Must have fallen out of love. What kind of person goes to a concert without a girlfriend? The woman beside the man laughed as well. Shug, how can you listen to a concert and somehow get kicked in the ass? A kick in the pants is just forget about it, and a handful of dog food is being forced on you. It was only when Sugo looked towards his side, found them all in pairs. Strike plus 10,000. Looking at being surrounded by a group of young couples, Sugo had the feeling of wanting to escape. Hey, I say, can you guys respect me as a light bulb? Don't be so open-minded, okay? I'm behind you. Why are you guys still kissing? Please respect the light bulb. Hello. At this time Sugo suddenly kind of didn't want to listen to this concert. You all have actually been meaning to ask me what happened. After a song was sung, Xiao Yiru would always intersperse a bit of other words in between. After all, the concert was going to be 2 hours long. She's only got a couple songs total, so it is necessary to delay with other topics. Then, yes, I'm sick. Very sick. Only then, I met a nobleman just the same. Xiao Yiru's words caused many people to stare. Turns out it's not a rumor. It's true. And today, I want to thank this honorable man with a song, and if he comes to the scene, I hope he can feel it. Saying that, Xiao Yiru looked at the empty seat in front of her and sang again with some disappointment. Just about everyone down there looked a little strangely toward the empty seat in front of them. Chapter 38. Are you Sugo? Who is it that Elaine CEO is talking about? Who knows, but I heard it was a young man who cured it. That seat in front should have been reserved for him, but unfortunately he didn't seem to show up. Mud. Xiao Yiru's concert doesn't even come. The rack is so big. That's right, if I knew who it was, I'd go out and I'd give him a beating with a sack over his head. There were some very discordant voices around him. Sugo sat there shivering. These fans are horrible too. To even think of something like putting a sack over it, you guys are really something. Dude, what do you think? Isn't this guy a little too uneducated for his own good? Seeing Sugo sitting there and not saying anything all the time, the youngster inquired. Well, I don't know what to do. If I knew who it was, I'd beat him up. Shug said with a stern voice. Brother, we are really thinking of the same thing. If that person comes over later, it's fine if he doesn't pass by our side. If he passes by our side, I'll trip him up. Shug, Elaine Xiao's song is still going strong. A lot of people are wondering why that location hasn't shown up until now. The singing Xiao Yiru had already looked towards that location more than once, but apparently, no one ever showed up again. The time came to 2 hours. All of Elaine Xiao's songs are finished. Many fans know that this time, Ella Xiao also brought a single that was not released. This time it's kind of a perk for the fans. And this song is rumored to be handmade only when the album is released. It only costs a dime to upload each music app. In the heat of summer, it doesn't matter if it's a song or a game. All are required to be purchased. This is true whenever an individual's copyrighted writings are involved. And the sincerity that Xiao Yiru took out this time was also very great. You know, you need at least $1 to hit the bottom of whatever song you buy from that app. During the period of time when Xiao Yiru disappeared, Winona, who rushed up, had even sold the songs for $5 each. And it's already sold tens of millions of copies. When you break it down, Winona herself has made hundreds of millions of dollars for at least one song. And this time Xiao Yiru's new song is actually only sold for 10 cents. One can think of how conscientious. The last song of the day is my new song. And here I want to thank Sugo. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get a new life. And I wouldn't have been able to stand here and sing to you all. This song, called Meet, is also the beginning of our meeting. Looking at the person who still hadn't appeared, Xiao Yiru was a little lost. She wondered why he had lied to C about having come over. Perhaps he didn't want to have anything to do with himself. Yada yada yada. Who the hell is this asshole? I see that Ella Xiao is already lost. If this is met by me, I will not hammer him to death. Sugu is it? I'll remember him. Don't let me meet him or I'll really give him the sack. Is it a big deal to cure a good family? You don't even come to the place that people have reserved for you. So what are you pretending to be? No, I'm going to manhandle him. Looking at the lost expression of Xiao Yiru in the big screen, fans are outraged. Likewise, they were all curious as to what kind of god this Sugu was. I can't believe that she even dared to stand up to the great singer Xiao Yiru. Aren't you afraid that they, the fans, are going to attack his bib? Listening to the people around her, Sugu didn't even know if she wanted to come out and prove herself. It's going to get beaten up, isn't it? It's better not to show your face. These fans are so crazy, pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. Just when Sugo was depressed, his cell phone vibrated. Hey CCA. Sugo, you asshole, didn't you say you were coming? Where are you? Ah, Xiao Ro was just going to thank you a bit at the concert. You actually stood us up. Just after connecting the phone, he heard Lu Cece sigh like a machine gun, sweeping up towards Sugo. Sugo laughed bitterly. I'm here, but I didn't catch up and sat in the back. Ha, you're here? Liusi froze, looking from backstage toward the crowd. It was just that there were too many people here, and she really wasn't able to locate Sugo. Yeah, I'm sitting in the penultimate third row against the west. Well, 10th seat, Shug said. Oh, hearing Su Ji's words, Lu Cece hurriedly asked the cameraman to pull the camera towards Su Ji's position. Only a man with a black mask appeared on the big screen. Dude, you're on the big screen. Looking at Sugo in the screen, that young couple patted Su Ji's shoulder and smiled. Ha, Sugo smiled awkwardly. The thought crossed my mind, just don't put a sack over my head after you know me in a while. Zoe, look at the big screen. After finding Sugo, Lu Cece said into the microphone in Xiao Yiru's ear. Xiao Yiru? Turning back, he saw that in the big screen, Sugo was sitting in the audience, holding a glow stick in her hand. Shug, Xiao Yiru lost her voice. I had thought that Sugo would not come. I didn't realize it was actually sitting at the very back. Sugo? This person is Sugo? It should be. Can this person be a doctor? Xiao Yiru just said he cured himself. It should be him. The crowd speculated when they heard Xiao Yiru's words. The young couple sitting next to Sugo looked towards him with a strange gaze. You're shook? Sugo froze. Would it be a good idea to admit it at this point and get beaten up? Sugo, thank you. Thank you for giving me my new life. And thank you for writing a song for me. And today, I'm going to take that song and sing it to you. After seeing Sugo on the big screen, Xiao Yiru turned around and bowed towards Su Ji's position. Here the winter leaving. I woke up in a certain year. I think I look forward to it. The future, however, cannot be organized thus. A soft voice rang out. The music also began to accompany Xiao Yiru's gentle voice. Upon hearing this voice, the audience, which had been chattering just a moment ago, was suddenly silent. Mostly this clean singing, with some gentle accompaniment, is just so comforting. Shug, can I invite you down? Near the climax of the song, Xiao Yiru paused and said in Su Ji's direction. Sugo was helpless. It was impossible to run away. You're really Shug, aren't you? Seeing Sugo stand up, the group of young couples beside him were dumbfounded. Who was it that just said he was going to trip him up and blindfold the sack? Yeah, I'm the Shug you're going to be blindfolded in the sack. Sugo smiled and walked away from the stage. He was also featured on the big screen, and the original ones sitting next to him were confused. It's getting in people's faces and calling them out afterward. Chapter 39, the end of the concert. Who do I meet and what kind of dialogue will I get? After seeing Sugo come down, Xiao Yiru's song sounded once again. It was just that after Sugo came down, he didn't go up to the stage because he really hadn't experienced this kind of occasion. For him, such an occasion would only make him feel embarrassed. But Xiao Yiru sang a song while walking towards him. Coming to the edge of the stage, Xiao Yiru stretched out her hand. Sugo was a bit helpless. He could only reach out his hand and take Xiao Yiru's hand, then stood on the stage. Over here, to prevent embarrassment, Liusi hurriedly sent up a pair of guitars. She remembered that Sugo played the guitar. The helpless Sugo had no choice but to accompany Xiao Yiru with a gentle string sound. Hubby, the Elaine Xiao concert is so sensational. I want to go so badly. Deepu. In a large flat, a pretty-looking woman spilled her guts. If Sugo was here, he must know this girl. She's the girl, Lu Yun, who ditched him to be with Wang Chao. At this moment, looking at the scene of Xiao Yiru's concert, stars were bubbling in his eyes. It's been a long time since he wanted to go to a concert. It's just that Sugo was poor at that time, so he never got to go on it. In a couple of days, Xiao Yiru will come over, so I'll let you see the real person then. A man walked out and said with a bad smile. The man's age was estimated to be close to 30. Not too tall, not bad looking, but after all, the masses are just that. At this time, seeing Lu Yun lying on the bed, he gave her a hard pinch in the back. Hubby, are you telling the truth? Is Xiao Yiru coming to Shindu in 2 days? Lu Yun was pinched. Instead of getting angry, he got up with an excited face and wrapped his arms around Wang Chao. Of course, in a couple of days, our Fei Chao game company needs a game endorsement. We were going to look for Winna, but now that Xiao Yiru is well, we definitely need to find her to do the publicity. Wang Chao wrapped his arms around Lu Yun's luxuriant waist and smiled. Wow, our new game made it? Every time Flying Super Games releases a game, it causes quite a stir. The main reason is that Flying Super Games sheds light on advertising. The game is also done pretty well. It's just too much, releasing a new game almost every year. This has led to flying super games having a reputation as a unique game. The tawdry maneuver of flying super games is to shut down the last game after each new release, then bring the old game players over here. Of course, a lot of it was lost is all. Of course it's done. If we don't release it, Penguin Games will catch up with us. Wang Chao spoke with indignation in his eyes. Now the game companies that can fight in Yen Xiao's country are Penguin and their Fei Chao. Because the games all require payment, they are all trying desperately to keep their costs down to give themselves momentum. At the moment it's just Penguin that's strong, plus they have the prestige to draw traffic, so it has already caught up with them flying Ultra on more than one occasion. This time Fei Chao even got some foreign designers to design it. I heard that Penguin also came out with a new game this time to go up against their flying super company. In order to be able to gather people over in a hurry, the top management of Fei Chao decided to let Xiao Yiro come over to give them an endorsement, aiming for a wave of momentum to crush Penguin Games hard underfoot. How can that be? What kind of garbage games Penguin Games makes? It definitely won't work compared to our Fei Chao. Lu Yunyun was definitely going to be complimented. The only way to know if it's good or not is to compare it. By the way, I'm going to the office first. With that, Wang Chao put his clothes back on and walked towards the outside. It was only Lu Yunyun who wrapped her arms around him from behind. With shyness, "You don't keep me company, La. I've got work to do. Let's go." With that, Wang Chao pulled Lu Yunyun's hand away and walked towards the outside. Looking at Wang Chao's figure, Lu Yunyun was a bit frustrated. It's late at night. What company to go to? Lu Yunyun, who had no choice but to return to the sofa, opened the cell phone live broadcast. After opening the live stream, a man walked onto the stage, listening to the pop-ups coming out of the live broadcast room. Lu Yunyun froze. This figure, there's something familiar about it. Looking at the man playing the guitar behind Xiao Yiru, Lu Yunyun was a bit strange. Plus this person is also named Shug. It can't be his. How can he play the guitar and how can he be as good looking as this little brother? Taking a closer look at the man playing the guitar on the stage, Lu Yunyun still dispelled her wild thoughts. After all, she had been with Su Gu for so many years. Still know him better. He earns money every day except on the construction site. Where can I play any guitar? Not to mention being the one who saved Ella Ciao. It's not like he's a doctor. And if he really was, there's no way he would have broken up with her himself. Lu Yunyun, who thought of this, put her cell phone aside. Elaine Xiao's concert ended with the last song meet. Plus lately Wang Chao always goes out at night to socialize. Lu Yunyun was also a bit distracted. He was going to marry me anyway. He wouldn't have done me wrong. Lu Yunyun could only comfort herself in this way. The corners of her mouth lifted as she came to the window and looked at the lights of the deep capital. Now that's the life of a rich man. Shug, thank you. Magic City Stadium. In the concert of Elaine Xiao, when the song meet was finished, the whole concert also came to a close. But with this kind of kindness of saving a life, Xiao Yiro still felt that saying thank you in front of so many fans was the greatest respect for Su Gu. It's what I'm supposed to do. Su Gu was a bit overwhelmed. Why didn't he expect that Xiao Yiro would use this way to say thank you to himself? It's too grand. It's a little overwhelming. He was really scared. I'm afraid that Xiao Yiro's fans will give themselves a sack when they don't know where they are. And then a violent beating. Wow. Zoe is simply too gentle, being so nice to her savior. That's right. Zoe has always been so gentle and good-hearted. Whoever marries Zoe is truly blessed in 8 lifetimes. Watching Xiao Yiro bow to Su Gu to thank him, she grew taller and taller in the hearts of her fans. And the news that Xiao Yiro had gotten well reached the ears of more and more everyone. Like Winna, like Li Hyuk, like Penguin Boss Martin. Soon, Xiao Kang's cell phone had more than 10 days of messages. Without exception, they were all congratulating Xiao Yiro on her recovery. And, of course, there was the question of how Ella Xiao got better from her illness. For example, Martin of Shamdu. All his mother's illnesses have been treated for a long time in the biggest hospitals in Shamdu, and they have not been cured. It was even admitted to the ICU several times, and I heard that Xiao Yiro was cured when she was about to die. Martin also moved to give it a try and approached him. After all, he was here when Xiao Yiro fell ill, and Yiro Xiao used to be the ambassador of Ma Tang's prestige yet. Learning of Ma Tang's troubles, Xiao Kang also called Su Gu to Tang Yun Yi Pin. Chapter 40, Orphans Are Good. It's still the same familiar place. After Su Gu arrived, Yu Shui was very enthusiastic and came over to entertain. Didn't even call the babysitter. Taking the medication for a week, she endured it for a few more days just in case something happened. It wasn't until yesterday that she shared a room with Xiao Kang, and she clearly felt the changes in her body after taking the medicine prescribed by Su Gu. In the past, she wouldn't have had the energy to toss and turn with Xiao Kang, but yesterday, she froze Xiao Kang to the point where he couldn't get out of bed. At this time, Xiao Kang still had some back pain. Upon seeing Su Gu, he also brightened up. Dr. Su, come, have some tea over here. Have some tea, I'll talk to Dr. Su. Seeing Shao Kahn trying to call Su Gu over, Yu Shuhui gave him a blank look. This isn't even a conversation. What are you screaming about? Shao Kahn was speechless. Somewhat helplessly, he walked over and sat down with them. Uncle and aunt, just call me Su Gu. No need for Dr. Su Dr. Su. Su Gu smiled. I'll call you Su then. Yu Shuhui smiled. Then said, Shao Sua, what do your parents do? Parents? Su Gu let out a bitter smile. I'm an orphan. Orphans? Yu Shuhui did not expect such a versatile and handsome boy to be an orphan. If it's an orphan, there's even less to worry about. Then offhandedly, orphans are good. Should? No, I mean it's pathetic. Yu Shuhui knew she had misspoken and hurriedly changed it. Then asked, so do you have a girlfriend? Yu Shuhui asked here. And Xiao Yiru, who was ready to go upstairs first with Lu Sisi to change her clothes, stopped in her tracks. She kinda wanted to know too. What would a girlfriend be like for someone as good as Su Gu? Girlfriend? Su Ji's head lowered. Looking lost, he shook his head. Then said, no, little Su is so good, how come he doesn't even have a girlfriend? Su Gu didn't want to dwell so much on this matter and hurriedly changed the topic. Auntie, how is your body now? Let me take your pulse. How smart Yu Shuhui is, knowing something that Su Gu didn't want to mention, and no more inquiries. It's just a little bit of a heart attack. It's an orphan who can heal and write songs for Zoe. If we don't get pregnant this time, this is a ready-made son-in-law. Plus he's his own daughter's savior. It's as if it's the same as if God had sent it to them specifically. Yu Shuhui didn't move and put her hand out. Su Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How it's like meeting your mother-in-law for the first time. What a situation this is. Depressed, Su Gu put her hand on Yu Shuhui's hand. See, why do you think Su Gu feels so lost when he mentions his girlfriend? Coming into the room, Xiao Yiru took off the performance clothes on her body, changed into a very cute nightgown. Now she also does gua sha and cupping every week, so you can't get too much cold. Sitting in front of the mirror, Xiao Yiru asked somewhat strangely, who knows, but what I didn't expect was that Su Gu was an orphan. Liu's replied, yes, an orphan who knows so many things. I really don't know how he has come through all these years. Xiao Yiru fell into deep thought. How I got here I don't know, but how you got here today makes me curious. What do you mean? Don't you know what happens when you do that kind of bowing to someone at a concert? Consequences? I'm just thanking him for something. What consequences could there be? Xiao Yiru wondered. See for yourself. Liusi brought the cell phone over. On the forums, a title titled Mysterious Man shows up at Xiao Yiru's concert. Is it a lifesaver or a boyfriend was wildly discussed. Looking at the title on the forum, Xiao Yiru had a black line. Are all these people so boring? I've asked my manager to clarify, so you don't have to worry. But don't do that next time. It'll affect your singing career. Lu Sisi brought her cell phone over and said to Xiao Yiru in a serious tone. What are these people doing with nothing to do? I'm just thanking him purely for that. Xiao Yiru hugged her arms and responded angrily. Really? See, you don't think I'm falling for him, do you? I'm a singer and I know there are some things you can't touch. There has always been this unwritten rule in the entertainment industry. That's marriage. Probably because there was so much buzz about a big singer getting married a couple years ago, which led to a fan committing suicide. This has led to an unusually low profile for both singers and stars these days. Even if you get married, you go to a foreign country and get married in secret. No one has the guts to break the news. And these stars, they rely on their fans. Once you get married, ruin your image, then the future of the star is in jeopardy. Although Xiao Yiru was said to be the daughter of Shao Kahn, a predator in the entertainment industry, but she has her own quest. That's what it took to be so adamant about Ryushi. Well, it's good that you know it in your own heart, but I don't seem to have anything going on. Hey, why don't I go after Su Gu? Lu Sisi joked towards Xiao Yiru. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You're a big songwriter, and you're saying this kind of thing. Listening to Liusi joke, Elaine Xiao got up and pinched toward her. Come let me see if your big white bunny is bubbling and not blushing. Ha 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 ha. Stop it, itchy. The two of them giggled and jostled on the bed. Auntie, your body is recovering well. I'll prescribe you some medicine when you get pregnant. There are certain risks if you get pregnant at your age. Su Gu smiled after taking her pulse. Su, can I really get pregnant? Yu Shuhui was a little excited. For regeneration, she had been thinking about it for years. The body is recovering without much problem. It may not be able to conceive at once. Su Gu didn't continue. After all, this is something that is still a little hard to talk about with these two age groups. It's just that Yu Shuhui is quite relaxed. White glanced at Xiao Kong and said, did you hear what Xiao Su said? Step up, Xia Kong. By the way, the main thing I forgot you told me. You guys talk. I'm going to go get some things ready for dinner tonight. Seeing that Xiao Kong had been calling Su Gu just now, he probably had business matters to talk about. That's what made it very eye-opening to leave. Uncle Xiao Yu say, After watching you Shu we leave, Sugu took a breath of relief. This auntie, she's so open. It's kind of hard to carry. It's like this. You wrote Xiao Rou's song. I heard it very well. And our Xiao Entertainment Company wants to sign you as Xiao Rou's exclusive composer. Xiao Kong spoke of his purpose. This, Sugu was a little hesitant. After all, you still have to scan the code to earn money here. You can't delay. I know you don't like to be tied down. Songwriters have a lot of freedom to not hold you back from doing your own thing. And I'm prepared to let 10% of the income from Zoe's songs go towards your salary. 10%? Sugu was puzzled. He doesn't know much about how much money the songs make, but thinks Xiao Kong is a bit stingy. Yes, this meeting of Xiao Rou's this time. If it's an album release, it should be able to sell like 80 or 90 million. What? Sugu was shocked. A song can sell for 80 or 90 million dollars. 10% is 8 or 9 million. Hissing. Faster than even sweeping the code yourself. Yes, it's still a preliminary budget. Xiao Kong didn't know why Sugu liked money so much, but as long as he liked money, there was no reason why he wouldn't agree to himself. I'll think about it. It's a lot, but Shug has to think, for no other reason than he felt he had to digest it. Yes, there is another thing that requires you to make a trip to Shindu. Xiao Kong uttered another thing. Chapter 41, Drinking Too Much. Regarding going to the deep capital, Sugu was going to go sooner or later. No matter if it was Lu Yunyun's wedding at that time or if it was to go and cure Penguin's Ma Tang's mother, he's going to make a trip to all of them. And this time Ma Tang gave a very generous offer. As long as his mother could be cured, $100 million can be offered directly. Never a second thought. As one of the largest companies in the country, Sugu believed that Ma Tang had the strength, so he agreed. As for being Xiao Yiru's composer, Sugu and Xiao Kong said some of their conditions. He didn't want to lose the freedom that belonged to him just because he became Elaine Xiao's composer. Of course, what Sugu actually wanted wasn't freedom. Instead, he's going to sweep the code. Money is one of them. Revenge against Lu Yunyun is the second. Another thing is that Shug can't write any songs at all. All the songs that are sweepstakes bonus. Shug must continue to sweep the code to trigger the single. Of course, on the question of freedom, Xiao Kong has already had a clear answer. The company will not require Sugo to commute regularly every day. After having a new song, he could just communicate directly with Yura Xiao. Leave all the rest to the company. After some conversation, Sugo realized how generous this 10% of Xiao Kong was. It takes a lot of people to manipulate a song and then publicize it to get people to hear it, and the operating costs involved are horrendous. 10%, or no share after their company has taken it, can be said to be very conscientious. Sugu also agreed. At the end of the night, the nanny made a nice table, and this time, it was more like a family affair, because for dinner, it's just Xiao Yiru's family. Sugo and Lu Cc were considered outsiders. Here, have some wine. After Sugo promised Xiao Kong was also very happy. So, directly opened a bottle of wine and entertained Sugu. That Uncle Xiao, you can't drink. Not lately, Sugu reminded. Oh, I know, it's open for you to drink. Saying that, Xiao Kong still opened the bottle of Maotai and poured it for Sugu. Uncle Xiao, I'm not much of a drinker. Sugu really wasn't very good at drinking and tended to get drunk every time. Politely refused. It's fine, Xiao Rou, CC, have a drink with Sugu. Soon you'll be partners. Xiao Kong wasn't going to let Sugu go today. I can't believe I let my own daughter drink with me. Shug is willing to be my songwriter? Xiao Yiru was a bit surprised. After all, Sugu wrote this song for himself to meet. It's only been a little while and it's already gone viral on the internet. Currently under her bib, she has almost 500,000 people asking her to put out a meat album. The reviews are even more 5-star all the way around. And the response has been hot. Well, I'll be looking forward to it in the future. Sugu laughed. That's for sure. Here, have a drink. Xiao Yiru raised her cup up and toasted Sugu. Looking at Xiao Yiru who had picked up a cup, Sugu, a man, how could he excuse himself? Grabbed a cup, too, and drank. That's too little for you. Drink up. Watching Sugu take a sip, Xiao Kong was not happy. Holding the bottle of wine, he smiled towards Sugu. Shug. Watching Xiao Yiru actually go straight down with a glass of wine, Sugu was depressed. Can you drink that well? Unable to do anything else, Sugu only had to drink a cup of wine in with a stiff upper lip. See, a toast to our new co-worker. After seeing Sugu finish drinking, Xiao Yiru gently pushed Lu Cc. It's just that Liu Si is in a bit of a bad state right now. The mood was a little low. What's wrong with you, sissy? Xiao Kang asked somewhat strangely. Uncle Xiao, Sugu can write songs again and the words are so well written. Lu Cc looked at Xiao Kong accusingly, because Sugu had already finished all her work. So, is he or she going to be unemployed? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Lu Cc's aggravated look, Xiao Kong laughed. Then he said, don't worry Cc, If Sugo can write such a good song every time, you and Xiao Ro will both sing for me on stage. Hey, Ryushi's eyes lit up. It's because Xiao Entertainment is all about promoting Xiao Iro. So it doesn't matter if it's a new diva or an old man. There are good new songs that are dominated by Elaine Xiao. As a songwriter Liusi, it would be a lie to say that there is no desire for the stage, and she still sings very well herself. If she could be on the same stage as Elaine Xiao, she would surely burst into flames as well. At least it's better than being a songwriter. Then thank you in advance, Uncle Xiao. With that, Lu Sisi brought the cup up and went to honor Shao Kong. To what I'm doing, you're going to have to pray that Shug gets your job done every time. Shao Kong laughed. Then I toast to Sugu. How could Lu Sisi not understand Shao Kang's meaning? Hurriedly handing the wine glass in his hand to Sugu, he said, Sugu, you can write songs well. I want to sing on stage with Xiao Ro. Well, Sugu followed suit and stood up, and the two clinked their glasses. All that was seen was another drink from Liusi. Sugu was confused. Sister, this is white wine, how can you build it like this? But everyone looked at Sugu. The helpless Sugu took another bite of food without eating and dried 2 glasses in. Come on, try Auntie's handiwork. Watching Sugu drink it all in one go, we started to give Sugu dishes. Sugu had just given a polite reply, just feeling a little lightheaded. The whole thing is bad, mostly because the stomach is just so spacey. He couldn't really carry off the 2 glasses of white wine. Isn't he a doctor? Looking at Sugu lying on the table with a difficult look, we wondered, who told you a doctor could drink it? Shao Kong was speechless. Then, he helped Sugu up and walked towards the upstairs. I am fine. I have to earn money. The booze is coming on too fast. Drunken Shug is talking nonsense again. Come on, go up there. At this time, Xiao Iro and Lu Sisi were also not in the mood to eat. Listening to Sugu talking drunk, it was curious to follow. Shug, where's your girlfriend? After putting Sugu on the bed, Shao Kong went down. The two of them, Lu Sisi and Xiao Yiru, were ready to tease him, especially Lu Sisi, who had finally found her chance for revenge now. With a sinister look, he inquired in Su Ji's ear. Girlfriend, don't mention that to me. I worked hard to earn money to put her through school. Burp. Sugu hiccuped, then said with a bitter smile, lousy put her through college. She disliked me for being a migrant laborer and dumped me. Ha 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 ha. Hiccup. Hearing Su Ji's words, Xiao Iro and Lu Sisi glanced at each other. Both could see the other's surprise. I didn't realize Sugu actually had such an unpleasant past. And what about you now? Willow Sissy asked next. Now, Sugu closed her eyes, then violently raised her hand up. I'm going to make money, lots and lots of money, and I'm going to make her pay for it at her wedding. 5 years of giving. I'm going to give back all the pain I've suffered for 5 years. Give it back. Chapter 42 New Song Courage in Greenlight. Shug, wake up. Early the next morning, Sugu was pulled up by Lu Sisi. Rubbing his hazel eyes, he looked at Liusi's anxious gaze. Sugu hurriedly looked at herself under the covers. Phew, luckily, no one was undressed. What? Sugu got up and asked curiously. Liusi held out her cell phone. It was handed to Sugu. It's a song up there. The name of the song is also familiar. Chasing the Dream. Sutton got signed? Su Ji's eyes lit up. If this song comes out on an album, it should be Sutton's being signed. Too bad. Didn't leave his number. If you do, you can call and congratulate him. Sutton. That's right. His name is Sutton. Didn't you write that song as I recall? Yeah, I wrote it. Sugu was a bit strange. Why did this Lu Sisi speak without a clue? Who is this songwriter you're looking at? Liusi asked Sugu to take a closer look. Sugu frowned. It clearly shows that the lyricist and composer is Lee Hyuk. How come it's Lee Hyuk? Lee Hyuk would never be able to write such a good tune and lyrics. I used to write all the lyrics when I was composing for Xiao Ro. I know his caliber very well. Willow Sissy huffed. She felt this Sutton was too heartless. Sugu helped him write this song, so at least Su Ji's name should be added. But it actually says Lee Hyuk. How can he stand it? It's okay. It's just a song. As long as Sutton is famous, it's not bad. Sugu didn't really care too much. Originally that song was given to him by himself as well. This song is now being hyped up by Hyatt. It's almost catching up with Xiao Ro's meat. It's just a different style. Didn't Elaine Xiao's songs sell well too? Sugu got up and stretched, smiling. He somewhat didn't quite understand why Liusi was so angry. It's nice, but this Sutton approach is just infuriating. Lu Sisi looked at Sugu, who actually looked like he didn't care. It got even angrier. He felt bad for Sugu. He writes songs for people and at the end of the day, he doesn't even add his byline. Okay, by the way, a couple of songs came to mind suddenly yesterday. I'll write them for you guys. Looking at how angry Lu Sisi was, Sugu had to change the subject. Another new song? Sure enough, as soon as Lu Sisi heard that there was a new song, her eyes lit up then asked, What about the lyrics? Are there any lyrics? Yes, a set. Come on, I'll go write it out for you. Saying that, Sugu and Lu Sisi walked towards the outside together. As soon as he went out, he saw that Xiao Yiro was waiting outside. His face flushed upon seeing Sugu, and he had the feeling of being caught in a present. I've come up with some new songs lately. I'll write them for you. Aha! Xiao Yiro nodded. The three of them came together in Xiao Yiro's room. Speaking of which, there really hadn't been any other men this young who had come into Xiao Yiro's room. It was only that Sugu had come in more than once, so Xiao Yiro didn't care too much. Sitting in front of Xiao Yiro's dresser, Sugu began to recall the songs inside. Just got a song courage to write about. This tune is perfect for Ella Xiao to be singing. Sugu could now even read song sheets since he had music mastery. Then came Yanzi's single. Pick a what? This time Sugu was going to pick one that was a bit lighter. Green Lantern is pretty good. After choosing the two songs, Sugu first wrote out the sheet music and lyrics of Greenlight and showed them to the two. This songs is of the lighter type. All my songs are of the softer type. Whether it's the tracks or the lyrics, Ella Shu likes them all too. It's just her current persona for that matter. They're all softer songs. So, the song is technically not very good for her. Wait ha. Saying that, Sugu began to write the song Courage out again. Looking at the sheet music Sugu had written out, Xiao Yiru's eyes lit up. It's a really good song. Not only the sheet music but also the lyrics stunned him. I like this song. Courage? Xiao Yiro held the sheet music written by Sugu in her hands and loved it. Actually, I quite like this one. Lu Sisi picked up the green light that Sugu had written down and said, she didn't have a voice as gentle as Xiao Yiru's, but this kind of light-hearted song could definitely go hand in hand. See, didn't my dad say that he wanted you to sing with me too? How about making this green light your first song of fame? Xiao Yiru said. Really? Ryushi's eyes widened. She dreamed of being on stage. There's no one who doesn't like the spotlight. Unfortunately, since signing with Xiao Entertainment, she never got the chance to go on stage again. Moreover, the songs she wrote were all in line with the kind of Xiao Yiro that was on the gentle side. She's not even a big fan of singing herself. But now, Shug is here. See. In fact, I know all about you wanting to sing. It's just that there's no way. This side of Xiao Entertainment can only be like this for now. But now there's Sugu. Xiao Yiro looked at Sugu. Wow, Zoe, thank you so much. Hearing this, Liusi popped up. One jumped into Xiao Yiru's arms. Maybe that's why she's been able to keep writing lyrics for Ella Xiao, because Elaine Xiao knew her too well. You should be thanking Shug. Seeing how excited Lu Sisi was, Xiao Yiru smiled. Yeah. Lu Sisi hurriedly let go of Xiao Yiru. Turning towards Sugu, he bowed and said, thank you Sugu. It's just my job. Don't you dare. Where could Sugu take it and hurriedly said, Sugu, you're really my savior. There's nothing I can do to repay you. Why don't I give my body to you? Ryoshi said with a happy smile. Sugu, Elaine Xiao. After making a scene for a while, Sugu then finally escaped from Xiao Yiro's room. The main thing is that this Liusi is too capable of making a mess. You can even say things like give your body to me. See, you're so thick-skinned that you can even say that. Zoe, why don't we both give our bodies together? Ha. Sugu, who walked out of the room, heard the two girls inside scuffling and had a black line. This girl's jokes are already so horrible. Phew, sure enough, one is still too far behind. For Lu Sisi's words, Sugu naturally didn't take them to heart. People are just kidding around. Shug, you're awake. Just as he turned around, he heard Xiao Kang's voice coming over. Uncle Xiao, I just happened to be inspired this morning to write a song for one of the two of them. Sugu smiled. After all, showing up outside someone's daughter's room early in the morning, it has the feel of a lewd uncle peeping in. You're amazing. You can write songs even when you wake up from sleep. Xiao Kang gave Sugu a thumbs up. Just as soon as he finished, Su Ji's old face instantly turned red. He would write songs then. All copied. By the way, I've got a little pain in this back. Do you have any acupuncture to help me out? Xiao Kang actually came over early in the morning to look for Sugu, but he also really couldn't toss and turn. He felt as if his body was going to be emptied. Yes, I'll go ahead and pick up the acupuncture. With a smile on her face, Sugu walked towards the room he was staying in. This kid, the more I look at him, the more I like him. Looking at Su Ji's departing back, Xiao Kang revealed a smile. Chapter 43, Angel Tears Earrings. Didn't we agree? Lyrics and music for my brother? In the recording studio, Sutton looked at the name on the album and spoke angrily towards Gung Tianhao. Sutton, it's a decision from above. You might need him to write all your lyrics in the future. You should at least give people a little bit of favor. Gung Tianhao pulls a furious Sutton into a corner. Bitterly, he said to him, now they've signed Lee Hyuk. In the future, Lee Hyuk will be needed to help him with composing music as well. There are enough people here in their own right. Gung Tianhao is also looking out for Sutton. You don't keep your word. Sutton stared into Gung Tianhao's eyes. Then he said, my brother hasn't authorized this song to me yet, and now that it's given to Li Hyuk, how do you expect me to see my brother in the future? It was all from Sugu that he was able to get where he is today. After drifting around the Magic City for so long, one of the things Sutton knows best in his heart is this: one cannot push one's nobles aside. Now Hyatt is paying him tens of millions for a song. It could be said that Sutton was now a phoenix in flight, but he knew in his heart that it was from Sugu. It's not your own skill. Didn't you say that your brother gave you this song? Since he gave it to you, it's good to get him some fees when we meet in the future. Gung Tianhao was unimpressed, pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and putting it in his mouth. Slowly and leisurely took a drag and said, you have to think clearly. This song we can at least sell to 1 or 200 million. You can also share an extra 10 or 20 million. Then share half of it to him. Will he still say anything? In Gung Tianhao's eyes, there were very few things in this world that could not be settled with money. If it didn't pan out, it just means there wasn't enough money. Listening to Gung Tianhao's words, Sutton fell into deep thought. Maybe this is a good solution, but it's just a matter of conscience. I blame myself for not leaving a phone number when I left. It's too late to say anything now. He now only hoped that Sugu didn't blame him when he met her. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on November 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $10,000 with a balance of $199. 999,000. 52. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets 1,000 times the storm. Farmers Bank, on November 10, 21. Your tail number 1314 earned $1,000 with a balance of $110. 000. 52. I've been really lucky lately. A dozen or so 10,000 fold blasts have come out. Enough for another 10 million. Looking at the balance in the bank card, the corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted. After coming out of Xiao Yiru's house, Sugu started the sweeping journey again. After all, he's going to make money from sweeping. Several more incomes now. Son's on Ella Xiao's side. Sweeps on her own side. There's still Xiao Yiru's mother's pregnancy later, and $100 million waiting for her. In addition, after Xiao Yiru's mother became pregnant, they would have to go to Shindu. The ponies over at Shemu can glean another 100 million. That should be 300 million inside and out. Suga has his own plans now. One is that when he arrives in Shamdo, he will have a house. Isn't Lu Yunyun's a large flat of several hundred square feet? Then find a way to buy a villa yourself. Suga checked on the internet. An ordinary villa area in Shindu was about $300 to $500 million. You're still quite short of your own money. The other thing is the car. I heard Guduan say that his car seems to be a Farali. Also several millions. Your own budget is probably under $30 million. It's about the same. If you get to the place, you can buy a car first. As for a place to live, there was not much of a problem on Xiao Yiru's side when the time came. Su Gu, who thought of this, also became more confident about going to the deep capital this time. Since it's about revenge, there are no consequences. These 5 years of pain are meant to be brought to a close. Boss, what kind of jewelry do you have here? When I came to a small stall, a girl dressed as a woman in college was selling trinkets there. This kind of trinket was definitely not something that used to be bought for Su Gu. Mostly, he's been shopping at all the convenience stores in the neighborhood. And since you can't throw away your purchases, you'll just have to figure out how to buy something else. Trinkets are good for something like this. I should say it's better to put it in. The college girl looked up, looking at Su Gu, who was wearing a black mask. His eyes lit up. This little brother is so handsome. I just don't know what it looks like with the mask off. Looking at Su Gu, she hurriedly put her cell phone in her pocket. Introduced. You're buying for your girlfriend. Right, here are some better ones. Saying that, the female college student would take out an exquisite box and said to Su Gu, no need to be too good. Just regular, preferably $1 for 2 kind of earrings or something. Shug said, so stingy. Hearing Su Ji's words, that female college student muttered, this little brother is quite handsome. Why is he so stingy? Buy jewelry for your girlfriend and actually buy a piece of it. What to think? Suga didn't hear her mumble. Instead, they were picking at the top. There's no 1 piece. Will this 5-piece work? Seeing Sugu being so stingy, the college girl brought out a fake diamond earring. It was placed in front of Sugu. $5? Ha! Sugu frowned. A $5 return is different than a $1 return. But since it's not there, it's never good to be empty-handed. After playing with it in his hand for a bit, the helpless Sugu still bought it. Whoever is her girlfriend must have been unlucky in 8 lifetimes. Looking at Su Ji's departing back, that female college student looked at Su Gu with that kind of expression at the beginning, but also from the initial appreciation, it turned into disgust. After all, only buy a 1-piece earring. It must have been designed to coax ignorant girls. Where did Sugu know what this woman was thinking? After scanning the code, he left the place in a hurry, because the alert on his cell phone made him tremble a little inside. Coming to a corner, Sugu hurriedly turned her cell phone on. Ding! Sweeping the code to pay $5 triggers a special item reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of Angel's Tears earrings. Angel Tears earrings? Sugu looked at the pendant in her hand, and sure enough that fake diamond, too, had become blue. The silver color on it, too, became white gold. I don't know how much higher grade it is than the earrings I held in my hand before. Find out how much this Angel Tears earring costs. This was the first time Sugu had obtained such an item. He wanted to know how valuable this special item that the system had given him was. Angel's Tears, limited to 100 pairs worldwide. Current price, $13.50 Hiss, 13 million, or dollars. This one pendant is almost $500 million. The system is really trenchant. Sugu also seems to have discovered another way to make money. Chapter 44, Buying Fake Jade at the Antique City. Can I give or sell this pendant? Sugu searched the system inquiry box. Yes, everything that the system rewards can be sold or gifted. The system gave a quick response. This, Shug got excited. If you sell something like this, it'll be worth a lot of money. Careless one only thought about buying water returns, not thinking that the system also has special item rewards. Sugu looked at the pendant in her hand and froze for half a day. It was only after finally losing his concentration that a sound of chagrin came out. It could be something that the system rewards with either an ability, a single song, or a face modification capsule. This was what made Sugu mistakenly think that all the things the system rewarded were related to him. But this pendant in front of her finally made Sugu realize how extremely stupid she was. Purchases cannot be gifted, but the system rewards are good things. Sugu, who thought of this, put the pendant in her hand in her school bag. There was a sizzle in his eyes. By now he had an idea in his mind. He'd mentally mulled over why there was no special item reward for buying water. Mainly because there's no way to reward too well with this water thing. A bottle of water, that is, no matter how much it is rewarded, will take into account the fact that it will not reward something of high value. So there's been no reward. But this pendant is different. There are good and bad pendants, real and fake. And the bonus of the system is that it can turn these fake things into real ones. Just buy yourself some cheaper fake stuff and wouldn't that make it real? Shug who thought about it. The first time there was a target. Yes, that's right, that's the Antique City. To buy jade. Saying that, Sugu drove the car and drove towards the antique market. The Magic City Antique Market is located in an architecturally exquisite place outside the 5th Ring Road of Magic City. This place is arguably one of the most representative antique cities in Magic City. The house is one of those ancient architecture general houses. The top of the house with prominent decorations, yearlings, lions and the like. It looks dated. Pulling into the parking lot, Sugu dumped the water on the car and headed down towards the bottom. Hello babies, this time I've brought the master along to pick up the pieces in our Magic City. In Magic City Antique City, the antique anchor, Dumb Little Meng, was broadcasting live at the entrance of the Antique City with a middle-aged man. And this middle-aged man is the more famous antique master in Magic City. Gu He. Wow, the last time Mo and Master Gua pulled out a vase, it ended up being Celadon, at least $1 million. That's not true. Master Gua is now a recognized master of antiques in the circle, and he can find good things in the Antique City every time. That's right, dull little Meng can be so lucky that she can actually find Master Gua to help her comb her eyes. That's who our dorky little munchkin is. Dull little Meng held the selfie stick and smiled sweetly at the pop-up. That was the effect she wanted. It's just that last time, that cipher or whatever, it was all just scripted. They have people they work with on their side as well, mainly to attract traffic. As for the ancient river, yes, he's an antique connoisseur yes, but not master caliber. After all, in this society nowadays, how can there be so many true gurus? Live streaming with dumb asterisk is also just because live streaming makes more money than him playing with antiques. It just so happens that the two know each other as well. Sort of interchangeable. Well, let's get going now and see what we can find today. Watching the brewing is almost done. Dull Xiaomeng led Gu He towards the inside of the Antique City. The Antique City was more familiar to both Dull Little Meng and Gua, and many people followed them along the way to greet them. Boss, how much is the cheapest jade you have here? In front of a stall, Sugu inquired. Cheapest? The owner is an old man with glasses. Looking at the age, it must be 60. He pushed up his glasses and looked at Sugu with some curiosity. How can anyone come over to buy jade and ask for the cheapest without even looking at it? Is this buying jade? But though puzzled, he didn't say anything, just took out some dusty jade. Then he said, these are treated jades. If you want to buy them in good faith, 100 apiece you watch and take. $100? Sugu was a little surprised. Isn't that a little too dark? This looks like something no one would want, and it's actually going for $100. Can you sell it cheap? Sugo looked at the jade in his hand. How to see it is not worth the price, he said. Asked. Can't be cheap. 100 at least. The old man's attitude was resolute, and he didn't intend to give Sugo any concessions at all. Sugo was a little hesitant. Taking $100 for a fake jade is just not worth it. Young man, this jade is all substandard jade. $100 is quite conscientious of the boss. At that moment, a voice came from behind Sugo. When Sugo turned back, found a girl whose camera was actually pointed right at her. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. That's it. I want to see him in full. Can the anchor make him take off his mask? Anchor, could you please look at the pop-ups? Are you a nymphomaniac? From the camera of nerdy little Mang, many people saw Su-Ji's appearance. It was just that Sugo was always wearing a mask, so many of her fans wanted dull little Mang to take Su-Ji's mask off. But now the dull little munchkin did commit philandering, because she had never really seen such a handsome-looking little brother. So for a moment there was a bit of a freeze. You guys are? Sugo asked with some curiosity. Oh, I'm the curio anchor. Hello. Hearing Su-Ji's question, dumb little Mang then reacted, stretching out her white hand. She smiled sweetly. Hello. Sugo also politely went to shake hands, but he really didn't know what this anchor was doing live. Filming him. That, you don't recognize me? Seeing Sugo actually react this way, dull little Mang was depressed. He himself is at least a nerdy anchor with millions of followers. Is that a normal reaction for you? Sorry I don't usually watch live. Dumb little Mo. Hello, my name is Dumb little Mo. Can we see what you're buying? This is Mr. Furukawa, the antique master. He can take a look for you with his eyes. Although depressed, dumb little Mo knew it was still live and quickly pulled them back. Oh, no, I was just looking around. Sugo just wanted to buy something cheap and mix up some system rewards. Forget about palming or whatever. $100 is too much for him. Ha. Dumb little Mo got rejected. Poor Mo. Can't get into this handsome little brother's eyes. Mo Dale is crying his eyes out. As soon as he heard Su-Ji's refusal, a burst of mocking noises erupted from the live broadcast room. Similarly, dull little Meng's face was a little less than pretty. It's just that as an anchor, she was able to get her emotions in order pretty quickly. Smiling, he said, it's fine, we are professionals. We can definitely help you buy the most genuine jade. Well, Sugo was helpless. Haven't seen such an enthusiastic anchor. With that, he didn't continue to pay attention to dull little Meng, but then asked the boss, Boss, is 80 okay for this? I'll take one if it's 80. Fine. Never mind, you take one. That boss was a bit annoyed by Su-Ji's bargaining, finally couldn't stand it and gave it to Shug. Ding. Chapter 45, Top Grade Chicken Bloodstone. Young man, that jade of yours is not a proper jade. Just as Sugo got up and was about to leave, Gu he called out to him. Sugo froze. Is there such a thing as proper jade? Guho walked up with an inscrutable look. Then he said, come on, show me the jade, and I'll tell you how to tell if it's good or bad. Seeing that Gu he was about to explain the jade stuff to Sugo, dull little Meng hurriedly snapped the camera towards the two. This is the time of year to get their bounty. It was also a node that made them bow to Furukawa. A little bit of expertise mixed in with the enjoyable will also skyrocket the popularity of dorky little Mo. Sugo hesitated for a moment with the jade in her hand, but come to think of it, if he wants to see it, then it's good to show him. It's not a loss anyway. So Sugo handed over the jade plate in his hand that was engraved with a blood dragon to Guhi. This jade speaks of a. Guhi took the jade and was about to explain it to Sugo. Dull Xiaomeng had already given the camera of her cell phone a close-up of the jade in Gui's hand, but Furukawa hadn't even finished a sentence yet, staring at the jade in his hand with an incredulous look on his face. Even his hands shook. What's wrong with you, Master Ku? Looking at Furukawa is a bit of a misnomer. Dull little Meng asked curiously. This is chicken bloodstone. Furukawa lost his voice and screamed out, looking at the lifelike blood dragon on it, the smooth jade plate, plus plenty of blood on top. This jade, it's properly a superb chicken bloodstone. Master Gu, this chicken bloodstone, is there anything to it? Looking at Gua's tone of voice was a bit off. Dull little Mo got curious as well. Chicken bloodstone itself is relatively rare. The chicken blood on top of the general chicken bloodstone is relatively small. Like this so full and rich, can be said to be the very best. Gu he slowed down and continued. I remember the last time our Yen Xia country auctioned off a palm-sized raw stone without any carvings, and it was auctioned off for as much as $1,800,000. That expensive? Dull little Meng was also shocked. I didn't realize that such a small stone could be sold for such a high price. What about this one of his? The raw stones are going for so much, so I guess this shouldn't be cheap either. The carving is superior, and it's a superb chicken blood stone. This must be at least 5 million to start with. Hiss. Even Suga was shocked when Gui said this. $5 million to start with for such a gadget? I've heard of chicken bloodstone. This stuff is said to cost millions just for a palm-sized piece. That's not true. I've heard that this kind of stone is pitifully scarce in our Yanxia, and it's rare in itself. Not to mention that it's also used for carving. Anyway, this thing is one of those things that has a price tag, and as long as there's one, it's basically $1 million to start with. Then this little brother is too lucky to have this bought for him. Confused upstairs, this little brother knew at a glance that it was a chicken bloodstone before he rejected dull little Mang. Master Gua was just about to give a lecture on jade, but it didn't occur to me that people are the masters. Hearing Gua say that, dull little Mang's live broadcast pop-up screen began to frantically brush up. After all, you bought something worth over $5 million for $80. Even the live stream did not get the ancient river for so long. The last Cymbidium was bought for $50,000 and only sold for just over $1 million. Shug, this is much more scary. Little brother, what did you just do? Just as Gu inquired. Sugu frowned. Looking at his hand that was holding it was trembling a little. Sugu, who was still a little hesitant, snatched it up. Good man, don't you drop it on me with a shaky hand. Looking at Su Ji's worried expression, the live broadcast room was once again filled with joy. It's definitely not scripted. Look at how nervous that little brother is. Script? Script, you dare to take chicken bloodstone as a script? In case it falls off the air, how long can you earn it? Wow, this little brother is so handsome for grabbing his own stuff. Love, love, love. Upstairs suggests buying a mirror. People have millions of dollars for a piece of jade. After snatching the jade up, Sugu hurriedly put it in his pocket. He was going to buy a little more to see if it would trigger a reward, but dull little Mang and Gua kept following him. He goes wherever he goes by himself. It would be embarrassing if it didn't trigger, so Suga simply walked directly towards the outside. Little brother, can you leave a contact? Watching Sugu circled around, he didn't find anything of his choice and was ready to leave. Guha called out to him and asked, yeah, little brother has such a good eye. Leave a contact outside. When I see something good in the future, I can also let you help me palm my eyes. Dull little Mang was also very eager to have any interactions with Sugu. After all, it's not often you see such a handsome little brother. I wouldn't look at any antiques or anything, just a random one for a friend. Sugu doesn't like to invite so many things. Stay away this thing, and he politely declined. Saying that, Sugu directly hit the fire and walked towards the outside of the antique city. Looking at Sugu surprisingly refused once again. Nerdlet had never been so lost. Obviously you're not bad looking yourself. Mo, this person is not simple. Looking at Su Ji's departing back, Gu sighed. It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, which isn't easy. Dumb little Mo gambled. A blind cat catching a dead rat? Not necessarily. Gui shook his head and smiled as he looked toward dull little Mang. How? Dull little Mang blinked her big eyes in confusion. Did you just see the car he was driving? Car? You mean that Biardi? What Biardi? That's a Bentley Custom. At least 7 million to start. Listening to dull little Mang's words, Gui was speechless. This customized car, how can it look like a BYT? I can't believe you don't even know this. At least you're an anchor. $7 million? Dull little Mang was shocked. Just that car just now. You want 7 million to start? Crazy. Anchor, I found out about that car. It is indeed a customized car. It seems to be 7,800,000. The last Magic City car show also exhibited was bought by a young man. Really? Just so young. Why did you buy this car? It looks just like a Biardi. People are understated. This car, the interior is blown up. Check it out for yourselves online. Look at that. Finch eating cow pie. Cattle Grant. Plus 99. Look at the fan responses in the pop-ups. Dumb little Munchkin was dumbfounded. It's really that customized car. So you think someone who drives a multi-million-dollar luxury car is going to buy his friend a couple dozen dollars of jade? Looking at dull little Meng's surprised look, Gu smiled. So he just haggled and did it on purpose. Or what? Gu looked at Su Ji's departing back. Can't help but sigh. He himself had at least been in the antique city for so long. I can't believe a youngster picked it up. It's a failure. Chapter 46, Yu Shuhui is pregnant. Ding. Sweeps $80, triggering a special item reward. Congratulations to the host or the superb chicken bloodstone blood dragon jade board. Coming to the side of the road, Sugu parked the car. What the cell phone suggests is basically the same as what that Furukawa said. It's indeed a cockatrice, or a superb one. This kind of stone has very little production value in the Yanxia country. It is a type of jade that has a price but no market. Sugu also made a point of checking some of the auction prices. The cheapest ones start at $1 million. And this one for yourself. 5 million to start with is definitely not running. I'm being smart. If I had known I could be so triggered, I wouldn't have just bought mineral water. When she thought about how much useless work she had done, Su Ji's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Go to the market. Big deal. Buy something you don't use often. Having made up his mind, Su Ji's bravado flourished. The system rewarded a random item that would be enough to sweep the code for a long time by itself. Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. He was about to leave when his cell phone vibrated. It's still an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is it Su-gu? I'm Yura Xiao. Can you come to my house now? The voice that spoke was familiar. It was just that Su-gu remembered that he didn't seem to have left Xiao Yuru's phone number. However, hearing that Xiao Yuru's voice was somewhat anxious, she then hurriedly said, "Go over immediately." Soon Su-gu arrived at Supyuni Pin. After getting out of the car, he realized that Yuan He and Yuan Shan both rushed over towards Xiao Yiro's side as well. Ah, divine Dr. Su, you're here too. Yuan He looked excited after seeing Su-gu. The whole face was red. Such an enthusiastic look left Su-gu in a headlong daze. And that ass-tempered Yuan Shan. There was a clear look of adoration in his eyes, and there was something a bit evasive about the way he looked at himself, like seeing your sweetheart. Professor Yuan, what are you doing? Su-gu was a little puzzled, but still reached out and shook his hand. Divine Dr. Su, you are a true divine doctor. Yuan He, this was a compliment as soon as they met. The compliment made Su-gu a little embarrassed. I don't think I've done much myself lately. Is something happening? Su-gu asked curiously. Still pretending. Yuan Shan gave Su-gu a sly look. With a blush on her face, she held her grandfather. Divine Dr. Su, didn't Shao Kahn tell you? Yuan He looked at Su Ji's puzzled face and was also a bit strange. No, Su-gu answered honestly. No wonder, his wife seems to be pregnant. This was also the reason why Yuan He was excited. First, he pulled Xiao Yura back from death, and now it's taking care of infertility, which every hospital in the country has been unable to do anything about. Yuan He was now truly convinced. So Chinese medicine can be so awesome. Did you learn all that before from the dog? Since Shao Kahn told him about it, he directly put down his work and asked Yuan Shan to come over with him to pay homage. This time, I can't let Su-gu run away by saying anything. Yuan Shan was also shocked when she found out, and right now, she is not in the least bit temperamental, properly convinced. Oh, pregnant. A day or two later than I expected. Su-gu was not much excited. After all, one's mind is not so cluttered with hints. It would have been possible to conceive as well, or he could have been on his way to death by now. 2. Hearing Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan wants to fight, hoping that he already knew Yu Shui could get pregnant, so for the sake of the bet was trying to make his $1 million in betting money? This guy is really badass. Yuan Shan, who thought of this, was angry again. What, hurry up and get up there and see if you're really pregnant. Yuan He admired Su-gu more and more. Now is the time to get up there and verify. The two men came to the top, greeted by Nanny Auntie. Where are Uncle and Auntie Xiao? I've been throwing up all day. Dr. Su, go take a look. Auntie Nanny saw Su-gu and hurriedly said to him, okay. Su-gu hurried toward the upstairs. When you get upstairs, Yu Shuhui's room was full of people by now. Shao Kahn even held Yu Shuhui's hand with a worried face and helped her rub her back. Su, take a look. She's been throwing up all day. I have a feeling she's pregnant. Seeing Su-gu come in, Shao Kahn hurriedly said to him, don't worry, I'll take a look first. Saying that, Su-gu put her hand on the arm of Yu Shui, who was a little pale. The pulse beat is indeed a happy pulse. The reason for such intensive vomiting is that I ate something acidic yesterday. Generally pregnant women are more fond of sour things, and Yu Shui also has a stomach acid problem. That's what caused the vomiting. It's fine, it's just a minor ailment. Saying that, Su-gu smiled and said to Shao Kahn, who had a worried look on his face, Xiao Su, your aunt is vomiting like this. You quickly think of a way to cure it. Always vomiting like this is not a solution. Shao Kahn believed Su-gu though, but looking at Yu Shuhui's pale face, she was still worried. Auntie, you should have stomach pills stocked at home. Su-gu inquired. Yu Shuhui has a stomach problem and should spare these. There is, but I didn't dare to eat it. It was so hard to feel like she was pregnant. So where did Yu Shuhui dare to take medication indiscriminately? Even after throwing up like that, she didn't eat a single piece. It's fine, you can eat it. Let's heal your stomach first. I'll just go and buy you some medicine for calming the fetus in a while. Su-gu smiled. Thank you, Su. Auntie, you just rest well. The medicine I prescribed for you recently. Drink it on time. After 7 days, after that, just wait for the little baby to be born. Thanks. Yu Shuhui squeezed out a smile. Hearing Su Ji's words, Xiao Yuro hurriedly took out Yu Shuhui's medicine and gave it to her. Yu Shui, who had already thrown up for a long time, also finally fell asleep on the bed. Su, nothing more to say, thank you so much. After Yu Shui fell asleep, a few people went downstairs. Shao Kahn was already so excited at this point that he didn't know what to say. Oh, Uncle Xiao is polite. This is not what I should do. Su-gu smiled. What should I do? By the way, I promised to give another 100 million to you. I'll call you now if you can't. Shao Kahn deserves to be in big business. Speak 1,000 words. Saying that, he called his finance directly in front of Su Gu. Su Ji's account also quickly gained another $100 million again. Looking at Shao Kang's excited look, Su Gu was more excited than he was. Another $100 million in the bank. Dr. Su, this is 1 million. Finally, Yuan He, who had been silent all this time, moved. He placed a bank card on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Su Gu. It's your bet with Sam. Yuan He smiled. Shug scratched his head. Then he said, then I'll take it with a grain of salt. Saying that, Su Gu directly stuffed that card into his pocket. He didn't lack the $2 anyway, so he accepted reluctantly. Looking at Su Gu, who loved money, Yuan He smiled even more. After all, anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. This also indicated that the matter of his granddaughter worshipping his teacher was almost a done deal. One other thing, Yuan He said, and droned towards Yuan Shan. Shan, hurry over to pay homage to the master. Yuan Shan, Chapter 47, Shindu. Lu Yun, I, Su Gu, am here, willing to bet, master. Yuan Shan heard that Yu Shuhui was pregnant. Its admiration for Shug. There was also the thought of wanting to worship Su Gu as a teacher, but looking at him and his wealth, he suddenly didn't want to worship. Still, it was not good for her to disobey her grandfather's words. After all, it was his own loss. Wait a minute, I didn't say I'd take you. Su Gu just wanted to earn money now, but didn't want to bring a tail. Divine Dr. Su, Yuan Shan really wants to learn Chinese medicine from you. Suddenly, Yuan He thought of something. Hastily, he pulled another card out of his pocket, said, this is $1 million of worship. Shug was a little heartened. This rich man's world was something he really couldn't understand. Spending $1 million to learn Chinese medicine, how do you think? One shot is enough for how many people to earn for how many years, but Su Gu still couldn't take on a disciple right now. No, it's that you can't take on an apprentice until Lu Yun gets married. What he desperately needs now is to earn money. After thinking for a while, he said, Professor Yuan, it's not that I don't accept it, it's really that the kid has a little something that needs to be done. 2 months. Give me 2 months. When I'm done with it, let's discuss this matter. Yuan He didn't expect Su Gu to refuse. And no wonder. Just now, Shao Kahn was all about giving $100 million directly. How much does one give? It's only $1 million. Shaking it, he said, $10 million. $10 million for tuition, as long as Divine Dr. Su feeds and houses his little granddaughter when the time comes. Professor Yuan, it's not about the money. When Yuan He said $10 million, Su Gu was indeed moved, but he had waited so long. He couldn't half-ass it just because there was a tail around, so that's why he said, I really have something I need to do. 2 months later, I'll definitely collect. That's okay. Okay. Yuan He realized that Su Gu wasn't unwilling to accept it, as if he did have something to do, so he had no choice but to let it go. Yuan Shan, who was on the side, looked at Su Gu and was a bit puzzled in her heart. This guy is weird. Obviously, he loves money so much, but at this moment, because of something, he actually refused even tens of millions of dollars. What was it that could make him actually be able to even leave all that money alone? Xiao Su, the money has been transferred to you. When are you going to buy the medicine? I'll have CC and Xiao Ro go with you? Xiao Kong, who had finished his phone call, walked over. The medicines are all relatively ordinary tranquilizers. I'll have the prescription ready in a few minutes and you can just have someone go and buy them. There was nothing particularly expensive about the herbs this time, so Su Gu didn't bother to buy them one by one on his own. Also delayed. All those millions of dollars of goodies out there waiting for him. How can you waste it on this little thing? After getting the prescription ready, Yuan He picked it up, then ordered Yuan Shan to get it. Anyway, he had already made up his mind to let Yuan Shan study Chinese medicine with Su Gu. It's just the right time to get a head start on these herbs. Yuan Shan took the prescription and went to buy medicine in a very depressed manner. Little Su, can I ask you if your Ranchu is carrying a boy or a girl? After this side was explained, Shao Kong pulled Su Gu and asked again. It's just that Yuan He on this side had another occupational disease when he heard it. Shao Kong, aren't boys and girls the same? You're so old. Why are you still so corrupt? What do you know? When my daughter marries out, who's going to get me this huge pile of stuff? Shao Kong directly disliked it. Can't your daughter inherit your estate? Nowadays, it's advocated that women also hold up half the sky. Yuan He was unconvinced. You have a son, of course you say that. Yuan He was furious. That said, it seems like I wanted a son in the first place. Uncle Xiao, let me put it to you this way. Now that Auntie Yu's body has fully recovered, she will be able to give birth in 3 to 5 years. Shug didn't say whether it was a boy or a girl either. After all, It's only been a few days of pregnancy, so how can you possibly feel a man or woman just by touching? But in order to prevent Shao Kahn from suffering, he only had to say so. You mean, if this one is a daughter, you can get pregnant next time? Shao Kahn understood it so. Uncle Shao, I didn't say this is a daughter it's only a few days pregnant now, and I can't tell if it's a male or female. I'm just telling you that even if it's a daughter this time, letting Auntie recuperate for a year, she can still get pregnant. You just relax. Sugo cried and laughed a little. This Shao Kang's heart is too eager. So, Shao Kahn had no choice but to stop. After all, he still believed what Sugo said. That divine Dr. Su, I want to ask how you cured this infertility. Yuan he, who hadn't been able to interject, was tickled in his heart, especially about the medical stuff. Chinese medicine emphasizes the harmonization of yin and yang, and Auntie Yu has a very heavy body cold in her body, causing the uterus to be too cold for the young child to survive, so she can't get pregnant. Shug searched for the wording of an explanation. Then he said, the treatment method of our Chinese medicine practitioners is to use medicine to disperse the cold in her body, and the other symptoms, naturally, will come to an end. Yuan he pondered for a moment after hearing this. Look up and say, nope, what's wrong? I remember you used to treat her with silver needles. What is the principle of this? Yuan he was watching every treatment Sugo gave. After all, he was a doctor himself, and he was observant about the matter of treating the sick and saving people. The silver needle is to force the issue. Forcing the palace? Yuan he didn't quite understand the term. Yeah, heat expansion and contraction, get it? Yuan he's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he slapped his thigh and said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? The body cold caused the contractions, and the silver needle was meant to stimulate the contractions. Chinese medicine is too good, Yuan he said excitedly to Sugu. It's okay to explain it that way. I didn't realize that I had made it up, but this Professor Yuan could actually make up his own brain. Not bad, and saves you from explaining yourself so much. It's kinda nice to have a smart professor to help explain yourself. Divine Dr. Su, we can make a deal. I don't care if you have a disciple or not. 2 months later, my granddaughter you must accept. After listening to Su Ji's explanation, Yuan he was even more convinced that Sugo was a divine doctor. It's not a miracle healer who can make so much sense. Okay, Sugo had no choice but to agree with him. After chatting for a while, Sugo got up and prepared to leave. After all, there's a lot more out there, waiting to be swept under the rug. Plus things are pretty much done over here. Bam bam bam. Just as Shao Kahn Yuan he and the two of them were about to send Sugo out, Shao Kang's phone rang. Su, wait a moment. Looking at the phone number in his cell phone, Shao Kahn called out to Sugo. Hey brother horse, what's up? Brother Shao, has that divine doctor you mentioned come over yet? My mother's side is not going to last much longer, so you should let him come over quickly. A very anxious voice came from across the room. What's going on? I thought it was okay to wait a few days? Shao Kahn was puzzled. The doctor has given a critical notice, saying that the family should take them back. Maybe the old man is dying. Said over there, feeling on the verge of tears. Okay, I know. I'll let him through now. Hang up the phone. Shao Kahn looked at Sugo with a grave expression and said, Sugo, right now you need to hurry and make a trip to Shindu. Looking at Shao Kahn with such a serious expression, Shug knew for sure that things were not small. Aha. Sugo nodded. Soon, Shao Kahn chartered a special airplane. Xiao Yiro and Lu Cc also organized all their luggage and went with Sugo. Shindu, Lu Yun Yun. Sugo, am here. Chapter 48 Ma Teng Sour Past. Deep Capital. The special economic zone of Yanxia country. In recent decades, from a small village baron, becoming the kind of economic lifeblood body that it is now, the speed of development is really smashing. The plane landed at Hongqiao Airport, and someone soon came to pick it up. Miss Xiao, Miss Lu, Mr. Su, our Mr. Ma has been waiting for a long time. When he came to the entrance of the airport, a man dressed in a suit butler-like, driving a tens of millions of dollars worth of Gaijin Grayo came over to greet him. Sugo several people didn't have any nonsense, directly got into the car and went in the direction of the Deep Capital Villa complex. You guys aren't going to Shaw Entertainment? After coming to the car, Sugo asked somewhat strangely. In theory, shouldn't they go straight to Shaw Entertainment's head office? How with himself towards Martin's villa, take a trip home and wait for a day off before going to the office. Xiao Yiru smiled. Going home? You shouldn't be in this car even if you're going home. Looking at the embroidery of a horse label, Sugo was puzzled. This is clearly the Martin's car. Mr. Su, Miss Xiao and our Mr. Ma belonged to the same villa area, not too far away. The steward uncle who drove the car smiled when he heard Su Ji's words. Well, I didn't think that Xiao Yiru's family was actually so rich as well. For Shug, Martin's prestige has earned hemp, plus he's the one who made the game everyone It's not unusual for families to have money. Xiao Kang's side of the Magic City side bought the villa. There's more over here. That's not your average trench. Could entertainment companies be this profitable? Capitalism of all evils. It wasn't long before the car pulled into a villa area with a beautiful setting. The security guard at the door stood straight. The one who opened the door was also wearing white gloves. After opening the door for them, they didn't forget to salute. The quality of that is really something. Once inside, he was quickly greeted by 3 or 2 men in suits and maids' outfits. 2 of them were housekeepers of the Xiao family. They had come over specifically to greet Xiao Yiru. After all, Yiru Xiao was the daughter of the Xiao family. Even if the bag in their hands is just a few clothes, they are not going to be allowed to do it themselves. After handing over the things to the housekeeper, Xiao Yiro and Lu Cici also followed Su Ge to Ma Tang's house. Mr. Ma's mother picked up and is upstairs now. Says she won't last the day. When he reached the parking shed in front of the villa, the housekeeper's uncle sighed and said to him, "I'll take a look at it first." Su Ge couldn't be sure she could save it. After all, that's not even a face-to-face. When he got out of the car, a slim man with gold-rimmed glasses and red eyes walked quickly out. "May I ask if it's Mr. Shug?" After the man came over and saw Su Ge, his voice seemed anxious. "Hello, I'm Shug." Su Ge also hurriedly extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Ma Tang. Let's cut the small talk short. Go up and take a look." Su Ge nodded and hurriedly followed Ma Tang towards the upper floors. Xiao Yiwen and Lu Cici glanced at each other, followed suit. "Come upstairs." The luxury decor in the villa is a bit shocking though, but Su Ge couldn't afford to lament now. By now a number of people had gathered in the room. An old woman with gray hair was trying her best to explain the aftermath. Coming to the door, Su Ge made a silent gesture to Ma Tang. The depression in the body is too much, and the long depression has become a disease, coupled with the old age. The life is not long. Treatment, first with silver needles to unblock blood vessels, then silver needles through the blockage in his abdomen. Out of his poison, supplemented by warm and moist medicine, can continue his life. Drug prescription. Note, there is some risk associated with this treatment. The risk is 5%. What flashed in his mind made Su Ge rejoice. The fact that there is a treatment means that it is curable. That's the risk. It's only 5%. It shouldn't be a big deal. Dr. Su, my mom this. Hush. Su Ge made a silencing gesture to Ma Tang. Now that the old man's physique was weak, for the time being Su Ge wasn't going to disturb it. Now that the cure is in place, he still has to get permission from Ma Tang to do so. This time he didn't want to be like last time. Still have to bet my life on it. Dr. Su, how is she really doing with my mom? Can it be cured? After coming out with Su Ge, Ma Tang asked anxiously. 90% sure, but it needs your permission. Su Ge didn't dare to say too much. 90% sure. Then surely give her the cure. What are you waiting for? Hearing Su Ge's words, Ma Tang became anxious. It's 90%, so it must be cured. Is there any need to inquire about it? Only Su Ge shook his head. It also asks the question in your mind. Mr. Ma, I want to ask you, how did Auntie get this disease? Martin, how does he know how to get it? Let me rephrase. I'm a little confused as to why Auntie is so depressed. What is bothering her mind? If these things can't be solved, I'm afraid that if I'm cured, I'll just live a few more days. Now Su Ge, too, understood a little bit about treating the root of the disease. The cues in my head are already obvious. It's a disease suffocated by prolonged boredom. This disease can be described as big or small. It's small. Just find a place to vent. But if it's too big, people will die. That's why Su Ge went to ask Ma Tang so much. This, Ma Tang wanted to say something, sighed, and brought Su Ge to the study. Smoke? Coming to the study, Ma Tang handed a cigarette to Su Ge. Su Ge waved his hand, and didn't stop him. Phew, Martin took a hard drag before he started talking. It turns out that Penguin is related to Wang Shanyun, the chairman of Fei Chao Games. Wang Shanyun was Ma Tang's uncle, his mother's brother. When Martin came to start a business in Shamdu earlier in the year, he brought him with him. In Martin's early days when he was making a buzz about gaming, Wang Shanyun and Ma Tang suddenly turn against each other, setting up their own business and taking many of Ma Tang's key technicians with them. At that time, Ma Tang almost fell into the abyss. Luckily, he had the support of a few veteran employees and himself as a mother, and that's how he finally got back on his feet. Established Penguin, Ma Tang, who had risen again, naturally regarded Wang Shanyun as a thorn in his side. It's been a fight to the death all these years, but Wang Shanyun is also very financially savvy. It never went down. All these years his own mother has watched herself and his own brother's son fight to the death, depressed all day. For this matter, Ma Tang's uncle had come to haunt him with his mother more than once. Even now Ma Tang's mother can't even go back to her mother's house. That's what caused the long depression. When talking about Wang Shanyun, Ma Tang's eyes were still filled with indignation. One can imagine what a dark experience Wang Shan-yun made Ma Teng used to go through at that time. Even having him grit his teeth at the mention of the name. I probably get it. I can't get involved in this one, but I can heal Auntie first, but subsequent to that, she can't be this angry. Shug said after a moment of contemplation. I'll try. Martin sighed back. Isn't there a better solution? Sugu asked. Yes, but it's hard. Like what? Like I can buy his company. Martin had a chill in his eyes. Chapter 49 Treatment. The grudge between them. Sugu didn't want to understand and was too lazy to understand. But Sugu heard it in Ma Teng's words. Nothing more than her mother being too nice because of her son. It's just a matter of causing yourself to have a home to go back to and a brother and sister to turn against each other. This is not a matter for him to get involved in. Now it's just a matter of figuring out how to renew this old man's life. Dr. Su, my mother has a few years to live if this is cured. And she's just under 70. It was obvious that Ma Teng was still very filial to himself as a mother. This is not for me, but for you. Sugu got up and continued. I'll heal her first. With that, the two of them walked together towards the inside of the hospital room. Ma Teng, are you kidding? All the doctors in the country have seen it, and you're letting a brat come over and show it to our mom? That's right, brother. He can't be a liar. Brother, the professor said our mom can't be cured. Aren't you letting her suffer? After coming to the ward, the crowd watched as Sugu took out a row of silver needles. All hastened to accuse Ma Teng. After all, Sugu was too young looking and actually took out needle after needle. Is this a cure or a death sentence? Enough. Listening to his two sisters and brother-in-law yakking in his ear, Martin chortled. Watching Martin lash out, the four men hurriedly shut up. I'll make my own decisions about mom. All of you get out. With that, Martin began to shoo people towards the outside. I'm not going out there. I can't let you mess around. At that moment, the woman in the blue tunic plucked up her courage and said to Ma Teng, that's just it, brother, mom's already like this. Another woman in a long red shirt chimed in. Sugu listened to them and never moved the needle. It's not like the original, and where the needle needs to be placed this time. It's in the lungs, and if you're not careful, something's going to happen. Otherwise the system wouldn't have suggested a 5% risk. Now my word is no longer good enough, is it? Martin's voice got lower and lower, like his anger would explode at any moment. Okay, you're the big brother, and when something happens, I'll see how you can stand up to our mom. Hearing Ma Teng's low voice, the two women who had wanted to be a bit more hardened just now, instantly lost their bottom. Angrily, he left the room. As for the two brothers-in-law, they naturally followed. They wouldn't dare to touch Ma Teng's brow. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, for the joke. After a few people left, Ma Teng's side recovered and expressed his apologies to Sugu. It's fine, and by the way, if you trust me, I suggest you go out and wait as well. Sugu didn't want to be distracted by having someone around. After all, it's better to be careful with the risk warnings that come with this system. Good. I'm 100% assured of the person Zhao's recommended. It had been expected that Martin would hesitate. I didn't expect to agree straight away. This determination is rare. After closing the door behind him, Sugu exhaled heavily. The old man lying on the bed gently glanced at Sugu with his eyes. No sound came out. Just a returning blush began to appear on his face. A little later, it will be hard to save even if the gods come. Sugu hurriedly spread the silver needle in her hand on the bed. Using fiery silver needles is very risky behavior. Because at her age, it's hard to resist the burning sensation of fiery silver needles. But it's too late now. It has to be tried. Your sons and daughters are waiting for you to live in peace. Trust me, I can cure you. Looking at the old man who was squinting into a slit, Sugu said softly. Hearing Su Ji's words, the old man moved his eyelids. Sugu knew that she had heard what she had said. Just hear it. It's going to hurt a little bit for a while, so bear with me, Sugu said, drawing out a silver needle. He started by sealing the acupuncture points on the old man's pain-sensing part. After all, there was still a silver needle to be inserted into the lungs, and there could be no room for error. After completing those pain parts, the old man had closed his eyes and gone to sleep. Breathing also became steady. Sugu slowly let out a breath. Next comes the final lung puncture for detoxification. To get the toxins out of your lungs and out of your mouth. Sugu also had to brace her mouth with one hand, for fear of being distracted. Sugu directly put two fingers together and let the old man bite. Then with his right hand again, he stabbed in towards the old man's lungs. Xiao Ro, how is this Su Ji's medical skill? Outside, Ma Teng leaned against the wall smoking a cigarette and said to Xiao Yiru beside him, it's very powerful. Do you know about Professor Yuan He from Magic City? He's recently trying to find a way to get his granddaughter to worship him. Xiao Yiru felt that with this to say, it could make Ma Teng believe in Su Ji's strength even more. Like this? Martin took a drag on his cigarette and looked at the closed door, then asked, what were the circumstances under which you were saved by him? This, Uncle Ma, I was unconscious at that time. This let CC come to tell you. She was beside at that time. Hello Uncle Ma. Willow Sissy came up and addressed him politely. Hello, can you fill me in on the situation? Yes. Lu Sisi told Ma Tang about Su Ji's treatment of Xiao Yiru. Of course, some of the details are just not described as all. It's not good to say that Xiao Yiru was seen naked by him. That means the doctor said Zoe had 3 more days of hard rooting? Martin was a bit surprised. This Sugo looked like he didn't seem to have anything special other than being a bit more handsome. How can you be so medical? Yes, it's basically eradicated, and I'm in better shape than I've ever been. Xiao Yiru smiled. Seems like a pretty good doctor then. Hearing Xiao Yiru say this, Ma Teng's worried heart was slightly better. After all, Sugo this has already had clinical experience. Uncle Ma don't worry, Sugo he can definitely cure grandma. Looking at Ma Teng so annoyed, Xiao Yiru comforted him. Martin just nodded and smoked silently without answering. Everyone else was anxious to see when that closed door could be opened. It's just that they muttered under their breath and didn't dare to make words that would make Ma Teng angry. After all, Ma Teng was their brother not to mention. In the old days when they were down and out, Ma Teng could be considered half a father to support them. So now they are very fearful of Ma Teng. Time was ticking away. That door never budged. There were no less than 10 cigarette butts at Martin's feet, but he lit the one in his hand anyway. Click. Suddenly, that door moved. Ma Teng had just lit a cigarette before he smoked it and threw it directly on the ground. Jerking to his feet, he ran towards Su Go. How's my mom? Chapter 50 Special Reward King's Honor Full Template, seeking 5 stars. The old man is old, but it's okay. Finally pulled back. But, don't make her angry. She can't be angry right now. Su Gu sighed. The old man's first words when he woke up were old tears. Su Gu didn't know how to persuade her. There was nothing Su Gu could do about the old man's desire to have a maternal family. You guys go check on mom and cut the crap. I'll talk to Dr. Su. After the excitement, Ma Teng also quickly calmed down, letting his 2 sisters go and talk to the old man first. He had some things he wanted to talk to Su Gu. The 2 men looked at each other, hurrying towards the room as well. Dr. Su, please. The 2 men were once again in Martin's office. This Martin is a big smoker. Just came into the office and lit one up. Although Su Gu didn't like smoking, he didn't stop it. After taking a drag on his cigarette, Ma Teng said to Su Gu, Dr. Su, this time I'm definitely going to arm wrestle with Fei Chao game once. If I win, I'll find a way to acquire Fei Chao over this time. Martin said, leaning heavily on the chair behind him after taking a drag on his cigarette. Dr. Su, I wonder if I can stabilize my mother's condition for a while. What's the point of stabilizing? Won't it be the same after you buy his company? Su Gu wondered. Did the acquisition stop his mother from sulking? You don't know that person Wang Shan-yun. He's a person who is the most skilled at climbing the dragon and the phoenix. As long as I completely suppress him, he's just trying to find a way to flatter me. Ma Teng ruthlessly pressed out the unfinished cigarette into the ashtray and then said, Dr. Su, actually, my mom doesn't have a few days to live, does she? He knew in his heart that even if Su Gu had gotten his mother back this time, it would only be for a moment. Su Gu nodded. Indeed, this time it's just a matter of renewing your life for a while. How long she lives is up to her. Still, thank you so much for surviving one more day, and we'll have one more person on this earth who is dear to us. With that, Ma Teng got up and said, Dr. Su, I'll call you with that $100 million. In addition to the matter of the medicinal herbs, I'd like to thank you for your trouble. Well, it's minor. With that, the 2 shook hands, and Ma Teng called the butler over. Arrange a temporary stay in the villa for Su Gu. When his mother got a little better, it wouldn't be too late for Su Gu to leave then. After all, I just arrived here now and haven't found a place to stay yet, but Elaine Xiao's side can also be lived in. It was just that Su Gu felt that it was more or less inconvenient for her to live with 2 girls, so it was agreed. Coming into her room, Su Gu laid down on the soft bed, playing with a cell phone. It's been a while since I've played a game. I wonder what kind of games Martin's side is making. Su Gu has been with Lu Yun since, just never played the game again. Games in the country of Yanxia, even standalone games, need to be purchased. Online games are based on point cards. The equipment is the big one. However, because of the free trade available, much of the money charged by the tycoons is mostly in the hands of other players. The company is still making money with game prop malls and point cards. Flying Super is warming up the game. Tapping the app market, Su Gu looked at the game page that was pushed up to the front page. Curious, I clicked on it. Land Sword Immortal. That name sounds good. After clicking in, the name of Fei Chao's game appeared in front of his eyes. It's the same fairy game as always. In the country of Yanxia, except for standalone games, the market is clear of immortal games. In fact, many people have had enough fun for a long time. But because of the traditional problems of the Yanxia country, the immortal game has always maintained a not-so-hot level. Also, the Penguin side has similarly started previewing, but not writing anything about the game, just putting the word fair, and not specifically what exactly the game is confusing. Let's play with Fei Chao's Landsword Fairy first and see how it goes, Su Gu muttered. When you click on it, you find that it's booked on top, and it costs $1 to make an appointment. There are already millions of reservations. It's still by appointment only. Su Gu was a bit depressed. It's a marketing tool. After making a reservation, you can check out the skills of the characters inside, the scenery inside, and so on. Although Su Gu was depressed, she still chose to make an appointment. After all, it's been a while since I've played a game, so let's see what the picture quality is like and if it's worth it. Ding! Prestige payment of $1. Triggering a special reward. Non-sweep booking. Rewards are assigned by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full template of the Earth Realm, China's big hit game King's Honor. Hey, what the hell is this? Su Gu froze. Game? What's the full template? Su Gu got a little curious. Tapping the inquiry box, Su Gu typed the question in. Full template of King of Glory, including King of Glory game concept, operation strategy, game design, etc. The system gives the answer. Su Gu didn't have much exposure to this game stuff, just a little curious. It's okay now anyway. Tap it to see. Hiss. Hurts. After choosing, Su Ge's brain started to hurt again. He didn't realize that such a game template could be so many things. What PPD, PDF, how to operate, how to let players take the initiative to pay money, etc. More than let Su Gu brain is almost fried. Luckily, though, this time it only hurt for 7 or 8 minutes, which is less than a TCM proficient. After a while, Su Gu finally slowed down. Earthplanes China is so awesome. It can actually make free-to-play games so awesome. Check out what comes into your head. Su Gu was stunned. There's an operational direction here, about human control and so on. It's really not covered. It's simply more lucrative than pay-to-play, and it's still implanted on the phone. By the way, what kind of game is Martin making over here? Maybe I can help him out too. Thinking of this, Su Gu decided to help him. After all, people come up with $100 million for treatment if they can provide him with help. It's also worth the money you get. Thinking of this, Su Gu organized herself and walked out. At that moment Martin's mother's room was full of people. Su Gu, as an outsider, didn't go in directly. Listen to the laughter coming from inside. Su Gu also couldn't bear to disturb them. Now this old man. It's good to laugh and have fun to recover faster. Su Gu, who had been hovering in the doorway for a while, was seen by Ma Tang. After explaining some more to his mother, he went out. Thought he might have thought Su Gu was looking for him for something. Dr. Su, what can I do for you? Martin asked with a smile as he came out. I can tell he should be in a good mood right now. No, just wanted to ask Mr. Ma what game he's going to release soon. Maybe I can give you a bit of good advice. Su Gu smiled. Chapter 51, why not make free games? Martin didn't know what Su Gu meant. Isn't he a doctor, and knows about games? However, he didn't immediately reject Su Gu. After all, Su Gu had just saved his mother. The two came to sit in Ma Teng's study. Dr. Su, the game I've been previewing recently is a 5v5 versus online game. Looking for a foreign game designer to design it. Martin rubbed his forehead. Some hesitation, which then continued. This game has not thought about the specific way to make money now, and also a new type of online game. Also do not know and are yen xia feasible. Su Gu knew what Ma Teng meant. In the grand scheme of things, it's still predominantly immortal now, which is why Martin said what he did. Is it the kind that's inside a canyon, attacking defense towers and crystals? Su Gu suddenly remembered that this one that his system had rewarded him with seemed to be a 5v5 versus battle type online game as well. I just don't know if it corresponds to this one. How do you know? Ma Teng looked at Su Gu with a bit of shock. This game hasn't been released so far. How does he know it's fighting in a canyon? And it doesn't seem like the official website is revealing details about it right now, does it? Shug knew he had slipped his tongue. Only then did he hasten to say, I used to play a 5v5 tower defense online game on the extranet, and this one you're talking about. It's kind of like that. So, yeah, this game is modeled after that. That game is hot on the extranet and has a lot of people going over the wall to play it. It's called Heroes Gathering. Martin didn't doubt it either. After all, there are a lot of people in Yanxia country who go over the wall to play the game, and that matchmaking online game called Heroes Assemble is already a hot mess on the extranet. It's just that there's nothing like it yet in Yanxia. Plus, cell phones were now commonplace, which was why Ma Teng had spent a lot of money to hire those designers over. Use that model for a hot summer's handbook. Hero Rally is an in-game purchase, which is a penny a game, and that's the route we're planning to take. Ma Teng also stopped hiding and said to Su Gu, like this? A penny a game would really fit the current gaming environment, but this will dissuade some people. After all, not a lot of people are willing to go out and spend money on an offense either. For example, money has been spent and you're still getting screwed over by your teammates and being targeted indefinitely like this. Why not do it for free? Sugu asked tentatively. Hearing Su Ge's words, Ma Tang looked at him, shaking his head. He said, if we do it for free, what are we going to make money on? I'm a businessman. I have to make money. Ma Tang was not angry at Su Ge's words. After all, he doesn't know much about the game either. Have you ever thought that the free ones make more money instead? Sugu had the full template of King's Honor, so he was naturally very confident. After all, the things given by the system, that's not as common. Oh, tell me instead, how do you make money for free? Ma Tang came to be interested in Su Ge's. It would be hilarious to make money when the game is free for people to play. After all, in the game, a lot of monsters are bursting with equipment gems and such. This is still a versus game. You have to start at level 1 every game. It's useless even if you buy it. Not to mention they are pushing for fair play. Once you can charge money for it, what's fair about it? There are 2 ways to earn money. One is a raffle and the other is selling skins. Sugu smiled. Sweepstakes are understandable. What's the point of this selling skins? Listening to Su Ge's words, Ma Tang's interest grew stronger. He always felt as if Su Ge's words had opened a new door for him. This gateway, in all likelihood, is the key to him becoming the largest gaming company in the country. The reason why people in the Yanxia country like fairy games is actually, besides the magnificent moves, there's also the fact that it's, well, nice to look at. Sugu has played games before. The glowing weapons and clothes and stuff are highly desired. Combined with the system's concept of templates, he could probably analyze the reasons for doing so. Good looking? Martin mused. Sugu didn't bother. As a gaming bigwig, Sugu felt sure that Ma Tang would be able to analyze what he was talking about. Time was ticking away. Hey! It wasn't until the cigarette in his hand burned his hand that he finally reacted. Then his eyes directly lit up, looking at Sugu as if he had discovered a large gold mountain. Dr. Su, you have a wonderful idea. Only, I don't know how to operate it. Do you have any ideas? Martin was a little agitated. He figured out many of these points, and the psychology of gamers. But to be specific, there isn't much of a clue. Well, yes, I can visit your company first to see the exact design of our game. Sugu smiled. Well, it's not too late. We'll go there now. There are still a few days to go before the game is announced. Now Penguin is working overtime every day. Ma Tang is also a man of his word. When Sugu had an idea on this side, he was hurriedly taken there. Along the way, as the driver drove, he chatted with Sugu about specific details. Sugu didn't hide it either. Spoke the strategies and templates given by the system to him. Along the way, listening to some of the novel schemes, strategies uttered by Sugu, Ma Tang would slap his thighs. It was something he'd never thought about. A new door. A new way to make money. He believed that with Su Ge's program, he would be able to crush Fei Chao Games to death. Arriving in Penguin, the two quickly made their way to the 28th floor. Along the way, many people were greeting Ma Tang, equally curious about the handsome little brother beside Ma Tang. Those who could make Ma Tang personally lead them were certainly not ordinary characters. Come up after. Martin immediately called a meeting. Among other things, the board of directors, the game designers, and the game operations ran the show. What's wrong with Mr. Ma today? Calling so many people over for a meeting? I don't know, but by the look of Ma's smile, it should be something good. It could be that the game is being released. No, could it be because a better way to release it has been found? In the conference room, the crowd was whispering. Only Ma Tang, who was sitting in the front seat, and a handsome man beside him, exchanged something with him. A young lady next to her, her fingers flew across the keyboard as the two men spoke. Soon the scenario about their upcoming game release appeared in the computer. Mr. Ma, can you see if there's anything else that needs to be changed? After the fight, the young lady in the suit showed him the notebook on the table. Show Mr. Su, Martin said to his assistant. The assistant was a bit puzzled, but gave Sugu a look anyway. Sugu roughly scanned it, then said, "There's nothing wrong with it for now. Let's let everyone discuss it first." Chapter 52 Chief Game Planner. Sugu, who is this guy? It seems like Mr. Ma is asking for his advice? Never seen it before, but it's quite handsome. It can't be the new planner coming over. It's highly likely that this game of ours, which hasn't been finalized until now, may have been hired by some foreign university. Looking at Ma Tang actually asking Su Ge's opinion, the people below began to speculate. After all, this game has been a long time in the making, and now it doesn't even have a name set in stone. The rates were also not set, so it was normal for them to visualize Sugu as someone transferring over. Okay, after getting it done, Ma Tang finally raised his head and looked at the crowd. When the others saw Ma Tang, they all sat upright and looked toward him. Wait for Martin's instructions. Everyone, This time the name of this game of ours is out. It's called King's Honor. Martin chuckled. King's Honor? That name doesn't seem to go well with Immortal. It really doesn't match. We're doing a matchmaking online game like Immortal or something. How can we call it King's Honors? How did Ma go about coming up with such a name? Hearing Ma Tang's words, the crowd became curious in their hearts. After all, the design elements within this game are also based on immortality. Mr. Ma, can I ask why this game of ours is called that? At that moment, a woman sitting in the back stood up. The woman appeared a little high-strung, her face unsmiling, a proper iceberg beauty. Shu Yao, wait for a while, I'll explain in a while. When I finish our planning you guys can mention it again if you have any comments. Ma Tang looked at Chu Yao and waved his hand for her to sit down. Chu Yao was puzzled, but there was no retort, and he sat silently in his chair. Only Martin stood up, looking at the crowd. He then put his hand on Su Gu, who was beside him. Everyone, this is our chief planner for this game. Mr. Shug. What? The crowd was instantly shocked. Then their gazes began to turn to Chu Yao who had just stood up, because Chu Yao is the mastermind of this game. It wasn't identified as the master planner, but the whole building knew it. Chu Yao is not now, and definitely will be in the future. At this moment, Chu Yao's face became a bit ugly. She couldn't figure out how this handsome man who had just arrived had become the chief planner. Mr. Ma, I'd like to ask, how are we going to run our game this time? How to create momentum? How to price it? Chu Yao was naturally furious. Once again, he stood up and asked, I've already sent the operation plan to the operation department. To create momentum, we'll ask Xiaoyuru to endorse our game. As for pricing, this time, our game, free of charge. What? Free? When Ma Tang said this, the crowd was shocked. For free? Wouldn't that make the program equal to nothing? What about their performance? I oppose. Chu Yao put her hand up. Mr. Ma, if the game is free, then how do we make a profit? Chu Yao felt that Ma Tang was mesmerized. Free to play. Isn't that the same as giving players benefits? Does the company make money by selling props? This is not a way to upgrade and fight and still come by selling props at a high price. It's a versus game. There is a natural way to make a profit. And now it's time to follow the program. Martin stayed out of the way. It doesn't send out the free how to earn money. After all, he's got the mole from the Flying Super game on his team. There are still a few days to go, but those days are critical. The key to defeating Wang Shan-yun. Mr. Ma, our team has worked so hard for so long on this production. I think you need to give us an explanation. Chu Yao spoke the heartfelt words of the people in the entire office. They're here to make money, not come over for charity. How are their wages guaranteed if they are free? Is it just a base salary? Obviously, they're not satisfied with the base salary. I'll explain it to you, of course, but not until after the game is released. Ma Tang paused, then said, in the next 2 days, each department must do everything in accordance with all the orders planned by Su Gu. I don't want you all to have any disagreements. In addition, what we all do, I've seen it in the eyes of everyone. Everyone trust me, free is sometimes more expensive. With that, Martin stood up, because Su Gu had already begun to ask for help towards him. How did you somehow become the chief planner? I'm just offering you a program. What chief planner? I don't know what kind of ecstasy he gave to Mr. Ma, actually letting us do free games. That's right, free for others to play. We drink the Northwest Wind? Northwest Wind? It's okay if you can drink your fill from the Northwest Wind. Sister Yao, go to the office and talk to Mr. Ma, you can't do free games. That's right, Sister Yao. If it's free, there's no need for our department to exist. After the meeting broke up, the crowd began to talk. Soon, they placed their eyes on Chu Yao's body. After all, right now Chu Yao had a certain amount of say. It was only by relying on Chu Yao that they were able to get Ma Tang to come around. Okay, I'll go ask what's going on. Chu Yao clenched her teeth and followed suit. Mr. Ma, how could I be any kind of chief planner? Just give me a break. You old man, coming into the office. Su Gu cried and laughed. He's here just to heal. He doesn't know anything about this stuff. Dr. Su, this idea of yours is really absolute. Skins at 10 points of attack power. Several sets of skins for one character. Different choices from low to high. I'm really convinced. And there's also a point coupon to draw skins and legendary heroes. Absolute. Ma Tang acted as if he hadn't heard Su Ji's words. Still there, complimenting him on his point. Mr. Ma, I really can't be whatever chief planner you are. I came to Shindu for something else. Seeing Ma Tang looking around, Su Gu couldn't sit still. He hadn't even agreed to it himself. So how come this Ma Tang drove him to it? Dr. Su, don't worry. I can withdraw 1% of the equity dividends from this game to you. Martin threw out the first condition. While 1% sounds small, the volume of the game is, at every turn, in the hundreds of millions. If they were charging, they could probably make as much as tens of millions of dollars a day. So 1%. That's quite a lot to give. Mr. Ma, that's not what I meant. Don't be in a hurry. I know you're now Xiao Kang's oldest brother's composer. I'll talk to Xiao and allow you to do both. Plus this idea of yours, you name it, someone will execute it. Ma Tang seemed to anticipate that Sugu would definitely refuse and said again, someone will perform? Sugu froze. What kind of drug is in this Ma Tang's gourd? Thump. Just as Sugu was wondering, the office door slammed. Coming. Ma Tang smiled and spoke to the door. Come in. Chapter 53, this is a great program. Mr. Ma, I'm here. Wait a minute. The person who came in was Chu Yao, who was also the planner of this game. Ma Tang seemed to have expected Chu Yao to come, and also seemed to know what she was going to say, which interrupted her. Let's get acquainted first. This is Shug. Mr. Su, this is our company's game planner, Chu Yao, who is now your assistant. Martin was surprised to be introduced to the two first. Chu Yao somewhat did not quite understand what Ma Tang meant, but still subconsciously put her hand out. Hello, my name is Chu Yao. Hello, my name is Sugu. The two shook hands before Ma Tang smiled and stood up. Then he said to Chu Yao, Yao, this is Mr. Su Ji's planning proposal, take a look. Saying that, Ma Tang pushed the laptop aside and showed it to Chu Yao. Chu Yao was a bit strange, but she still stepped forward and checked it out. Scroll your mouse over the page above. Her gaze grew brighter as the contents grew brighter. Even his mouth was open at the end. Mr. Ma, this. Soon after browsing was completed. At this point, Chu Yao was already shocked beyond words, because inside the copywriting, it will be how and why it operates, what makes a character's skin appealing, etc. About human nature is shown without fear. This also made Chu Yao carry a different gaze when she looked at Sugu. This is the planning case that Mr. Su made out for our game. What do you think? Ma Tang lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. This is absolute. Chu Yao really couldn't think of any words other than these two words. As a game planner, Chu Yao was actually always looking for better game solutions. After all, players nowadays are becoming less and less inclined to want trial and error with a game, because as long as it's a game, it needs to be paid for. But the publicity was good. The CG was great. Playing like you ate a piece of would be hard for anyone. That's why there are tons of game trial anchors out there right now, and every single one of them is on fire. When asked why, it's just that players don't want to spend a lot of money. Chu Yao was very confident in the game design this time. She knew that this game was sure to gain a large number of players into the pit as soon as it appeared. The hard part is how to promote it to get more people to try it out. And now once it's free, it's a good solution to that problem. That's why she thought Su Ji's program was brilliant. Especially the program that sells skins, and this is a moneymaker reaper. We have a mole at the top of the company, which is why I don't want to show this case to them. Ma Tang looked at Chu Yao and exhaled a smoke ring. There was more than a hint of gloom in his eyes. Ma always said that we have flying supremes inside our top brass. There's probably no one else on the market right now who can arm wrestle with them, other than Fei Chao. Martin didn't answer, but the answer is already obvious. I know, Mr. Ma, I'll supervise the whole process of this plan. Chu Yao turned to look at Su Gu, then said, Mr. Su, you as the chief planner. Chu Yao is convinced. Don't. I'm no good at planning anything, Sugu said modestly. Mr. Su is being modest. If this case is successful, I have a conservative estimate in my mind that we can get at least $10 billion of revenue a year, Chu Yao said. Hiss, tens of billions. Sugu didn't expect this revenue to be so horrible. By the way, Ma Tang had just said something to himself. You can give yourself a 1% equity share. Wouldn't that be $100 million a year? Hiss, this planning plan of the system is really bullish. Luckily, I almost refused just now. Thinking about this, Sugu was scared for a moment. $100 million a year in revenue. Even if the cell phone sweep smoke a year cannot sweep so much. I'm actually aiming for $100 billion in revenue a year. Before Sugu finished being shocked, Ma Tang threw out another word that shocked him even more. Hundreds of billions. Hearing this, Sugu was no longer shocked, but shaken. This Ma Tang, he really has guts. Wouldn't one spiral off in place then? So Mr. Su, I sincerely invite you to become the chief planner of our Penguin Games. As a very business-minded Ma Tang, how could he let go of such a talent to others? Said Martin from behind his desk. It actually bowed towards Sugu. In Ma Tang's opinion, Sugu didn't matter if he had saved his mother or planned for this game. All suffered themselves to take this bow. Mr. Ma can't make it. I promise to do just that, but there are a lot of things I don't know how to do. I can only provide a direction. Sugu hurriedly got up to help Ma Tang. It's kind of flattering to get a bow from such a business tycoon. Ha 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 ha. Good. With Mr. Su on board, our acquisition of Fei Chao is just around the corner. Seeing Su-gu promise, Martin laughed out loud as well. Then he turned towards Chu Yao and said, give Xiao Yiru a call in a while and tell her to renew our endorsement. Hey, okay Mr. Ma. At this time, Chu Yao was also extremely happy. After all, she's absolutely responsible for the birth of a game that's about to be a smash hit. Of course, there's no shortage of money. At this moment, where was the condescending energy she had just had? Rush off to run an errand. After leaving Penguin, Su-gu didn't go to find Xiao Yiru at the first opportunity. Instead, he was pulled away by Martin. In Martin's words, as your own master planner, how can you not even have a car? So straight away I took Su-gu to buy a car. Mr. Ma, I'll buy the car myself. I'm not poor. The driver pulled up in front of a Rolls-Royce and Su-gu was shocked. Martin wouldn't be trying to buy himself a Dalao. Isn't that a bit too generous of an offer? Your money is yours. You saved my mother and provided me with such a good planning program. Naturally I have to buy it for you. You won't mind if Dalot is bad? Ma Tang asked with a frown as he listened to Su-gu. No, I really do have the money. I can buy it myself. Su-gu didn't know how to explain this to him anymore. Watching Su-gu still refused, Martin was thoughtful. Soon he found out why. Confused himself. Su-gu looks so young. A car like Dalo, surely not suitable for him. By the way, sports cars. Yes, it should be a sports car. After all, there's no young person who doesn't like sports cars. Thinking of this, Ma Tang pulled Su-gu towards the car. Su-yog thought Martin wasn't going to buy it for himself, and relieved. It smells good from someone else, though, but Su-gu felt that he had to have his own ethics as well. After all, it's not like you don't have money now. Old Zhang, go to Dinyo's store, Ma Tang said to old Zhang, the driver. Okay Ma. Should, didn't you stop buying? Why did you go to Big Bull again? Young people are meant to have the energy of young people. Just now it was our poor thinking. Mr. Su is so young, only a sports car would match. Shug. Chapter 54 Ma Tang gives Dinyo a sports car. A brand new Big Bull Lamborghini key appeared in Su Ji's hand. At this point, Su-gu was still confused. He also suddenly understood why Ma Tang was able to turn around so quickly despite being so suppressed by Wang Shangyun. This man is so generous with his talent. A planner is just that. People don't succeed without reason. Directly send Su-gu a Big Bull sports car worth $18 million, or the limited edition kind. And they were all hard-pressed, so that Su-gu didn't even give him time to reject them. Want to give it a try? Looking at the frothing Su-gu, Ma Tang had a smile on his lips. This talent, take it for yourself. Okay, I'll try. It would be hypocritical of myself to push back. Solely accept it. Anyway, this plan of his own will certainly bring in a lot of money for Ma Tang. Thinking of this, Su-gu sat inside the Big Bull. I have to say that the Big Bull, which is one of the top sports cars in this world, is top-notch, both in terms of interior and handling, especially the sound, the feeling, cool level. Mr. Su, I'll let the driver lead the way. You follow me. We'll go back to the villa first. Ma Tang looked at Su Ji's happy face and smiled. Good. Boom boom boom. The sound of the engine rang out. Su-gu felt a bit stifled even as she followed Ma Tang's big brother. A sports car like this is only as good as it runs, but Shug doesn't mind. Asterisk 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 look. A limited edition yellow wildcatter. Wow. That's cool. And that's a great looking bull. Inside is a little brother. Hey. Wow. He's as handsome as the car. The stoplight begs you to hurry up and put on the red light. I want this little brother's prestige. The red light is on. The red light is on. I'm going for prestige. When they came to a red light, a group of coolly dressed girls surrounded towards Su Ji's car. DDT. The car behind him started honking frantically. The car that followed Su Ji's car at a distance of 10 meters away was also pressing. Humph. At a glance these women are just trying to climb up the ladder. People are just waiting for a stoplight, so they shamelessly come over to accost them. Looking at the group of women who had gathered around. And how could they not know what the women were trying to do? What are you screaming for? Can't you see that we're going to add our little brother's wiener? The ladies were not happy to hear the car honking. Accusations were made, but these people didn't care and continued to honk their horns. It gives them no peace anyway. Thump. But there are those who don't want to waste time. They gently knocked on Shug's car window with their hands. Su-gu gave them a puzzled look. These women had a florid look on their faces after seeing Su-gu. It's very sweet to have the QR code out for adding friends on your cell phone. Su-gu sort of saw it. These women are trying to add to their prestige. For such a woman, Su-gu disliked it from the bottom of her heart. Although they had their values, they were different from their own, and Shug had little interest in them. Was preparing how to refuse. The green light came on. Su-gu honked the horn, and the sound of the engine scared the women, who wanted his prestige, back a step. Soon, Su-gu sped away. watching Su Ji's car leave. The group of women carried disappointment and anger, then yelled toward the car behind him. Why are you honking your horn? Are you in a hurry? Rushing to reincarnation? You compensate, my little brother. The rear car also fled and hurried away from the area. Just looking at these women made their heads spin. These gold diggers are crazy. Wow. Limited edition Berserker bull. Hey. In a large flat in Chengdu, Lu Yunyun looked at a big yellow bull in the video with stars in her eyes. Wang Chao's family is rich, but the pocket money Wang Shangyun gave Wang Chao was not enough to buy a big bull of nearly $20 million. The best sports car Wang Chao currently had in his hands was an $8 million Ferrari, and Ferrari is a world away from this big bull. So when Lu Yunyun saw this big bull, her eyes glowed. Unfortunately, Wang Chao couldn't afford to buy her a sports car. With the family's sports car, she was just able to touch the keys. Thump. Just as Lu Yunyun was envious, there came a knock on the door. Honey's back. Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up. Looking at the bull in the video, her mind wandered. She was going to be his wife soon, so it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for a car. Even if you don't get yourself a big bull, a Ferrari will do. Lu Yunyun, who thought of this, hurriedly went to open the door for Wang Chao. Honey, you're back. Open the door. Lu Yunyun directly wrapped her arms around Wang Chao's neck. Back and tired, Wang Chao pinched Lu Yunyun's behind and walked in with her with a bad smile. Lu Yunyun mouthed Finland and drew circles with her fingers on Wang Chao's chest, with a flirty look on her face. Looking at Lu Yunyun, Wang Chao was horny, picked her up straight away and walked her towards the bedroom. After a minute of work, Wang Chao lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. Lu Yunyun, on the other hand, was wrapped in the quilt, leaning on Wang Chao's body, drawing circles on his chest. Honey, I just saw a video. What video? Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and his tone was a bit unhappy. Only Lu Yunyun didn't notice. She reached for the cell phone that sat on the nightstand. Play the limited edition Berserker bull that was road tapped to Wang Chao. The wild card limited edition. Whose car is this? Wang Chao is also very fond of sports cars. It should be said that there is no young man who does not like sports cars. Even their family has bought 3 or 4 sports cars. But the only thing missing is a top-of-the-line sports car like the Big Bull. Not to mention the limited edition. It's not that his family doesn't have money. Rather, it is the limitations of Wang Shangyun. Wang Shangyun was still very nice to Wang Chao. It's just that for so many years, Wang Chao was always going out to spend his time. Doesn't care about the company. Seeing that he was about to become an invalid, he also finally made Wang Shangyun unable to look at him anymore. So the rules were set for Wang Chao. The first is to find a clean girl. Wang Chao found it. It is Lu Yunyun. Identity and background are clean. And the poor is also poor and clean. The second is to go into the company and take care of the company's estate. This was one of the reasons why Wang Chao was busy every day. Of course, the reason why Wang Chao did so much was nothing more than wanting more money. After seeing Ding Yo, Wang Chao was also envious. Just who owns this limited edition bull? Anyway, how would I know whose it is? Honey, that's all the sports cars we have in the house. Are we going to drive those after we get married? Lu Yunyun sidestepped. You think I don't want to? Wang Chao glared at her and then said, when this game is successful, I can tell Dad that I want a big bull. Really? Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up. Of course, when the time comes, we'll say it's our wedding car. Really? Thanks, hubby. Lu Yunyun rolled over and pressed down on Wang Chao. Very happy. Another 15-second long Golden Lotus attack followed. Chapter 55, Pushing Willow CC. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10,000 fold blast. Farmers Bank, on October 15, 21. You had $10,000 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $310. 995,000. 52. Wilson sweeps for $1. Wilson pays $1 and gets a 10-fold blast. Farmers Bank, on October 15, 21. You had $15 in income from tail number 1314 and a balance of $31. 097,000. 52. Another couple days of sweeping. Money is still to earn a little bit of money. Sugo can always be happy in the sweeping code to make money. But this time Shug learned his lesson. Sweep the store when you see it. Only the cheapest. Plus, he's going to be ready to buy a house. Xiao Kang's 100 million, plus the 100 million for saving Ma Tang's mother. More than 300 million. Enough to buy a villa. Yes, Sugo is going to buy a villa in Chengdu. Since we want to hit Lu Yunyun in the face, we must have everything. You can't have a car or a house without one. Next, besides sweeping the code, Sugo was also inquiring about the whereabouts of Lu Yunyun. I should say Wang Chao's whereabouts. I heard Guduan say that he's the young master of a game company. This Wang Chao is actually from Fei Chao Games. And he's also a dead ringer for Ma Tang? After checking, Sugo was shocked. Unexpectedly by mistake. Sugo helped Penguin to deal with him now. But that's good. It saves a lot of trouble. Sugu, who thought of this, also worked harder. It turns out that Gwendolyn was wrong. Wangchao, which is what is worth a few $100 million, is clearly a multi-billion-dollar super large company. At this rate, one doesn't quite have enough money again. It's a long way to go on the road to sweeping. Zoe, is it true that you're not releasing an album with this courage? At the villa, Liusi was puzzled. Obviously she could have released an album with Elaine Seo, but Xiao Yiro chose not to send it for the time being. See, my meat has been released. No need to be in such a hurry to post it now. I wanted to make way for you first. Xiao Yiro laughed. Me first? Liusi was puzzled for a moment. Then the eyes filled with emotion. The song Greenlight is Lu Cici's first work. Xiao Yiro can't go to cover her. She wanted to make Willow Sissy an overnight sensation with a song. Thinking of this, Lu Cici, how could she not understand Xiao Yiro's good intentions? Thank you, Zoe. Lu Cici wrapped her arms around Xiao Yiro and was filled with emotion. You're my good sister, so of course I'll let you post it first, and as for my song, it'll be the same anytime. Xiao Yiro smiled and patted Liusi's back. Then he said, come on, let's go to the company. Aha! The two of them held hands and went to the headquarters of Shaw Entertainment. Knowing that Xiao Yiro had returned, the studio once again regained its former vitality. With Xiao Yiro as their backbone, they were all energized as well. Zoe, Penguin wants to renew your contract as their spokesperson. After arriving at the company, Assistant Jiang Min held a folder and came to Xiao Yiro and Lu Cici with a smile. Mandy, Xiao Yuan and Jiang Min came into a big hug. That's when he said, well, just renew it. There's actually one more copy that I'm a little undecided about. After letting go, Jiang Min took out another contract out of the folder. Above is from Flying Super Games. It is? Fei Chao wants you to be the spokesperson for their game, and the price is nearly double that of Penguin. That's where Jiang Min couldn't decide. Double can be a lot of money. After all, we haven't worked together on Fei Chao's side. We don't really want to sign, and Penguin's side is distributing me a portion of the equity dividends based on the game's profits. I trust Uncle Ma more. Xiao Yiro thought for a moment and said, in fact, she trusted Sugu more. In the past 2 days, Sugu had also told Xiao Yiro that he was now a game planner for Ma Tang. After all, you're wearing 2 hats, Shug also had to state. After asking for permission from Xiao Kong and Xiao Yiro, Sugu was also free of psychological pressure. And Xiao Yiro had great trust in Sugu, so she was definitely going to sign with Penguin. Okay, I'll reply to Flying Super right now. Wait a moment, Minnie. For the next month, I'll not release a new song for a while, and for the next song, the company is pushing CC. Just as Jiang Min was about to leave, Elaine Seo called out to her. Jiang Min looked over towards Lu Cici. Is CC going to be on stage too? What do you see here? Liusi and Jiang Min are also good friends and co-workers. Taking the song in his hand, he shook it towards Jiang Min. Oh ho, it's okay CC, now you're thinking about making a debut. No, you have to treat me to a rub after work. Looking at the song in CC's hand, Jiang Min smiled. Okay, I'll treat you tonight. By the way, ask Sugu to come over, just so you can get to know each other. Shug, your exclusive songwriter? No, it's our exclusive composer and lyricist. Liusi was proud when she mentioned Sugu. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have had the chance to be on stage himself. I haven't really seen this mysterious character since you guys came over, and I'm curious as to what kind of uncle this is. Look at the proud look on Liusi's face. Jiang Min also became more and more curious about this Sugu. What uncle? Sugu is a very handsome little brother. Ryushi defended Sugu. Little brother? Jiang Min became even more curious. After all, most songwriters and composers nowadays are at the level of older men. Younger ones are not unheard of, but too few. And this song of Xiao Yiro is too gentle. Gentle like an uncle who has experienced the ravages of love. It was no wonder that Jiang Min thought so. Sure, you'll find out tonight. Now let's go ahead and record my first album. Willows can't wait for it to come out yet. With that, the three of them headed over towards the recording room. Sister Min. The three had just arrived at the door of the recording room. A young man in a suit called out to Jiang Min. What's wrong? Sister Zoe Cici is all there. After the young man greeted towards the two, he then said, the song Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart that Haiwa newly signed, has already reached the top of the charts. This song has hit us a bit hard, and it's now on all the major app charts. The trio frowned at the youngster's words. I hadn't heard that Lee Hyuk could write songs like this before, but I didn't realize that after arriving at Haiwa, he'd actually become so powerful. Jiang Min muttered, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lee Hyuk that has that ability to write Chasing Dreams Red Heart. Hearing Jiang Min's muttering, Lu Cici became furious. Hey, the lyricist and composer is Lee Hyuk. How can you say otherwise? Jiang Min wondered. Of course not. The song was written by Shug. Ha? Jiang Min was confused. Chapter 56, Su Ji's number found. What? Yiro Xiao has already signed? Wang Shangyun slammed the folder in his hand hard on the table. The people below were even more afraid to say a word. For this game, Wang Shangyun can be said to have spent a lot of money on foreign designers. Speaking as a business equally sensitive as he is, domestic fairy games are already going downhill. So he added foreign magic effects to the same fairy game, trying to come up with a mix of East and West. Everything is ready. As long as the now hot Elaine Sia can do the endorsement, he would surely be able to pin Martin down hard. This time, he's also running to acquire Penguin. But now Xiao Yiru actually rejected him, and that's with double the price. Dad, there's actually another candidate. At this time, Wang Chao, who was sitting beside Wang Shangyun, said, anyone else? Wang Shangyun looked at Wang Chao beside him suspiciously and then said, like what? Wang Chao wasn't sure if it would fit, but maybe he could give it a try. It was only then that he said, actually, Sutton, who is hot right now, is a good candidate to use in our game, with his dream-chasing bare bones. Sutton, chasing dreams red? Wang Shangyun was a bit impressed with the song. After all, many of the people under him used the song as a ringtone. That said, maybe give it a try. Sutton was signed by Hyatt, and Hyatt is a dead ringer for Shaw Entertainment, so you can give it a shot. Wang Chao saw that Wang Shangyun was puzzled and continued, right, why didn't I think of that? Contact Hyatt and talk about the cooperation. It's best to finalize it tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Wang. The beautiful assistant rushed out to make the connection. This time, I'll make sure the Penguin loses, Wang Shangyun said angrily. Everyone else was filled with wariness. An unseen smoke is being fought about the gaming world. Have you heard? Penguin is releasing Netflix this time. Don't pay to play. Hey. Really? Don't want money? Then you can try it. Hey. No, it's still a versus online game. I've played it before abroad. It's fun. Hurry up and make an appointment. The internet is starting to go crazy about Penguin games being free. After all, free games, in the country of Yenxia is still the first time. No fun and no loss. Sitting in his office, Wang Shangyun looked at the comments from the netizens. There was a grimness in his eyes. Is this Martin trying to push his company into the fire? No money for free games? Wang Shangyun gave a puzzled cry. After a moment of contemplation, this led to a call to the office. Soon, a beautiful assistant in a suit walked in. What does it say over there? Why did Penguin release the game for free this time? Mr. Wang, the news we got from our side is indeed that Penguin made the game free this time, and it's the all-free kind. The beautiful assistant replied. And what does this game make money on? From what they've been passing around, it seems like they're making money off of some kind of skin. Skin? This was the first time Wang Shangyun had heard this term, so there is some curiosity. Yes, they say it's skin, but I don't know much about what this is exactly. Also, there's a new planner at Penguin, and he's rumored to be the one who came up with the idea. The beautiful assistant told Wang Shangyun all about what happened inside the Penguin. Word for word, a new way of operating, a new way of planning. This made Wang Shangyun a bit puzzled. What does he want? Alright, I know. Go ask around again. The day after tomorrow is when we release the game together. Don't drop the ball for me. Okay, Mr. Wang. After the beautiful assistant went out, Wang Shangyun pinched his forehead and leaned back in his chair to close his eyes. But it looks annoyed. Inside Hyatt Music Company, Sutton is writing a song in his office. But no matter how much he wrote, he couldn't write a song that made people's blood boil like Sugu. Though the song, Follow Your Dreams, has rewarded him with great riches, but he knew that this wealth was brought to him by Sugu. If he can't hold his own level, it's a death in Hyatt, too. Hey, if only I could find my brother. These things, they should be his. Sutton leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in wonder. He's a real person. Don't like to take credit for other people's work, but it was annoying when I never found Sugu. Mr. Su, we found your brother's number. At that moment, a long-haired beauty walked in. What? Quick, give me my brother's number. At the sound of the long-haired beauty's voice, Sutton jerked to his feet. There was excitement in his eyes. Mr. Su, you can have this number. But, the long-haired beauty wanted to speak. What's wrong ya? Sutton looked at his assistant, Zhao Yaer, in puzzlement. Zhao Yaer looked at Sutton and shook her lips before saying, that Mr. Su, your brother is the exclusive composer of Xiao Entertainment Company's Xiao Yiru. Sutton? Seeing Sutton's doubts, Zhao Yaer told Sutton what happened. Sutton listened with a bitter face. How could he not know that Highway and Xiao Entertainment were deadly rivals? But now he's signed Hyatt. If this call goes through, you'll be scolded by your brother, right? Looking at Sutton's cloudy face, Zhao Yaer placed a note in her hand on Sutton's table. Mr. Su, here's the phone number, and as for whether or not you want to call, it's up to you. After saying that, Zhao Yaer left his creation room. Sutton hesitated as he looked at the cell phone number on the table. Should we fight? What should I tell my brother when I call him? Sutton was in a tangle. Sutton, Flying Super's side just said that they want you to be their spokesperson, and I was thinking we could get together. At that moment, a woman with short shoulder-length hair walked in. Hearing the woman's words, Sutton hurriedly hid the number on the table, then stood up and smiled. Nachan. The visitor was none other than Winona. Since Elaine Xiao released her single, she's become a millennial again. No, it's worse this time. She's become the oldest. Because in first place is Sutton's Chasing Dreams. Winona is also very appreciative of Sutton now. After all, only Suttons can sing this song Chasing Dreams with that kind of feeling. None of the other male singers in the company sang with the same sense of emotion as Sutton. This time Flying Super wanted us to do endorsements and the company decided to get us together. Winona sat down on the couch and nonchalantly poured herself a glass of red wine and smiled. It's all up to Nana to arrange it. Sutton replied. Upper Road. Winona took a sip of her red wine, looking at Sutton with appreciation. This man has ascended to the number 1 position, but there is not a single shelf in the company. He is also respectful to himself. It's great and worth cultivating. Alright then, let's go together. Saying that, Winona stood up and was about to leave. Nah, go ahead. I'll change and go. Okay, hurry up then. When Winona left, Sutton took that cell phone number out again. Gritting his teeth, he dialed the phone. Chapter 57, the car was scratched. Boss, do you have a piece of Consuelo? 2 pieces for the Kong Shuifu. Sugu was a little less calm. Prices are really high in this Shamdu. Even a usual piece of Kangshuafu can be doubled and sold. Standing on the street corner, Sugu fell into deep thought. Does one seem to be getting into some kind of misunderstanding? Sweeping for money lately, Shug is feeling as if he's doing something wrong somewhere, but can't figure out where exactly. Solely do not think about it. Now he has to hurry to sweep the code to earn money. Just a month time. Sugu, who thought of this, walked towards his big bull sports car. Wow, this car is so cool. That's it. Come on, take my picture. Well. The big bull by the side of the road was surrounded by some pretty young ladies at this time. Sugu frowned. It's not that people aren't allowed to take pictures, but it's just a little too much of that for them to be lying on it, isn't it? Well, at least your own car. Hello everyone, I am the anchor Yen princess. Finally, by virtue of their own efforts, to obtain the first lumbo in life. Sisters, sign up for Yen princess's course. You can teach everyone to make money. Oh, a slightly better looking woman stands in front of the camera, blowing off bull that she doesn't necessarily believe herself. Just that expression on his face. You can actually say that without blushing or jumping. And I don't know how to practice. It's a real oxymoron. Wow, Yun, what you just said was so good. I believe it. The other girl, who took her picture and wore heavy makeup, kept flattering her. The anchor named Yun was very flattered. Hey, may I ask what you guys are doing? Sugu was ready to leave, but these few women were still there surrounding them. Out of politeness, Sugu asked. Wu Yan looked at the cheap goods Sugu was wearing and couldn't help but frown. Drinking. Where's the redneck from? Can't you see I'm taking pictures of my car? Sugu froze. Your car? What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before? Seeing that Sugu didn't leave, Wu Yan once again drank. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this your car? Sugu was furious. This person is quite pretty. How come her quality is so bad? Is everyone in Shamu like this? Who are you calling sick? It's not my car, it could still be your car. Dressed in a ground-up outfit. Don't dirty my car. Seeing Sugu scolding her and walking towards that big bull, she angrily said, Your car, your keys, turn it on for me. Sugu hugged her arms and looked at her coldly. Wu Yan froze. She didn't expect this country bumpkin to actually get serious with herself. It's kind of cool on top of the mask though. Doesn't mean he's really handsome. What's more, what he was wearing in this one was not a big brand name. Thinking of this, Wu Yan angrily said, Why should I show you my key? Do you deserve it? Saying that, Wu Yan actually slapped her hand on the car with excitement. This shot doesn't matter. One of the rings she wore on her hand just happened to scrape a shallow mark on the big bull's car. Looking at that small scratch, Su Ji's face turned cold. I'm not worthy? Sugu was about to laugh at this silly woman. Then he pulled the key out. Karma. Oh Yan froze. This is really his car. But what he was wearing clearly wasn't some high-end brand of clothes. What's the point of all this honching to kryptonite? This car is yours. Seeing the car keys in Su's hand, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Or what? Sugu sneered. Just now we were playing. That handsome guy, let's add a Wi-Fi. I'm the anchor of the fast feed app. Wu Yan. Oh Yan had a pandering look on her face. Take out your cell phone. She was very eager to tease such a rich kid. Su Ji's mouth was tinged with a smile. Scanned it with my cell phone. Looking at Sugu actually really added. Wu Yan's face opened up with a smile, but Su Ji's next words confused her. Well, now that prestige is added, let's talk about compensation. Oh Yan? This scratch, you just made it, and I was watching, so see if it's public or private. Sugu didn't have any good feelings towards such a woman. I can't believe I slapped my own car with my hand and scratched marks. What's the idea? Don't you have a brain? They say big boobs don't matter. You don't have any A's either? Private? Wu Yan, who had returned to her senses, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Hurry up and say, this rich kid is really good at flirting with girls. I can't believe I'm going private with myself in this way. Isn't it just trying to make yourself pay for the meat? That's good. Let's see how I can take him down. Wu Yan thought in her heart. Private. Ha! Saying that, Sugu took a picture with her cell phone and sent it over to Dinyo's store. The insurance guy at the Big Bull store came flying in even after he said an amount. This side watched Sugo use her cell phone to take a picture of that trace, and was a little puzzled. Didn't he go private? Why haven't you invited me to the car? The guy from the insurance company said just now. This scratch, it's $1,200,000 to start with, so see if you want to transfer money or cash. Wu Yan, is not private? Yeah, going private means losing money. Suga said faintly. That little brother. I don't have that kind of money. Can I go private in some other way? Other methods? Suga was puzzled. That, little brother. Why don't I come with you to your house and do whatever you want? Saying that, Wu Yan leaned towards Sugu. That means, it's a cutie, and understand what she wants. You wish. Shug pushed her away with one hand. Then, do not lose money and still want to feel good. You dream. Hurry up. 1,200,000 cannot be 1 point less. Although this small scratch is not aesthetically pleasing, but Sugu wasn't going to spoil her. I don't have any money. Do what you like, you bully. Saying that, Wu Yan actually squatted and cried. Generally speaking, women's tears are the most lethal to men now. Listening to Oh Yan's cries, someone soon gathered around. You drive such a nice car. People just scratched a mark. Why don't you let it go? That's just it. Why make things difficult for people when you have so much money? She's a girl. How can she have so much money to pay you back? She's so petty. The crowd, who understood the beginning and end, began to accuse Sugo one after another. Wu Yan was also rejoicing in her heart as she listened to so many people speaking for her. The mouth fell back to crying louder and louder. Sugo frowned as she looked at these people, her fire growing. This actually gave itself a moral abduction. He said angrily, okay, I won't make things difficult for her. Which one of you just said I'm petty? Come on, you're atmospheric. $1,200,000. You'll pay for it. Looking at a young man screaming the most aggressively, Sugo pointed at him. The man was dumbfounded at the moment. Hurry up and say, what's it to me? It's not like I got your car. Don't you pity other girls? Then you pay for it. She got it. It's none of my business. Who am I to pay for it? Then shut your anus and don't bleep me here. Anyone else who wants to fight for her, come on, pay up and I'll leave right away. $1,200,000. Suga was truly furious this time, pointing her finger at the group of people angrily. Hearing Su Ji's words, the group shut up. Not one more person dared to give her the benefit of the doubt. Humph, just like that you still want to be a hero. Bah, he's most annoyed by these saints, thinking they are on the highest moral ground. They point fingers at others. When it really comes down to it, they're all wimpy as balls. Hurry up and get someone over here to pay for it. Don't delay me. Boom boom boom. Just as Sugo asked Wu Yan for money, the roar of a sports car came through. Chapter 58 Fast Food Zhang Jitao. Ooh Tao. He bullied me. The vehicles that came over were sports cars such as Ferraris, Porsches and so on. There's another big bull in the mix. It's just that this bull, it's entry level. But even an entry-level bull is enough to command a high price of nearly $10 million. Out of the big bull came down a man. The man was also in his mid-20s, dressed hipster, wearing sunglasses, looking loaded. Pussy. Seeing the one leading the way, Wu Yan hurriedly stood up and jogged over, came to the man and jumped right into the man's arms, crying, as if you are so aggrieved. This was the message that Wu Yan secretly sent to Zhang Jitao while she was crying. At this time, Zhang Jitao looked at Wu Yan so aggrieved and aggressively walked towards Sugu. Sugu was not afraid either. Anyway, he is in the right. This street, he still dare to beat himself. What? Were you the one who bullied Yun? Zhang Jitao took off his glasses, coldly grimaced, and questioned. He scratched my car and I asked her for compensation. What? No? Sugu looked straight into Zhang Jitao's eyes, her aura not weakening at all. What kind of crappy car? Do you really think? The Wildcats? Zhang Jitao hadn't finished. Sugo moved straight up. The big yellow bull berserker appeared in front of Zhang Jitao's eyes. This, Zhang Jitao frowned. It's definitely not the average family that can afford a wildcatter. And seeing as Sugo was even a little younger than himself, the momentum diminished considerably at that moment. Brother, I'm Zhang Jitao from Fast Feet. I don't know which company brother is from. It's a bit strange. Zhang Jitao introduced himself. He was the eldest son of Zhang Feng, the chairman of Fast Feet, and one of the richest second generation in the deep capital. Such a rich kid has some brains. So he thought that Sugu should also be the son of some big company, being possibly the son of some big boss in the business world. Zhang Jitao wouldn't be offended by one of his anchors. That's what asked. I'm just new to Shemu, currently employed at Penguin only. Sugu didn't give Zhang Jitao too good a face. He didn't care whose son this Zhang Jitao was. It's the king of heaven who comes and scratches his car and has to pay for it. That's a lot of money for a scratch. Brother, Wu Yanyan is the anchor under my Fast Feet app. Do you think this matter can sell brother a face? Forget it. Zhang Jitao thought that he still had a reputation in Chengdu. Although Sugu could afford to drive a limited edition bull, he must have money too. But there's certainly more than that to be gained by being able to hook up with Fastfoot for their respective businesses. Face? Do I know you well, so I have to give you face? Sugu didn't spoil him at all. Are rich kids awesome? Is Fastfoot a big deal? It's got nothing to do with me. You, line. Zhang Jitao didn't expect that Sugu would actually reject it directly, but he also didn't know who was really behind Sugu. He endured it in order to stay out of trouble with his old man. That's when he said, dude, tell me, how much do I have to pay? One scratch, currently offered at $300,000. Sugu came next to Dinyo, pointed at the scratch, and said, at that moment, the insurance company also came over, followed by the traffic police in the area. Upon arriving, the traffic police briefly inquired about the situation. The rest is in the hands of the insurance company. After all, such a thing belongs to civil mediation. There's no need to get on the bandwagon when you can go private. The insurance clerk looked at the scratches and then said, Mr. Su, this scratch can't be repaired. You need to replace the entire front cover. At least $2 million to start. $1,200,000? Zhang Jitao froze when he heard the man's words. His monthly pocket money is only $1 million. This Yanyan actually scratched it and built herself in? Zhang Jitao, who thought of this, glared fiercely at Wu Yanyan. Tao, I didn't mean it. Wu Yanyan looked at Zhang Jitao and also subconsciously lowered her head. Not even able to speak well. Over $1 million. How long would she have to live on air to earn that much? At this time, Wu Yanyan's intestines were green with remorse. Do you hear me? $1,200,000. Sugu said towards Zhang Jitao. Okay, $1,200,000. Zhang Jitao looked at Sugu with a resentful gaze. Then he said, it's only $1,200,000. I can afford it. Saying that, Zhang Jitao took out his cell phone and went to call whoever he wanted. I'll take care of anything, so hurry up and call me. When the time comes for my dad to find me, just tell him I used it. Cut the crap and call me. Zhang Jitao, who was on the phone on one side, yelled towards the phone. I don't know who was asked for this money, and I can't believe I'm still so angry. In a short while, Zhang Jitao returned. In front of the police, Zhang Jitao beat the money out of him. Sugu watched the account arrive at $1,200,000. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? When he was about to leave, Zhang Jitao coldly asked. Shug. Sugu wasn't afraid of this person's retaliation. Anyway, after thoroughly punching Lu Yunyan's face, he would return to the Magic City. He wasn't prepared to stay on this side. Sugu. Okay, I'll remember you. With that, Zhang Jitao led a group of people and left the place. Mr. Su, to repair the car, you just need to drive to our store. When Zhang Jitao left, the insurance clerk came over and said to him with a smile, fix it my ass. $1,200,000 for chicken legs, doesn't he smell good? Sugu didn't have the heart to say anything. He's short on money right now, and this guy is actually letting himself fix his car. What a joke. It's just a scratch. It doesn't matter. Insurer, back in the car. Sugu was a bit depressed himself this time in order to go up to Shamdu, and obviously spent hundreds of dollars on an outfit. How did you become a hick in the eyes of others? Thinking about Wu Yanyan calling herself with a mouthful of bumpkin, Shug got a little distracted. He's out to make money sweeping, and don't want to get yourself in so much trouble. It did get angry just now. It was only then that he fought with Zhang Jitao. Hey, better go buy a decent suit. Well, it has to match this car, Sugu muttered, then said, where to buy it? Right, ask Xiao Yiro and Lu Sisi about them. You want to buy clothes? On the cell phone, Xiao Yiru's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, she kind of wanted to go shopping. Yeah, I didn't bring any clothes over when I came. Shug made an excuse. Good, it just so happens that Cece is inviting for dinner tonight. I'll accompany you. Xiao Yiro thought for a moment and said, really? That's great. It just so happens that I don't know what kind of clothes to buy. With Xiao Yiro accompanying the purchase, one would be much less worried. Sugu, who thought of this, directly drove towards Xiao Entertainment's headquarters and sped off. Chapter 59, New Mastery Bonus. Find out for me. Find out who this Su-gu really is? Zhang Jitao, who came back, was unsurprisingly scolded severely by his own old man. After all, he was privately calling on funds in the company. How could this not annoy Zhang Feng? Looking at his unworthy son, Zhang Feng directly froze all of his pocket money, allowing him to reflect. Zhang Jitao came to their club and said to a group of people he was playing with in a very annoyed manner. Soon enough, someone went out. As for Su-gu, with his energy, he should be able to find out soon. Brother Tao, don't be angry. Wu Yanyan looked at Zhang Jitao so angry. Heart-stoppingly, he walked toward him. Looking at Wu Yanyan, Zhang Jitao's anger came to a head. Snap. Then came the slap across her face. Angrily, he said, I told you to go live. I didn't tell you to give me a hard time. I'm sorry Tao. I was wrong Tao. Wu Yanyan covered her face, both eyes filled with tears, but rushed to apologize. Where is the arrogance of that time? Looking at Wu Yanyan, Zhang Jitao burst into flames. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for the others to leave. Where could the others not see Zhang Jitao's crooked mind? With a meaningful smile, he headed outside. I'm on fire right now. Wait for the crowd to leave. Zhang Jitao narrowed his eyes and pressed Wu Yanyan's head down, twisting viciously with anger towards Su-gu. It's the biggest mall in Chengdu. Go. The two of them, Su-gu and Xiao Yiru, arrived at the Chengdu International Mall. Because it's a star, Xiao Yiru also wrapped herself up tightly. Not only were they wearing masks, but sunglasses as well. Make it look like you're a thief. It was only after entering the mall that she came to a slow sigh of relief. In the mall, she could have done without wrapping herself up so tightly. After all, this is not a place where people normally come. It is said that the average per capita spending inside is at least as much as $100,000 to buy clothes here. Look at the luxurious decor and the array of merchandise that fills the room. Su-gu was a little heartbroken. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a watch, tens of thousands of dollars for a dress. Take out just about any item and it's a W to start with. Su-gu looked at the merchandise and her little heart was pounding. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yiru looked at Su-ji's expression and was a little strange. It's okay, it's okay. Su-gu hurriedly said. He hasn't been able to fully transition from being a migrant worker. These things, they're too expensive. Here, look at this one. Come into a suit store. Xiao Yiru looked at a casual plaid suit and said to Su-gu, hiss, 50,000. A piece? So expensive? Xiao Yiru seemed to have discovered Su-ji's embarrassment. Taking the clothes towards him, softly whispering in his ear, he said, you'll be Xiao Entertainment's composer and Penguin's chief game planner from now on. It's not okay to dress too shabbily. Besides, how can an entrepreneur feel comfortable working with you if he or she sees their partner dressed as a floor walker? Su-gu froze. Yes, he himself, now, seems to have climbed to the upper echelons of society. It's not yet adapted, but there are always changes to be made. Xiao Yiru was right. In his current state, even if he encounters a lot of opportunities, and surely no one would ever cross paths with themselves, even if you're going to get back at someone, you can't rely on your personal power alone, can you? Connections are important sometimes. Xiao Yiru saw Su-gu pondering and smiled. As the daughter of a financial predator like Shao Kong, ear to the ground and learned a lot about being with some of these upper-class people. Of course, she didn't begrudge teaching Su-gu. After all, how could someone like Su-gu stay at the bottom of society? I see, try it. Su-gu smiled towards Xiao Yiru. Then, how do you know who I'm going to get back at? Less alcohol in the future. Xiao Yiru herself spoke out of turn. Smiling, he went to pick out clothes for Su-gu. I knew it. Mud. Next time I drink I'm a dog. Thinking of this, Su-gu secretly annoyed herself. After a change of clothes, Su-ji's entire demeanor had risen quite a bit. Ben was 5 feet 9 inches, because of the muscles that had been worked out through long labor. Holds up the entire suit just right. Just slightly darker skin, but it's a lot healthier looking. Well, is kind of like a thug in a suit. Of course, if he knows kung fu. Did you used to work out? After buying a few clothes, the two of them walked out of the mall satisfied. Su Yog is wearing a newly purchased outfit. The temperament was also uplifted by more than a star. People rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. And the ancients are true to their word. Looking at Su Ji's handsome and compelling appearance, Xiao Yiru had this question. How am I going to have that time to work out? Su-gu scratched his head and smiled. No, go. Xiao Yiru pulled Su-gu and walked towards the car. Where to? Go straight back to the villa near where we're staying. There's a gym there. Su-gu was strange though, but took her anyway. Xiao Yiru looked at Su-gu and sprouted a kind of bad taste. So strong, must have a nice curvy body. I wonder if there are any 8-pack abs? Come to the gym in the villa area. Xiao Yiru smiled and greeted the receptionist. Hey, Zoe, you came over. The front desk is a pretty young lady, as if she still knows with Xiaoyiru. Yeah, bring you some business and get me a gym card for this man. The receptionist lady looked at Sugu and immediately brightened up. This little brother is so handsome. He and Elaine Sia. It's really a good look for a man and a woman. Got it, right away. With that, the young lady took out a card from a drawer. Mr. Su, please report your cell phone number and we'll register you. Well, my number is 138x times x times x times x. Sugu hadn't wanted to enroll in any kind of fitness. He felt that if he had this time to work out, he might as well go to sweep the code. However, several of his own clothes were paid for by Xiaoyura who grabbed them. He couldn't say anything else. That's a total of $150, 000 a session, or $300,000 for an annual pass. That expensive? Sugu was shocked. It's just a bodybuilder. That's too much. I'll sweep. As she was talking, Xiaoyiro took her cell phone out. Wait, can't make her pay again. Paying again is the same as being a soft touch. Saying that, Sugu hurriedly pushed Xiaoyiru's cell phone over. Take out your own cell phone. Wilson sweeps in a payment of $300, 000. Ding. After sweeping over, the phone vibrated again. It's out of reward. Wilson's sweeping payment of $300, 000 triggers a special reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fighting mastery, Sanso mastery, Taekwondo mastery, Muay Thai mastery, Wing Chun mastery, and Jeet Kune Do mastery. Only one can be selected. Chapter 60, The Great Duke of Setting Treasure. It triggered the reward again. Sugu looked at the alert in her cell phone and was happy. This system really gives it away. But this proficiency seems to be a bit on the fitness side. Could it be that you get all different things by scanning different things? Sugu thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. Going for medicine rewarded capsules, and buying jade rewarded cockatrice. Buying an instrument rewards instrument proficiency. Buying a song rewards the song. It looks like you can target your purchases. What's wrong? Looking at Sugu staring at her cell phone and giggling, Xiaoyiro asked strangely. It's okay. Sugu hurriedly stuffed her cell phone into her pocket. Selection successful. Being issued. Sugu hurriedly put her cell phone into her pocket when she did. Accidentally clicked on an option. The body is also changing. Sugu only felt like her body was tensing up. It seems to have gotten even stronger. It feels really good. Just don't know what you ordered. It's not a good time to visit. The two walked into the gym. Inside at the moment some muscular men, and some shapely women, showed off their waistlines. Zoe, you're here. At this time, a man walked over after seeing Xiaoyiru. Well, just came by to check it out. The man looked strong with all his muscles. The face was also as sharp as a knife. He was also almost 5 feet 8 inches tall and looked sunny. It was just that Xiaoyiru looked a little disgusted when she saw the man. And this is? The man looked at Sugu, who had come over with Xiaoyiru, and asked strangely, my friend. Xiaoyiru also didn't intend to introduce Sugu to this man, and casually returned a sentence. Oh, hi, I'm Ma Ing from Set of Treasure. Ma Ing put his hand out, except that he bites the words Set of Treasure Company pretty hard, as if it was a provocation. Sets of Treasure, Inc. is an online shopping company that has emerged in the last 2 years. The momentum of development in the past 2 years has been very rapid, and has become a leading enterprise in the whole industry. This horse camp was only in his 20s. I don't think it's the male son of Ma Daeun from the Set of Treasure Company, composer of Elaine Seo, Sugu. Sugu also extended her hand. It's just that one doesn't have any dealings with this person. Why does it feel like I'm being hated? So it's Zoe's songwriter. Ma Ing bit the word composers much heavier again. I don't know what he means by this gesture. Okay Shug, let's go. Come back another time. Xiaoyiru couldn't help but frown as she listened to Ma Ing and said that she was about to leave. Hey, Xiaoro. Why are you leaving just now? As soon as Ma Ing heard that Xiaoyiru was going to leave, he hurriedly stopped in front of her. Xiaoyiru's face became a little less pleasant. Said, Ma Ing, you're going to stop me, aren't you? Xiaoro, you say this. I stop you, why not just come well to the inside of the practice for a while and then go well, or not a moment to drink a cup of tea is also okay. Ma Ing said playfully. Why would I want to drink tea with you? Go away. I have to talk to Sugu about the tune. Xiaoyiru looked for a way to say something. But where did Ma Ing not know that Xiaoyiru was looking for an excuse? At that moment, he turned to Sugu and said, don't you have something to do? I'll send over Xiaoro in a while. Sugu froze. When did I have a problem? But he quickly figured out that this guy was ordering himself to leave. The moment wasn't happy about it either. Said, I do have something to do, but only with Zoe. You can't do it alone? It has to be 2 people? Yes, it has to be both. As Xiaoyiru's exclusive composer, it was only natural to help her out. No, you can do it yourself. Ma Ying's voice was cold and threatening. After all, It's just one compositor for the horse camp. Surely he wouldn't dare to make a feud with himself. This one really can't do it on its own. Horse camp. This is determined to go against himself. Looking at Su Ji's smile with a grin, he was a little angry. There's no rush. Man, I see you're in pretty good shape. Have you learned sparring? Why don't we practice a game? Ma Ying couldn't help but directly pull Su Gu towards the inside. As long as Su Gu went in, Xiao Yiro definitely wouldn't leave. Sorry, I don't practice sparring. Su Gu refused. Never practiced? Good for you if you haven't practiced. I can teach you if you haven't. It's good to be out of practice. There's no pressure to beat you like that. Ma Ying was determined to teach Su Gu a lesson this time. It didn't give Su Gu a chance to retort at all. Watching Ma Ying and Su Gu pulling and tugging, a few people who had also come over to work out gathered around. After they gathered around, they deliberately squeezed Xiao Yiro outside. Xiao Yiro couldn't even pull Su Gu out if she wanted to. This gym is expensive for a reason. It's huge inside and even has a separate boxing ring. Octagon cages are available. Other fitness equipment is also available. The entire hall was over 1,000 square meters. No wonder it's so expensive. Coming into the ring, Su Gu was surrounded by a group of people taking the clothes off her body. Put the gloves on your hands. Looking at the red gloves on his hands, it's probably going to be hard to get out of here without a fight. But what did you just learn on your own? Should have seen it. Whatever. Anything that comes out of the system, it must not be bad. Since he wants to get abusive, he might as well try to see how the rewards stack up. Tinkerbell. I didn't realize the place was equipped with specialized competition brass bells and referees. It had to be said that Su Gu, who had taken off his shirt, had a body that was not the least bit inferior to a robust Ma Ying. And the 8-pack abs on Su Gu were even more explosive. Even as his muscles tightened, he revealed his bat muscle, and the visual impact was extremely strong. Wow, whose son is this? So handsome and well-built? I don't know, hey, but it seems like he came over with Xiao Yiro. He can't be Xiao Yiro's boyfriend. Definitely, not to mention being so handsome, but actually having such a good body. I'm sour. It's so tempting to pry at Ella Sia. Looking at Su Ji's body and handsome face, a group of ladies who were working out also showed their flamboyance. Of course, what was even more impactful was Yura Xiao. She also didn't expect that Su Gu was not only handsome, but could even have such a good body. For a while, it was surprisingly a bit obsessive to watch. Listening to the voices of the group of nymphomaniacs below, the anger in Ma Ying's heart grew even stronger. This guy, he actually stole all the limelight from himself. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? With that, he punched towards Su Ji's face. Su Gu looked at Ma Ying's swinging fist, and no dodging, because he doesn't know why. It feels like this horse camp is so weak. It doesn't seem to move very fast. Just as the horse camp was about to hit him in the face, Shug moved. Chapter 61, Xiao Yiru's Education. Bang! After the punch went down, Ma Ying's entire body bowed into a half arc. Su Gu turned around with a vicious backdrop. Hoo hoo hoo. Then came the sound of heavy breathing as the horse camp curled up on the ground. Luckily it was with gloves. Otherwise this one would really be enough to make him drink. Su Gu looked at the horse camp lying on the ground, also a little surprised. You're so good at it yourself. So what exactly did you wrongly order proficiently? Ma Ying has been learning boxing for quite a while. Right, and this one gave seconds? I suspect that this person isn't even Elaine Zhao's boyfriend, but a bodyguard. Not really, how else could you be so good at what you do? Looking at the fallen horse camp, the crowd whispered. You're okay? Su Gu asked with some embarrassment. It's kinda embarrassing to not be able to stop and beat someone up like that. No, it's fine. Where the horse camp would say that he had something to do, it would have been humiliating enough. And he now seriously suspected that this was Xiao Yira's bodyguard, being talked about by Elaine Xiao as her own composer. Shug, you're okay. At this time, Xiao Yiru also hurried over. There was just not a single inquiry about the horse camp lying on the ground. I'm fine, came out a little heavy. Su Gu scratched his head and replied in embarrassment. Xiao Yiru was a little smug in her heart. This horse camp, relying on his father to earn some money in the past 2 years. Stick to yourself like a piece of craft. When I was sick myself, I didn't visit once. Hypocrites. It's good to teach him a lesson. After making sure Ma Ying was okay, the two walked out of the gym. Shug, you used to learn Kung Fu? Ah, right, we study Chinese medicine. Usually know some Kung Fu. Su Gu lied. Also, I watch Wang Fei Hung TV, and Wang Fei Hung also heals people. And then the Kung Fu is also very good. Xiao Yira was good at finding reasons for Su Gu. Good thing too. It saves you from having to explain yourself. Then you. Xiao Yira wanted to say something, but she was too curious to know. These days, Su Gu's such a multi-talented person. What kind of girl would dump him? What's wrong? Su Gu asked curiously. Well, don't be angry when I say so. Xiao Yira looked at Su Gu and blinked her eyes. Sugu was a bit strange, but still, he nodded and said, okay, I'm not mad, go ahead. How did you get dumped by your ex-girlfriend? After all, like you are so handsome and talented. Xiao Yiru had wanted to continue asking, but Su Ji's face instantly grimaced after hearing about his ex-girlfriend. It's okay, I'm just curious, you don't have to say anything. Watching Su Ji's face change, Xiao Yiru didn't dare to continue asking. You're curious? Sugu asked with a smile. Xiao Yiru nodded. There's probably no girl who doesn't like to gossip. This is something that goes back to when I dropped out of school. Sugu didn't hide it either. The two men went out into the garden of the villa and found a place to sit by the granite flower pool. About himself, he hadn't said anything to anyone. At this time, when Xiao Yiru asked, he also seemed to have found a mouth to vent. A brainstorm of all the things to say to her. Hearing Su Ji's experience, Xiao Yiru was indignant and heartbroken. How can there be such a person? It's just as well to be ungrateful, but actually to be able to shamelessly say something like that. It pisses me off. Xiao Yiru said angrily. Won't you think I'm narrow-minded? Sugu was a bit strange. After all, many women nowadays are very good at finding some grandiose reasons. Narrow-minded? Are you kidding me? If such a woman doesn't take revenge, do you keep her for New Year's Eve? Xiao Yiru huffed and puffed. Sugu was crying and laughing a little as she watched. It had to be said that this Xiao Yiru actually looked quite similar to herself. However, she's now Wang Chao's daughter-in-law, so if you go and make trouble like this, it definitely won't work. After getting angry, Xiao Yiru was a little worried. All I can think about right now is getting back at her. And as far as what the consequences are, let's talk about it. Su Ji's resentment towards Lu Yunyun was not just a star. In the beginning, he was trying to pay for Lu Yunyun's schooling. It's not just your own future that's been cut short. It's also 5 years of your own youth. It doesn't end with a single word of closure. Actually, you don't have to go straight to the trouble. If you do go to her wedding, odds are, you'll be kicked out by security or arrested by a police car before you even get started. Xiao Yiru stared at Sugu and then said, Wang Chao's energy in Shindu is also very large. You may not even have the chance to enter now. Shug was in deep thought. Yes, the wedding of a rich kid like Wang Chao is not a country wedding. Even if you go in, no one cares. His wedding is definitely not for just anyone who wants to get in. When the time comes, don't say that you'll make Lu Yunyun regret it. It's just hard to tell with admission. There's still a month to go. There's actually a way. Xiao Yiru smiled when she saw that Sugu was a bit embarrassed. What way? Actually, the approach is a bit difficult. Oh, Sugu also got curious. Wang Chao's wedding, in addition to Lu Yunyun's own family and some of her classmates, it's Wang Chao's people. It's actually easy for you to go in. But what about after you go in? Sugu froze. What happens when you go in? Slap Lu Yunyun? And then told her, **********NM, pay back the money? That didn't seem to make her regret it. And make yourself look like something else. It was just that what he wanted to come out was to drive a luxury car and go in dressed in full regalia at that time and make Lu Yunyun regret it. But hearing Xiao Yiru say that, if he was like this, it seemed like he couldn't make Lu Yunyun have any regrets. You'll need to gather some things before you can do that. Stuff? Yes. Lu Yunyun's spending records of using your money over the years. This can be asked to pay her back at the wedding. That's one thing. And two, what kind of identity do you need to go in as? Identity? Sugu frowned. Yes, identity. Yiru Xiao continued with great certainty. A composer will not make her regret it, and neither will a master planner. So, I'm going to start my own company? And then as a company owner? That was all Sugu could think of. Answer yes, and it's still a more powerful company than Wang Chao. Preferably the kind of handful that could buy Wang Chao's company out. Xiao Yiru smiled. This is too hard. Sugu was a little frustrated. There's only a month left. Even if you set up a company, that's not enough time. Not to mention anything that would also have to have a market capitalization that exceeded Wang Chao's Fei Chao company. Acquisitions are even more of a pipe dream. It's a little hard. And if you really want revenge, well, I can help you when the time comes. Xiao Yiru bit her lip and said, thank you, but it's my business and I want to do it on my own. Sugu thanked Xiao Yiru for her kindness. After all, it was his own business. You can't do it on your own yet. This is a big job. You can't change it alone. And I think your mind could use a change. Looking at Su Ji's hesitant appearance, Xiao Yiru educated. Shug, huh? Do you know what the difference is between the poor and the rich? Sugu shook his head. The difference between the poor and the rich is that the rich can maximize their connections. Chapter 62, Shake the Man. Him. At Xiao Yiru's words, Sugu looked like she had figured something out. He himself has been living at the bottom of the social ladder as a beggar-like person. Anything? Think about doing it yourself. Even after having the system, you are also choosing the cheapest dollar thing to scan yourself. Go make some money. Even buying a car or a guitar is heartbreaking. but Xiao Yiru's words woke him up. Martin, with one game, can think of hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue. That number, one just sweeps for the rest of one's life and may not be able to return it. He wanted to punch Lu Yun in the face himself. Based on sweeps alone, it's kind of funny now that I think about it. Su-gu, my dad can help you if you start a company. I think as long as there's no conflict. Uncle Ma can also help you. As long as you still write songs for me, and you can still plan games for Uncle Ma, he'll definitely help you. That's the value of connections, and that's the value of yourself. Xiao Yiro continued to instill Su-gu with the concepts she had learned from Shao Kong. These concepts are things that Su-gu has not been exposed to at all in the 5 years she has been working part-time. I see Zoe. Su-ji's eyes gradually brightened, and then the excitement surged. With a snap, he couldn't help but kiss Xiao Yiru, rubbing his hands together in excitement. A new door was slowly opening toward him. It's a new world. One belongs to the path towards the rich. You, Xiao Yiru froze, caught off guard by Su-ji's kiss. His face also instantly reddened to his ears. Sorry. I got a little carried away. Su-gu suddenly realized that he was out of line. Hurry up and apologize. You can't get excited and kiss people in the future. You'll be taken for a pervert. Xiao Yiru fainted. I'm so sorry. It definitely won't happen next time. Su-gu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly towards her, laughing a little idiotically. Okay, I'll talk to my dad about this first, and by the way, have you figured out what you're going to do? Xiao Yiru blanked him and asked. That, not yet, but soon. Su-gu still had this confidence. What follows is a constant sweep. Sweeping whatever you see will always trigger some special rewards, and his biggest reliance was the rewards given by the system. Okay, let's go eat first then. C should be waiting impatiently in a while. Aha! Su-gu was still a little embarrassed as she took Xiao Yiro and drove towards Xiao Entertainment. All along the way, he looked a little embarrassed. Xiao Yiru also kept looking out the window. The rest of his eyes, occasionally peeked at Su-gu. This guy, why did he suddenly kiss himself? It really feels good. Blah 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 blah. What are you thinking about Elaine Xiao? Along the way, Xiao Yiru was obsessed with the matter of being kissed by Su-gu. There was no heart left to say anything to him either. After arriving at Xiao Entertainment, Liusi had been waiting for a while in her masha. Seeing the arrival of the two men, he hurried forward. You too, how come you've been shopping for so long? Dating isn't as slow as you are. Willow Sissy snorted. As soon as Xiao Yiru heard the word date, she remembered Su-gu kissing herself that one time. The face reddened again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shug scratched his head and snorted. Yoo-hoo, little brother is quite handsome. At that moment, Zhang Min, who was behind Lu Cc, came forward. Upon seeing Su-gu, he snickered. Hello, my name is Su-gu. My name is Zhang Min. Just call me Minnie. The two shook hands and got acquainted. Okay, hurry up. I'm starving. Interrupting the two, Liusi hurriedly asked Su-gu to park the car. She drove Masha and took them straight there. Aren't we eating in the neighborhood? Looking at the car surprisingly heading towards the outskirts of Shindu, Su-gu was puzzled. We're tired of eating all the food inside Shamdu. We'll go to the mountain villa this time. There's also a private customized KTV there, so we can just sing after eating. Zhang Min turned her head sideways and smiled. Zoe, how come I haven't heard you speak on this journey? Noticing Xiao Yiru's routine, Zhang Min looked at Xiao Yiru again. No, I wasn't listening to you guys. Oh, Zhang Min pulled a long coda. Then he looked meaningfully at Su-gu. There's a problem. There's a big problem. But Zhang Min didn't point it out as all. Soon, the car arrived inside the lodge. Boss, the usual. Zhang Min is probably a regular here. The location was booked before we came. Upon meeting a beautiful boss, he said directly, guys, inside please. The beautiful boss looked at the three large beauties wearing masks. He looked at Su-gu again with a warm smile on his face. Although it was a bit strange that the big star, Xiao Yiru, actually brought a man over, but she understood that she shouldn't ask what she shouldn't ask. Soon, a waiter led them towards the inside. At that moment, a man in a suit watched the four people head towards the top and flew towards the box. Mr. Wang, there's good news. In the box, Wang Chao had his arm around 3 or 2 young and beautiful girls, and a group of fox friends were drinking in the box. Listening to the man in the suit, he said with some disgust, what good news? Disturbing the old man's mood. I saw that Xiao Yiru came here to eat too. The man was not angry after being counted out. Instead, he smiled even more and said against Wang Chao's ear. What? Wang Chao stood up violently. Then he seemed to realize something. Seriously, you guys get out first. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly kicking us sisters out? A woman dressed as an alluring woman, sticking to Wang Chao, asked in a whiny voice. Can't you hear me when I tell you to get the hell out of here? Wang Chao said angrily as he pushed her away. The woman didn't dare to make another move. With a wave of his hand, he let the group of women out. How many people have come to Xiao Yiru? Only after those women left did Wang Chao hurriedly ask. 4 people, Liuxi, Zhang Min, and a guy I haven't seen before. The man said. Wait a minute, you said there was another guy? At that moment, a stocky man on the side suddenly said. If Sugu was there, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. Who is this if not the horse battalion he beat up? Yes, and Ma knows it. Of course I know. This is the same asshole who beat me up today in front of everyone. Ma Ying hated it. Brother Ma actually got beaten up too. So if we don't get out of this today, we won't be able to get through it. Another man stepped forward, and this man happened to be known to Sugu. It's the big fast-footed male, Zhang Jitao, who lost his money that day. I didn't realize that all 3 of them were actually here. Brother Ma, in that case, there's nothing we can do about it. Xiao Yira dared to reject our Fei Chao, and that guy beat you up. Can we make it easy for him? Yeah, never let him get away with it. Shake the man. Him. Chapter 63 Interception. Sugu was still more or less a bit constrained for such a meal. With 3 big beauties by his side, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Luckily, he didn't get to talk much with the chatterbox that was Liuxi. After dinner, Liuxi suggested singing again. It was late into the night before it finally ended. Walking out of the restaurant, Liuxi stretched hard. There had been a lot of drinking in the meantime, and a few of the men were walking a little crookedly. Sugu did keep an eye out. Ever since I learned that I like to talk nonsense when I drink. Sugu then drank while using a silver needle to force the poison on herself. Luckily, finally, I was able to dilute all the alcohol in my body while singing. At this point he was holding one in one hand. Xiao Yura was even lying on top of him. A little too much to drink anyway, but these women can really drink. The 3 of them did 3 pounds of white and even more beer. Sugu was sweating as he watched. It's too buildable. Putting the 3 women into the car, Sugu then found the keys from Lu Cici's bag. There's still some distance between here and Shemu. There was even a section in the middle that didn't even have streetlights, and I don't know why I have to come so far for a meal. After the car was started, Sugu turned on the music in the car and enjoyed driving while listening to the song. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, behind his car, there was a loud crash of cars. 3 or 4 sports cars appeared on either side of him. Sugu frowned and looked towards both sides. The people sitting inside the car were found to be wearing masks and sunglasses. It's very mysterious. Fortunately, Su Ji's driving skills are now proficient. There was also no fear at all of a 2-sided attack. Increasing the throttle, he sped towards the inside of the deep capital. But Masha is Masha after all, and it's no match for their sports cars. Soon he was retraced. The 2 sports cars rushed in front of his car. The brake lights kept coming on. Su Ji's sides were also blocked by 2 other cars, making it impossible to break out. The sound of brakes rattled down the dark road. The next thing I saw was the man from the car stepping out, steel pipe in hand. Sugu frowned. He had just come to Shamdu, and he didn't seem to have a grudge against anyone. But the 3 girls are still in the car. Can't let anything happen to them. Shug, what's going on? Who are they? Elaine Xiao, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was awakened by the pushback of the brakes. Looking at the person with the steel pipe reflected in the headlights, Xiao Yuru asked with some fear. It's okay, I'm here. Sugu gently patted her hand on Xiao Yuru's hand and gave her a relieved look. For some reason, Xiao Yuru looked at this look. The heart was settled. I'll go down first, and if anything happens, you guys drive on without me. Sugu looked at the few people who were getting closer and closer and said to Xiao Yuru, no Shug, you can't fight them. They have steel pipes. Seeing that Sugu actually wanted to fight hard with these few people, Xiao Yuru pulled Sugu to prevent him from going down. It's okay, I'll manage, just stay in the car. Saying that, Sugu touched Xiao Yuru's head, like coaxing a child. This touch froze Xiao Yuru. This guy. There was no time given to Xiao Yuru to react. Sugu opened the car door and headed outside. In the car, Xiao Yuru hurriedly turned around and woke up Lu Cici and Zhang Min who were lying in the back. Lu Cici and Zhang Min rubbed their hazy eyes and looked towards the outside strangely. Look at the men with the steel pipes. Their minds cleared for the most part instantly. What happened? Willow Sissy tensed. We're being watched. Shug went down. And in a moment if Shug can't handle it, Xiao Yuru gritted her teeth and said, then drive straight through. Good. Lu Cici was also decisive, listening to Xiao Yuru's words and directly sitting towards the driver's seat. Guys, I wonder why we're being stopped. When he came down, Suga said to a man in front of him who was holding a steel pipe and wearing a ducktail hat and a black mask. Why? Ask you? Go ahead. The man didn't nag Suga at all. Raising the steel pipe in his hand, he smashed it towards Su Ji's head. Su Ji's fists tightened and he met them as well. Bang! The man wasn't fast, and didn't seem to fight very often. Sugu easily dodged his attack. Sidestepping, he slammed his fist towards his abdomen. A punch directly smashed him more than a meter away. It smashed right into his sports car. Mud, get it together. Seeing that the leading one was KO'd by Soo-ji's punch, the others weren't watching the fun. Waving the steel pipe in his hand, he smashed it towards Soo-gu. Bang bang bang. Soo-ji's eyes were quick, plus there was a surprising amount of power in his hands. 4 people were actually knocked to the ground by all 4 of his punches. Bah! A bunch of trash still learning how to fight. Looking at the several people who fell to the ground covering their stomachs and rolling around, Soo-gu disdainfully said, "Don't move." At this time, the only man with a dagger, at some point, pulled out Xiaoyuro from the car. "Don't move or my swordsman won't be able to see." Only to see a bright knife resting on Xiaoyuro's neck. At this time, Xiaoyuro was also pale with fear. "Don't even dare to move again." Soo-gu narrowed her eyes and stared at him like a snake. The man looked at Soo-gu and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. This guy must be a bodyguard sent over from the Zongnanhai side. Too able to fight. Let her go. See, the man was a little scared. Soo-ji's mind moved and slowly walked towards him. "Don't you come over here, I'll kill her if you do." Seeing Soo-gu actually walk over, the man took Xiaoyuro a step towards the back. The knife also flicked across her neck. Blood oozed out. Fine, I won't move. You don't mess around." Soo-gu didn't dare to move. He couldn't let Xiaoyuro get hurt. "Say, what do you want? Money or anything? I'll give it to you." Soo-gu talked to him on terms. It was just that the man drank towards the few people lying on the ground. "You guys aren't dead, hurry up and get up." Several men listened to the man's voice. Standing up with the pole in his hand, he covered his stomach. After watching Xiaoyuro being hijacked, standing up, he swung the stick in his hand towards Soo-gu. Soo-gu could only passively block with his arm. "But it hurts. Aren't you a ing bully?" A few people started punching and kicking Soo-gu. Soo-gu covered her head and let them hit at her body. The rest of his eyes, however, stared dead on at the person holding a knife on Xiaoyuro's neck. "I thought it was so great. Why isn't it working?" The man with the knife saw Soo-gu curled up on the ground, finally letting go of Xiaoyuro. Hefting the knife in his hand, he walked towards him. The expression was arrogant. Great opportunity. Chapter 64. The man with the knife reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Soo-gu stormed up and overturned a few people who were beating him up. Hurriedly, he took the knife again and racked it towards Xiaoyuro's neck. Only Soo-gu definitely wouldn't give him any more chances this time. Rushing forward, he grabbed the knife in his hand. Blood, running down his hand. Bang! Then Soo-gu was a raised foot, kicked the man hard against the car with a thump. "Shug, are you okay?" Looking at Soo-ji's hands full of blood, Xiaoyuro panicked. Soo-gu did not reply and drew the dagger out of his hand. One racked over the man he'd kicked over. "Say, who sent you?" The man saw the dagger at his neck. Cold sweat broke out immediately, especially when he saw Soo-ji's fierce face, like they were going to kill him the next second. "I was instructed to do this. Big brother, spare my life." The man begged for mercy as he fought back the pain coming from his abdomen. "I repeat, who ordered you?" These guys look like fighters at first glance, because he hadn't seen these people, and just came to Shamdu, nor should it offend anyone. "Big brother, I can't say it. I'll be dead if I do." The man was scared, but even more scared for the one behind him. Even if the knife is on the neck, still nothing was said either. "Cha Nima, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Saying that, Soo-gu used the dagger in her hand to viciously stab the man in the leg. Ah! A miserable hissing sound rang out. The other men with the steel pipes shuddered in their hearts. A few people were even backing up and running towards the car. Boom! Within a few moments, those few surprisingly all ran away. "Leave the man here. You guys, look at the running crowd." The man cracked up, but Soo-ji's knife was still on his neck, so he didn't dare to be too reckless. "Is it true that if I say so, I'll be spared?" The man calmed down. "Even if you say it yourself, something will definitely happen no matter what, but not now." The man in front of him, too, would certainly not make things easy for himself. After all, they were the ones who committed the murder in the first place. "Okay, I won't kill you if you say so." Soo-gu agreed. "It's Wang Chao, and Ma Ying and Zhang Jitao." The man shook his teeth and sold a few people. He wasn't going to continue hanging out in Shamdu after he said it anyway. Those guys are rich kids, but their hearts are just as ruthless. Wang Chao, Ma Ying, Zhang Jitao? 2 of them he recognized. Ma Ying just beat him up today. I didn't expect him to hold a grudge. Wang Chao? I don't think I've crossed paths with him yet. Could it be that he already knows I'm going to mess with his wedding? That must be it. Who is this Zhang Jichao? Don't recognize it, but it's not necessarily all about you. Come on, come with me to the police station, and tell them all this stuff yourself. Soo-gu did say not to kill him, doesn't mean he'll be spared. Big brother, I will not testify to you. If I testify, I am dead. You said to spare me. As soon as the man heard that Soo-gu wanted to take him to the police station, Kneeling on the floor, he pleaded, "Let him go." At this time, Xiao Yiro stepped forward. Hearing Xiao Yiro's words, Sugu frowned. He just went to the police station and wouldn't say anything. Xiao Yiro said angrily. Upon hearing those three names, her anger intensified. It's just that she harbors a grudge. It's just this horsecamp guy. Okay, I'll let you go. With that, Sugu dragged him to the side of the highway. It's a flat bridge with a river below. It's too cheap to let him go like this. Come to the side of the flat bridge. Sugu pulled him, and with a force, directly threw him down, then threw it away with the knife. Shug, are you okay? The three girls looked at Su Singer, who was covered in blood, and asked with great concern. It's fine. Sugu smiled and said, why are you so stupid to grab the knife with your hand? Xiao Yiro took out paper towels from the car and painfully wiped the blood coming out of his hands. It's okay for my hand. I can't let you get hurt, Sugu said, lifting the uninjured one to check Xiao Yiro's white jade neck that had been cut through the skin by the knife. Xiao Yiro blushed. Su Ji's movements left her a little overwhelmed, just twirling his coat and saying, no, it's fine. It's good that it's okay. Let's hurry up. They don't want to kill us back here later. Saying that, Sugu told the three girls to hurry up and get in the car. Liusi drank, and Sugu didn't let her drive. Continuing to drive, we finally arrived inside Shemu. Xiaro, who is this Zhang Jichao? The crowds are picking up. Inside the deep capital, they were also finally relieved. Sugu then asked, son of Zhang Feng, chairman of Fast Food App. Xiao Yiru's face was cold. Fast Food App? Chung Chi Chiu? Sugu snapped to attention. The one who told him to wait is Wang Jichao. Sugu finally remembered who he had offended. But Sugu didn't think he had offended them. Horse camp was something he was going to practice with himself. Zhang Jichao's one is even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. His own car was damaged and he can't claim compensation? As for Wang Chao's side, Sugu could understand. It was probably because Lu Yunyun knew that she had come over, so she had asked Wang Chao to find trouble for herself. This wicked woman. Thinking of this, Su Ji's vengefulness increased. After sending the crowd back to the villa, Sugu didn't leave. After Xiao Yiro bandaged him up, directly, he found a room in Xiao Yiro's villa and slept. Pissed off. Really think I'm easy to pin down, don't you? Back in her room, Xiao Yiro said angrily, especially when she saw that Sugu was injured. She was heartbroken. And it's still afraid that you won't get hurt. How does that not make her angry? Ro, there's no evidence now, and there's nothing we can do about them. Zhang Min gently patted Xiao Yiru's shoulder and comforted her. Humph, I should have let Sugu kill that guy just now. Liusi was also indignant, looking at the two men so exasperated. Zhang Min couldn't be consoled. After all, she was pretty pissed off herself. Right, I'll call my dad. Suddenly, Xiao Yiru remembered something. Su Ji's side is ready to open a company. She hoped Xiao Kong could help him. Also, if she could, she wanted Ma Teng to help Sugu as well. With the help of these two, a month is not out of the question. In Xiao Yiru's opinion, these people weren't coming for themselves this time. Instead, they came for Sugu, and the person behind this is most likely Su Ji's ex-girlfriend, Lu Yunyun. Thump. Just as Sugu was getting ready to go to sleep, there was a knock on the door of the room. Zoe, why are you still up? Seeing Xiao Yiru knocking on the door, Sugu said with some doubt. At this moment, Xiao Yiru was wearing pink long-eared pajamas and standing in his doorway. Shug, my dad promised. Chapter 65 Establishment of Jitterbug. The next day, Xiao Kong came straight to the fire. His own precious daughter was being bullied. How could he possibly swallow this? After arriving at the villa, Xiao Kong saw Su Ji's injured hand in order to save his daughter and thanked him profusely. It made Sugu a little embarrassed. I heard from Zoe that you're starting a company, right? Coming to the sofa with Sugu, Xiao Kong lit a cigarette and asked, well, I guess Zoe told you everything about me. Sugu asked. Xiao Yiru wanted to persuade Xiao Kong to support himself. Should have told him about himself as well. Xiao Kong nodded. Then he said, this time it's not just your own grudge. It's mine too. There's no way I'm not going to pursue the matter of Xiao Ro's injury. It's just that I don't have the evidence to go after them right now. Xiao Kong is a very calm person. He's good at weighing the pros and cons, since it can't be operated in the open. Then since Sugu also has a grudge against Wang Chao and the others, then it must be supported. And his own wife, she was very optimistic about Sugu. What if one day he really becomes his son-in-law? Even if not, it's one more partner, isn't it? Either way, it's all good for you. If you want to open a company, I, Xiao Entertainment, fully support it. In addition, it may be too late for you to open it now. I have a subsidiary on my side that can pass to you. After thinking about it, Xiao Kong said, Sugu wanted to complete the company's volume within a month, find talent and so on. The time was still too rushed. He just happens to have a subsidiary. It's just that this subsidiary is lukewarm and not doing well. It might be possible to soar under Su Ji's leadership. Oh, I wonder what Uncle Zhao's subsidiary does. Su Ji's eyes lit up. It would be much better if there was a subsidiary. You can save yourself a lot of trouble. It's as live streaming oriented as fast food, but I don't know much about that and it's doing a bit of a loss. Shao Kahn was embarrassed. After all, give a company in a loss-making state to Su Gu. It does make a bit of sense, but it was the only thing he could think of. This is fine. Losses don't scare me. Su Gu wasn't afraid of losing money. All he was thinking about now was having a company. All that's left to do is sweep the code. He was sure that with his code sweeping, he would be able to bring this company back from the dead. It's good that you don't mind. In addition, we, Shao Entertainment, are willing to take a stake of $300 million to serve as your company's startup capital. Shao Kahn smiled. Anyway, if Su Gu started a company, he definitely wanted to stick his nose in it. Su Ji's ability was completely visible to Shao Kang's vision. Thank you Uncle Shao. Su Gu thanked. Shao Kang's investment of $300 million was like sending charcoal and snow to Su Gu. More than that guy Ma Tong, like me, $300 million of investment. We only share the shares. Do not participate in the decision. Then, Shao Kahn gave Su Gu all the details and whatnot inside. This includes legal entities, equity distribution, etc. All of them were things that Su Gu hadn't heard of. It had to be said that Shao Kahn and Ma Tang both took really good care of Su Gu. $300 million per person is invested, not to mention that the shares are asked for very little. This moved Su Gu. That's fine, Uncle Shao. Let's go see the company together. With that, the two of them went to the office together. For 2 full days, this Shao Entertainment branch turned into Su Ji's company. It's just that the name of Shug's company hasn't been thought of yet. Wilson pays $5 for a special reward. Non-sweep payment. Rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Realm. China's hit single be banned. Sea and Sky. Wilson rewards $10 with a special bonus. Non-sweep payment. Rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full template of the Earth Realm. China's big hit short video Jitterbug. Wilson Network purchases merchandise for $50 and receives a special bonus. Non-sweep payment. Rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full template of the Earth Realm. China's online shopping Pinduoduo. Wilson Network purchases merchandise for $50 and receives a special bonus. Non-sweep payment. Rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full template of the Earth Realm. China's hit game, Peaceful Elite. In the past 2 days, in order to be able to find a way that could be practicable, Su Gu began to constantly buy things on the internet. Likewise, he received many special rewards. When you buy a song, you get a free single. Online shopping for free templates. Play the game and get a free game template. Reward the anchor and get some short video running programs. Looking at so many special rewards, Su Gu began to check them out one by one. This song is ignored for now. He didn't want to start any music company, so music was dropped for now. The game is now being played by Penguin and Fei Chao. And making a game isn't something that can be done in a month just by designing it, so ignore that for now. Online shopping requires a lot of channels to be built and can't be done for a while. This short video, Jitterbug, seems like it could be done. After all, this company, now, is in the video business. It's just not doing so hot. Should begin to look at the Jitterbug template about rewards. This one seems to work. After checking it out, Su Gu fell into deep thought. Now Martin's side could totally help himself. Use prestige to promote your short videos. Not to say it's an overnight sensation. For at least 2 weeks, it could be a fire. In addition, it would also allow LSEO to give herself publicity. Right. And that Sutton guy. Sutton called himself that day. Said to give the money to himself. Shug realizes that Sutton, by virtue of the song he gave him. I can't believe I made hundreds of millions of dollars. Right now he's on a hot streak. If he was allowed to come and shoot his work in his own short video, definitely, he was sure Sutton wouldn't say no. Ezra Shaw is also a point. By the way, it's almost time for Honor of Kings to become official. Get a bunch of game anchors over when the time comes. You can teach them how to play yourself. In this way, one's popularity as a jitterbug comes up. Of course, that's not enough. Shug still needs a lot of content. Inside the jitterbug full template, the most mentioned thing is content. There is also a live bandwagon. This is something that could even be benchmarked against online shopping and horse camps. For these few people, Suga would not let any of them go. He's a man with a grudge. With a reminder from Xiao Yiru, the current Suga could be said to have used his connections to the extreme. Having figured this out, Suga began to give his company its first meeting. The people here are ready-made professionals. It's easy to be able to make sense of what's going on in there. And they were also all Xiao Kang's people, whom he trusted completely. Once that was finalized, Jitterbug was officially formed. This time, he's going to soar. Chapter 66 Exclusive Authorization. Push the tower. Push the tower. Mud. The lower road is pushed home. The upper road you're still ing right on the line. The king's honor is officially in operation. The major anchors are warming up early. A lot of them have watched the anchor teaching, but it's really time for them to play on their own. One by one, the dishes are stingy, letting him run in silk again. I suspect it's because he bought the skin. Definitely. What about a tank buying a skin plus 120 blood? No, I'll buy a skin too. A skin is only 28 cents, so definitely buy one. Wow. Sun Shangxiang, this skin looks good. Only 88, buy it. For a while, Honor of Kings gathered a large number of gamers. Many of them are running for a trial run. After all, it's not like this game costs money. The trial cost is too low, and it doesn't take long for a game to go by, and a lot of people are starting to get into it in droves. Penguin has also given major game anchors the right to try out skins specifically so that they can sell more skins. Also follow Su Ge's strategy. Everyone has a skin experience card. The goal is to get these people to use the experience card afterward. Make them want to buy. Soon, the number of purchases on Penguin's backend climbed again at a kind of helicopter-like rate. Sister Yao Yao. It broke 1 million sales. Xiao Zhang, from the operations department, excitedly said to Chu Yao, who was inspecting. Chu Yao was also excited at this time. Warm up for a week. Skin sales reached as much as $1 million on the first day. It's a miracle, so to speak. Sister Yao Yao. The number of people online has reached 10 million. At that moment, another person said towards Chu Yao. Chu Yao waved her hand, forcibly suppressing the excitement in her heart. Su Gu, you're a real talent. Looking at the happy news that kept coming in, Chu Yao sighed in her heart. That's a lot more profitable than pay-to-play. Over here, Flying Super released the game on the same day as Penguin. There would have been a very large number of appointments as well. Land of the Swordsman incorporates Western magical special effects. After all, it also looks gorgeous. How's it going? Wang Shangyun even sat down personally this time and came over to see how their sales were going. Mr. Wang, the players have broken 3 million. It's just that the momentum doesn't feel very strong. Listening to Wang Shangyun's words, the manager of operations came over to him. Not a lot of momentum? Yes, Mr. Wang, we originally booked 5 million people, but now it's only just 3 million, and the number of people is growing a bit slowly. That manager explained. What about attrition? 10%. That much? Wang Shangyun was shocked. It's only just opened, so by all rights there shouldn't be this much churn. After all, people are just starting to play. How can there be so much attrition? Yes, Mr. Wang, we are analyzing the cause. Go on. Wang Shangyun frowned. Put him to work. He himself went back to his office with a frown on his face. Why exactly is there so much turnover? The Land Sword Ferry is open. Why don't you play? I'm playing Honor of Kings with my little friend. The King of Kings? Yeah, it was fun. You know? I went straight over the top in the middle and a bunch of ladies wanted me to take him. Middle of the road? And Missy? On major campuses, the students were talking about the Game King's honor. Whoever who pits. Whoever was killed by the wildlife. Whoever is super god. Whoever it is being begged by a group of ladies for a belt. Etc. 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 This is part of Penguin's strategy. Get more female gamers in the game. And skins, too, are a favorite among female players. A beautiful dress that they can't get enough of. And these female players don't team up with people who don't have skins. Not even buying a skin. Not teaming up with you. Such a sentence made many male players directly break their defenses. Martyr. Not just 288 points coupon. Buy. For a while, the Land Sword Immortals players were completely captivated by the topic of this group of Kings players. What a middly buy, give it away if you don't. 5 consecutive Jedi, Great God Cowboys, and other terms, makes those who play Land Sword Ferry stupid. For a time, a large number of players abandoned the pit of Land Sword Ferry. Stark Raiders of the King. After all, no man can stand a sentence of the young lady, brother is so powerful the next game to take with the sister. Okay, such vain words. Su Gu, this game is really great for you to plan. You're really my Penguin's great savior. Take the credit. In the office, Ma Tang was full of praise for Su Gu. Xu Yao made Su Gu a cup of coffee. The expression in his eyes as he looked at Su Gu was tinged with little stars. The man, simply a wizard. I can't believe I can even think of these things. And so handsome. Looking at Su Gu, Xu Yao's face actually unconsciously climbed a touch of redness. After all, handsome and such a talented man. It's hard not to like it. Mr. Ma fallacious praise, I just provide a direction. Xu Yao planning and those frontline staff credit is the biggest. Su Gu said modestly. Mr. Su, if it wasn't for your planning, we just wouldn't have been able to achieve this kind of effect even if we were more tired. So don't be modest. The always cold as ice Xu Yao. At this time, it was also with a full smile on his face. When he spoke to Sugu, he was also gentle. It's something the whole company has never seen before. That's all I've come up with is a scenario. Sugu scratched his head and then said, Mr. Ma, this time I came here because I have something to discuss with you. Oh, tell me about it? I want the anchor license for the game Glory of Kings. Shug got a general idea. Game anchors need a game license if they want to live stream the game. That is, if the anchor wants to live stream this game on the platform. It requires this live streaming platform to be authorized by the game's owner in order for the anchors below the platform to try out the game or teach it. This was also Su-Ge's purpose. This time, King's Honor is a big hit. A lot of players who want to get stronger want to learn techniques from anchors online. After all, there isn't that person that wants to be called a dish rag. Shug also caught the point. To build momentum for their short videos. You wait a moment. With that, Martin made a call to no one in particular. Aha, I know. Don't sign it yet. Wait for my news first. Don't bother. There's no rush. Okay, just say it. After hanging up the phone, Ma Tingtsai said, Sugu, this time, Fast Feet wants to buy exclusive copyrights. It hasn't been signed yet. Do you want exclusive copyrights? Or authorization? Exclusive rights. It doesn't take long, just a month. Shug knows that exclusive rights are very expensive, not to mention, it also affects Martin's business, so he only needs a month. Yes, that'll be a month. And in a month's time, you'll be given authorization. Ma Tang was also quick to agree. And Jitterbug, a live video streaming platform, is beginning to emerge. Chapter 67, One-on-One with the Anchor. New company formed. Sugo has also been busy lately. I didn't realize there was so much in this one. It's too cumbersome. Luckily, though, the Shake Shack shorts are coming online soon. It's not really a Jitterbug. It's just a change to the original Shao Kang's live platform. After all, now short videos he would have been doing. Sugo just changed things according to what was originally there. It only took 2 days for the staff to work overtime to get it out recently. Let's see how this game plays out. Since the development of the game King's Honor, so far he has not played it well. After registering for an account, Sugo was also wealthy enough to buy everything inside. Prestige payment was successful, triggering a special reward. Non-sweep payment, rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in all of Luna's operational playstyles. Prestige payment was successful, triggering a special reward. Non-sweep payment, rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in all of Li Bai's operational playstyles. Prestige payment was successful, triggering a special reward. Non-sweep payment, rewards are assigned by the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in all of Han Xian's operational playstyles. After buying tons of skins and after the raffle, Shug gains a lot of hero proficiency about this game. Read the newbie tutorial. Sugo quickly got on board, and with these character proficiencies, Sugo won almost every set with a superb 5 kills. Segmentation opened up and also quickly hit the diamond segment. Now this game has only been running for just a couple days. There are also very few on diamonds now, and Sugo almost always crushed it all the way. After playing for several hours, Sugo suddenly realized that it was almost dark. Put away the cell phone. Sugo reappeared in the company. At this time a large number of game masters came to the company. These anchors are coming from other games. It is said that they have all played the heroes of the foreign set. For the Glory of the King to get started is also very fast. Guys, does everyone have any specialty skills? Sugo called a group of anchors into the conference room. Laughing, Mr. Su, these are our first batch of technical anchors who hit the diamond segment, and their operations are all very good. At this time, Shu Yao walked over. I have to say, Shu Yao is really dedicated. During the day at Penguin, and come over here at night to take care of it. Although there is Ma Tang's arrangement, it still makes Sugo greatly moved. Guys, come on, I'll play a game of one-upmanship with you. Let's see what everyone's standard is. Shug has got a lot of character proficiencies, so there's no fear of these game anchors. And the better these game masters play, the better his Shake Shack publicity is likely to be. This is the first batch, and later on there will be dance anchors, segment anchors and whatnot. Anyway, there's no rush, so let's do it a little bit at a time. I didn't expect Mr. Su to play too. I'll play a single game with you. At this time, a man with long hair and slightly fat stood out and said to Sugo with a smile, Okay, what's your name? My anchor's name is Zhang Disian, and I specialize in Luna. The man named Zhang Disian said, Luna, that's fine, I'll play you with Luna. Saying that, Sugo opened the game. The anchor called Zhang Disian also turned the game on at the same time. The two quickly got into the game. I'm going to refresh Luna's move, so Su should be careful. After rising to level 4, this Zhang Daxian anchor's maneuvers are starting to get weird. Even the minions, even the characters, big moves are being put up like they don't cost anything. The corner of Su Ji's mouth lifted up as he watched Zhang Daxian's maneuver. It's an infinite number of connections under the moon. I seem to be able to. But this Zhang Daxian doesn't seem to be very skillful yet. Should be just practicing this hero. But it's also playing well. Victory! Soon. Suga single-killed Zhang Daxian with an absolute advantage. Watching the victory voice ring out, Suga put her phone down and looked towards Zhang Daxian. At this moment, Zhang Daxian was still in a daze. It's a loss. Quite literally. It seems like every time you have to connect yourself, he was able to dodge through them all and not let his moves connect. And in the blank period of his own moves, he can always drain himself into blood. Even in the end, he directly crossed the tower to forcefully kill himself. This operation is flowing and the hand speed is horrible. Mr. Su, awesome. After putting down his cell phone, Zhang Daxian said with a bitter smile, I thought I was already very good at operating. I didn't realize he could do infinite combos. You're good at it too. Live it up. Saying that, Suga stood up and continued to them. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakeology is divided into a live section and a short video section. Short videos of people cutting out their great kills will lead to their live streams. Short videos and live streams go hand in hand. So I'll provide a practical solution for everyone. Sugu paused and waved his hand for Chu Yao to come over. Chu Yao would understand. Took some of the original programs that Sugo had gotten for her and gave them to these anchors. Here's a draft of what you'll be attracting and broadcasting. And it's up to you, too, to do exactly what you want to do. One by one, the anchors' eyes lit up as they came up with their programs. Live streaming is at a glance. You can even go live according to your different styles. Inside how to attract traffic to their short videos and so on. Everything is very clear. These anchors are old school. They saw at once the extraordinary nature of the program. This program is so awesome looking. It's just, I feel like I can make a name for myself in Shakeology. I really came to Shakeology in the right place. The anchors below, looking at the program in hand, one by one, they got excited. They were lukewarm for a long time. You don't make much money doing live streaming either. But the traffic and programs given by Jitterbug definitely have the potential to turn them around. Alright guys, you're going to be needed to go out and execute properly these days, and I want a month's time for everyone to pull their people through. Suga smiled. Don't worry, we'll do a good job. Daxian Zhan was the first to take a stand. He was absolutely heartened by Su Ji's skill, and among them, Zhang Daxian's segment was the highest. It has reached Drill 1. Even Zhang Daxian was convinced. The others had even less to say at all. Mr. Su, we will definitely broadcast it properly. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to lead Jitterbug to the top. Dyson is right. We'll pull in the fans here and teach the technique first. I'm not very skilled, but I can make segments out of games. One anchor fights. Shakeology, which gives them new hope. Looking at the young anchors, Su Ji's blood boiled as well. With a big wave of his hand. Go guys, cheer up. Chapter 68. Xiaoyiru is sick again. Jitterbug? It's just a clown not to be feared. At Fast Food Company, Zheng Feng listened to the report from his men and waved his hand dismissively. Dad, what's going on with this penguin company? Why won't they give us the exclusive license for the game? When that beautiful assistant is gone, Zhang Jitao asked suspiciously. I'm surprised too, but I've heard that Martin is on good terms with this Jitterbug's boss. Zheng Feng lit a cigarette. The face was somber. Speaking of which, he was going to sign exclusive live streaming rights for both King's Honor and Landsword Immortal at the same time. The Flying Super side is now signed off. Martin's side, however, dropped the ball. Nice? That's no way to give the rights to a unicorn to a new company. Is it? Zhang Jitao was puzzled. They're a big company of professional anchors at Fast Foot. Neither the traffic nor the popularity can be compared to a small company that has just been established. This Ma Tang, more or less, has a problem with his brain. It's fine. Fei Chao's Landsword Immortal also has a strong momentum right now. Without King of Glory, we can still do well. I'd like to see what this Jitterbug is going to rely on to beat us. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed into slits, swallowing clouds in his mouth. He looked a little less real. Humph. Measuring him as a small company, he can't make any waves. Zhang Jito said with hatred. Go and find out for me properly. Who is the owner of this new company of Jitterbug? Okay, Dad. I can give you the news tonight. With that, Zhang Jitao walked out of the office. In Shao Entertainment Company, Willow Sissy's single is also in a rush. As the lead single for this installment, the company has high hopes for Liu Si. They also hope that Liu Sisi could become famous in one battle. Go see. In the taping room, Xiao Yura said to Liu Sisi. Aha. Willow Sissy was also cheering herself up. After letting out a breath, this led into the recording room. Soon, a song called Greenlight floated out of the studio. Xiao Ro looked at Liu Sisi's energetic appearance, and comforting for him. Wow. See, you're great. After the song was recorded, Xiao Yura watched as Liu Sisi came out. Hurry up and walk up. Zoe, How was I just now? Was there anything wrong with the singing? After coming out of it, Ryushi was very nervous. That's great, Cece. This song really suits yours, Xiao Yiru said. Really? I'm glad I didn't sing it wrong. I hope the listeners enjoyed it. Hearing Xiao Yiru say this, Lu Cece also took a long breath of relief. The next thing to look at is the audience response and the number of purchases made. The recording is done, and the next step is for Shaw Entertainment to build momentum. Come on, follow me to the office. Xiao Yiru pulled Lu Cece towards her office. Xiao Yiru's office was decorated for her by Li Hyuk. It's cozy. Unfortunately, he's still gone, but it's good now. With Su Gu, even without Li Hyuk, they're not worried about songs either. My big star, sit down and I'll get you some tea. After coming in with Willow Sissy, Xiao Yiru smiled and joked. Well, Zoe, don't laugh at me. I don't know if this song is going to work or not. Seeing Xiao Yiru poking fun at herself, Lu Cece was embarrassed and said, definitely works. Xiao Yiru didn't finish her sentence. Just felt a little giddy in my head. The wind seemed to be constantly blowing towards her from outside. What's wrong, Zoe? Looking at Xiao Yiru holding her forehead in a difficult manner, Liusi asked as she hurriedly held her up. I'm fine, just feeling a little queasy. Xiao Yiru gave Lu Cece a relieved look. In these 2 days, Xiao Yiru was resting in this office of hers. It always feels like there is a cool air invading towards the body. She didn't feel anything at first. It used to be like that all the time. But Elaine Seo was busy, not paying attention at all. But it's only been back 2 days. How did this happen again? No, if you're sick, you have to be cured. I'll call Shug and have him come over to take a look. With that, Liusi took out her cell phone. But as soon as she took it out, she was stopped by Xiao Yiru. Sugu is busy these 2 days. Don't bother him, I'll just take a rest. Xiao Yiru smiled. Sugu had been busy with the company for the past 2 days. Can't come over for such a little thing. It's too much trouble. Maybe it's because I've been so tired myself in recent times. Just take a break. Alright then, you get some rest. Saying that, Lu Cece helped Xiao Yiru to the sofa and let her lie quietly for a while. After gently bringing the door to her, Liusi was still a little uneasy. It was because it seemed like this was the case when Xiao Yiru was sick in the past. She was afraid that Xiao Yiru wouldn't have a relapse of her old illness. Or take out your cell phone. The dialed Shug's number. Sugu, are you free? Come over here. Xiao Yiru doesn't seem to be feeling well. Okay, I'll be right there. Learned that Xiao Yiru was sick. Sugu left the company's affairs, after handing over the planning. Then he came in a hurry. Elaine Seo has done a lot of things to herself. Even if he was busy, he would still give priority to Elaine Xiao. After coming to Shaw Entertainment, Liusi was already at the door to catch him. After seeing Sugu, she hurriedly greeted her. What's wrong with Zoe? After coming in, Sugu hurriedly asked. It seems to be sick again, kind of like the original. Liu said. She'd spent the most time with Elaine Xiao, knew the symptoms of Xiao Yiru's pre-morbid condition like the back of his hand. It can't be. I've already cleared the cold poison from her body almost. Hearing Lu Cece's words, Sugu frowned. Even if she hadn't been scraping and cupping regularly, this wouldn't have happened. What went wrong? Soon, under the leadership of Liusi, Sugu and Lu Cece arrived in Xiao Yiru's separate office. Cold wind break layout. The indoor person's yang is weakened. Yin gas is very easy to enter the body. This layout for people with yin and cold. There is a fatal risk. Use with caution. Just open the door. Such a prompt appeared in Su Ji's mind. That's when it hit him. I think I've rewarded a feng shui proficient myself. Could this be a tip from a feng shui adept? Sugu frowned. Shug, what's wrong with you? Watching Sugu froze in the doorway, Lu Cece asked suspiciously. Ah, it's okay, let's see Zoe first. Saying that, Sugu hurriedly walked in. Hey Shug, why are you over here? I'm fine, don't move. Shug said solemnly and put his hand on her wrist. Sure enough, yin and cold entered the body. It's this feng shui layout that's the problem. Looking at Sugu so seriously, Xiao Yiru's somewhat pale face became slightly red. What's wrong with me? Xiao Yiru asked. Little thing, get up, don't sleep in this house. Sugu said and went to help Xiao Yiru, but Xiao Yiru's body was limp, as if her strength had been drained. I feel a little dizzy, Xiao Yiru said weakly. I'll carry you over. The longer this room stayed, the more unfavorable it would be to Xiao Yiru's. Saying that, he directly made a princess hug and picked up Xiao Yiru. Looking at Sugu actually hugging herself, she froze. Chapter 69, Su Ji's plan. What's wrong? What's wrong with Zoe? Xiao Kong, who had learned that Xiao Yiru was sick, rushed towards the company without stopping. Seeing the weak Xiao Yiru, Xiao Kong was heartbroken. Asked Sugu hurriedly. Uncle Xiao, who set up this house? Sugu asked with a cold face. This house must have been done on purpose by someone. Otherwise it could have appeared so coincidental. Typical wind-piercing break layout. coupled with the fact that Xiao Yira was originally a cold body, coupled with this layout, it would be strange if she didn't get sick. Room, Shao Kahn somewhat didn't quite understand what Sugu meant. This room has a great breeze and is facing the large window at the top of the pass-through. There are 2 other green coverings in front of the door. It's even the couch, which faces the door. Just leave the door open in the summer. It was very cool even without air conditioning. And because Xiao Yira was afraid of the cold, the room's air conditioner she uses sparingly. That's why it's set up that way. Just what does Elaine Xiao's illness have to do with this room? This one was set up by the last composer, Li Hyuk. What's up, Shug? On the side, Liusi took over and asked suspiciously. I've studied a little bit of feng shui. This layout is a typical wind-piercing break layout. It's not a hindrance to people with a heavy masculine energy, but it's fatal to people with a keen and cold constitution like Xiao Rou, Sugu said in his serious manner. Looking at Sugu didn't look like a lie. Shao Kahn also frowned. I remember when Li Hyuk said that Xiao Rou always didn't turn on the air conditioner in the middle of summer, so he set up a separate room for him. Appreciate his kindness coming along myself. Ever since Xiao Yiro got sick, Li Hyuk then filed for termination. He was still good-hearted enough not to pursue him for breach of contract and let him go. Now that I think about it, maybe the guy did it on purpose. Li Hyuk, I'll kill you. Hearing Su Ji's words, Shao Kahn became angry. Uncle Xiao, calm down first. This will be torn down first. I will get it again. But this is something I hope you can take seriously. With that, Sugu stood up, leading Shao Kahn and Lu Sisi towards the room. These 2 greens are for drawing in the wind, with the doorway facing the storm window and the sofa facing the doorway. Sugu introduced the layout to the 2 of them as he did so, while walking towards the inside of the room. Having a water tank in the room and having cold water fish will add to the chill inside. Sugu pointed to the gorgeous water tank in the corner and continued. The room is a triangular room and doesn't have any windows for ventilation and air exchange, so the cold wind can't be exchanged out, so it will invade one's body. Look here, Sugu pointed to the vertical air conditioner standing in the room. If the door is closed, the room is hot and the air conditioner blows cold air, right at the couch. Judging by all the layouts, this one is definitely not a coincidence. Sugu was very certain. If it had simply appeared a little, it could have been called an accident, but a lot of accidents add up to more than accidents can explain. Li Hyuk listened to Su Ji's introduction. Shao Kang's face turned ironic. The name Li Hyuk was squeezed from between his teeth. Uncle Xiao, right now we can't bring Li He to justice with these things alone, but I have a friend. Sugu smiled. Shao Kahn didn't quite understand what Sugu meant. I have a brother, Sutton. You should know the man. Sutton? The one who sang Follow Your Dreams? Shao Kahn thought about it. When the song first came out, he started looking for it. It's just a shame that the guy was signed away by Hyatt instead. But now what did Sugu mean by saying this person? Yes, and what I can tell you is that I wrote that song Chasing Dreams with a red heart, but the signature on it is Li Hyuk. Sugu smiled. What? How dare Hyatt? If this is a copyright infringement, if you call the police, you'll go to jail. Shao Kahn was shocked. I didn't realize that the hit song Chasing Dreams and Red Heart was written by Sugu. It took him a little by surprise. That's what I'm going to tell Uncle Xiao. That brother of mine would love to change his name to mine right now, but he can't get out of his contract right now because of Hyatt. What do you mean? Shao Kahn somewhat understood what Sugu meant. Defaults do require a large sum of money, but even if Sutton terminated his contract, but it doesn't have any effect on Li Hyuk. I want to write another song for Sutton, and this one, make sure to get LIH to sign it. You mean? Shao Kang's eyes lit up. I hadn't seen that Sugu could actually be so sinister. If he writes a song for Sutton afterward, go ahead and bank this song yourself. Then Sutton is singing the words once the signature is Li Hyuk's. When the time comes to call the police, they can find out that the song is copyrighted. That's when LIH was infringing. In the country of Yanxia, the infringement of the amount involved in the case of excessive is to be held criminally liable. Shao Kahn absolutely trusted the songs written by Sugu. The book he wrote for Elaine Seo, Meet, is now a big seller. Chasing Dreams even topped the music charts. There's just one more prerequisite here. What about Sutton? Shao Kahn spoke his concerns to Sugu. After all, if Sutton dies at that point and doesn't say that Li Hyuk was copied, then he could go to jail, too. Sutton will definitely turn against him. The man has a good heart. It's just that after he turns against him, I hope Uncle Xiao can sign Sutton regardless of his former enmity. That's what Sugu meant. In the face of enormous benefits, Shug must be worried about Sutton too. But if one commits to Sutton being signed by Shaw Entertainment, then there's no reason for Sutton not to backpedal. The human heart could not be tested, and Sugu had experienced so much and knew it well, so he's not thinking of Sutton as a brother right now. Rather, Sutton is treated as a partner in interest. Even if Sutton wasn't in it for the money, he didn't want to test the heart himself. That's a good one. That Sutton guy's a good singer. If you can write him another song, it's only a matter of time before he hits it big. Shao Kahn was very quick to answer. After all, he was supposed to sign Sutton's as well. It was just cut off by Hyatt. With Shao Kang's promise, Suga was much more at ease when she did her job. Shao Ro, don't worry, I'll avenge you. Coming to Xiao Yiru's side, Suga softly said to her. Listening to Su Ji's words, Xiao Yiru gently nodded her head. There was an inexplicable sense of security when he was with Su Gu. After prescribing some medicine for Xiao Yiru, and using a silver needle to help her drain some of the cold, Shug then went and called Sutton. Sutton's side heard Su Ji's plan. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. It was a straight yes. For this brother, he himself did not know how he could cultivate the blessing. I can meet him. Since he wants to mess with Lee Hyuk, he must give himself full support. After all, he had been looking at Lee Hyuk for a long time. Nope, he's looked at the whole Hyatt since it went back on its word. Chapter 70 Songs Lee Hyuk picked up. This B-band's Sea to Sky is good. That's it. Shug wrote out his sweepstakes reward, Sea to Sky, for getting through to Sutton. So just go ahead and copyright this lyrics song first. Of course, applying for a copyright can be done in secret. As long as he doesn't sing it, no one will know the song is registered for copyright. He then gave the song to Sutton. Sutton over here is also a chicken thief. He knew that this Lee Hyuk guy would often come over now to discuss songs and stuff with himself. So it's an opportunity for Sutton. 2. He put the lyrics to Sea to Sky in a more prominent position, then found a reason to rest. Did Sutton write this one? Not surprisingly, Lee Hyuk came over to Sutton once again this day. Since coming to Hyatt, he hasn't been able to write a tune that would please Hyatt. It's also been very irritating lately. Come into Sutton's creative studio. Lee Hyuk was bored, picking through Sutton's scrapbook. Hopefully, I can find inspiration. At the top of the trash can, Lee Hyuk saw a tune called Sea to Sky. Eyes lit up. Such a great tune, and he threw it away? Lee Hyuk is a songwriter after all. For the tune and the lyrics, he naturally knew the beauty of the tune. When the moment came, the mind moved. If I change this tune slightly, wouldn't that be mine? Even if Sutton isn't satisfied. When the time comes, I'll just say I composed it and give it to other male singers who can definitely catch fire too. Lee Hyuk who thought about it, taking Sutton's scrap manuscript towards Hyatt's creation room. This song has a genuinely good melody. Come into the other creation room. Lee Hyuk gave Wang Bo the written tune. Wang Bo is the second male singer in Hyatt beside Sutton. Originally he was supposed to be number 1. It's just that when Sutton came in, his position was in tatters. Now it's worrying that there's no song to turn him over. And after Lee Hyuk came over, it also didn't give him a good tune to write, which made it very difficult. At this moment, he saw Lee Hyuk give him the tune. He was also excited. Rico, this tune is for me? Wang Bo doesn't really know much about tunes. At best, it's the point where you look at the tune and can sing it. Not to mention after he saw the lyrics. Still very much like it. After being here for so many days, surely I must find a way to write a song for my oldest brother that I can hold. Lee Hyuk said hypocritically. Thanks Lee, I'll try singing. Listening to Lee Hyuk's words, Wang Bo jumped into action. He felt sure the song was extraordinary. Well, give it a try, and keep it out to set you on fire. Lee Hyuk was confident. After all, he was very optimistic about the song. That Sutton guy. I can't believe I threw such a great song in the trash. It's really not discerning. No wonder they haven't been able to sing fire for so many years. Wang Bo took the tune and lyrics and got an assistant to make copies for the band. Then took the original to audition for the song myself. Soon, Wang Bo came out of the practice room. There was excitement in his eyes. Brother Lee, this song is fantastic. It's sure to be a hit, Wang Bo said happily. This song, coupled with his own handsome look, it's sure to capture a huge following. Talk to the company. You can record it first to promote the momentum. Lee Hyuk felt like he could make a killing again with this song. Okay, thanks Lee. Wang Bo hurriedly went to the company's operation department with his ass. How is it possible? It's only been a few days and it's surpassed hundreds of millions of downloads. But for a week, Shake Shack has broken the 100 million download mark. Shakeology can be played by more than just young people. Even middle-aged and older people are learning to brush. After all, the short video Jitterbug does it the easiest. Even people who didn't go to school can play. Both will take pictures. Many people are even using Shakeology as their video circle of friends. From the first batch of short game videos to the current short segment videos, Jitterbug has completed the second stage of the leap. Of course, all of this definitely couldn't be accomplished by Sugu alone. Or was it the effect of Martin's prestige propaganda? After all, Wilson's volume has now reached at least 700 million users. Zheng Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at such a horrifying number of downloads. As the developer of the Fast Feed app, he understood very well what that volume represented. Dad, I found out about this person. This person's name is Sugu, from the Magic City side. Zhang Jitao also brought over the news from Sheikh's side. Turns out this guy has some issues with himself. It's the same Shug who claimed compensation. Zhang Feng listened to Zhang Jitao's report. The frown deepened. The exclusive composer of Elaine Xiao, the chief planner of Penguin's Honor of King's game, and now the founder of Shakeology, and the guy's a doctor. Is this something that can be accomplished by a human being? Zhang Feng felt that his opponent was like an alien. What about it, Dad? At this moment, Zhang Jitao was all a bit flustered. After all, Shake Shack's momentum is like an open flood that can't be stopped. Have Xiaoyu come in and make arrangements. I want to meet with this Su Gu. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, said to Zhang Jitao. Now he had to face this opponent head-on. Didn't really give him a second thought the other day. But now, if in that case, his own company is definitely going to be annexed by him. Ah, you want to see Su Gu? Zhang Jitao wimped out. Not only did he clash with Su Gu, he even went after Su Gu with Wang Chao, Ma Ying and the others. The man who was stopped by Su Gu had already run away. It sure seems like it's all coming out in full force. Want Shug to know that it's possible to talk nicely to his own old man? Apparently not. You know this Su Gu, don't you? Looking at Zhang Jitao, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, this son of his, he knew, usually uneducated, if he hadn't let him come to the company to study. This guy has no idea how much trouble he's going to get himself into, and now that he had this look of weakness, he must be hiding something from himself. No, don't recognize. Zhang Jitao scrunched his neck. You better not be hiding something from me. If I find out, I'll have your ass. Zhang Feng glared fiercely at Zhang Jitao, then headed outside. Done and done. What to do this? Looking at Zhang Feng who left, Zhang Jitao panicked in his heart. If they find out, they won't be able to spend their allowance. It'd be a real mess if we were incarcerated. What do I do? What do I do? By the way, ask Wang Chao and Ma Ying. Zhang Jitao, who thought of this, dialed Wang Chao's phone. Hello, the number you have dialed is closed. Wang Chao, this guy, actually dropped his chain at the critical moment. What's going on here? Does it mean that it's been discovered? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called Ma Ying again. Chapter 71 Refusal to Cooperate. The top floor of the Fei Chao Company building. Wang Shangyun looked at the crowd below with a gloomy face. Wang Chao on the side even dared not take a breath, afraid of angering his old man. Do you have any good ideas on how to deal with this? After a long time, only then did Wang Shangyun open his mouth and ask. The land sword immortal could be described as miserable this time. Falling from tens of millions to the current daily activity can be a million. Wang Shangyun no. They may be losing this time. But how could Wang Shangyun accept such an outcome? That's why this is an early morning run over for a meeting. Mr. Wang, why don't we do it for free too? At that moment, a young man whispered. Apparently, he's a little under the radar. Free? And what do we make money on? Wang Shangyun faintly asked. What about selling skins? The man added. It's just that the aura couldn't be weaker. Sell skin. They're not versus online games that are supposed to be brushing up on these. Does selling skin really work? Many people have raised such a question in their minds. Yeah, is it really possible to sell skins? Dad, I have a feeling it's possible to sell skin, so why don't we give it a try? Wang Chao echoed. Penguin could all make money by selling skins. There's no reason they can't. Listening to Wang Chao's words, Wang Shangyun really wanted to slap him. They are positioned differently. How can you make money by selling skins? Mr. Wang, perhaps we can change our thinking. At that moment, a woman stood up and said, Yuna, tell me about it. Looking at the planning Lu Yuner, Wang Shangyun lit a cigarette and let him continue. In the past, Wang Shangyun never smoked while the conference was in session. This time it seems to be really hard for him. Let's lower the burst rate of all the duplicate props, then sell the props in the mall, weapon building and whatnot. I'm thinking that this is also a kind of marketing. Yuna spoke her insight. Selling props? Sounds doable. But Wang Shangyun always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell himself exactly what was wrong. I agree. We could run the props as some sort of point coupon after it's free. Soon, someone raised their hand in favor of Yuna Lu's proposal. I agree. Me too. For a while, everyone agreed with Yuna Lu's idea. After all, the game, Land Sword Immortal, was now at a life and death situation. I don't know if it will work without breaking one. This is since Wang Shangyun made the game. First time I've faced such a dilemma. It's only been 2 weeks, and it's amazing that you can be so overwhelmed by penguins. The balance has been completely upset. Yuna, when can this program be implemented? Wang Shangyun didn't have a better solution. Since everyone is in favor of it, maybe give it a try. I think we can start with a free build-up as soon as tomorrow to let players know that this game of ours is now free. Yuner thought about it and said, good, then let's do as you say for now, and adjourn for now. Wang Shangyun rubbed his forehead. Wave your hand for them to leave. When the crowd saw Wang Shangyun waving his hand, They all secretly breathed a sigh of relief as well, hurrying towards the outside with his laptop. Mud. Who the hell is this Shug? Wang Chao. Who came out of the conference room? Cursed. Turn the phone back on. He just realized that Zhang Jitao had called him. Hey, Jitao. Calling me? After dialing, the other side quickly picked up. Wang Chao. My dad went to look for Su Gu. The guy who ran away that day must have given a full account. What should we do? After picking up the phone, Zhang Jitao was anxious. Shug? How come it's Shug again? Who the hell is this Su Gu? Wang Chao was now annoyed at hearing this Su Ji's name. That jitterbug that's out on the market right now. The chairman of the board behind it is Su Gu. He's the chief planner of Penguin's King's Honor. And he's also the exclusive composer of Shao Entertainment's Shao Yiru. Zhang Jitao said. What? You're saying it's the same guy? Wang Chao was shocked. A man who is also the composer and the chief game planner. Another chairman of a company? What the hell is this? Where are you now? Let's get together and talk. Wang Chao felt the need to exchange information about this person Su Gu. Well, it just so happens that the horse battalion is there too. So let's sit together. The opposite side also responded quickly. In Shake Shack, Su Gu looked at the happy reports that kept coming in. It was also a lot of fun. Su Gu, you're amazing. Xiao Yiru's illness is also better. After that house was demolished, she wasn't aggravated either. Since that time of healing her, she just had something to do and ran towards the company. And a beautiful name. Come over for a body check. Thanks to the company Uncle Xiao gave me and the publicity from Mr. Ma. After seeing Xiao Yiru, Su Gu smiled. After arranging for Xiao Yiru to sit down, Su Gu also took her pulse as usual. Looking at Su Ji's serious look, Xiao Yiru's beautiful eyes flashed. A blush spread across his face as he stared at Su Gu. Well, it's no big deal. Just don't eat anything cold from now on and you'll be fine. Su Gu smiled. Well, it's all yours. Xiao Yiru replied with a smile. Ha, Xiao Rou is also here. Mr. Su, the chairman of the fast food company has asked you to meet with him. Shu Yao's side was now Su Ji's exclusive assistant. It had to be said that Ma Tang really thought highly of Su Gu. They actually let their game planner give Su Gu a hand. Chairman Fast Food? The corners of Su Ji's mouth lifted. I was going to settle this score with him. I didn't expect to deliver myself. Okay, meet, sooner or later. Have him come to my office. No need to make a special appointment. Okay, Mr. Su. After Chu Yao and Xiao Rou greeted each other, toward the outside, Zhang Feng definitely wants to talk to you about cooperation. After Chu Yao left, Xiao Yiru reminded. Cooperation? Su Gu sneered. Does fast food have the capital to talk to me about cooperation right now? If there wasn't a lack of time, I would have done all of his projects until I could annex them. Su Gu stood up. Then he said, Xiao Rou, I'll talk to him on my side first. You go to the cafe below the company for a drink first. I'll come back to you later. Aha. Xiao Yiru nodded, watching Su Gu from the teenager who was still like a brat at the beginning, growing into the in-and-out successful man that I am now. Also heartily happy for him. I'll tie your tie from now on. Don't just tie it if you're meeting someone very important later. As she was leaving, Xiao Yiru looked at Su Ji's casual tie, helped him retie it before leaving the office. How nice it would be to have a girl like that as your girlfriend. Looking at the departing Xiao Yiru, Su Gu thought in her heart. After Xiao Yiru left, Shu Yao walked in with a man in a suit with a straight figure. Outside the door, a figure went and returned, secretly lying down in front of the door, furtively pricked up his ears, listening to the movements inside. Chapter 72 Refusal to Cooperate. Below, come to Su Ji's office. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Gu. So young? Su Gu was 1.8 or so tall with a handsome face, plus wearing a suit. It was a very solid look. Looking at Su Gu, and then thinking about his own son Zhang Jitao, and he was heartbroken. Same age. People. Su Gu has become the chairman of a company. His own son still thinks about spending his days. Mr. Zhang. Su Gu shook hands with Zhang Feng enthusiastically after seeing him. It's been 2 weeks. He's for this human side of things. It's also a good learning experience. The two shook hands and Su Gu poured tea for Zhang Feng. The two men sat opposite each other. Mr. Su, I won't beat around the bush this time. I came here this time because I want to talk to your company about cooperation. Zhang Feng directly opened the door. Extra pleasantries, saying them will only waste everyone's time. Cooperation? Su Gu took a sip of tea and then said, May I ask how Mr. Zhang is prepared to cooperate? There's drama. Listening to Su Ji's words, Zhang Feng felt hopeful, as long as they cooperate in developing it together. Waiting to figure out how Shug operates, plus what would have been its own volume. It's sure to take Quickfoot to another level. We, Fast Foot, can join your business and we will push each other to have something. And, of course, we will frame the ecology with Penguin. Zhang Feng tried. Doesn't throw out his bottom line right off the bat. Ha, Su Gu smiled. This old fox has actually moved the penguin side. Trying to scare me? Then he said, before we work together, I feel that I need to settle an account with Mr. Zhang. Settle a score? Zhang Feng was a bit puzzled. Is that a condition? Yes, but not about the program. But, Suga stared at him with cold eyes and continued. Rather, it's a private account. Private accounts? Zhang Feng was certain. He himself had never crossed paths with Sugu. How can there be a private account between them? Zhang Feng frowned, waiting for Shug to explain why. Mr. Zhang's noble son is called Zhang Jitao, right? Sugu asked. Hearing Zhang Jitao, Zhang Feng did not come heart-thumped. Is this son of it in trouble again? Exactly. Zhang Feng replied. I would like to ask Mr. Zhang, for someone who almost killed me, is it necessary for me to cooperate with him? Sugu asked in a cold voice. What did you say? Zhang Feng violently stood up from his seat. This rebellious son, how dare he do such a thing? The face of this corporate predator at this time became ugly. His son he understands. I'm not brave enough to do these things, though I've been spending a lot of time. After slowing down, he continued. Is Boss Su mistaken? Mistake? Suga stared at Zhang Feng. Do I still have to show you the knife mark on Xiao Yiru's neck? Xiao Yiru? How dare he? I, Sugu, am a vindictive person. If your son dares to touch my people, I will dare to make you pay. Sugu coldly said. Listening to Sugu, Zhang Feng roughly understood. Shug is intentionally trying to use his own jitterbugs to suppress his own fast feet. No wonder this crossover company. Everywhere they are targeting them fast foot. So it is. This rebellious son. Mr. Su, I can apologize to you for my son's matter, and I also ask you to have a deep sense of justice and disregard your canine son's faults. Zhang Feng said, but his stance didn't look like he was apologizing. Maybe it's because he's the chairman of a company. He does not allow himself to bow down to others. To be able to say this, he felt that he had already given Sugu face, looking at Zhang Feng's apology that did not have the slightest bit of sincerity. Sugu sneered. Apologize? You're over it with an apology. So what more do you want? Zhang Feng was enraged. This one's a little young. Do you really think you can't cure him? If apologizing works, what's the point of having cops? If I hadn't apologized at the time, would they have spared Ella Xiao? Let me tell you, there's no way I'm going to cooperate with you Quickfoot. You guys dare to lay your hands on us, you'll have to pay for what you've done. Suga stared at Zhang Feng in death and said angrily. So, for the sake of a Xiao Yiru, you're planning to fight with us fast feet to the death? Zhang Feng also stared at Sugu. As the chairman of the country's largest live streaming app, Zhang Feng has his own pride. If this Sugu really tears a fish out of water with himself, he didn't fare any better. And for a woman, at least he, Zhang Feng, wouldn't give up his company's long-term development for a woman. He dished it out. Quickfoot is now squeezed though, but there are still a lot of users. Really, if you copy the Shake Shack's operating model, it may not be impossible to raise the dead. This was also Zhang Feng's bottom line. I can tell you Sugu, if we really piss off our fast feet, the big deal is that the fish is dead. I hope you can understand that your current company will definitely be a big 500 company in the future if you cooperate with us fast foot. It's not worth it for a woman. Zhang Feng wished to use such words, to force Su Ji's hand. Not worth it? I'm sorry, I don't have such a high realm, and I'm also clearly telling you that I just can pull you. Fast foot, into the abyss for the sake of Elaine Xiao. Su Ji's face looked hideous. He couldn't do it so he could be indifferent to life for the sake of his own future. What's more, this person was also Xiao Yiru. Ro, can Sugu, I want to see how you pull me into the abyss. Zhang Feng laughed in anger. We, fast feet, will go all out to suppress you Shake Shack, and see who can have the last laugh. I don't intend to compete with you on who gets the last laugh. Sugu sneered. Zhang Feng, what I want is to die together. Sugu wore an evil smile and smiled at Zhang Feng, looking at Su Ji's crazy look. Zhang Feng felt that this guy Sugu was absolutely crazy. How could there be such a person? Outside the door, the conversation between the two was heard in its entirety by Xiao Yiru. At this point, she was frozen in shock. Sugu actually did it for me. To die with Quickfoot. At this time, Xiao Yiru no longer knew whether she was touched or shocked. She didn't expect it. Sugu created shakeology. Everything that is for yourself. Cluck. The gate was opened by Zhang Feng with great exasperation. Looking at Xiao Yiru in the doorway, Zhang Feng gave her an indignant look. Angry, he left Shake Shack. Sugu sat in his boss chair. Exhale heavily. Haven't really spoken to such a bigot so harshly. He created the company, although he also meant to take revenge on Zhang Jitao, but it's not all what he says it is. His main purpose was still to get back at Lu Yunyun. Zoe's getting antsy down there. Go down and take a look. Sugu, who was out of mind, also stopped staring at things in the company, got up and headed outside. Xiao Yura watched Sugu walk towards her. Feet flew toward the stairs. Chapter 73, The Green Light is a Big Seller. Shug. This way. Xiao Yiru, who ran downstairs with a flushed face, sat in front of a table with freshly brewed coffee on it, waiting for the rush. After seeing Xiao Yiru, Suga smiled and walked over. No, here, coffee brewed for you. Xiao Yiru pushed the brewed coffee over. Suga wasn't polite either. After saying thank you, he picked it up and drank it. Blah blah blah, it's so bitter. Suga was not a fan of coffee or anything. Technically, he still likes to drink that sweet punch, the house sparrow kind. Ah, I didn't know that you don't like coffee. Seeing Suga frowning, Xiao Yiru was inexplicably a little flustered. It looked like a lot of hand-wringing. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Suga smiled. All the same, he was a little strange. Something's not right. What's wrong with this Xiao Yiru today? It's just a coffee. Suga. After sitting down again, Xiao Yiru wanted to speak. What's wrong? Suga looked at her suspiciously. Xiao Yiru bit her lip, her face slightly red. Suga. What are you going to do next? How? Suga didn't quite understand. Or perhaps, Xiao Yiru was speaking a little less clearly. That is to say, after you get revenge on your ex-girlfriend, what's next for you? Xiao Yiru still said it. Suga was silent. It was something he hadn't really given much thought to. All he thinks about now is making money and improving his social status. Yeah, and after the revenge, run the company well. Then, can find a sweet girlfriend and live well. Suga thought about it and replied, probably as much as he could think of. After all, in the old days, he hadn't thought he'd ever have such a day. The past month or so since getting the system had been more exciting than the entire first half of his life had been. Then what kind of girlfriend do you want to find? Xiao Yiru blushed while looking at Suga with anticipation. Suga froze. What kind of girlfriend? That's a pretty tough question for him. But in his mind, having a girlfriend who was willing to have a good time with him seemed just fine. I don't know. Throw in the towel. Suga smiled sarcastically. Once again, he downed the cup of bitter coffee. It's bitter, but not as bitter as he used to be. Looking at Su Ji's somewhat disoriented appearance, Xiao Yiru frowned her eyebrows. Wanted to say something, but in the end it didn't come out. Who the hell is this Sugu? In a box, Wang Chao pressed the cigarette in his hand fiercely into the ashtray, with indignation in his eyes. I've only heard of them from Mordor, like they came out of nowhere. Zhang Jitao replied as he took a depressing drag on his cigarette. They were also depressed as to how they had messed with such a great god. Don't be in a hurry guys, calm down, it's not time yet. On the contrary, the horse camp on the side was very calm. The ghostly exhale of the smoke ring was leisurely. Of course you are not in a hurry, and he did not mess with your set of treasure, Wang Chao said in a good humor. Our set of treasures is not something he can mess with just because he wants to. Ma Ying was much more confident than them. After all, Setsubo has not had a single competitor in the country so far. There are a lot of small fights, but they're just a bunch of unseasoned masters. Chaozi, aren't you getting married soon? Don't think too much. Seeing Wang Chao so angry, Ma Ying smiled and said, where am I going to get married in this hellish state? Wang Chao pinched his forehead and was anxious. Recently, we have to find a way to pick the bottom of this Sugu. We can't let him be so arrogant anymore. I'll take this one. Thud. Before Zhang Jichao finished speaking, he heard his cell phone ring. It's his dad, Zhang Feng, calling. Looking at the display on his cell phone, Zhang Jifeng had no reason to be flustered. It's over. It must have been discovered. Zhang Jitao cried out and didn't know if he should pick it up or not. Answer it. It's fine, Ma Ying said lightly. Aha. Zhang Jitao nodded and picked up the phone. Hey, Dad, where the hell have you been? Get your ass back to work. Just as he picked up the phone, he heard Zhang Feng's growling voice over the phone. Dad, what is wrong? Zhang Jitao was a little flustered and asked weakly. Roll back, come, Zhang Feng said word by word, the feeling, rather like he wanted to eat Zhang Jitao alive. Oh. Zhang Jitao was so scared that he hurriedly hung up the phone. Getting up, he said to the two of them, our matter seems to be known by my father. I'll go back first. If I can't get through on the phone, you guys have to come and persuade my father. After saying that, Zhang Jitao hurriedly ran towards the downstairs. Wow, that's a good song. Lu CC, a newcomer to show entertainment. Hey, what newcomer? Where's Elaine Xiao's exclusive lyricist? But now she's out too? The lyricist and composer this time is surprisingly not her, but someone named Sugu. Sugu? What a familiar name. By the way, meet the songwriter. After the release of Green Light by CC Lu, it was a stone's throw away. This song is very much in line with the modern young people's taste. After all, this song is very light and fast. Listening to the usual gentle class such as Xiao Yiru's singing voice, this kind of song, more seems to be extremely novel. The students, in particular, loved the song like a treasure. For a while, it was playing on the streets and in front of all kinds of small stores. Meanwhile, Sutton's chasing dreams actually feels vaguely overwhelmed by Greenlight. Seeing the ranking of Greenlight climbing up, the executives of Hyatt couldn't sit still. Get Lee Hyuk over here. He's been here for so long and still hasn't made a song that can hold a stage. What's wrong with him? In the Highway building, Highway Corporation's president Soo Jia smoked a cigar, his gaze appearing cold. Yes, I'm on my way. The aide nodded and turned toward the outside. Did he do it on purpose? When the aide left, Soo Jia put out the cigar in his hand and frowned. Ever since he paid a lot of money to get Lee Hyuk over here, he hasn't been able to come up with a satisfactory song. Last time, he himself had taken the risk of writing his name for the lyrics and music of Chasing Dreams of the Red Heart, though it was compensation for setting him up for Elaine Seo. But after all, they are a commercial company, not a charity. It's been more than a month. You should at least have something to show for it. Or is it that his heart simply isn't in their Highway? Mr. Soo. Not long after, Lee Hyuk was invited over by his assistant. Along with them was their male singer from Hyatt, Wang Bo. Mr. Soo, I wrote a song for Wang Bo. You know about it? Lee Hyuk looked in good spirits, head held high. Oh, Soo Jia's eyes lit up. Chapter 74, Lee Hyuk's new work. Bring it to me. Soo Jia wanted to see what kind of tune Lee Hyuk had made that made him so confident. After hearing Soo Jia's words, Wang Bo and Lee Hyuk exchanged a glance and then took the song in their hands to Soo Jia. As the president of the company, Soo Jia naturally knows a thing or two about songs. At this moment, after he got the song given by Wang Bo, he was also brightened up. Did you write this song? Soo Jia hurriedly asked. Because the song is so well written, both the song and the lyrics. It even surpasses the words of Follow Your Dreams. A song at this level could definitely be a hit. Of course, after being in the company for so long, I had to have a song that I could hold my own with. Lee Hyuk held his head high and looked smug. Good. Soo Jia stood up, but he looked at Wang Bo again. Did he just say this song was written for Wang Bo? But it's Sutton who's the hottest thing in their company right now. Collusion between singers and songwriters in companies happens, but it doesn't really matter who it is as long as they can produce a level. But, like the words of this song, can Wang Bo sing that? Mr. Soo, this song is something we worked on together, and I hope that Mr. Soo will give me a chance with this song. Wang Bo saw that Soo Jia's expression was not right and hurriedly said. Lee Hyuk also found out the end of the story, and also hurriedly stood out, saying, yes, Mr. Soo, this is something we worked on together. So it's better to give this song to Wang Bo. Sure enough, there was collusion. It's just, hopefully, Wang Bo won't let himself down. Record go. These 2 days we directly build momentum. Soo Jia lit a cigar, slowly said, good, thank you, Mr. Soo. Wang Bo and Lee Hee, the two of them, were very happy to walk towards the outside. Wang Bo, this is a great opportunity for you to press Sutton. Don't miss it. After coming outside, Lee Hyuk said to Wang Bo in a serious tone. Well, thanks Lee, I'll make sure I get a good grip this time and try to crush Sutton. Wang Bo said solemnly. It's not a fight, it's a certainty. Well, definitely. Go. Then, Lee, I'll go. Looking at Wang Bo's departing back, Lee Hyuk's eyes carried the slightest hint of ferocity. This Sutton thinks that just because he's become a song, he can leave everyone out of the loop. It's amazing that she's still so close to Winona. It's an abomination. Lately Winona has been going to Sutton all the time for something or other. Lee Hyuk can see it all. He came to Hyatt, and Winona was a big part of it. Betraying his old boss and setting up that kind of unethical feng shui to frame Ella Xiao. It's all about getting Winona's heart. But this sudden Sutton had thrown all his plans out of whack. How could he let go of such a good opportunity this time? Over here, Sutton's day off wasn't idle. He was off to record a song. In secret, of course, to register the rights to the song Sea to Sky. After getting everything done, only then did the two embrace heavily. Brother, I'm really sorry for leaving without saying goodbye in the first place, Sutton said shamefully after letting go. What's wrong with that? I gave you the song in the first place, and since I gave it to you, you can distribute it as you please. Sugu didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt that he had to thank Sutton for turning against the water and helping him. I'll thank you on behalf of Shao Entertainment and Shao Yiru for helping me this time. Brother, what are you talking about? Sutton was somewhat flattered, and at the same time complained, without brother to help me. Where is my Sutton's achievement today? Not to mention the backwash, is to go through fire for brother I Sutton do not blink an eye. Look at Sutton with conviction. Suga knew that she hadn't helped the wrong person. Although it was only in hindsight that he realized the value of that song, Pursuing Dreams in Red Heart. It was for Sugu. It wasn't a loss to get Sutton to do that to himself. Don't talk about that if you're a good brother. By the way, how's it going over at Lee Hyuk's side? The two sat down and Sugu inquired. Although his side was better, but on the other side, if Lee Hyuk didn't fall for the trap, it would be equally troublesome. And Sugu can't just make Lee Hyuk lose his reputation. He was going to avenge Xiao Yiru's death. Don't worry brother, that Lee Hyuk guy is too greedy and he seems to like winna. As long as I judge him well, he will definitely take that song for himself and show his worth. Sutton looked confident. Oh, is there something at stake here? Sugu wondered. Of course I do. Winona seems to like me. Sutton scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Can you? Sugu roughly understood what Sutton meant. I didn't realize he'd only been to Hyatt for a few days, but he'd played it all out. Not bad. Brother, I won't be able to stay here for long in case I arouse suspicion. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Sutton said to Shug. Well, then go out on your own first. Sugu didn't say anything. After all, Sutton is a big star now. It's really a sensitive status right now. We'll be in touch afterward. Brother, I'll go first. With that said, Sutton put on his mask and ducktail hat and headed downstairs. Sugu, on the other hand, continued to sit in the box. Currently, if Lee Hyuk's side was completed, Xiao Yiru's revenge would be avenged. It's a way of repaying her for all she's done for herself. Not much longer next. Lu Yun and Wang Chao's wedding should be in preparation now. Also having a falling out with Zhang Feng's fast feet. There should be action on his end soon. One can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. And a horse camp. These people dared to attack themselves. They couldn't just let it go. It's just that Ma Ying is too late now, and after Lu Yun's wedding, he will definitely have to break bread with Ma Ying. Thinking about this, Sugu rubbed his forehead. Seems like there's a whole lot left to do. Pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. At this time, Su Ji's cell phone rang. It was Martin who called. Brother Ma, what's wrong? Answering the phone, Sugu smiled. Sugu, where are you? Wang Yunqing's side has made a move. Ma Tang said to Sugu. Wang Yunshan? Flying super game? Sugu frowned, but didn't ask in detail. Then said, Brother Ma, I'm going to the company now. After hanging up the phone, Sugu hurriedly got up and went downstairs, speeding towards Penguin. Arriving at the company's main building, at this time, Shu Yao was already waiting there. Mr. Ma is waiting for you upstairs. After seeing Sugu, Shu Yao greeted him. What did Fei Chao say on his end? Sugu asked. The official website of Land Sword Immortal posted a message this morning that they're going to make a free-to-play game as well. Shu Yao said. What? Sugu was confused. They're going to make free-to-play games too? Chapter 75, Formulation of a Plan. I don't know why, but I want to laugh. Coming into the office, Sugu and Ma Tang looked at each other, and both of them laughed at the same time. Rather, it was the Chu Yao on the side that looked confused. Mr. Su, what are you guys laughing at? Shu Yao really couldn't hold back and inquired. In her opinion, now this action by Fei Chao was clearly aimed at them. Shouldn't there be a response plan? How they instead even laughed. Yo, do you think it will work out if they do it for free? Ma Tang asked with a smile as he lit a cigarette. Shu Yao pondered for a moment, then spoke her thoughts. Flying Super did not do a bad job with Land Swordsman as a whole. Both the quality and playability of the game have a big advantage. What's more is that he likewise fits into the mainstream of the current hot fairy market. If it was made free, it would certainly attract a lot of players to the game. Likewise, once he makes it free, he'll surely start selling props heavily or, like them, skins. I don't think they call it skin over there, they call it fashion. So, for them Penguin will definitely pull a lot of users away once it's free. However, the exact amount that can be pulled depends on the specific implementation on Fei Chao's side. Soj, what do you think? Hearing Chu Yao's words, Ma Tang turned to Sugu and asked. Chu Yao's analysis is good, but it overlooked one point. Sugu laughed. Overlooking a point? Chu Yao looked at him doubtfully, not understanding the meaning. Yes, a point. Sugu smiled. Then said, let me ask you, from the preview of the Flying Super game until now, roughly how many players have entered the pit? 10 million players should be there. Chu Yao thought about it and replied. At the beginning of the preview, there were as many as 30 million pre-ordered players alone. Even if it's $1 pre-order, surely a third of the players will try it out or simply play it. So $10 million is pretty conservative. What about pay-to-play? Sugu didn't reveal it directly and then asked. It should also be almost $10 million. Then let me ask you, what do you think is the roughly average spending per person for the Flying Super Games Iron Fans players? Average spend? Almost 100. Does it matter? Chu Yao's technology was greater than operations, so he didn't really understand Su Ji's words, and spending $100 per game is actually a pretty normal phenomenon. Even if you don't have to look up the exact numbers, you can guess just as well. It just didn't seem to have anything to do with what they were talking about, did it? Yes, the average spending of each player in Land Sword Immortal is at least 100 or more. Sugu ascertained Chu Yao's answer. Then he turned his words, smiled and said, then I ask you, If each person in the game point card each person consumed $100, and now he is going to do free up. Suga didn't finish her sentence, but instead looked at Chu Yao. At this moment, Chu Yao's eyes lit up, finally understanding the reason for this. I understand. If he does it for free, he'll definitely have to face a crusade from players who have already recharged. And then Fei Chao, after all, will face the abandonment of both new and Iron fans together, and by then Fei Chao's reputation will be really rotten. Chu Yao finally realized why he and Ma Tang were laughing. Turns out they had already thought of that. No wonder it didn't worry me at all. Su Gu, if you were Wang Yunshan, what would you do when you were faced with players' vocal criticism? At this time, Ma Tang took over the conversation between the two and asked, Mr. Ma, this should be what you came to see me for. Su Gu smiled. That's right, Wang Yunshan is not a cutie. He has a very strong coping ability, and we are now doing this free mode for the first time, so we still have to respond to it. Ma Tang did not hide it. This game, since it was planned by Su Gu, then he should have had more mature ideas. And in fact, Su Gu really did. But it wasn't something he thought of himself, but something that came with the full template given by the system. It was operational at the beginning and definitely not used. Now is the time to get it out. If I'm Wang Yunshan, then it's simple. I just need to make player compensation. Su Gu said. For example, if he's selling skins, then it's painless to compensate for a skin. If he's going to sell props, then compensate for the props. Anyway, just come up with a seemingly equivalent compensation. Sugo voiced his insight. Yes, that's what I think, said Ma Tang, putting out the cigarette in his hand. Once again, he looked at Su Gu, then said, this time is a great opportunity to acquire Fei Chao, and I don't want to miss it, so we're going to do it a little more desperately this time. That's actually what I thought. Sugo chimed in. This was not just a grudge between Ma Tang and Fei Chao, but also between himself and Lu Yunyun. This time, he wanted to suppress Fei Chao, along with Lu Yunyun, all in one fell swoop. I have the method. The next step is to implement it. Saying that, Su Gu stood up. I'll discuss the plan out with Chu Yao in a while. Mr. Ma, I hope that within a maximum of 2 weeks, Fei Chao will be completely crushed. Aha, Martin nodded. As a large domestic corporation, he must have checked out Su Ge's bit of grudge, so Su Gu didn't have the need to pick a fight. Anyway, let's use Martin's power now and work together for a win-win situation. So a man is so horrible even when he gets revenge. It's really not what kind of damage that woman actually did to this man. Looking at Su Gu and Chu Yao's departing back, Ma Tang smoked a cigarette and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's a good thing this one is a friend, or it would be horrible. In the office, Chu Yao was discussing the program with Su Gu, listening to Su Ge's plan. Chu Yao simply admired it. It's so awesome that it's even possible to play like this. Fei Chao, Fei Chao, you said what kind of big brother you have messed with. Mr. Su, you are simply amazing. This program is absolutely. Looking at the planner, Chu Yao's eyes glowed. Listening to Chu Yao's words, Su Gu ruthlessly stretched a lazy waist, before saying, hey, there is no way the weak is strong. Do not think of change. How to be based in this cruel depth Lately it's been running jitterbug, advising Martin, and suppressing fastfoot. He felt more tired than moving bricks over a month's shift. Leaning back in his chair, he really didn't want to move a bit. Looking at Su Ji's tired appearance, Chu Yao bit her lip and put down the planner in her hand. Softly, he said, Mr. Su, let me help you press it. You've been tired lately. After saying that, and without waiting for Su Gu to refuse, 2 white hands pressed on his shoulders. It's okay, thanks. Su Gu didn't refuse. After all, she was indeed quite tired recently. Moreover, Chu Yao's technique was really good. Su Gu, CC's song is on fire. At this time, Xiao Ro and Lu CC's 2 girls looked over. Chapter 76, Jealous Xiao Yiru. The 2 ran in with gusto. It was only when they saw Chu Yao massaging Su Ji's shoulders that they froze for 2 seconds. The more Chu Yao saw the 2, the more her expression looked a little awkward. The hand also hurriedly loosened. Her face flushed red, and she smiled towards the 2. Yiru, CC, you guys are here. Zoe, C, you guys need something? Su Gu didn't notice the trio's awkward look and asked with a smile. Su Gu, CC's song has rushed up the charts, Xiao Ro replied. But her expression was clearly not as excited as it was earlier. Really? Su Gu brightened, then congratulated. Then I have to congratulate CC in advance. Mr. Su, Yiru, CC, I still have a few things on my side, so I'll go and get busy first. Chu Yao saw that she seemed to be a bit redundant here. Well, go ahead. Shug smiled towards her. Chu Yao also nodded to the trio, picked up the planner on the table, and walked out of the room. For some reason, after Chu Yao left, the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while, and I don't know where the embarrassment comes from. Su Gu, just now you guys? Xiao Yiro still couldn't hold back and inquired. Oh, we were talking about the planner. Sugu responded casually, then said, see, how do you feel this time? And thanks to you, if it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't even have this chance. Liusi looked happy. After all, if it wasn't for Sugu, she wouldn't have had the chance to put out a song on her own. Thank me for nothing. I'm supposed to be the lyricist and composer at Shaw Entertainment. It's my job. Anyway, thanks. After thanking them, the three of them chatted again with no nutritional words. On Su Ji's side, he still had to go to the company to keep an eye on the data from Shakeology, and after chatting for a while, he got up and left. Pissed off. Shu Yao is so excessive. Back in the car, Xiao Yiro vented her dissatisfaction with the doll in the car. You're a big star. What's wrong with being jealous? Looking at Xiao Yiro as she vented, Lu Sisi had a smile on her face. In fact, she had long known that Xiao Yiro liked Sugu. Just a stiff upper lip at first and refusing to admit it. But now, Xiao Yiro is no longer going to hide it from Lu Sisi, because she's really pissed off today. Especially when Sugu looked at Chu Yao with affection. What an abomination. Yiro, now Sugu is getting better and better. If you don't grasp it, you'll really be snatched away, Liu said with a joking tone. It's good to be taken. I don't care. Xiao Yiro muttered her cute little mouth and puffed. If you really don't care about it, then I'll go confess to Wang Chao on his wedding day. Lu Sisi grinned. You. Xiao Yiro looked at Lu Sisi with a bad smile and smashed the doll in her hand at her. You're laughing at me again. Then she was off to scratch her itchy flesh. Okay, I won't say it. Ha 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 ha. Don't tickle me. Lu Sisi hurriedly begged for mercy. The two went crazy for a while, which calmed them down. Xiao Yiro's mood was also much better, but she still said with melancholy, you said that I've been so obvious. Why hasn't Sugu been able to understand my feelings? Probably self-preservation. Self-preservation? Xiao Yiro looked at Lu Sisi doubtfully, not understanding the meaning of her words. What's Sugu doing here in Shimudu? Lu Sisi looked into Xiao Yiro's eyes and asked, you mean Lu Yun? Yeah, what do you think it takes for a man to get hurt enough to try and get revenge? He was hurt too much by the love injury, so he subconsciously dared not take that step. So that matter you have to take the initiative. Liu said in a serious tone. I have to take the initiative? Xiao Yiro fell into deep thought. She understood Willow Sissy's words somewhat. Sugu was hurt by love, so he protected himself. Even if he really liked himself, he wouldn't say it. It was subconscious protection, and he might not even realize it. So for such a long time, whether he helped him or whether he showed his feelings consciously or unconsciously, Sugu was all vague and didn't respond to the question positively at all. And the way to break the ice seemed to be, as Liusi said, to take the initiative yourself. I understand. See, I'll call and ask him out. Having figured this out, Xiao Yiro also decided not to wait. If we wait any longer, Sugu will be snatched away, especially seeing that Chu Yao pressed his shoulders today. Who knew that one day it would be a step closer? Wait for Zoe. Seeing that Xiao Yiro was actually preparing to call him at this time, Lu Sisi also hurriedly stopped her. Do what? Xiao Yiro looked at Lu Sisi with a questioning face. You said you wanted me to take the initiative. What's your hurry? Liusi was speechless. Then, you just confided in him? And what else? It's too low. You should prove your feelings in a special way on a special occasion. The kind where Sugu can't even hide. Willow Sissy said with hatred. Elaine Sia? Special occasions? Special ways? Think about it. If you confess to Sugu now, will he agree? Or, will he answer you vaguely again like before? Hold on. Think about it. What's the best kind of occasion for you to confess your love? And the kind where he can't even hide from you? Xiao Yiro was silent. Which occasion? And in a special way. Can't hide. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. I thought of Sisi. After thinking of it, Xiao Yiro grabbed Lu Sisi and her eyes glowed. It's good if you think of it. Next, go and get ready. Looking at Xiao Yiro's excited look, Lu Sisi added, with a bad smile, I suggest that you'd better prepare a wedding gown. When the time comes, you're the one who should be the prettiest one. Aha, I know. Yiro Xiao had begun to fantasize. The mind was already made up. On this side of the pond, Fastfoot has started to complete the layout of their short videos. The whole company has been working overtime for 3 whole days. Finally constructed a complete layout idea. The next step is operations. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Zhang Jitao looked at their layout and were satisfied. And there are great references to Shug's layout. They already had a large user base, so 3 days would have been enough. This time I'm going to pull down that Sugu completely, and let him know what happens when he has no one in his sight. Looking at the fast feet that were framed and ready for trial operation, Zhang Feng had a fierce light in his eyes. Zhang Jitao, who was behind him, was even more excited. Chapter 77 Template Combinations. Mr. Su, Fastfoot's short videos are starting to operate. At the Shivering Company, Lu Ning hurriedly walked in with a document. Recently, Shuya was busy with the issue of planning for Honor of Kings, so he gave another short video planner to be his assistant. It's just that this assistant, he can't get his mind around a lot of things. This time again, he walked in on fire, and even forgot to knock on the door. Sugo looked at the reasonably good-looking woman in front of her and didn't care if she knocked on the door or not. Still unhurried, he asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Su? Fastfoot has released the app for short videos officially online, much like ours, and now there's already a loss of users." Lu Ning said hurriedly. So, Shug tapped the table. This was something he had actually expected, for no other reason, whether it's Fastfoot or any other live streaming platform. Seeing that their momentum is so strong, they will definitely find a way to get a piece of the pie. This is all to be expected, and it wasn't as if Sugu hadn't thought of countermeasures for this kind of thing. Luckily, though, the curation has been given in the sweeps to get the Shakeology template, but this planning is coexistence. That is, allowing other short videos to exist and then fighting for them in the traffic dark. It's time, a long kind of nibbling process. The process is very, very slow and requires a constant squeeze to keep him alive, but that wasn't what he wanted to see for Sugu. After all, his purpose was to get back at Zhang Jitao, so the whole coexistence thing was not his original intention. Okay, you go out first. I'll think about it and give you the proposal. The soonest Sugu waved her hand. Seeing that Sugu didn't seem to have any good ideas either, Lu Ning had no choice but to exit first. How about it? Did Mr. Su come up with any good countermeasures? After Lu Ning went out, a group of people gathered around and asked in a chorus. After all, they are now well paid and the daily activity of Jitterbug has reached a very scary place. Plus Sugu was such a good boss. They didn't want to see the company's traffic being scooped up by Quickfoot. After all, the market is so big that one gone is one less, and on the Quickfoot side, it's all heavily publicized. After all, they have more veteran anchors and it's easy to poach them. No, Lu Ning shook her head. There was no one here who didn't admire Sugu. After all, to take a company that has been losing money for years and make it so big all of a sudden, it would be a lie to say that it doesn't make money. But now he couldn't even think of a way to do it. That would be a headache. Why don't we let the big anchors publicize it first too? At that point, someone suggested. But our anchors are not a little bit worse than those anchors from Quickfoot. Lu Ning shook her head. Fastfoot's underpinnings are there, and even with all the publicity, there's simply no way to compete with them. Originally, those who came to Shakeology did so in the spirit of freshness and fun, coupled with simplicity, which is why so many people got into it all at once. Now that the big anchors are calling, those guys will definitely go back and check it out. They shouldn't be back for at least a short while. Sister Ning, we've already lost tens of thousands of subscribers at this point. Worse news came. It's only been a little over an hour since it was released, and I didn't expect to lose tens of thousands of users. The longer it takes, the more damage it will do to their company. But Su Ji's side didn't have an idea yet, and they didn't dare to proceed without authorization. Let's watch it first and wait for news from Mr. Su's side. Lu Ning thought about it and then still felt that she should trust Sugu. The others had to stop when they heard her say that. In the office, Sugu swiped her cell phone and watched the fast food companies doing vigorous publicity. Nothing more than anchors to give away benefits. Go to grab red packets kind of use money to pull users. After all, fast food is also a wealthy and powerful company. He could afford to wear out for the time being. Mud, just grab a penny. Anchor, be generous. Send a big red packet. That's right, Anchor. The most gun $1. Can still play well. Swiping through the video, Sugu quickly discovered some discordant sounds, and the voice, it seemed, reminded him of something. By the way, I think I swiped to get a template for an online shopping system. Shug is learning a lot right now. Not just game templates, music, abilities, etc., but special ones like template planning for such things as online shopping and whatnot. And all these Sugu learned one by one. He seems to be able to quickly blend through the templates he learned after the video, and he realized that some of the templates he had learned had some quick lead generation operations in them. That would be the template for spelling Eve. Get huge traffic by pulling headcount. And if this method is used for short videos, no, the spelling Yuletide template is a bit too damaging and will hurt the company's reputation. What to do about it? Shug was a little stuck. This template is undoubtedly the best to use to pull in traffic quickly, but because it's too long to turn off users if you collect as many things as you need to get as much money as you need. This is not what Sugu wants to see. Nowadays, most of the earnings from Shake Shack are earned from gifts, and advertisements, and live streaming with goods. By the way, live streaming with goods. Su Ji's eyes lit up. Now they are framing the ecosystem of live bandwagons. What if you use spelling Eve to come to their live stream and buy goods? Now Yanxia country sets of treasure on the things are still expensive, although a little cheaper than the physical store, but sets of treasure. There is a drawback. That is, cannot really see the quality of the things of the problem. So for the whole number of people shopping online right now, it's just rising steadily. If you open a shopping platform exclusively, what about letting the anchors show off the items and then giving users discounts to minimize the price by using spelling Eve to pull in traffic? Possible. Absolutely feasible. Especially now that many brands in Yanxia country can only rely on TV and internet publicity. The effect will never be as good as the live broadcast. And the fact that he or she started out with publicity and asked them to give that discount would certainly attract a lot of people. When the event is cancelled after all the fast feet have been suppressed, the original price can be restored. I'm sure a lot of brands won't say no to that. Thinking of this, Sugu hurriedly called over people from the operations, marketing and advertising departments. This plan should be implemented and realized as soon as possible. Also, Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun's wedding date is coming up. It's important to get everything in place before they do. This time, he wanted to take an absolute stance and show Lu Yunyun how brilliant he was now. Thinking of this, Su Ji's eyes burst into flames. Chapter 78, Wedding Invitation. Structuring the shopping ecosystem. This is definitely a big innovation. After all, for the time being, it's still more TV shopping that's similar to live bandwagons. No one has used the live banding routine yet. Since such a set of options is given in the Jitterbug template and is practical, it's perfectly fine to give it a try. Almost everyone in the company was called over, and Sugu told them about her plan. However, the employees in the company do not have experience in this area, and the structure of the ecology is easy. But where the merchants come from is a problem. After all, many merchants are now selling items in sets of treasures, and the anchors have no experience in live banding. After listening to the words of the employees, Sugo realized that wanting to construct a complete ecology didn't seem to be a momentary solution, but implementation is definitely in order. So let's get this mission down first. Of course, a lot of people aren't too optimistic about this kind of planning is all. After all, the precedent of TV shopping is there, and that's all for a bunch of old men and women. Do young people really like to watch it? They also had a big question mark in their hearts. However, since Sugu had requested it, they couldn't afford to push back, and they all set out to do it. Fei Chao Company. Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun's wedding is just around the corner. The address was also set to take place in the most famous deep vacation manor in Chengdu. Invitations were also sent out by all parties. Even this post was posted here in Shug. In the upper class circle, there is never any such thing as a 100% grudge, only a conflict of interest. Even a wedding is a bargaining chip and point of exchange for their socializing and interests. So when Sugu got the wedding invitation, her whole body was confused. What is this? On purpose? It didn't seem right. He had changed so much now that few people could relate to the black as carbon-beaten Sugu from back then. So it's possible that Lu Yunyun doesn't even know she's in Chengdu. Was this invitation sent over by Fei Chao? Or by someone? Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar person on the invitation, Sugu inquired. It's sent over by Fei Chao Company's side, and that side also said that they hoped Mr. Su would visit, and then laugh it off or something. Lu Ning thought about it, as if that was what the opposite side meant. It's just not a full retelling. Laugh it off? Listening to Lu Ning's words, Su Ji's frown deepened. Whose enmity is being extinguished? He didn't know the meaning of that statement, and of course, he wasn't going to ask, because there was no need to. He had planned to tear his face off with Lu Yunyun, pulling up my long skirt for you and taking you to the lighthouse of love. Just as Sugu was wondering, the cell phone rang. The call was from his good buddy, Gerdine. Hey Gertrude Dust. After answering the phone, Sugu unfolded a smile. Sugu, the place where Lu Yunyun got married is set in the famous deep exclusive mountain villa in Chengdu. Gu Duans was furious, still fighting for his good buddy after all this time. I know, Sugu said softly, but the words were no longer as sad as that. You know? Gu Duan was a bit puzzled, then said, didn't she say she wouldn't send you an invitation? Sugu froze. What do you mean, won't send me an invitation? And this invitation? That's right, it's from Fei Chao. It seems that Fei Chao is interested in pulling itself together this time. Good. I was worried about not being able to enter the field, but this Wang Chao will think of a way for himself. Sugu, don't feel bad. If you can't go, don't go. It's not a big deal anyway. A few of our buddies aren't going to go, and we're going to encourage some of the girls not to go either. Gu Duan comforted. Don't. How can you not come? Sugu hurriedly said. How can you not come to see this great show at this time of year? What a shame not to come. He continued. Come over here, all of you. Just in time to have some fun in Shamdu as well. Sugu, don't be sad. We really don't go. Guchen thought that Sugu had said this on purpose because she was gambling, and only then did she make sure again. Why don't you come? All of you come over. I'll give you a reception at that time. Sugu smiled and said. Kudzu, you're in Shamu? Suddenly, Gu Duan thought of a possibility. Yes, you guys come over, I'll cover the food and accommodation expenses for the round trip, Sugu said with a smile. These good buddies didn't help themselves much in the past. Now that I have money, I'll treat them to a nice dinner too. What are you talking about? It's not like we care about the money. It's just, Guduan wanted to speak again and again, finally turned into a sigh, said, well, we'll go over in the next 2 days, but there are 10 or so classmates. You don't be silly to tell them that food and accommodation are all inclusive. Sugo, it's true that you're a good brother, and you're still thinking about saving yourself money at this time. Didn't pay in vain. Well, Gu auntie, you just stop nagging. When to come give me a call? I'll go pick you up. Sugu smiled. It's okay to go early, we'll go the day before her wedding. That's all. After a little more small talk, they finally hung up. Meanwhile, he had several more missed calls on his cell phone. 5 or 6 of them were called by Elaine Co. Probably couldn't get through. She left a message at Wilson's. Sugu, Fei Chao's side invited me to sing for their wedding, and I agreed. Just so you can blend in as a staff member. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you an outlet this time. Sissy and I bought you a nice suit. Make sure you dress up this time. Got it? By the way, what size shoes do you wear? I've made an appointment for you with the barber, so don't forget to come to the villa during the evening. There were a full 10 or so messages, all sent by Xiao Yiru. There was one important piece of news here, and that was that Fei Chao had actually asked Xiao Yiru to sing at the wedding. It's kind of interesting. The other thing is Sutton's news. Brother, I received an invitation from Fei Chao. Am I going or not? By the way brother, Li Hyuk and Wang Bo's songs are already being recorded. I've been locking myself inside for the past 2 days, saying that I'm creating. Just let me know when you want to start the counterattack. By the way, I've heard that Fei Chao has asked Wang Bo to present a new song this time, and it might be this song when the time comes. Sutton's message wasn't much, and every bit of it was straight to the point. Looking at Sutton's message, Sugu was a bit confused. This Wang Chao is bullish. It's amazing how many people have been invited to build momentum this time, and all rushed together. A bit of fun. It looks like you need to prepare yourself as well. I'm sure Ma Tang and Xiao Kong will be there this time. Now that's enough for a wedding. Chapter 79, the wedding is near. Wow, so many people this time. In the large flat, Lu Yunyun looked at the list of invitations and was very excited. This includes many well-known people in the industry, like the big star Elaine Co. Sutton, the industry's top-notch person Ma Tang, and so on. It was also because of the arrival of these people that also made Lu Yunyun's vanity pull up even more. That's why she invited so many of her college friends, familiar and unfamiliar, over this time. She is to tell others that she is now no longer in the same class as them, and that he, Lu Yunyun, is going to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Of course, marrying Yunyun. Of course I'm going to invite all these people over. Wang Chao smiled, but for Lu Yunyun he is also expedient. Anyway, the prenuptial property had been notarized, and she didn't even have a chance to take the slightest benefit from what she had. In addition, the reason why Wang Chao was looking for Lu Yunyun was of course because he liked it, and some of his father's ideas. In short, there are quite a few coincidences in there too. Well, thanks hubby. Listening to Wang Chao's words, Lu Yunyun imprinted a bite on his face, happy as a baby. Looking at the invitation lists inside one big brother's name, Lu Yunyun had already fantasized about how much attention she was getting at that time. Only when he saw the end, he saw a familiar name. Shug. I don't remember inviting him. Yes, she saw Shug's name. The name still remained familiar. After all, the man had put her through an entire college. Lu Yunyun looked at the roster again. Not her own, and she didn't make a roster of her own classmates. Probably some old boss with a heavy name. Lu Yunyun didn't think much about it. After all, in her memory, Sugu was the long, dark, construction site bricklaying bottom feeder. No business being in her wedding at all. Not to mention that this was another person invited by Wang Chao. The people he invited were not to say big names in the industry, but at least they were people of honor. Shug doesn't seem to deserve it. After closing the roster, Lu Yunyun left these things behind. The next step is to just dress up beautifully and get dressed up. The details of the wedding and whatnot. Lu Yunyun as the bride does not have any say. All of them have to listen to Wang Chao's side of the arrangement. In the past 2 days, they've started to get busy with the wedding photos and the familiarization process. After all, this is a wedding where all the bigwigs in the industry have come over, and there can't be any mistakes that will be criticized. Wang Yunshan for the wedding thing now has no time to pay attention to. Fei Chao Company this side to do free games began to create momentum. And, of course, tons of bad reviews started appearing online. Land Sword Immortal Eats Ugly. We have spent how much money? Now give me a freebie? Is it right for us old players? Look at others to engage in free. You also engage in free. Are free, but also play a hammer. I go to play the king's honor he does not smell? Selling fashion? That's nasty. We're here to fight monsters and upgrade to become sword immortals. What's the point of all this fancy stuff you're doing? Laugh it up. I'm a chivalrous man making me wear a red coat. Crazy. It looks out of place. RNM. Refund. For a while, the Landsword Fairy freebie hit the gaming charts. Likewise, the Crusade is on. Obvious thing. There would have been quite a few older players still. People play with a dream of immortality. Even if they charge money they are willing. But Fei Chao comes with a free not to mention out fashion. It's an immortal game. Immortal games are about that feeling of being fast and furious. And a warrior's childhood dream. The fashions designed by Fei Chao are simply ruinous. Have you ever seen a chivalrous man fighting monsters in a bikini? Have you ever seen a chivalrous man fighting monsters in a newfangled Killmonger? Have you ever seen a chivalrous man fighting monsters in a Chonsam? Now, the Landsword Immortal has appeared. It's become a breath of fresh air. And it's amazing that these crappy fashions cost more than real clothes. It could have been bought without it. Damn. This thing adds attributes. Some people with dreams of immortality were outright disgusted. Buy it if you don't want to wear it. Don't buy it if you don't. This attribute edition is off the charts. For a while, a large number of players began to withdraw from the game and the official crusade. Wang Yunshan seemed to have anticipated this situation and said to the planner beside him, compensate the players for the fashion. Mr. Wang, fashion is supposed to be our selling point. If everyone had fashion, would they still buy it? Listening to Wang Yunshan's words, the assistant frowned and asked, attributes are toned down. The more expensive the fashion, the higher the attributes are added just a little bit. Don't come to me and ask me about everything. Wang Yunshan looked annoyed. A game that you have to keep an eye on yourself. What is this planning and operation for? After scolding his assistant out, Wang Yunshan lit a cigarette, his brows furrowed. As someone who has been running the game for many years, he is able to anticipate what the game might be like. Just one thing he missed. He doesn't play the game himself. He thought the players wanted compensation, but what he didn't realize was that by doing this, he was ruining the players' martial arts dreams. Mr. Ma, our numbers are starting to pick up, and the old players have started to return one after another. Penguin. Shuya came to Ma Teng's office very happily and smiled. Expected, but we need to add a little more to it. So let's continue with Shug's plan. Ma Teng already had 100% trust and admiration for Su Gu, the lad, always surprising him, and he'd read the planning for this one himself. It's perfect. Once pulled over, it could really annex Fei Chao completely in the future. It's time for the guy who betrayed him to pay the price. Oh yeah, and his son is getting married. Maybe it's possible to give him a great gift too. It's also a great gift for Su Gu. A smile tugged at the corners of Martin's mouth. The honor of King's recruitment player event. Recruit their friends to play with them. Both of them can receive a limited skin. Or free. Qualify it. It's over. I'm going to drag my friend into the pit with me. Limited skins, ah, so beautiful. Better than epic skins. I have to get my friends to play with me. Meanwhile, honor of the King's invitation to players to quest together to get limited skins made it to the #1 spot on the games list. It directly suppressed the free wind of the Landsword Immortal. And this time around, Penguin worked overtime to get the skin. For women, that is, the girl's favorite look with special effects. Also, Penguin has specifically labeled one feature. Limited. That means that after this period of time, there is nothing to buy if you want to. All at once, the frantic pulling of players began. Chapter 80, the one who carries the wages of all. A short video platform is actually trying to sell goods? Does Su Gu really think he can do anything? Sets of treasure company. Ma Ing looked at the documents sent over by his assistant and threw them on the table with disdain. In his opinion, live streaming is live streaming, perhaps linked to short videos. Still trying to sell goods on live streaming? It's so whimsical. As it stands, the only thing they are selling live right now is TV shopping, and the results weren't great. Ma Ing, as the second in command of the set of treasure company, surely knows something about this, so when the assistant said that Su Gu was going to engage in live banding, he was disdainful. Ing, want to talk to Mr. Ma about this? The aide asked. My dad has been traveling abroad with my mom lately in a good way. Don't bother him, it's not worth it for this little thing. Ma Ing replied faintly. Good, I'll get busy then. If Ma Ing had said so, she naturally couldn't say anything else. After saying hello, he turned to leave. This Su Ji's appetite is really big. He even wants to share my cake. He really thinks he knows everything. After that assistant left, Ma Ing had a cold look in his eyes. Although he also carried hatred for this Su Gu, but their network selling goods of and live broadcasting didn't have many links. Couldn't even try to suppress it. I also don't know what's going on with Wang Chao and Zhang Jitao's side. How come they haven't squashed him until now? Ma Ing was a little disappointed in the two goodies. In his opinion, Su Gu was just a newcomer, and he had actually gotten the two of them into a bloody mess. It's useless. By the way, Wang Chao is getting married. We have to prepare a big gift. With that in mind, Ma Ying dialed the phone. Mr. Su, we're done with this structure. When do we start? After a week's time, Lu Ning came to report the completed progress to Sugu. Sugu didn't reply and just stared at the planner in her hand to see it. The design inside was much as he had thought it would be, which is framed okay except for the brand side which has less occupancy. Are the brands that are moving in now not trusting us? After reading it, Sugu placed the document in his hand on the table and asked. Among them, Hongsingurk, Great White Elephant, and Ta, Noble Bird, all these national brands are willing to move in. As for those of foreign companies, Lu Ning paused and didn't continue. Got it. Sugo knocked on the table. Foreign companies those don't seem to intend to work with themselves. It can't be helped. It's the general climate right now. And for what it's worth, there are always some people who think everything foreign is good. It's hard to change. There's no excuse for the national side to capitalize on all possible traffic because of the channel issue. Mr. Su, there are only a dozen or so domestic brands that have moved in, and I'm worried about. There's nothing to worry about. You go out first. Sugo waved her hand. Lu Ning also retreated. Sugo thought about it and took out her cell phone. He needed to see, now, what the quality of these things was. Although he always wore national brands, he still had to find the highlights from inside. The only way to know that you can study it better is to buy it. Thinking of this, Sugu also purchased each brand over. Ding! Wizards pay $320. Money rewards cannot be returned for non-swept payments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a file of Hung Sing Ilk's donations in recent years. Ding! Wikipay $150. Money rewards cannot be returned for non-swept payments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great White Elephant special case file for recent years. Ding! What's all this? Looking at the system's rewards, Sugu was a bit curious. What are these rewards for? But let's open it up first. When you open it, you can see the revenue of Hung Sing Ilk over the generations, and the debt and donation program at a glance. One of them quickly caught Su Ji's attention. Hung Sing Ilk lost $220 million and donated $50 million in supplies to the South River floods. What a boldness this is. He was aware of the South River flooding, and he even donated to it himself in his cell phone, just a month ago. I'm told it's still being rebuilt, but how come no one has publicized this? It's too low profile, and he's still losing money. Sugu remembered that he often bought this brand of clothes. The quality is good, not worse than foreign brands. This kind of business with commitment should never be buried. He who carries the paycheck of the many shall not let it freeze in the snow, and he who opens the way to freedom shall not let it get stuck in the thorns. Such conscientious businesses must be publicized. By the way, since he's going to be on his own live bandwagon, it's only natural to create a wave of momentum for it. Thinking of this, Suga had an idea in her heart, then looked downward. The corporate culture of the Great White Elephant also appeared before his eyes. Employing disabled people to work. 30% of the company's employees are disabled, and it refuses to bonobo? Seeing this, Suga was even more surprised. What a boldness this is. Now that's a business with a real popular spine. I don't know why, but he was even more enthusiastic after seeing the Big White Elephant business. Reject bonobos and hire the disabled. Even if Sugo had established a company now, he couldn't guarantee that he would do that. That's why he was shocked. What a drive the owner of the Great White Elephant should have to be able to do that. Then look downward. Singer Sister Red? He was a little confused when the last file appeared. How come there's a singer's file here? Have bought her stuff yourself. Singer Sister Hong Sugo is known. The person looks chubby, but sings very well. Used to sing a lot of popular songs too. It is well liked by the people in the country of Yenxia. It seemed like they were doing some kind of charity recently. Right, and Sugu hadn't specifically investigated it. Sister Hong traveled to the disaster area alone and physically donated millions. Sister Hong leading the team to push into the South River disaster area. Red Sister has no money and is forced to take advertisements. Waiting for the entry. Watching should burst into tears. It's amazing that this Sister Hong has so many touching stories. Seeing this, Sugu finally couldn't sit still. Especially when he saw Sister Hong say, when he saw the natural disaster coming, he couldn't control himself from wanting to help those people. One should help such a person in any way one can. Lu Ning notified the meeting. All operations, advertising department, sales department all present, quick. After dialing the phone, Sugu directly got up and walked towards the conference room. It's Mr. Su. Lu Ning didn't know what was happening either, but seeing Su Ji's tone so urgent, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly notified the managers of each department to go to the meeting. The crowd was also confused as to what was happening, but they vaguely felt that Sugu had something important to do. Chapter 81, Su Ji's seriousness. What happened? I don't know. Mr. Su looks anxious. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Probably another big move. The managers of the departments that were notified, one by one, were speculating about Su Ji's actions. and they didn't know what was going on. This time it was called in a hurry, with no reminders at all, and straight into a meeting, dropping everything in hand. This emergency meeting is the first of its kind so far. Looks like there should be a big move. After the various departments were seated, Suga sat on the main seat and closed his eyes. Mr. Su, it's all coming over. After everyone was seated, Lu Ning reminded from the side. Aha! Suga slowly opened her eyes and swept a glance at the managers present. At this time, the managers were also sitting upright, looking at Suga with a slightly frightened gaze. From the time Suga arrived until now, he hadn't seen him so serious. Then, Suga began to transfer some files over. Only the title, Hongsingurk, White Elephant, Red Sister. After these headlines were issued, managers were confused. What does that mean? Go to Doxa, check them out, one by one, and check out. First, Suga said softly. Hearing Su Ji's words, the crowd also began to check it out. From their expressions, Sugu also felt their shock, but they were just a little more shocked as opposed to themselves. See anything? After about 10 minutes of time, Sugu inquired. Mr. Su, these businesses are truly admirable. The manager of the operations department replied. Yeah, it's so admirable. Others responded. And then what? Sugu didn't want to listen to this horse's ass and asked expressionlessly. And then? The managers were a bit dumbfounded. What else then? Only the crowd did not dare to inquire, but continued to watch. But they couldn't seem to understand what Sugu meant. Finally a suited manager didn't hold back and asked, Mr. Su, what do you mean? Hearing this man's voice, the others also hurriedly looked over towards Sugu. They don't want any more dumb riddles. It's too torturous. Can you understand the meaning of the saying? He who carries the wages of all shall not be made to freeze and perish in the snow, and he who opens the way to liberty shall not be made to be stuck in the thorns? Sugu didn't say it directly, but stared at the crowd and asked, shall not he who carries the wages of the many be left to freeze and die in the snow? The crowd mulled over Su Ji's words and bowed their heads in deep thought. Soon after, Xiao Zhang from the operations department suddenly had a twinkle in his eye. Mr. Su always said that he would let us shake the sound to publicize their deeds? And then what? Then donate to disaster areas. That was about all he could think of. Sugu shook his head. Still not right? Chang lapsed into silence again. Isn't it a donation? But why would he say that without donating? What is the nature of our Duyo platform? Suga stood up from his seat, leaning on the conference table with both hands, and inquired. This, they actually knew it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it at this moment, and I'm also afraid of saying it wrong. So none of them picked up on it. It's really about publicity. Sugu paused, then said, these people's businesses, they have to be publicized, and they have to be publicized vigorously. Also, the live banding that we've opened up is now promoting and live banding together. Suga slowly explained. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Once there's all this publicity to stimulate the patriotic desires of the nation, they'll definitely be willing to pay for it. Mr. Su is wise. This way of selling goods is too wise. Sugu always surprises us. Shug is so awesome. Hearing Su Ji's words, the others began to pat their asses again. Enough. But listening to their words, Sugu became enraged. The crowd was directly dumbfounded by this rebuke. Being nice. Why are you suddenly angry? Sugu looked at the crowd with a look of disappointment. They still don't see where they are going. Live banding, donations, informing Red about her deeds. This is not even being done to sell goods. Rather, they deserve the right to be publicized. It is still true, he who carries the wages of the many, let him not freeze to death in the snow. Since he has the ability to publicize and provide them with a platform, he will do what he can to give them the most help. To help them, and also to help the distressed people of the Yanxia country who had been struck by the disaster, and not for themselves. This publicity is not to make money. Let all the big anchors all publicize the past, not willing to publicize the direct termination of the contract. In addition, the sales department want to find a way to find the contact information of the Red Sister, to discuss the matter of donations. Okay, Mr. Su. The manager of the sales department hurriedly stood up and replied. By the way, donations we Douyin first give $20 million. This money I pay myself. In addition, ask Sister Hong if she is interested in opening the live broadcast of donations. We Douyin can work overtime to do it, without charging any of the costs. Understood. Go to. With that said, the manager of the sales department began to send down contacts. The rest of the operations department naturally can't stay idle. Operations department. Any recent videos about these companies and Sister Hong rushing to the disaster area? Increase the traffic input. Okay, Mr. Su. Xiao Zhang of the operations department was also hot at this time. It's not about money, it's about national honor. This is the kind of good deed that deserves to be publicized and celebrated. In addition, What other stars are similar to Sister Hong recently can also be used to publicize. We Douyin also do the first person to eat crabs. We can't let the entertainment occupy the short videos of our Yanxia country, Sugu said seriously throughout that. So, hearing Su Ji's words, Xiao Zhang, who had not yet gone out to the operations department, raised his hand somewhat timidly. What's wrong? Sugu frowned. Some of the stars have already thrown in hot publicity, and we might have to pay liquidated damages if we don't. Sugu frowned. It's true that there are a lot of 18th tier starlets who will throw money at the anchors to get them publicized in order to fight their own popularity. All this publicity has been paid for. As short videos continue to grow in popularity, it can now be more than just an 18-line starlet. It's the top tier of big stars who throw money at publicity, and they Douyin are actually vaguely driven by these now. Postpone it, tell them that if they don't want to, they can return the liquidated damages. And in addition, once the stars who have cancelled their contracts, in the future, Douyin will see one in block 1. No exceptions. Mr. Su, that's not good, is it? That's killing their Douyin's future. These celebrities are the source of their doujinshi traffic. Do you still want me to teach you how to do it? Hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Sugu glanced at him. Understood. I'll go. Now. Xiao Zhang were dare to say anything else, hurriedly went to leave the conference room. Chapter 82 Wild Consumption. What? Hong Sing-yerk actually lost $220 million and still donated 5,000 Ws of supplies? Douyin has been going crazy for the past 2 days, publicizing this. This brand is pretty good. I'm going to support a wave. Now DoSound is in sellout mode, and DoSound itself has introduced incentives. Pull an immediate reduction. Discount. It's cheap. No, I'm going to go on a wild spending spree. Wild spending. That's a must. +1+1+1. For a while, the duop was all about promoting videos about Hong Sing-elk. Of course, it's not just Hunsingers, the Great White Elephant, and the Aristocrat Sparrow are all being publicized. But in comparison, Hong Sing-yerk was more important to netizens, while a large number of netizens began to flock to Douyin Hong Sing-yerk's live broadcasting room. Anchor don't introduce. What models hurry up on? Sorry about that, it's out of stock. So you won't be on the duvet? Yes, hurry up and get last year's duvets on the shelves. That's what I'm buying. Then the anchor was confused. Buying a down jacket in the middle of the summer? These netizens are crazy, aren't they? But no one cares about that, and the anchors are rushing to apply. With consent, the duvets are officially on the shelves. Then, another clean sweep. Orders are lined up until the end of the year. Brothers, it's everyone's fault that Hong Sing-elk's sewing machine didn't go up in smoke when he stepped on it. It doesn't ship until the end of the year, but I'm just going to buy it. Upstairs brother is right. I don't care. Anyway, I bought it. Really no goods. You send the empty packet is fine. I don't pick. Anchor? It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. It's crazy. The internet is crazy. A large number of netizens frantically flocked into the Douyin live broadcasting room. From the initial millions, one soared to as many as hundreds of millions. And it's amazing that the fans of the brand, Hong Sing-yerk, have risen from 100,000 or so before, right up to a few million, the horror of which is smacking. Then, the Fighting Sound platform announced again. This time, Douyin will give all the discounts to the general public, and all the extra profits will be donated to the disaster areas, and it goes directly to Sister Red's charitable foundation. And this donation, supervised by the general public, every item you sell is a contribution to the disaster area. Please supervise together with the general public. As soon as the news broke, the netizens once again exploded. Is that a shoe I bought? That's me contributing to the disaster area. No more. I'll go back to my order. No, not this year. Then there should always be next year. I'm going to tell my friends to hurry up and come to Douyin and buy something. Yuck. Donate. I'm going to. The netizens are pulling their heads out of their asses again. After all, for every friend you pull in, there are gold coins, vouchers, and other discounts and reductions. A pair of shoes that was supposed to be $300, pulling in a dozen or so people, was only $100? An outrageous deal. And it's all paid for by DoSound. Mr. Su, the netizens are going crazy. Our servers can't carry it anymore. In the Douyin building, Lu Ning hurriedly ran over and said to Sugu, but there was excitement in his eyes. Sugu also didn't expect the effect to be so good, but he's a new company, and he's not quite ready to be able to carry so many netizens into it at the same time. At one point, the fight sound began to lag. Later, I'll give Mr. Ma a call to ask about the situation. It was better for Ma Teng to know more about this kind of technical stuff, and he didn't have much experience with it himself at the moment. Hey Mr. Ma, Sugu, you have a big hand. Admire, admire, admire. As soon as he came up, Ma Teng started kissing Su Ji's ass. For Su Ji's kind of vigor, He thought to himself that he might not even be able to do it himself. This one may seem like a donation, but for these bigots who only weigh the pros and cons, Shug, this is a brilliant piece of marketing. Though he's definitely losing money at this point. But this wave of diversion has established Soo Ji-ee's Doeen's position in the entire short video. The live broadcast that Fast Foot had worked so hard on. He didn't expect to let Soo-gu fight it out in such a short period of time. As long as Soo-gu didn't fool around next, his position was definitely secure. Fast feet can only be reduced to graft. Don't make fun of me, Mr. Ma. I'd like to ask you, what should I do now that my server can't carry it? Can't carry it? How many people do you have there? There are almost 300 million people online. Hiss. Even Ma Tang couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after hearing the number Soo-gu burst out. It's horrible. 300 million people online. What a horror. It's okay. It turns out that this subsidiary is connected to the headquarters. I'll open the access for you directly. Ma Tang naturally gave his full support. Not to mention the fact that there's still a share here. At this point Ma Tang was beyond confirming his vision that he had voted for the right person. Harm. If I have a daughter should be so good. How can not be cheap Shao Kong that old man? Hanging up the phone, Martin was overcome with emotion. Soon, the technical departments on both sides of the fence hitched up, and the Duyo's bearings began to expand. The numbers are still growing. It's much slower, but the volume has been enviable. The publicity this time around can't just be about Hong Xing-erk's earnings, but the other anchors' numbers are skyrocketing as well, and everyone seems to smell something different. Turns out live streaming really does sell. Soon enough, enterprising anchors started contacting some of the brands privately. Those brands that were not in the program saw that Doeen had such horrible traffic. At that moment, he also rushed to send people to negotiate business. The other thing is the major celebrities. And with Doeen getting so much traffic right now, it's the perfect time to show them off. And so on? It's fine. Then wait. Just give the traffic. That's why those stars aren't even afraid to wait. They're just afraid that Doeen won't give them the volume. Over here, Soo-gu also received a call from Sister Hong. Comrade Soo-gu, thank you for your donation to the Red Sister Charity Foundation. With this donation, we believe that the disaster in Manhwa will definitely pass quickly. Sister Hong said nothing. For the people in the disaster area to do a little bit of help, is not every Yanxia people should do it. Yes, it's a pity that many celebrities nowadays don't have Mr. Su's sense of commitment and responsibility. Sister Hong was a little emotional over there. Sister Hong, what I want to say is that sometimes one person's power is limited, and I hope that when Sister Hong saves the disaster area, she also publicizes herself more. Are you asking me to publicize your doujinshi for you? The tone of the other party's voice suddenly became a little worse. Of course not. The reason why Doeen publicizes so much is really because she cares about the disaster area. I always think that those who hold the paychecks for the people should not be made to freeze to death in the wind and snow. But Sister Hong, how many people can you save with your own efforts? Hearing Soo Ji-ee's words, Sister Hong fell silent. Chapter 83, Conspiracy? I'll think about it. Sister Hong ultimately didn't give Soo-gu a positive answer. Maybe she's thinking of herself as a bad businessman driving traffic to her app, but I don't blame her for thinking that. After all, it was in itself an element of diversion for herself. Soo-gu wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was only when she actually fell into place that she would see it. It was better to give her a little bit of buffer time now, and he believed that by then, Sister Hong would definitely slowly believe him. Shug. At this time, Xiao Yiwen and Lu Sisi knocked on the door and walked in. You're here. After seeing the two, Soo-gu smiled. Soo-gu, you're really big this time. Soo Ji-ee's matter, naturally, was also known by Xiao Yi-ro. Learning that what Soo-gu did this time was all for the sake of the suburbs, they were also worshipping Soo-gu even more. Just making a small contribution, Soo-gu smiled. It's not a sheepish effort. A lot of people are bragging about Dunyan right now. Ryushi snickered. Complimentary or not is nothing. This to me this time is really want to help. After all, a party in trouble, as a business, should come up with their own bear. Hearing Soo Ji-ee's words, Xiao Yiru was stunned. From the tenderness of meeting Soo-gu in the beginning, to now, she had seen Soo-gu transform. It's really amazing how much he's changed now. It's becoming more and more like a real entrepreneur. This is really surprising. By the way, I heard that Wang Bo is releasing a new single. Lu Sisi didn't care about Xiao Yiru's disorientation and said to Soo-gu, Wang Bo? Soo-gu wasn't very familiar with the singer. It seemed like he didn't have anything to show for it. But what does he have to do with himself if he comes out with a song? The song this time is written by Lee Hyuk. It's called Sea and Sky it seems, and it's rumored to be building up a strong momentum. Mentioning Lee Hyuk, Lu Sisi was now gnashing her teeth even more. At the most difficult time for Xiao Yiru, he left himself. And even more detestable was that he was the culprit for harming Xiao Yiru. That's what made Liusi hate his guts when he mentioned this person. Haiku? Hearing Lu Sisi's words, the corner of Soo Ji-ee's mouth lifted. Isn't this the song he wrote for Sutton? It looks like it's paying off. And I wonder what's going on with Sutton now. Looks like a good show is about to begin. Hyatt. Sutton also looked conspiratorial about the build-up. And this time, Wang Bo didn't give him a song to listen to. The whole company is keeping it a secret. But just by the title of the song, Sutton knew. Because the title of his song, as he wrote it, is called Sea to Sky. What I just didn't expect was that this Lee Hyuk wouldn't even change his name. Sutton. Why did the company build up Wang Bo's momentum this time? You're on fire right now. Why don't they give you the song? When Winona learned of this, she came into Sutton's creation room a little angry, whining, I can't be the only one to be honored. I have to give other singers a chance. Sutton already had a plan in his mind, so naturally he didn't take it to heart. Still, he let out a feint. This song title is so familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. You know this song? Winona asked hurriedly. Sutton shook his head. The title of the song is kind of familiar, but I forget where I heard it. Why don't we all go to Wang Bo's recording studio and see what's going on? Winona suggested. Yeah, Sutton didn't refuse either. He would like to see if Wang Bo sang his song or not, and how much it was changed. It's good to know what's going on. Thinking of this, Sutton put down the work at hand and followed her towards the recording room. Hyatt's recording studio is no better than Shao Entertainment's. Inside, both the equipment and the decor are very luxurious. Come to the door of the recording room. Instead, the two were stopped. Sister Winner, Mr. Sutton, Mr. Lee Hyuk said that no one can go in during Wang Bo's song recording. The two had just arrived at the door when they were stopped by the staff. What did you say? Winona was more or less confused when she was stopped. She was the hottest female singer in Hanwha, but she didn't even have permission to enter the recording room of a second-tier male singer. When did Lee Hyuk have so much power? The president also said that this place is now managed by Mr. Lee Hyuk. He didn't spit on it and we don't dare to let you in. Sister Winner, don't give me a hard time. That staff member was also apologetic, but Lee Hyuk had said that no one else could go in except the president, especially Sutton and Winona. This one he specifically explained. Fine, we're not going in. You get Lee Hyuk over here and I'll see why we can't go in. Winona didn't give him a hard time, but all the same, he couldn't swallow it. The staffer was a little embarrassed, but seeing Winona's unforgiving demeanor, he couldn't refuse. At that moment, he said, then Sister Winner, Mr. Sutton, you wait here, I'll go get Mr. Lee Hyuk. Saying that, he actually shut the two of them out directly, and it's unlocked by the way. Looking at the security guard's movements, it was obvious that he was afraid of them sneaking in. This Lee Hyuk is floating. Winona puffed out her cheeks in anger. It's fine. This time the company is creating a momentum for Wang Bo. The song definitely can't be leaked. It's understandable. Sutton was not amused. Just stood there like that waiting in silence. Lee, Sister Winona and Sutton are here. After that staff member came to Lee Hyuk's office, he said to Wang Bo who was chatting with him. Oh, hearing the staff's words, the corner of Lee Hyuk's mouth lifted. It was as if they were just waiting for the two of them. Rico, why don't you let Winona in? Seeing Lee Hyuk with an inexplicable smile, Wang Bo was a bit puzzled. Winona is completely believable. She's an old man in the company and wouldn't have leaked her song at all. But Lee Hyuk sealed everyone out, and he didn't know why. Just because Winona won't, doesn't mean Sutton won't. Lee Hyuk sneered. You said Sutton was. Listening to Lee Hyuk's words, Wang Bo thought that Sutton was an undercover agent sent over by Shao Entertainment. It was just that he was a little unsure. That's what makes you want to say something. Not sure, but it's a safe bet that you can't let Sutton know about it after it's released if you want to fully finish the song. Lee Hyuk didn't explain further and smiled faintly. Wang Bo? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Wang Bo didn't know, but he still trusted Lee Hyuk now. After all, what about such a great song for yourself? Well, let's go out together and check it out. We can't keep Winona waiting too long. After sipping another mouthful of tea, Lee Hyuk then stood up and walked towards the outside. Wang Bo followed suit. Chapter 84 Zheng Feng's Anger. Lee Hyuk, what do you mean? Seeing Lee Hyuk and Wang Bo come out, Winona was instantly enraged and chided towards him. Winna, where did you start with that? Lee Hyuk saw that Winona was with Sutton again, and likewise suppressed a fire, thinking about why she came to Hyatt in the first place. Would she not understand? Now instead ask yourself what you mean. She's a lot of fun. Where do I start? Am I not allowed in any of the company's recording studios? Winona said angrily. No one said you can't enter. Lee Hyuk pretended to be confused, then added, but this time, it's about Wang Bo's hotness. We can't leak the song. Winna, you have to understand me. You think I'd give it away? Hearing Lee Hyuk's words, Winner became even angrier. How dare he think he might be the mole? What to think? That's not true. Just because you won't doesn't mean that others won't. Lee, he said, and glanced at Sutton, then said, this is the decision of the above. In addition to the first time this song was released, it is ready to be in Wang Chao's wedding. You said this song will be performed at Wang Chao's wedding? Listening to Lee Hyuk's words, Sutton asked with a frown. Of course, Fei Chao signed a contract with us for the game's theme song. $50 million per album, 2 in total, so of course we have to give one. Lee Hyuk smiled. Fei Chao dared to put out so much money, but also to build momentum for his game. Of course, the price paid is extremely expensive. These were not Lee Hyuk's concerns. What he cared about now was that the theme song for this game had to be written by himself, and now he needed an opportunity. This opportunity is very important to him. You're really hitting the nail on the head. Winona could see what Lee Hyuk was thinking. It was just that what she didn't expect was for Lee Hyuk to be so shameless. There's more than one Lee Hyuk who is a lyricist and composer at Hyatt. There are others. If all of them are written by him in the future, other lyricists and composers, it's hard to have a say in Hyatt. It's kind of a suppression. It's just survival of the fittest. And you want me to write better songs in the future. Lee Hyuk didn't give a damn. He was just going to show her something now anyway. Everyone will have to go to him for songwriting from now on. The same goes for Winona. And then she won't come begging for it? Go Sutton. Winona just couldn't listen anymore and pulled Sutton away. Oh, Sutton no longer has to listen to whatever Wang Bo is singing, and it really isn't necessary. To him, if Wang Bo really sang at Wang Chao's wedding, it seemed to be even more favorable to him. Gotta tell brother about this good thing. Sister nah, I have to hurry up and create too, so you can go back first. Back in his creative studio, Sutton gave Winona her eviction order. Even if Winner had a belly full of anger right now and wanted to vent it out with Sutton, Sutton wasn't in any mood to listen to her whining right now. Right, in the next 2 days you hurry up and write the song out. Make sure you don't let Lee Hyuk have his way. Winona thought Sutton was devastated. So what about trying to rise to the occasion? And very understandably getting up and leaving. After saying goodbye to Winona, Sutton unlocked the door. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Su Ji's number. Fast foot. Inc. Zheng Feng's face was blue at this moment. Documents were scattered all over the table, and he smoked a cigarette, his face grim. Zhang Jitao on the side stood there with his head lowered, not daring to say anything. He had never seen his old man so intimidating, and it's all because of Su Gu. Mr. Zhang, our stock has dropped another 5. Get out. Oh, the assistant had only just walked in, and before he could even finish his sentence, he was chided out by Zhang Feng. That assistant looked at Zhang Jitao who stood there with his head down and trembling, like he understood something. Hurry out towards the outside. In fact, without her reporting, Zhang Feng knew what had happened. Stocks plummeted. Anchor jumped ship. Video blogger moves into Duji. It was as if all of this was working against their fast feet, and it was his own son who started it all by idly looking for trouble from others. How could this not make him hate his guts? But after all, he was his own son, so he could not kill him. Dad. The atmosphere was dull and somewhat depressing. Zhang Jitao was really a bit unable to stand. If he didn't say anything, he was really afraid that his old man would give himself a beating. And you have the nerve to call me dad? Hearing Zhang Jitao's voice, Zhang Feng angrily said, Dad, this Su Gu is bullying people too much. We can't just let him go. Zhang Jitao timidly said, Spare him? Zhang Feng was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Zhang Jitao, who's letting who off the hook now. Anyway, if they were to be suppressed by Duin like that again, it was only a matter of time before they went bankrupt at Fastfoot. Stocks are down and the main broadcast is gone. Short videos aren't even posted by many people anymore. If it weren't for the fact that some of the anchors are under contract, I'm afraid they'd all run out. That dad. Let's also promote Hongsingelk. I'm sure Hongsingelk won't turn it down. Zhang Jitao said. Propaganda? Publicize what? Selling goods live? Zhang Feng asked with an ironized face. Yes. We also sell goods live. We also follow, Zhang Jitao hurriedly said. But seeing Zhang Feng's ironic face, he hurriedly lowered his head again, not daring to speak. Sell what? People's orders are all lined up for next year, and now that the duvets are sold out, what are we going to sell him? Sell you? Zhang Feng slammed the cigarette in his hand fiercely at Zhang Jitao. This no good guy. Eating and drinking young models is good, but when it comes to the company, you can't even follow people's old ways. People sell goods live and you sell goods live. Now people are out of stock and you have to sell them live. Do they still have a reputation for fast feet? If we follow it any further, we'll just be doing word of mouth for Duyo. Get out. Get out. Zhang Feng, who had smashed Zhang Jitao, looked like a dying old man at this time, slumped straight into his chair. He was truly powerless to fight Su Gu anymore. Sometimes, one has to admit that one is really old. The mind can't keep up with the current pace. Zhang Jitao, who walked out, was depressed. He felt that since Su Gu could use it, they could definitely use it too. How it doesn't work. Really, Wang Chao has been busy with the wedding lately. Forget it. Find Ma Ying and come out for a drink. Depressed, Zhang Jitao wanted to find a place to vent. Thinking about it, it seems like the only place to look is over at the horse camp. That's what led to a call to the horse camp. Hello, the number you have dialed is not answered. Please dial again later. What's going on? Why isn't anyone answering the phone at the horse camp? Dialed the number and there was no response from anyone. This made Zhang Jitao feel very strange. I've got something on my side. I can't get out. Just as Zhang Jitao was puzzled, a message came from the horse camp side. Chapter 85, the sky is about to change. Why Shug again? It's true that the horse camp can't get out. His father, Ma Feng, didn't even finish his vacation before he rushed back in a hurry. How could he take a vacation in peace when something so big was happening in the country? It's just such a big deal. Why didn't his own son tell him about it? The assistant didn't greet himself either, so he rushed back at the first opportunity. But after rushing back, he realized that his merchants were now starting to join the Douyin platform. What's going on here is this: how could he, an online shopper, be robbed of his business by a live streaming platform? The sky is about to change. At this time, Ma Ying was also very depressed. How could he not expect that Sugo would still be able to pull such a stunt on him? The point is that people are still successful. At this point, Ma Ying finally realized that something was wrong, and only then appreciated that you told your own father about it. And on the Duyo side, it's already pretty hot right now, so to speak. Merchants began to move in and out. There is a big trend that they are going to open an online shopping platform as well. Now the flow of Douyin is so huge. As one of the country's largest enterprises, if even this business opportunity cannot smell words, then really don't do it. Do what you do to do it. Say, what the hell is going on? When Ma Feng came back, he called his son over at the first opportunity. Although his current stock remains solid, but Ma Feng knows that as long as the Douyin side once opened the online shopping platform, and then combined with their live broadcast with goods, it's only a matter of time before they want to eat them in the future. Dad, I didn't take it seriously at first because I thought they live bandwagon was similar to online shopping. So, Ma Ying said with his head down. Confused, Ma Feng said angrily, can he be the same as those internet shoppers? You can't smell this danger? The horse camp was silent. That said, he hadn't really been able to sniff out the business opportunity, and he didn't look good at first. You're still too young, sighed Ma Feng, but there's a chance to remedy the situation now. Go on, make an appointment with Do Sounds. I want to meet with their chairman. It's too late to temporarily launch a live streaming platform, and with Douyin, they wouldn't have anyone come over to watch it even if they had a live stream. After all, you don't have that advantage yourself, and one's greatest strength is online shopping. It would be possible if the two families were to join forces. Oh, Ma Ying didn't dare to retort, and you can only listen and do as you are told. Of course, he still didn't have any good feelings towards Sugo as a person, and he felt that Sugo had robbed his Xiaoyiro. Camp Ma, what's going on over there? After coming out, Ma Ying gave Zhang Jitao a call back. Zhang Jitao asked suspiciously, my dad asked me to ask Sugo to meet him. Ma Ying replied breathlessly, Zhang Jitao? When did the horse battalion fall on its sword and ask for a date with Sugo? Live banding has abducted so many of our merchants from our sets of treasures, and there's nothing we can do about it. Ma Ying sighed. What? His hand has reached your side? Zhang Jitao was surprised. More than reaching out to my side. If we, said Subo, are not dealing with it, I'm afraid the market will be encroached upon. Ma Ying sounded very uninspired. Then, let's not talk to you first. I may not be able to get out recently. Let's talk again at Wang Chao's wedding. That's it. Hanging up. Before Zhang Jitao could finish, Ma Ying hung up the phone. He wasn't in the mood for anything anymore. I'll go find Wang Chao to check it out. Doesn't he want to find out about Sugo? I wonder how the search is going. Thinking of this, Zhang Jitao drove towards Wang Chao's place. Hubby, this wedding dress of mine looks so good. In the Chengdu International Wedding Shop, Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun were picking out the dresses for their wedding, but Wang Chao didn't seem to be in the mood at all. Lu Yunyun spoke to him, but he didn't even have time to talk to him. Penguin went too far this time. Looking at the daily increasing traffic inside the king, Wang Chao had jealousy and anger in his eyes. They, the land swordsmen, have made great amends this time around, but it still hasn't retained the hearts of the players. The Game King's honor is now being played in the streets. Even the young couple who come over here to choose their wedding dresses play a game or two when they are bored. This made Wang Chao depressed. Their company also analyzed the king's model. The game is simple, fast and fragmented, and there's a segment promotion mechanism. Fragmentation is for bored people to pass the time, and segment advancement is for those who are seeking higher segments. This game encompasses almost everyone's pastime, and the land sword immortals need to upgrade and fight monsters and such, mainly based on upgrades, and they don't care how skilled you are in this game. Good equipment is the hard way, so you can only pull in players who have the money and time to play. This has led to a lot of players not wanting to waste a lot of time on the game. King, on the other hand, you can ask 3 or 2 friends to play with you, play a handful of games before you eat. It seems to be pretty good and doesn't last long. Honey, I'll give you an assist. Hubby is awesome. Wow, hubby, you got 5 kills. The boy's vanity was greatly satisfied by listening to the compliments of the girls around him. Even if he didn't put a dime in this game, with enough technology, that can already be adored. That's the king's charm. It is other upgrades to fight monsters and build equipment cannot be compared. Wang Chao now somewhat understood why the king's game was so hot. They, the land sword fairy, have really lost this time. Honey, which one looks good to you? Seeing that Wang Chao had not been responding to himself, Lu Yunyun was very unhappy and walked over to inquire. Which one looks good? You won't see for yourself. The already annoyed Wang Chao chortled towards Lu Yunyun. What's wrong with you? Why are you mad at me for no reason? Lu Yunyun was aggrieved. He was fine when he arrived, and then he changed his face. Go and see for yourself. Buy whichever you like straight away. Don't come and ask me, Wang Chao said impatiently. Oh, Lu Yunyun didn't dare to disturb him and just went to pick it out herself. Thump. At this time, Wang Chao's cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jitao calling. Jitao, is something wrong? I'm shopping for a wedding dress with Ru. What? He's got his hands all over online shopping? Then why don't you wait for me at the hotel? And I'll make a trip over there in a little while, and we'll talk in detail. That's it then. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chao's face was grave. Shug again. They seem to be on a collision course with this Shug guy. Take your pick. I've got something to get over there. Standing up, Wang Chao spoke towards Lu Yunyun and directly left the place. Chapter 86, Classmates Attending Weddings. This guy is bullying people too much. Wang Chao met with Ma Ying, but was furious. He had been preparing for the wedding for the past 2 days and hadn't put too much thought into some of Su Ji's affairs. But now I didn't expect all 3 of them to be spared. Looks like it's ready to screw them. Have you checked this Su Gu? Wang Chao asked. Checked, but all I know is that his name is Shug. Grew up in an orphanage, graduated from high school, and I wondered how he could have so many ideas. Zhang Jitao replied in a depressed manner. Didn't even finish high school? Wang Chao was also a bit surprised. Class transitions don't happen overnight, and it's incredibly difficult for someone who didn't even make it out of high school to make a name for themselves. But Suga not only mixed it up, but also mixed it up surprisingly well. That's odd. Who knows? I'm wondering. And it's annoying that everything he is seems to be bidding on us. Zhang Jitao viciously smoked a cigarette and said, forget it, you'd better wait until after the wedding. We'll think about how to properly compete with this Su Gu afterwards. Seeing Wang Chao's silence, Zhang Jitao patted his shoulder, grabbed a beer from the table and drank it. Getting married. This is a marriage I really don't want to get married. Wang Chao leaned back on the sofa, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly. Wang Chao, don't be a jerk now. Seeing that Wang Chao even said such words at this juncture, Zhang Jitao hurriedly persuaded. I know, it's fine. It's time to go out and have fun later. It's not like I have her on my mind. Then why are you still with her? Hey, don't mention it. Wang Chao doesn't seem to want to talk about it anymore. Zhang Jitao also fell into silence. The time came to November 12th, and there were still 3 days to go before Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun's wedding. Gu Duan and the others also hurried over. After getting off the airplane, Gu Chuan wanted to dial Su Ji's phone number, but then he noticed an Alpha Million business car driving by. The one who came down was no one else but Lu Yunyun, who was carrying a bejeweled body. It was so hard to be able to show off in front of her classmates, so how could she let go of such a good opportunity? Wow! Yunyun, you're so beautiful now. After seeing Lu Yunyun, those of her classmates gathered around, dressed in gold and silver, with donkey brand bags in his hands. He looks like a thug. Guchen looked at Lu Yunyun with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph, if it wasn't for Su Gu working for you to earn money, you wouldn't even have the money to go to college. Shame on you. Everyone get in the car. I'll take you to the hotel. Lu Yunyun was praised to the skies and her vanity was greatly satisfied. It's even more of a moment to show off your financial power. Wow. Yunyun, is this your family's car? It's so luxurious. Those women saw the luxury business car that Lu Yunyun drove over, followed by Ferrari's sports car. A face of envy. It's a normal scooter. It's nothing. Although Lu Yunyun looked careless, her eyes were about to see the sky. The hypocrisy is so close to being written on his face. $1 million car is still called a mobility scooter. Yunyun's husband is really something. Her husband is the young master of Fei Chow Company. It's normal to have this kind of car. Also, Ru is awesome. The crowd was again in full force, then began to walk towards the cars one by one under Lu Yunyun's satisfied smile. Kudzu, why don't you get in the car? After everyone got on the bus, when they saw Gu Duan still standing there, someone urged them. You guys go up first, I'll wait for the others. Gu Duan replied indifferently. Gu Duan still has an acquaintance in Chengdu? Who is it? I still know quite a few people in Shamdu. Lu Yun smiled. It was just that she could know anyone, but it was just Wang Chao's connections. Who you don't know yet? Go Duan said disdainfully. I know that too? Lu Yun was a bit puzzled. It's Shug La Ru. At that moment, the others reminded. Su Gu? He came to Deep Capital too? Lu Yun was surprised. He didn't invite him himself. Thinking of that dark bricklayer, the current Lu Yun was scoffing at him. I don't know. Su Gu only contacted Go Duan. The others shook their heads. But everyone knows Su Gu is just a construction site bricklayer, so there was nothing to look forward to. And wouldn't it be a shame if he really attended Lu Yun's wedding? Never mind him, let's go ahead. Driver, drive. Lu Yun didn't take it to heart either. In her eyes, he couldn't even get into the hotel he had booked alone, not to mention the rest. Then the flattery of her friends made her put the bad things behind her. After seeing Lu Yun and the crowd leave, Guchen dialed Su Ji's phone. Hey Shug, I'm at the airport. When are you coming over? Since he had come over, he had to get together with Su Gu anyways. You're here, wait a while, I'll pick you up. Shug replied after a pause. There are a few people, so I can change my car. They left with Lu Yun, and now it's just me. Lu Yun? Su Gu froze, then said, okay, I'll go over there now. Just wait for me there. Hanging up the phone, Su Gu walked out of the office. Hey Shug, are you going out? At this time, Xiao Yiwen and Lu Sisi happened to come over. Yeah, picking up a friend over. Su Gu smiled. Friends? After coming for so long, Xiao Yiro still didn't know Su Ji's friends. Yes, a hairdresser. He came to Shindu. Su Gu replied while wearing a suit. Your hairdresser is here, so let's have dinner together tonight. I'll book the restaurant. Once I heard that it was Su Ji's hairdresser, then it must be a friend who plays well together. Xiao Yiro is also very knowledgeable in ordering restaurants for him. Good, then why don't you guys go wait for me at the hotel while I go pick up the guys? It was just a bump in the road, and everything was arranged by someone. Zoe, what kind of hotel are you going to book? After Su Gu left, Lu Sisi asked with a smile. Of course it's the best hotel in Shindu. It's not easy to come to his friends. I'll meet them too. Let his friend palm his eyes and see if Su Ji's girlfriend is pretty. See, you're dying. The two jostled and ran towards the outside. Directly say where. I will take a car is not enough. Also used to pick up. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Gu Duan said in a depressed manner. In his opinion, Su Gu shouldn't be able to buy a car yet. Definitely went for a rental car. Of course, he didn't want to break Su Ji's bank, and there were no outsiders, and there was no need. Boom. At that moment, the roar of a car came over. Asterisk 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 big bull hey. Looking at that big bull, Gu Duan directly came up with a standard term. Then he got more. Chapter 87, Kudzu was confused. Shug, you robbed a bank? The moment Su Gu walked out, Gu Duan was confused. He really couldn't figure out how a Su Gu, who was moving bricks at a construction site, could afford to drive such a trenchant car. The only thing I can think of is, you robbed a bank? Shug, get in the car first. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Su Gu laughed bitterly. Can't he wish for his own good? Robbing a bank. What a thought. Honestly, Shug, what were you doing in Shamdu? Driving such a nice car? Sitting in the car, Gu Chen was like Lu entering the Grand View Garden, curious about this and that. I'll talk to you at the hotel. Su Gu smiled. It can't be explained in a moment now. Su Gu, the hotel is booked. At the Shindu International Hotel. Okay, I'll take my friend there now. Listening to the female voice coming from his hand, Gu Chuan was inexplicably somewhat familiar, as if he had heard this voice somewhere. And you have a girlfriend? Gu Duan said with a bad smile. What girlfriend? Just a friend. Su Gu laughed. Friends? I get it. Shug, soon. The two arrived at the Shindu International Hotel. Su Gu gave the key to the waiter boy at the door and led Gu Duan towards the inside. Shug, we're eating here? Looking at the luxurious international hotel, Gu Duan had some stage fright. After all, he hadn't been to a hotel this nice. You're here, so of course you should find a better hotel. Su Gu smiled. But, well, don't but. When you come to Shindu, of course you have to eat something good. Su Gu put an arm around his shoulders and smiled. Okay. At this moment, Gu Chen became even more curious about Su Gu. What's he doing? Why is he so trenchant all of a sudden? Is bricklaying really that lucrative? With curiosity, the two were led towards the inside by a beautiful waitress. Soon the two came to a box. Inside two girls were waiting there. Big star Elaine Seo, and Willow Sissy, who just released a song and hit it big. When he saw the two girls, Gu Duan was confused. Why are these two big stars here? Did they go to the wrong room? That's your hairy boy, isn't it? Hello, I'm Elaine Sia. I'm Willow Sissy. After seeing Gu Duan, Xiaoi Ro and Lu Cc came over to greet Gu Duan. It's still true. First time I've seen a living star. Gu Dust, What are you flabbergasted about? Seeing Guchen so formal, Sugu smiled. Oh, hi guys, I'm Kudzu. Kudzu was a little nervous. After all, he hadn't had such a fantastic experience. Come, sit inside. The two men greeted Guduan and sat down. And after sitting down, Guchen's heart was like a million horses at this time. It wasn't the wrong room. These two big stars knew Sugu as well. So what on earth had Sugu done in Shamdu to ask out two big stars? At this moment, his gaze towards Sugu was tinged with doubt. What are you looking at me for? Sugu was a bit speechless by Guduan's stare and asked with a smile. Shug, honestly, what were you doing in Shamu? Guduan leaned close to Sugu and asked in a low voice. Didn't do much. Just started a small company, replied Sugu. Started a small company? What kind of a small company brings in two singers? Doujinshi is Suji's. Seeing Guchen's formal appearance, Xiao Yiru replied with a smile. Fighting sound. Kudzu was confused. Douyin is gaining momentum right now, and is said to have reached a market capitalization of over $1 billion. You call this a small company? Well, Gurdon, we'll just tell you. Not teasing him, Sugu told him about his creation of the company. Among other things, he is the chief planner of Martin Game Design, and the exclusive lyricist and composer title of Xiao Entertainment's Xiao Yiru. Hearing Su Ji's words, Guchen could no longer express it with shock. He was straight up stupid. 2 months ago, he was not still moving bricks at the construction site. This is the encounter with the gods. Maybe, the system was his god. If it wasn't for the system, perhaps he wouldn't have reached such heights. So you wrote Meat and Greenlight? He actually wrote Follow Your Dreams as well. Kudzu? Hiss. Crazy. The top 3 songs that dominated all the music charts were all from Sugu alone. Was he abducted by aliens? That's not right. Isn't Chasing Dreams Red Heart a song written by Lee Hyuk? Guduan still didn't believe this fact. You'll find out later. Let's not talk about that for now. It's a rare sighting. Let's not get drunk today. Sugu smiled. Xiao Yiru also hurriedly asked the hotel to serve the food. It's been a long time. The two of them also chatted a lot. And at the same time, Guchen also learned about Su Ji's desire to take revenge on Lu Yunyun. Of course, he was beyond supportive. Especially when he saw Lu Yunyun's face today. He felt that Su Ji's revenge on her was such a right thing to do. After a while of chatting, slowly, Kudzu let go. He realized that the original unattainable big stars, Xiao Yiro and Lu Cc, were not as far away as that. Instead, it's approachable. This meal went on for hours. Sugu and Guduan were both drunk, unable to do anything about it. Guduan was directly placed in a hotel. Sugu, on the other hand, was taken back by Xiao Yiru. Sugu, do you like Xiao Yiro? On the road, Xiao Yiru watched Su Ji's sports car, speeding down the road in Shindu. Listened to the muttering from Su Ji's mouth. She suddenly had the heart to ask Sugu something genuine. After all, she knew that Sugu would have endless things to say whenever she drank too much, and she understands the whole drunkenness thing. That's why I thought of testing him. Like, Sugu muttered under her breath, but her eyes were tightly closed. Then why don't you confess to her? Hearing Sugu say this, Xiao Yiru's heart warmed. Turns out he's always liked himself too. But all the same, he was puzzled by the fact that he had made it obvious at times. Why is he always talking left and right and never responding positively to himself? Scared. People are big stars. I'm just a bottom, who didn't even finish high school. Really scared. Really scared. Sugu muttered under his breath. Tears began to streak across his face again without a fight. Look at Su Ji's sad face. Xiao Yiru parked the car on the side of the road. He wiped the tears from his face with a very distressed hand, and her hand was clutched tightly by Sugu. Xiao Yiru blushed. Then quite boldly, he kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, his face was even redder to his ears. It was the first time she had ever kissed anyone. I'm not going to let you lose again. For sure. Gently leaning on Su Ji's shoulder, Xiao Yiru murmured under her breath. Chapter 88, Dower Money. It's all set up. Looking at the grand wedding scene, Lu Yunyun was very happy. Especially the awe of my classmates. How can this wedding setup cost more than $100,000? Over 100,000? Your 100,000 plus is huge. This wedding starts at least $1 million. $1 million? That much? Rue, is it really that much? Those of her classmates were shocked as they looked at the gorgeous wedding decorations. It's only a couple million. Lu Yunyun herself of course does not know, but such a grand wedding. It's definitely not $1 million that can be squared away by asking Elaine Xiao to sing and Sutton Wang Bo to win na. And it's all the big boys of business that are coming. A couple million. That's really not saying much. Millions? There was another gasp from the crowd. Listening to her classmates, Lu Yunyun's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he invited these students just to show off. How many shares are you guys paying this time? Such a big row. They are a little bit weak. Lu Yunyun walked in front, they also behind the timid whispers up. 1,000? Can 1,000 be taken? but I don't have that kind of money. I'm still squeezing out $1,000. The most I can get out is $2,000. Since you're here for the wedding, you definitely have to pay your share. But people spend millions on weddings. Taking a couple thousand is probably not enough to pay for a meal. For a while, a few people made difficult decisions. What are you talking about? Seeing that a few people didn't follow, Lu Yunyun asked strangely. No, it's nothing. The total person is a little weak. I should have found an excuse not to come. This is awkward. You guys. Lu Yunyun looked at the somewhat embarrassed faces of several people and probably figured out something. At that moment, he said, they are all sisters. It's good that the portion is that, and I'm already happy that you're here. This is the time to show your generosity. Of course, she didn't say no. After all this money is for yourself, so why not? Hey, ha. The crowd laughed awkwardly. Still have to give. That Yun. We didn't bring much this time. 1,000. Don't mind if it's too little. Finally, one of the girls clenched her teeth and said, seeing the $1,000 she was holding in her hand. Lu Yunyun frowned. $1,000 to pay off a beggar. I told you to be nice, but you're really nice? It's true that it's a little bit less, but as you know, my family doesn't have that much money. I'm still interning, and it's only about 2,000 a month. Yun, the most I can come up with is 2,000. I'm 3,000 tops. Looking at Lu Yunyun's face not looking too good, the crowd was also raising the stakes, but the value of the markup is really their limit. 2. Lu Yunyun replied with a leathery smile, turned his hand and took it. It's rare, but it's always there. Now that your classmates are here, you can't kick them back. Visit for a while. Lu Yunyun then found an excuse to go back, and they returned to the hotel. Hello, your rooms need to be renewed. When they returned to the hotel, they were just about to lie down on their beds and rest when they saw a waitress come over with a smile and ask them to renew their bill. Crowd, what's the situation? Didn't Lu Yunyun give them a room? Why do you still let them renew their subscriptions? You guys aren't mistaken. This room is opened for us by Chairman Fei Chao's daughter-in-law. A girl said. Yes, she only paid you for yesterday's room. Today's hasn't been paid yet, the waitress said with a smile. Oh, and how much does the room cost? It's $5,000 if you're looking for a day's fee. What? 5,000? The crowd was shocked. So expensive? The crowd looked at each other when they heard this amount. 5,000. Where's the money they brought enough? Just now, I even gave the money to Lu Yunyun as a share of the money. Hold on. I'll call and ask. At that moment, a girl was ready to call Lu Yunyun's phone to ask for information. They can't afford expensive rooms anymore. Lu Yunyun, my side. Oh Xiao Jing I'm busy over here. I'll get back to you guys when I'm done. That's all. Do. Before the girl named Xiao Jing could finish, Lu Yunyun's side hung up the phone. What did Ru say? Seeing Xiao Jing hang up the phone, the others hurriedly gathered around and asked. She said she was busy. Shizuku's face was tinged with embarrassment. Are you guys done? We're going to clean up the room then? The waitress still had a smile on her face, but the words were driving them away. Oh, we don't live anymore. Finally, they had to accept the fact that they had been abandoned by Lu Yunyun. Walk out of the hotel. The crowd looked at the strange city confused. Yunyun is also too snobbish. Not just a little less money, but even kicked us out. When they came out, the others began to complain. If she wasn't a snob, would she have dumped Sugu, who had raised her for years? Shizuku was also angry and said, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. What do we figure? Figure she's showing off in front of us? Okay. Everyone stop talking and think about where we're going next. Where to go? All the houses in Shindu are so expensive. I am broke. I still have a couple $100. I'm just over 500. Just enough for a plane ticket back. Me too. Eventually they realized that the money they had in hand was only enough to buy airplane tickets. Can't even afford to stay in a hotel. What should we do? Are we going to sleep on the streets? Finally, one girl couldn't hold it together and crouched on the ground, crying. Why don't we call Ru again? A fight my ass. She's already made it clear that she doesn't want to talk to us anymore. What's the point? Do you really think it's the hotel that's kicking us out? How? The hotel already knows that it's Fei Chao's daughter-in-law who opened the hotel for me. Do you think they'll think Fei Chao can't afford it? There are still girls who understand. Are you saying that Lu Yunyun ordered this? Or what? Bah! This cousin, after flattering a rich second generation, she doesn't know who she is anymore. Let's go. We won't attend the wedding. Go to the airport. Go home. Yeah, go home. With that said, everyone was ready to leave and stop attending Lu Yunyun's wedding. Right. Should we call Guduan as well and tell him? At this time, the girl named Xiao Jing asked. Speaking of which, didn't he go looking for Shug? That's when someone remembered Guduan. Speak up and ask him how he's doing. 2. Someone suggested. Aha, Shizuku nodded and dialed Geden's number. Chapter 89, wasn't he blind at the time? Living on the streets? Gu Dust was confused when he got the call. Weren't they picked up by Lu Yunyun? How did they end up on the streets? And now he's sleeping comfortably and eating a big meal in a 5-star hotel. What? Sugu arranged a 5-star hotel for you? Hearing Gu Duan's words, the others were even more confused. What a situation this is. Sugu is so powerful now? But they didn't hear Gu Chen as if he was telling a lie. After all, there was absolutely no need for him to tell a lie either. Can we come to you then? Shizuku and the others didn't want to spend the night on the streets of Shindu. Wait a moment, I'll ask Shug. Gu Dust didn't respond first. After all, the hotel was owned by Sugu, and it was not easy for him to make decisions. After hanging up the phone, Gu Duan dialed Su Ji's number. But at this moment, Sugu was sleeping heavily and didn't hear it at all. Gu Duan was momentarily stumped. Hearing Gu Duan's words, the crowd was in a difficult position. Luckily, though, Gu Dust was willing to fund them with a few $100s for a small hotel or something to start with. It's always better not to leave your classmates on the streets. Several people were also grateful for Gu Duan's financial support. Now they are lucky to have a place to stay and don't dare to ask for anything else. Early the next morning, Sugu woke up from her sleep. He found that Xiao Yiro had already made breakfast and was waiting for him to get up. Of course, the place to live was also Xiao Yiro's villa, and this room was also where he originally lived. Shug, you're awake. Seeing Sugu walk out of the room, Xiao Yiro smiled. Today she was wearing cute cartoon pajamas with a yellow floral apron, and she looked like a little girlfriend. And you can cook. Looking at the breakfast on the table, Sugu smiled. I've learned from my mom before. Taste how it tastes. Xiao Yiro smiled. Aha. Sugu nodded. Had a very happy breakfast with Elaine Xiao. Right, Sugu. The day after tomorrow is the day Lu Yunyun and Wang Chao get married. Aha. Sugu nodded. Indignation in her eyes. Is it finally here? Been waiting for this day for a long time. Even thinking about it now, his hatred for Lu Yunyun had not diminished. This woman has overdrawn his youth for a full 5 years. He needs to ask for a statement. As soon as she thought of this, Sugu was not even in the mood to eat. Are you ready to proceed how you want to proceed? Xiao Yiro looked at Su Ji's face that didn't look too good and said carelessly. We'll see. That said, Sugu didn't know how to retaliate. But he wanted to show Lu Yunyun that the Sugu of today was no longer the same Sugu. Don't think about it so much. Seeing that Sugu didn't want to say, Xiao Yiro didn't ask any further. But there was something in her own mind. But now she couldn't reveal it to Sugu in advance as all. She wanted to give Sugu a big gift at Lu Yunyun's wedding. I just don't know if Sugu will like it when the time comes. When she thought of this, Xiao Yiro's face carried a slight blush after she glanced at Sugu again. Hey, did Kudzu call me yesterday? After eating, Sugu looked at the missed calls on her cell phone and strangely returned them. Kudzu, what's wrong? Those classmates were kicked out of the hotel by Lu Yunyun? Ha, good guy. This Lu Yunyun can be really absolute. Sure, I'll set it up. Sugu cried and laughed a little after hanging up the phone. One's classmates came over for a wedding appointment and kicked the person out. This Lu Yunyun can be really desperate. What's wrong, Shug? Xiao Yiro asked somewhat strangely. It's still about Lu Yunyun. Sugu spoke Gu Duan's words to her. What? Kicking out your own classmates? How can this person be like this? As Xiao Yiro spoke, her gaze went to Sugu and then said, how did you see her in the first place? Shug, that said, wasn't he blind at the time? Otherwise how could he have been able to look at such a gold-digging woman? Thinking of this, Sugu was a bitter smile. Is this considered being looked down upon by Elaine Xiao? Now what? You set them up? Yeah, after all, they're Gu Duan's classmates. It's not good to let them sleep on the streets. If you ask me, this is Lu Yunyun's classmate. What are we arranging for her? It's redundant, and we'll also let them see the face of Lu Yunyun. Xiao Yiro was indignant instead. Speaking of which, Sugu didn't have this obligation to arrange anything for them in the first place. After all, this is Lu Yunyun's business. Looking at Xiao Yiro's expression, Sugu smiled bitterly. How she hates Lu Yunyun more than herself. Really? After that, Sugu returned a call to Gu Duan. Meaning, let's hang out that group of students for a day before we wait for tomorrow, and then we'll set them up. This is the only way to get rid of the hate. Gu Duan had no choice but to do as he was told. Then, the group literally just slept on the streets for a night. Very miserable. The next day, Sugu finally arranged for them to be in a big hotel. Sugu is really great. That Lu Yunyun is really not human. That's right, Sugu, you're really right to dump her. That kind of woman doesn't deserve your love for her at all. Sugu, when the wedding comes, if you attend, we'll help you expose her face. Add me to the list. This woman is just abominable. A few people were shoveling rice towards their mouths while fighting for Sugu. After one night, they had been starving long ago. and now Sugu had not only disregarded their previous suspicions, but also arranged for them to go to a 5-star hotel. Everyone has fallen in line. Watching the group gobble it up and say things like that, Sugu shook his head helplessly. It's true that people make friends with people, and when others give them some favors, they just sell them out. That kind of friend, he had no intention of making. It was only for Guduan's sake that he took them in for a day. Sugu, what do you do for a living? And now you're so rich? With a full stomach, the others curiously began to inquire about Suji's occupation. Just eat and drink, and you'll find out who I am later. He wasn't going to tell them who he was for a while. Wallflower characters, he didn't want to cross paths with them too much. Oh, when the crowd saw that Sugu wasn't going to tell them, they were too embarrassed to ask any further. After all, now Sugu looked not only longer and more handsome, but also more golden. Some of the girls even wanted to leave Suji's number or something, but when Xiaoyiro appeared, they just cut the idea off. Even a big star like Xiaoyiro seemed to be very close to him, so what were they worth? Moreover, Sugu had to go to Lu Yunyun's wedding tomorrow. They were ready to eat. Chapter 90 Attendance at Weddings. The marriage of Fei Chao Company's youngest son, Wang Chao, naturally caused quite a bit of concern. After all, so young and golden Wang Chao, there are many people who wonder what kind of woman he will marry. Soon, some of the media and whatnot arrived at the wedding. For one thing, Wang Chao got married. And come on, big names like Elaine Seo, Sutton, Wang Bo, Lu Cece, and so on, will all come over to congratulate them. So the media's focus is not really on Wang Chao getting married, but on these big names. After all, a big man's wedding always has a lot of traffic. Early in the morning, hosts and photographers from major media outlets were already in place. Wang Yunshan and his wife also began to entertain the bigwigs who came over. This one is more elegant. Before dawn, Xiaoyiro and Lu Cece pulled Sugu up, then started rummaging through the closet to find him clothes. But in fact, these clothes were all bought by them, symbolically helping Sugu to find them. Looking at the unfamiliar clothes on her body, Suji's entire body was like a change. Why do I feel like I'm a groom? Looking at the suit he was wearing, Sugu laughed. Are you eager to be this groom? Hearing Suji's words, Xiaoyiro asked with a somewhat less than favorable face. Ha, Lu Yunyun's groom, who has fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck, will marry her. Suji's words were tinged with resentment. That's more like it. Hearing Suji's words, Xiaoyiro's face eased a bit. You guys just find me clothes. Don't you dress up? Sugu was surprised to see the two women busy themselves, because up to now, Xiaoyiro was still wearing that nightgown. How can I dress myself when I have a professional makeup artist? Xiaoyiro laughed. Shug, well, you guys are still awesome. Thinking of this, Sugu also no longer refused, allowing them to brush their hair and hit some unknown hairspray or something. The whole thing looks very classy too. Okay, that's it. You go ahead. After dressing Sugu, Lu Cece said to Sugu, Shug, it's just dawn and you're letting yourself go first? What are you doing there so early? Crazy. But Liusi kicked him out. If he didn't want to go, it was fine to go to the car first. In any case, he just couldn't stay in the villa. Sugu was depressed and didn't know what the two had gotten up to. After driving away Sugu, Lu Cece came to Xiaoyiro's dressing room, and at this time, her professional makeup artist was already putting makeup on Xiaoyiro. Zoe, have you really decided this time? Asked Willow Sissy as she came into the dressing room. Aha. Xiaoyiro nodded without a hint of hesitation. But it could have had a definite impact on your singing career. I don't care. Well, seeing how determined Xiaoyiro was, Lu Cece no longer advised her. After all, it was hard for her to make up her mind this time. Honey, don't I look great today? In the other dressing room, after Lu Yunyun finished her makeup and put on her wedding dress, she turned around in front of Wang Chao. But Wang Chao was lack of interest. After all, the two of them can do all the things. He did not have much interest. Perfunctory, well, good looking. Honey, why aren't you happy today? Seeing Wang Chao's lack of interest, the beautifully dressed Lu Yunyun asked in a petulant manner. Why yes, you hurry up and get it, Wang Chao said with a forced smile. Well, helpless, Lu Yunyun also had to go to dress up. How are the company earnings today? In fact, Wang Chao was still having a headache right now because the Land Sword Immortal felt like it was about to last. And his father, Wang Yunshan, had said that he was prepared to be a Land Sword Immortal to Wang Chao. But now that the Land Sword Immortal is almost annexed by the King of the Penguins, he can't be happy, even if it's a wedding. Hey, the current foot traffic is barely enough to keep the company's overhead up. The aide at the side replied helplessly. What's the view in the team now? Wang Chao asked. There's no good way. The only way is to wait for the young master to get married and hurry up to develop a new game. Otherwise we really won't be able to make ends meet. The man sighed. And I've heard that Penguin seems to be buying us. No way. My dad will never let Penguin acquire it, Wang Chao said angrily. Who knows? The man also shook his head, then patted his shoulder and said, today's wedding. Don't think so much, wait for the wedding. In thinking about the company's business. Wang Chao nodded. He felt as if he had been in a bad way all the way since he had been with Lu Yunyun. Don't know what's going on either. Looking at Lu Yunyun, who was about to become his wife, Wang Chao's mind was big. Wang Chao, congratulations. At this time, Zhang Jitao and Ma Ying both came over. Upon seeing Wang Chao, the two of them congratulated him. Congratulations, what land sword fairy game is going to be cold. Wang Chao sighed. Harm, we fast feet are not now maintaining. I've been criticized hard enough by my dad, but I'll be able to see Su Gu today, so I'd like to see if this person has 3 heads and 6 arms, Ma Ying said angrily, although he had already met Su Gu, but at that time, he did not put Su Gu in his eyes. At that time, he thought that Su Gu was just a little bit better at fighting, not so much that he was capable of anything else, but now it looks like it's time to revisit this one. I wasn't even going to invite this guy over, but my dad insisted he come. Wang Chao was depressed. Uncle did this. It is right. There is no such thing as enemies and friends in a business war. It's all just benefits. Ma Ying was seeing things through. Indeed, Camp Horse is right. Zhang Jitao also echoed from the sidelines. Yeah, well, let's meet this Su Gu. Wang Chao also quickly figured it out. However, he was having a big day today and would only befriend Su Gu, not make enemies. After all, no one is likely to touch themselves on the big day. Okay, today is a big day. Be happy, let's help you meet the Su Gu first. With that, Zhang Jitao and Ma Ying walked towards the outside. After coming outside, at this time, Zhang Feng and Ma Feng both greeted him. Then they have called over their sons from their own families. What's wrong, Dad? It was a little strange for both of them to watch their father look so serious. There's something going on, and I'm going to need your cooperation for a while. So said their fathers. What's the matter? So serious? They were all puzzled and asked. This matter concerns the survival of our company. This time, I won't allow you to give me any more stubborn donkey temper. Understand? Oh, Dad, you said. The two men had never seen their father take about their life and death. The moment was also serious. Chapter 91, A Strange Apology. Su Gu, you go over there first. Xiao Rou and I will be there later. After waiting for half a day, Su Gu only waited for a phone call. Depressed, he had no choice but to go forward alone as well. When he came to Shindu Resort Manor, the wedding photos of Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun were hanging outside. Looking at that familiar and unfamiliar person, Su Ji's face was as flat as water. It's time for closure. Mr. Su, you came over. At this time, Chu Yao was already waiting at the door, and when she saw Su Gu, she hurriedly greeted her. Aha, just came over. Su Gu smiled now and walked towards the inside along with Chu Yao. A number of people had already gathered inside by now. This vacation estate is still more extravagant, with garden views, swimming pools, still many rooms with ocean views. Everything looks so nice. Only Su Ji's didn't feel the joyful atmosphere inside. Even the more he came inside, the more the resentment in his heart increased quite a bit. At this time, Gu Duan and his classmates had already come over, and when they saw Su Gu, they only nodded symbolically. The same goes for the rest of the class. Su Gu wasn't going to reveal his identity just yet. After 2 months, his change was no longer ordinary. Even if he stood in front of Lu Yunyun now, she might not be able to recognize himself at a glance, and Su Gu wanted this effect. After coming inside, the waiter handed him a drink, and Su Gu also took a cup and headed inside. At this time, Zhang Jitao and Ma Ying were both looking for something, and when they saw Su Gu, the two of them exchanged glances and walked towards him. Zhang Jitao and Ma Ying he still knew. At this moment, when she saw them coming, Su Gu couldn't help but frown. Hello Shug. The two were really here for him, except they shouldn't be considered to have crossed paths, but still, out of politeness, shook hands towards the two. Hello, Su Gu. We're sorry about last time. After shaking hands, the two unexpectedly bowed towards Su Gu and apologized. Su Gu didn't know what these two were up to. Apologizing to themselves here? What's wrong with it? What are you apologizing to me for? Su Gu feigned ignorance and coldly said, Su Gu, the last time, it was us who were bashful. I hope you'll be a good person and we'll help you this time. Zhang Jitao paused and said, help me? Su Gu became even more puzzled. What are they going to help me with? Or do they know something? Su Gu, there's no need to say anything. We'll prove our apology with practical actions. With that, the two looked at each other and left the place. Listening to Su Gu, he was head over heels in confusion. Do they have any serious illnesses? But Su Gu didn't dwell on it, and merely frowned before returning to her original form. Why hasn't little soft thoughts come over yet? If they were both here, they would have known what these two meant. He didn't really know much about the little details and stuff. Mr. Su, What did they talk to you about? At this time, Shu Yao walked over, gently sipping a mouthful of liquor, and asked strangely. Sugu didn't answer, but also just shook his head. Shug. At that moment, a familiar voice came through. Uncle Xiao, Mr. Ma. The visitors were none other than Ma Tang and Xiao Kong. Both of them were also dressed in suits today and looking radiant. It looks like a lot of fun. Su Gua, you're here quite early. Xiao Kong smiled and patted Su Ji's shoulder when he saw him. There's nothing to do, so I came early, Su Gu said with a smile. Of course, he was also a bit strange. Wasn't this Ma Tang and him mortal enemies? Why is he here too? But things in the upper class circle are mostly an exchange of benefits. There is no such thing as a long-term enemy, so they are also quickly relieved. Then a few people began to make small talk. Sugo actually even knows Ma Tang and Xiao Kong. You said that Xiao Kong, the chairman of Xiao Entertainment, and Martin from Penguin? Sugo has skyrocketed, and now he's no longer a wage earner carrying bricks at a construction site. I don't know what luck has gone. Seeing Sugo and Ma Tang Xiao Kong talking to each other, those few classmates had stars in their eyes and a look of adoration. No one had been hitting on them since they came in. For one thing, it's a matter of dress, and for another, this is a place full of dignitaries. Everyone was actually quite familiar with each other, and they were reluctant to take care of such comparative strangers who didn't even have their own business cards. Call it a wedding, but rather a chance for the bigwigs to get to know each other. Soon, quite a few people gathered on Su Ji's side. Bosses from all walks of life have heard of Sugu. Within a month, it has put its own short videos on the map and even suppressed the old short video platforms from breathing. I don't think there's anyone who wouldn't want to get acquainted with such a big shot. So now Sugu was surrounded by bigwigs from all walks of life, all exchanging business cards with each other. As for the business card, Chu Yao had already made it for Sugu. She helped receive other people's business cards while handing out Su Ji's business card. It's kind of a way to build up your network. Sugu also did not resist. In the future, if you want to mix in this kind of upper-class circle, you can't do it by fighting alone. It is said that it is easy to fight and hard to defend. All here pretty early. At that moment, a voice came through. Come on over from Hyatt, Li He, Wang Bo, Winner, Sutton, etc. And the man at the head, Su Gu, didn't recognize him either. Just after seeing Sutton, the two looked at each other and nodded. You're here, go get ready. It's going to start in a few minutes. Seeing the singer's arrival, the welcoming manager over here, hurriedly walked towards them. The three of them, Wang Bo, Sutton and Winona, also hurriedly followed them towards the back, because in a while they're going to sing for Wang Chao's wedding. Looking at their departing backs, a hint of sharpness flashed in Su Ji's eyes, especially when he saw Li Hyuk. Like him, there was Xiao Kong. He had no intention of letting go of the man who had almost harmed his daughter. However, Sugu said that he had a way to send him to jail, which is why Xiao Kong has been holding back and not looking for someone to get him. Just get in the cell and everything will be fine. Near 10 o'clock at noon, Xiao Yiro and Lu Cici still did not see anyone appear. All the media from all sides are already in place. The wedding will start soon. The waiters, too, began to come over and invite people to the plaza at the back of the vacation lodge. There the open-air seats for participation in the ceremony had been set up. After the various bigwigs were seated a while later, the wedding could begin. Following the crowd towards the square behind them, a seat appeared in the square. In the innermost part of the square was a large platform that protruded out and was lavishly decorated. In particular, Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun's wedding photos were especially prominent on the huge LED screen. After being seated, the host began to take the stage. The wedding is about to begin. Chapter 92, Retaliation begins. Ladies and gentlemen, the presenter takes his place on stage and begins a big wave of speeches and emotional mobilization. Some eagle-eyed people could tell at a glance that the host was actually the big hit Ice Ice host. Her voice was still as light as ever, sounding like a spring breeze. After a series of speeches, it was definitely time to dedicate a song. The dedication, of course, turned out to be Bo Wang. This time, in order to celebrate the wedding of my good brothers Wang Chao, I bring a new song that hasn't been released yet. High wake on sky for you all. Wang Bo smiled towards everyone. Hearing Wang Bo's words, the media pushed their cameras. Then Wang Bo began to sing. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cool heart, catching up in the wind and rain. Lit. Can't distinguish the shadow from the fog. Idiom, fig. Can't distinguish between the two. The sky and the sea are wide. You and I can change who isn't changing. The melody of sea to sky carries a unique charm of its own, but singing it out of Wang Bo's mouth made Su Gu feel a bit insulted by the song, as his voice was rather sharp and didn't have that kind of thickness at all. That's why it's a bit of a misnomer to sing it. Listening to the song, Su Gu sneered in her heart. Sure enough, Li Hyuk gave the song to this guy named Wang Bo. After the song was finished, then Wang Bo said to the crowd, this song is to celebrate Wang Chao's wedding. And secondly, it's the official release of the song today, after Wang Bo sang. Hyatt's side also hit the major platforms, especially since the song itself had been building momentum for a long time, and with the live media coverage, the song quickly saw a large number of downloads. I have a question. After waiting for about a minute, Su-go raised her hand and stood up. Hello, Mr. Su, may I ask what your question is? Wang Bo and Su-go were not familiar with each other and said somewhat strangely. I'd like to ask who originated the lyrics and the score for this song? Su-go asked. Of course I am. At that moment, Lee Hyuk walked up proudly. After all, when Wang Bo sang the song just now, everyone was immersed in it, and by the numbers displayed on the phone, the song has now reached over 50,000 downloads, and that's just for a few minutes. For what it's worth, they've got tens of thousands to hand, and that figure, for now, is still soaring. Is that so? But if I remember correctly, the original song, it was me. Su-go sneered. What's the situation? Hearing Su-ge's words, the crowd clamored. How come this song is Suge's again? What are you babbling about? I obviously wrote this song. How could it be your song? Lee Hyuk said angrily. I can testify. At this time, Shao Kahn also stood up. With Shao Kahn as a heavyweight, the credibility can be said to be greatly increased. But credibility alone won't do it. They need evidence. Lee Hyuk was a bit anxious before he said, what makes you guys say this is his song? Evidence, yes? Saying that, Shao Kahn asked his assistant to take out an album CD out. Then said, I registered this song about half a month ago, and if I remember correctly, it was about 5 days ago that you guys built this song. Lee Hyuk looked at the album in his hand, very much with a cloudy face. This song was prepared by Su-go to give to Sutton. At that time it was to be able to make him come to our Shao Entertainment, but at that time he refused. Am I right, Sutton? Saying that, Shao Kahn looked towards Sutton on the stage again. The crowd also looked towards Sutton. Yes, Sutton stepped forward and nodded. What? With Sutton's certainty, the crowd was shocked. Doesn't that mean that the song was stolen from Lee Hyuk? In the country of Yenxia, infringement of other people's copyright, the amount of money reaches a certain amount, is to be sentenced to imprisonment. The highest was even as long as 20 years. At that time, after Sutton refused, we registered the song, and that's when the registration slip. Lee Hyuk. Now that the song has been released, now, Shao Kahn looked at his phone and then showed it. It has now reached 300,000 downloads, which means that you have now infringed on our Shao Entertainment's amount of 300,000. Shao Kahn looked at him coldly. This, Lee Hyuk panicked, because he knew that's what he stole from Sutton. But I didn't realize that Shao Kahn had already registered to apply for copyright. Rico, what's going on? At this time, Wang Bo also panicked, because he sang the song, he himself is also jointly and severally liable. Sutton, you shady old man. At this point, Lee Hyuk figured out why. All of this was a collusion between Shao Kahn, Su-go and Sutton in collusion. I threw that song in the trash. I don't know how you got it. Sutton said coldly. Indeed. He just counts as picking it up from the trash. After all, it was his own greed that had gotten him into trouble. His heart went cold as he looked at the numbers that kept jumping on his cell phone. That's not a statistic. That's a prison sentence. Today is Wang Chao's big day. I don't want to move. Turn yourself in. If nothing else, the police are already waiting for you outside. Shao Kahn sneered. This, well, so it's all in your calculations. Lee Hyuk was ashen at this point. I'm guessing by the time he walks outside, he'll have at least 1 million downloads. 20 years? I don't think I'll be able to run. What's going on? Shao Kahn, must you come to tear down my Wang family on such a good day? How could things over here not alarm the proprietor here? At this time, when Wang Yunshan saw this happening, he hurried out in the hope that he could dissolve their feud. Mr. Wang, this is just between us. It won't affect Wang Chao's nephew's wedding. Don't worry. Shao Kahn smiled, then walked towards Lee Hyuk. You think I don't know about you using feng shui to harm my daughter? Go to jail and reflect. What? Listening to Shao Kahng's words, Lee Hyuk's eyes widened. Turns out, he already knew. It was all, after all, still a calculation. Lee Hyuk lost, and this time, the defeat was a mess. How could he win against the behemoth that was Shao Entertainment? Highway Entertainment's official document is released. Our company has urgently called off the song "See White Sky," and for the plagiarism of the lyrics and composers as well as the singer Wang Bo, we, Highway, have given a mandatory termination of the contract. Hyatt's side acted very quickly as well, and the first time he drew a line with Lee Hee and Wang Bo. The netizens were dumbfounded when this topic came up. It's only been out for less than an hour and it's already allegedly plagiarized? Then, Lee Hyuk and Wang Bo arrived at the door, and at this time, the police from Yenxia country were already waiting outside, as if these were meant for them. Looking at the world of lights and flowers, they also put on the cold handcuffs. Chapter 93 Newcomer Debuts. Elaine Shu sings. The unexpected hiccup made Wang Yunshan a little annoyed, but the wedding has to go on. Backstage, Wang Chao was also frowning after learning about these things. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Entertainment would turn on Li He and Wang Bo at this time. Don't think about it so much. Let's get the wedding going first. After coming backstage, Wang Yunshan said to Wang Chao with a gloomy face. Aha! Wang Chao nodded. Lu Yunyun looked at both of them annoyed and didn't dare to ask why. After all, her position in this family was largely negligible. Next, two of our newcomers make their debut. Once again, Ice mobilized the atmosphere. Soon, amidst the applause of the crowd, the two newcomers slowly walked towards the stage. They walked down the aisle while being blessed by the couple. It had to be said that Lu Yunyun was beautifully dressed today. It was also true that if she wasn't good looking, maybe Wang Chao couldn't look at her. Looking at Lu Yunyun and Wang Chao, Su Ji's eyes were ruthless. This woman, the harm she had once done to him, today, she must get it back with interest. The wedding is on. The host, Ice, starts a big string of speeches, and then all sorts of interactions. It made everyone laugh and everything seemed so harmonious. This time, I heard that all of Yunyun's classmates have also come over. Now, let the classmates come and talk to all of us. The interactive session naturally included some observations about classmates, like going on stage and singing for your classmates or something like that. Looking at those classmates, Lu Yunyun had a joyful look on her face. After all, she knew that these classmates were sure to flatter her, and it was natural to hold her in high regard. Which of the following students will go first? Ice has her eye on Jing, who's not bad looking. I'd like to invite the lady to come up to the stage and say a few words. Ice looked over at Shizuku. At this point, Xiao Jing looked a bit overwhelmed. She hadn't experienced such an occasion yet. Get up there and say it, quick. Seeing Ice look over, the others drummed towards her. It was just that Xiao Jing's gaze went to Su Gu. Ice was a little strange. What is he looking at Su Gu for at this time? This lady, why are you looking at Mr. Su? Does it mean that he is also Yunyun's classmate? Ice joked. Yes, he was also a classmate of Ru's, and a very good one at that. After Su Ji's relief in the past 2 days, they also knew that Su Gu was a big figure, not smaller than Wang Chao. And if it hadn't been for Su Gu in the past 2 days, they might have actually been on the streets. And the one who started it all was Lu Yunyun. At this time, Xiao Jing also completely lost her favor with Lu Yunyun, and this time Su Gu came over to participate. Her intentions were already very obvious. Mr. Su Gu, so you and Lu Yunyun are still classmates? Ice's eyes lit up. This character who had become famous in a short period of time in Chengdu did not expect to be Lu Yunyun's classmate. It was quite an accident. Looking at Su Gu, Lu Yunyun also looked towards Su Gu. Going closer, she realized with a jolt that the man was so familiar. Could it be that this Su Gu is her ex-boyfriend Su Gu? Lu Yunyun was shocked, because Su Ji's change was simply too great, so great that she could hardly recognize it. That's right, I'm her classmate. Yunyun, long time no see. Su Gu looked at Lu Yunyun on the stage with a leathery smile and said, Shug. Lu Yunyun froze, with incredible fear on her face. Why he came over? He didn't invite him himself. No, he's the chairman of Duin. Lu Yunyun panicked. How she did not expect that he thought that renamed Su Gu, but really is the ex-boyfriend for their college. But isn't he a bricklayer at the construction site? Yunyun, you and Su Gu are still classmates? Hearing Lu Yunyun's words, Wang Chao's eyes lit up. If that was true, it might be possible to make friends in the future. At that moment, he said, Mr. Su, since you and Yunyun are classmates, why don't you tell us about Yunyun? Wang Chao wore a smile. He felt that he might be able to break through Su Gu from Lu Yunyun's side. When the time comes, the ice will be cleared and a better network may be established. Don't. Hearing Wang Chao say this, Lu Yunyun suddenly stopped. Looking at Lu Yunyun's reaction, which was somewhat abnormal, Wang Chao frowned. What's the situation? Why is she acting like this? Between them, is there something going on? Why not? With a smile on her face, Su Gu paused and said, Is it because you're afraid I'll say something bad? Su Gu, if you're here to bless me today, do it properly. If not, please get out. Lu Yunyun chided. Ha 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 ha. Su Gu laughed out loud and then said, I was invited here by Fei Chao Company, not by you. Lu Yunyun, are you sure you want to let me out? Su Ji's face became cold. If Fei Chao let him out today, his revenge would spread directly towards Fei Chao. What the hell happened to you two? At this time, where could Wang Chao not see that something was wrong with the two of them? There was a frosty look on his face. Wang Chao, nothing happened between the two of us. He just came to make trouble. Lu Yunyun was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained. But where would Wang Chao believe it at this time? Wang Chao, don't dwell on this matter. Let's get the wedding going first. At this time, Wang Yunshan chided. If this is the only way to be seen as a joke again, then he, Won Yunshan, will really be disgraced. Even if Lu Yunyun had something with Su-gu, when the wedding was over, they would settle it themselves, and the divorce would have nothing to do with him at that time. And now the big man is full. He, Won Yunshan, could not afford to lose this person. Saying that, Won Yunshan hurriedly made a wink towards Bingbing. Bingbing would understand and hurriedly changed the topic. What about that? Students catching up. Let's wait for the wedding to be over. Then we'll talk again. And now, we have our MS, Elaine Xiao on stage to sing. It was just that although Bingbing said so, the crowd's suspicion grew stronger and stronger. After all, everyone has an eating heart, even if you switch to these upper-class people. So instead, people weren't looking forward to Xiao Yuro's wedding. Even the media was now shooting towards Su-gu. They were eager to see what was going on. And some of the media even went so far as to quietly walk over to try to interview Su-gu. I'm sorry, it's not the right time to talk about it. Su-gu refused. Of course, the revenge didn't end there. The wedding wasn't over. He hadn't really started now. Finally made the decision. I don't care what people say, as long as you're just as sure. I will. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. I know that everything is not easy. My mind kept warming up to convincing myself. The most afraid of you suddenly say to give up. At this time, Xiao Yuro's gentle song sounded, only to see her holding flowers in her hand, wearing a wedding dress slowly walking from the backstage towards the direction of the stage. Chapter 94, Xiao Yuro proposes to Su-gu. That's a good song. Is it a new song by Elaine Xiao? What's the song called? I don't know. But today Xiao Yuro even wore a wedding dress too. So beautiful. Why is Xiao Yuro also wearing a wedding dress today? The bride's wind all over. True. It kind of steals people's thunder. It can't be helped. Elaine Xiao is just too pretty. Xiao Yuro slowly walked up from the backstage. A white wedding dress, coupled with her long aesthetic appearance, at once will Lu Yunyun's wind all cover. And at this moment, Su-gu frowned. The song that this Xiao Yuro is singing seems to be Courage that she wrote for him. It's a song she's never posted. She just doesn't know why she's singing it today. It's okay to sing out, but I can't believe you're wearing a wedding dress. Su-gu was a bit confused. Equally confused were Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun, especially Lu Yunyun. When she saw Xiao Yuro at this time, her face carried a somewhat angry redness. Why is she singing on stage in a wedding dress at this time of year? It's my wedding day. But after all, Xiao Yuro was the granddaughter of Xiao Entertainment, and she didn't dare to say anything. If my strong willfulness, it could accidentally hurt you. Can you just give me a gentle reminder? Though my heart is too eager, I'm more afraid of missing you. Singing here, Xiao Yuro walked towards Su-gu. Lu Cece also ran out from the crowd, then came next to Su-gu and shoved an object to him. See, what is this? Su-gu was confused. A red box. What's going on here? The others also saw Xiao Yuro walk over, and they all made way, especially Xiao Kong. With a smile on his face, he actually took the initiative to start clearing the room. It confused everyone. The camera began to shoot over towards Xiao Yuro in Su Ji's position. Daikin, absolutely great melon. This melon, it's a mega flow. Look at this. Is it a marriage proposal? Soon. Some people seemed to see the point, but they still carried the anticipation with them. Superstar singer who proposed in reverse. TSK. It could definitely be a sensation. Shug, you wrote this song Courage for me, and now, I want to sing it to you. Xiao Yuro came to a distance of about 5 meters away from Su-gu. Eyes fixed on Su-gu, he said softly, but because she was wearing a microphone, even though her voice was small, it could still be heard by the whole room. I only saw Xiao Yuro continue. I thought about it for a long time, and I hesitated for a long time. I didn't realize that I really needed courage until I sang this Courage. So, today, I finally got up the courage to ask you to marry me. Saying that, Xiao Yuro held flowers in her hands and came to Su Ji's front, kneeling down on one knee. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar at these words. Xiao Yuro actually proposed to Su-gu, but doesn't she realize that once a big star announces her significant other, she gets scorned by her fans? She's cutting her future short. In the future, Xiao Yuro's song career is going to suffer a setback by the looks of it. But following Su-gu, it seems like she should not care anymore. After all, Su-gu is now the chairman of the Douyin group. The crowd was both surprised and understanding of this marriage proposal from Xiao Yuro, but they also had the same admiration for Xiao Yuro for being able to come up with such great courage. It's amazing how you can drop everything for the love of your life. The one who was the most confused at this time was Su-gu. How dare she propose to herself on this occasion? Crazy. No wonder it's been so secretive today. What's to be done? No matter what, Su-gu was extremely grateful for the help that Xiao Yuro had been providing. He was equally fond of Elaine Xiao. It's just because of his own identity, plus Lu Yunyun's previous harm to himself. That's why he always keeps himself protected. But I didn't expect that Xiao Yiro would make such a great sacrifice. Now he wasn't sure if Xiao Yiro was doing this to help herself get back at Lu Yunyun, or if she really liked herself. Shug, what are you fuming about? Seeing Sugu froze, Lu Sisi hurried over and pushed him. Rings, rings. Sugu then responded. It turned out that this little red box contained the ring that Liusi had given herself. It seems that everything was plotted, and one is kept in the dark. Phew. Sugu exhaled fiercely. At this point in time, one has been sort of herded into a corner. But let's just hope it's not all a dream. Sugu, will you accept me? Seeing Suji's hesitation, Xiao Yiro's face was aggravated. She was really afraid that Sugu would refuse. After all, it was so hard for her to make such a big decision. I do. Sugu opened the ring in her hand. 2 platinum rings lay silently inside. He gently took out the lady's one and put it on Xiao Yiro. Xiao Yiro excitedly wrapped her arms around him. Little Su, this ring was bought for you by my daughter. You're being a bit unorthodox. Xiao Kong joked from the sidelines. Uncle Xiao, I happen to be prepared. Sugu had previously swept the code to obtain a crystal tears necklace. That jade is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He had been carrying it with him, and had intended to take it out and drop it on this occasion. After all, hundreds of millions of dollars of jade, fall, should make Lu Yunyun regret for a long time. But you don't have to fall now. Then he took the necklace out of his pocket. Surprisingly, it's the crystal tear? Soon, some sharp-eyed people spotted the necklace in Singer Su. This necklace these upper-class people should be more familiar with. After all, this is the world's only one to a variety of top gems wrapped in crystal love. The auction alone is said to have reached hundreds of millions of dollars. I just heard that it was bought by a mysterious person and I haven't heard anything about it for many years. I didn't expect it to be in Su Ji's hands. Xiao Yiro was also a little surprised when she saw the crystal tear in Su Singer's hand. How did he get this one? I was going to propose to you when this was over, but I didn't realize. Suga naturally spoke of panic, but the lie of the present occasion was the sweetest of all. Shug, hundreds of millions of necklaces. Even Xiao Yiro was moved to tears. Here, let me bring you. Suga laughed softly and opened the necklace, putting it on towards Xiao Yiro's jade neck. Wait a minute. At that moment, Lu Yunyun suddenly called them off. Hearing Lu Yunyun's voice, the crowd looked towards her. Sugu, Xiao Yiro, you guys are enough. This is my wedding. My wedding. What are you doing? Lu Yunyun finally couldn't hold it in. Another marriage proposal from Elaine Seo and a necklace of hundreds of millions of dollars. This necklace had disappeared for a while, and at that time, she should still be Su Ji's girlfriend. That means the necklace was supposed to be hers. Shug, lie to yourself. Lu Yunyun had already reddened her eyes at this point. Chapter 95, 1000 points, happy 520. Sorry Lu Yunyun. I borrowed your wedding to express my love to my favorite person. You won't mind, right? He. Xiao Yiro wrapped her arms around Sugu, looked at the angry Lu Yunyun, and said somewhat mischievously, Wang Chao, Lu Yunyun, crowd, this Xiao Yiro could even be so naughty, but it's their wedding. If you do this, they won't be able to stand it, okay? Sugu, even if I dumped you, you don't have to do this to me. At this time, Lu Yunyun already didn't want to take care of Xiao Yiro. The spear was pointed at Sugu. Didn't you mess up my wedding? Then I'll reveal all your shortcomings. I'm the one who dumped you. She, Elaine Xiao, is fond of what's left of me. What? So Sugu is the ex-boyfriend who was dumped by Lu Yunyun? I can't believe there are melons this big. Does this mean that what Xiao Yiro likes is not what is left of Lu Yunyun? Let's see how he responds. The others looked forward to it as soon as they heard it. Actually, I have you to thank for that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have run into Sugu. Xiao Yiro didn't have the embarrassment of eating other people's leftovers at all. Instead, she had a proud face and looked at Sugu, and her eyes were also full of tenderness. Then he said, a person who paid for your schooling for 5 years was dumped by you. It's really hard for me to imagine how miserable Sugu would have been if she had really been with you. You're bloodthirsty. I've been paying my husband's way for the past 5 years. Hearing Xiao Yiro's words, Lu Yunyun hurriedly retorted, because once she says it like that, it's sure to go against her. Still trying to weasel your way out of this? Saying that, Xiao Yiro took out her cell phone from Su Ji's pocket. Then he said, this cell phone Sugu has never been replaced, and I actually know why. Xiao Yiro paused, then faced the media camera and continued, because inside this, there are records of Su Ji's receipts and payments over the past 5 years. Do you need to see them? I can testify that all of Lu Yunyun's expenses for the past 5 years were earned by Sugu moving bricks on construction sites. At that moment, Guduan stood up. He knew very well about Sugu. Xiao Yiro could propose to him for Guduan. His buddy had finally made a name for himself. And now that Lu Yunyun even wanted to denigrate it, he just couldn't bear it anymore. We can also testify. Seeing Guduan stand up, The other female students directly fell back. It's clear that there's more or less resentment mixed in with this reversal. Driven to the streets by Lu Yunyun, there was no need for them to keep any feelings with Lu Yunyun at this time. All have come forward now. Lu Yunyun has been in a relationship with Wang Chao all these years while spending Su Ji's money. I'm her roommate. I know it very well. Shizuku gathered her courage and said, Jing, you. Lu Yunyun panicked. She didn't expect her classmates to come forward and identify them at this juncture as well. At this moment, she was like a suspect who was accused of 1,000 things. Provided her with 5 years of schooling, even if she's not thankful, she even dumped her, hanging on to her while giving Wang Chao a hat. Really scum. I didn't expect Lu Yunyun to be so scummy. Is this something people do? That's it. How did Wang Chao see this woman? Simply unworthy of a human being. Hearing these students testify, the crowd came to their senses. It turns out that this dumping has always been for the sake of Lu Yunyun's scummy women. Shug is just the victim. At this time, where did they have any intention of mocking Sugu? Completely and utterly, all the spearheads were directed towards Lu Yunyun. For a moment, Lu Yunyun became a target. Ru, is it true what they say? At this time, Wang Chao's face was icy cold. Looking at Lu Yunyun, his eyes seemed to have fire. Honey, let me explain. Seeing Wang Chao with such an angry look on his face, Lu Yunyun pulled Wang Chao and wanted to defend herself. Snap. However, Wang Chao directly slapped his face. Lu Yunyun, I didn't expect you to be such a woman. Wang Chao drank towards her. I won't marry a woman like you. You don't deserve it. At this time, Lu Yunyun's face still clearly left Wang Chao's palm print. Blood was also coming out of her nose. I have a boyfriend, don't you know? Seeing how desperate Wang Chao was, Lu Yunyun's face also became cold. Didn't you know I had a boyfriend when you started chasing me? Didn't I tell you? Lu Yunyun angrily shouted. You know that I have a boyfriend. Aren't you chasing me too? You're talking nonsense. I told you to break up at that time, Wang Chao said angrily. Let's break up. Lu Yunyun's tears were tinged with tears, but she smiled and said, you let me break up but didn't give me any money. What am I going to go to school for? You know I have a boyfriend. Why do you still want to provoke me? You unreasonable woman. Wang Chao was furious at being exposed and gave her another slap. Angrily, he said, if I didn't see you as pretty, would I mess with you? Looked at me and saw how pretty I was, then made me break up with my shug. And then you charmed me and ed me? Lu Yunyun also tore off her face at this time. Would you want me if I wasn't pregnant? What the hell? So there's another part of them? This Wang Chao turned out to be no good. Prying people's girlfriends aside, he also mesmerized people. You think this Lu Yunyun is a good bird? She's also looking at her status as a rich second generation. What a perfect match. At this time, Wang Chao and Lu Yunyun had completely become the object of ridicule for everyone. And outside, the netizens completely blew up. Sister Lu Ning, is it really going to be broadcast all over the internet? In the Douyin company, looking at the short videos that began to continuously come out on the internet, the people in the operations department all rushed over to inquire. At this time, Lu Ning couldn't decide. After all, it was about Su Gu, and she didn't know if this would affect Su Gu in any way. But when she saw what happened with Lu Yunyun and Wang Chao, she raged. Shug is a good boss for them. I didn't realize he had been so humiliated. It would be hard to rest her heart if she didn't let the netizens help crusade against these two assholes. Increase the traffic investment. In addition to the fact that Wang Chao is Fei Chao's company, this time to let Fei Chao's players know that the game they play. What kind of a nasty person made it? Understood. Increase traffic input. For a while, the entire platform was broadcasting about how Wang Chao pried people's girlfriends. There's also the aggravation that Shug received. The amount of promotional traffic for Douyin is huge. At the same time, surprisingly, even Fastfood has begun to ramp up its publicity. This is something that none of the Douyin side expected. Mud. No wonder the game is so pitiful. People are no good, not playing. The old man will have to be laughed at for the rest of his life for playing this game. Gone. For a while, a large number of players began to abandon Land Sword Immortal. Chapter 96, Deception and Impulse. What? Tons of players abandoning the pit? What's going on? Wan Yunshan was confused when he received the call. What's going on here? Why are players abandoning the game in large numbers today? Could it be? Stop filming. Stop filming. Wan Yunshan panicked. They've only just gotten their players stabilized with their Land Sword Immortal, and their stock is definitely going to take a big hit if they abandon the game in large numbers at this point. The new game isn't even made yet. If it collapses at this time, then won't Martin and the others? At this moment, when Wang Yunshan looked at Ma Tang again, he realized that Ma Tang was actually looking at him with a playful smile. This, conspiracies, all of them, don't even shoot. Wang Yunshan roared toward the media. But these are the most recognizable media in the country of Yanxia, and they are all invited here today. How can you not be allowed to shoot? Naturally, the media won't let go of such a great opportunity. After all, no one dislikes traffic. At this point those media outlets were ducking for cover and taking pictures at the same time. Wang Yunshan had also become enraged at this point and screamed towards them. No more filming. The roar of anger did not break the men's movements. Looking at the inability to return to heaven, for a moment Wang Yunshan was so angry that he actually sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Dad! Wang Chao looked at Wang Yunshan's miserable condition and hurriedly ran over. Son, you find a good daughter-in-law. We land sword fairy. Finished. What? Wang Chao was shocked. Then, he couldn't care less about his old man and rushed to open his cell phone to check. The scene on his cell phone at that moment stunned him. The whole internet is crusading against him, against Fei Chao Company, and against Lu Yunyun. A large number of players abandoned Pit. Land Sword Fairy was instantly on the hot search list position. The first 5 of them were all, each one like a sharp knife in his heart. Immediately afterward, he saw that their Fei Chao Company's stock dropped directly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of shareholders began to sell. At the same time, others started to go and block the gate of Fei Chao. Banner pulled up. Wang Chao Lu Yunyun, a bunch of scummy men and women. Do not do people things. Flying Super doesn't deserve to make games, in other words, appeared in all the major online videos. Even Setsubo has taken down all point card sales about Land Sword Immortal, peripheral sales, and all equipment sales about Land Sword Immortal. The Fast Foot app is also heavily promoting this. Zhang Jitao, Ma Ying, you. Looking at these things, how could Wang Chao not expect that his former best friends would fall at the same time at this time? They, Fei Chao, were really going to be finished this time. And it all started because of this scummy woman that is married. How did he get carried away and look at this woman in the first place? Shug, you've ruined me. At this moment, Wang Chao looked at Su Gu as if he wanted to eat him. And this together, Shug knew all about it. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Jitao and Ma Ying were actually talking about this. Is this a form of defection? Wallflower stuff. Su Gu, lousy killed you. At this time, Wang Chao was completely shaken. He drew up the sharp knife by the cake and walked in Su Ji's direction. Su Gu just looked at him quietly like that. This Wang Chao still couldn't pose any threat to him. This was something Su Gu was still very confident in. Why me when it's clearly your wife's problem? Su Gu sneered. If it weren't for you, how would I, Fei Chao, have ended up in such a state? At this moment, Wang Chao was stopped by someone, but the bright knife in his hand looked like it was trying to cut everyone around him. Ha 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 ha. On stage, Lu Yunyun started laughing as if she had gone crazy. How could she not hear Wang Chao's words over there? Done. Her dreams of being a rich wife were dashed. Shaking, she ripped her belly off. Hearing Lu Yunyun's voice, the crowd looked over towards her. Only that what was pulled out made Wang Chao freeze. She's not pregnant? No wonder. No wonder her belly has always been so big. These things are plastered on. I didn't realize that after playing with so many women, I would end up being fooled by one. At this time, Wang Chao looked at Lu Yunyun's crazy look. The anger in his heart could no longer be concealed. Frantically, he ran toward the stage. I thought you said you were pregnant? Wang Chao tugged at Lu Yunyun's collar and said angrily. Pregnant? I had an abortion when I was in college and I can't get pregnant anymore for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunyun looked like she had lost her mind at this time. She had never been hit like this before. At this point it's even more of a no-brainer to say anything. She was also no longer afraid of Wang Chao. I'll kill you. Wang Chao felt that his dignity had been insulted. I thought she was still an innocent woman, though poorer, but with a child. I would be accountable to my parents. But I didn't realize it was all a lie. It's all fake. Wang Chao's anger was completely ignited. The knife in her hand, which was cutting the cake, stabbed her directly in the stomach. Woo! Feeling the pain in her body, Lu Yunyun finally came to her senses. Looking at his stomach covered in blood, she looked at Wang Chao with a horrified face. This man, who had turned the butcher's knife on himself. Chao, what are you doing? Wang Yunshan looked at Wang Chao actually stabbing Lu Yunyun and couldn't care less about the unbearable pain in his body. He yelled towards him. What am I doing? What am I doing? Wang Chao's entire body was confused after seeing the blood all over his hands. Fearfully, he stepped back toward the back, and Lu Yunyun's gaze as she looked at him began to become lax. Wang Chao, you have a cruel heart. Lu Yunyun weakly said towards Wang Chao. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. Wang Chao looked at Lu Yunyun in horror and shook his head vigorously. Murder? Call the police. That's when someone screamed in fear. Finally, someone started calling the police. And, of course, someone called the emergency services. For a while, the whole wedding site was a mess, and the media cameras that recorded it all. Su Gu just looked at the two people on the stage like that, silently. He didn't know what he was thinking. Woo! Police car sirens blared. A large group of police officers stormed the wedding site, heavily armed. Seeing Lu Yunyun, who fell in a pool of blood, and Wang Chao, whose hands were covered in blood. Everything didn't need to be checked anymore. Get him. The officers fiercely surrounded them, and the cold handcuffs hung on Wang Chao's hands. EMS. Quick. Then they yelled toward the paramedics who had rushed over. She died. The paramedics who ran over were ultimately a step too late. The wide-eyed Lu Yunyun at this time has completely lost her breath. Chapter 97, Killed by Desire, Grand Finale. Shug, have you thought about what's next? On the roof of the Douyin building, Sugu stood by the fence, looking out at the lights of Shindu. This had been the place he had longed to be. He used to think that he could have a good time without money. But then after he was dumped by Lu Yunyun, he didn't think so anymore. And then, with the system, he got everything he wanted too. Wealth, status, and a beautiful wife. But since yesterday, he's been in a funk. Lu Yunyun, in order to obtain these things, the body died on the spot. Wang Chao did for murder, did jail. The same goes for Li He and Wang Bo, both of whom went in one by one for the sake of redness and profit. Zhang Jitao Horse Battalion, in order to make themselves no longer target them. Pro forma, put Wang Chao to death. Everything is inflated with desire. But is this really the life he wants? He didn't know, and he didn't want to know anymore, because right now, he was already with Elaine Xiao. He gets money, status, and a girl who loves him, and everything is looking up. And this girl, for his sake, even went so far as to cut her own career short in public. But in her words, he has no regrets. But Suga knew that if he was still the poor boy who used to move bricks at the construction site, maybe he wouldn't have everything now. There's nothing to think good or bad about. It's enough to have you. Suga gently gathered Xiao Yiro in his arms, and a sigh of relief ran through his heart. Me too. Xiao Yiro responded softly with a blush on her face. Still thinking about Lu Yunyun? Seeing that Suga didn't say anything, Xiao Yiro asked. Yeah, I was thinking, because of my own revenge. But Lu Yunyun died and Wang Chao went to jail. Is he really right? Shug voiced this opinion. He believed that with Xiao Yiru's character, he wouldn't mind if he said those words. In fact, you may not know, over the years, the girls that Wang Chao has plagued, there are 100 if not 80. Lu Yunyun is the lucky one and the unfortunate one. Xiao Yiru rubbed towards Su Ji's arms and continued. They were all killed by their own desires, and you are only one of the people inside this karma. Yes? Suga didn't realize that Wang Chao had such a history. Rather, I was overly concerned. Actually, it's funny to say, before you and Wang Chao, Lu Yunyun also had several boyfriends. Sugu frowned. Her affairs were raked over the coals by a girl named Jing. Xiao Yiru spoke of what she had seen. Although Lu Yunyun was dangling Sugu, she wasn't the only one dangling. At the time, she was hanging at least 3 at the same time. 3. Sugu is just one more in her fish pond. And which of these men is similar to Sugu? Birthday gifts, working to earn money you can't afford to eat or drink, but you send her money. But in the end, because Wang Chao was a rich second generation, so she actually cut everyone off that day. Wang Chao is also the one on top. But in fact, Wang Chao is not only Lu Yunyun himself. It's ridiculous, to say the least. 2 sea kings got together and punked each other. Sugu just became a trigger between them. And really, damn it. Hearing Xiao Yiru's words, Sugu couldn't help but cry and laugh. Now that I think about it, my guilt has instead risen to the point where I'm doing the people a favor. So what? What do you want to do next? Xiao Yiru broke free from his arms and stared into his eyes, asking, well, run the company well. And then what? Be the richest man in the country? And then what? And then? Suga somewhat didn't quite understand what Xiao Yiru meant. Isn't it better to make as much money as possible? What else then? Think again. Seeing Su Ji's puzzled look, Xiao Yiru skimmed her face somewhat angrily. Exasperated, he puffed out his cheeks. Suga wrapped his arms around her from behind and whispered, why don't you stop then? Let's have a big pile of big fat boys first. You're bad. Xiao Yiru wanted to break free, but Suga wrapped his arms tightly around her, not giving her a chance at all. Just say yes or no. Shug with a bad smile. Then why don't you hurry? My mom is waiting for her son and grandson to be brought up together. Xiao Yiru's face was red. Suga was shocked. Elaine Xiao's mom. Give it a go. Then let's go for it. Now. Saying that, Suga picked up Xiao Yiru and ran towards the downstairs. Hey, get off me, you badass. Xiao Yiru's face turned red and she used her fist to knock Su Ji's shoulder. However, he was embraced by Sugu, and the two of them stood on top of the rooftop. Zoe, thank you. On the rooftop, the two clung to each other. Shug, thank you. Both knew what each other meant. Both knew what each other wanted. The sky was dotted with stars. The 2 men, who were stationed on the rooftop, sealed their lips together, quiet and peaceful. P.S. At present, it is a kind of ending for this book. Although this book has always been controversial, But the crab has always been grateful to the readers of the criticism and suggestions, but also sucked from the experience and lessons learned. Here's a thank you to the readers who have been able to stay with the crabs. Thank you. In addition, The Crab's another book run. Zombie Wife's Coffin Board cannot be pressed is being serialized. Like the readers greatly can go to support, criticize the proposal. The Crab will be viewed one by one and corrected. Thank you all.